Josh and Ramsey's with her HOH, which is just such a waste. So again, I think Jessica's a player that probably has more potential. I think she were to play the game without Cody, I could see a world where she plays a somewhat decent season, but really the season that we did get from her was pretty terrible. So for me, she's here at 242. Now at 241, we have a similar case, though I think this player probably demonstrated a little bit more of their potential than Jessica, and that person is Caitlyn from BB15, who, again, is not a great player in the grand scheme of things. I mean, someone that was still attached to the Aaron and Gina Marie's of the world, and in herself also made some kind of icky comments, though obviously not as bad as the other two. But really, I feel like Caitlyn comes off as probably the most competent player of those three, at least at the time of her eventual elimination, which plays into why she's eliminated. I mean, she was eliminated because she was looked at as the bigger threat of the three. So obviously, I guess it's an issue, the fact that she wasn't able to hide that threat level. But again, I do think she was doing pretty well socially in building these relationships outside of her core group by the time she was eliminated. Again, she won a comp, she made this like Grasshoppers alliance, like she at least had some stuff going on, though I think realistically she's still not a particularly good player. To her straight up, I think like the other three that we just talked about probably have more potential than Caitlyn if they were to return, though I think Caitlyn is probably the one that actually got to do a bit more in the game than the others, though still not a particularly good player, because that for me, she's here at 241. At number 240, we're moving on to a player that was seemingly a very emotional player and didn't really have much agency in the game, and that person is Britney from BB23, who, again, like, it was simply just not really in any core alliance throughout really the entire season. I mean, despite her allies in Azza and Big D being in the cookout, they really didn't do much to really help her game through doing so, and she was simply just this expendable number that was constantly used on the block, and she would get emotional over why people were putting her on the block. And again, like, she really didn't do that much on the season. Now, I do think she got a little bit screwed over in how she went out, and the fact that the twist put a bigger target on her back, but still not a particularly good player, a very emotional one, because that for me, she's here at 240. 239, another player that I don't feel like did that much in the game. I feel like this person was at least a bit safer throughout more of the game, and that person is Will from BB14, who, again, was kind of just there. I don't know how much he was actively playing. It really just felt like he was trying to be social, trying to be likable. And again, it got him to almost the jury phase of the game. But another one of these players that, again, was just kind of expendable, not really part of any major alliance. He kind of just followed along with whatever Janelle's team was doing early on. And then once we got to the individual portion of the game, again, he lets Janelle go, only to be the immediate target after that. Again, there's not really much to truly praise from Will's game, but again, I do think he was relatively safe early on, at least. Unlike Britney, who was constantly used as a pawn, I feel like Will, at least, again, was likable and was relatively liked by the cast. Well, I don't think he had much strategically going on. I do have him here at number 239. Now at 238, we're kind of starting this tier here of players that were taken out despite being a pawn and had relatively close votes. And here we're starting it off at 238 with Cheryl from BB2, the first pawn to ever go home. And Cheryl is a player that I think is kind of interesting in the sense that she did seem to be very well liked by the cast. It very much felt like she was taken out simply because she was looked at as a pawn, and going along with the Nicole vote was looked at as supporting Chilltown, which people didn't want to do. So I think in that light, I do think Cheryl got massively screwed over, as I think like whoever was against Nicole on the block probably would have gone home. But again, Cheryl was pretty good socially. Again, people did like her. Really, people from both sides. Now, again, she was left out of the strategic talks in the game because she was the pawn that was going home. But again, she had a good bond with Monica even despite that. And I think Cheryl's a player that probably had some potential, though we'll never truly see it. But I did feel like that potential was enough to put her here at number 238. Number 237, we're moving on to a player that I don't think is particularly good, but they did come pretty close to staying and did get kind of screwed over in their boot round. That person is Bronte from BB18. And again, Bronte is a similar case where she was a pawn on the block. She does go home in an extremely close vote. However, she wasn't even going home until literally the night before the eviction, where it did seem like Tiffany was the very easy target. Bronte was simply the pawn, and things were going pretty smoothly until the vote flipped at the last second, essentially as a screw you to Frank, which also brings us to the point where, again, like, Bronte was really screwed over by the fact that Frank was even able to nominate her to begin with, where, again, that was obviously due to the roadkill challenge, and had it not been in the game, again, she would have been safe. I mean, she literally gets taken out during her closest ally's HOH, and again, Bronte, I do think, is someone that gets screwed over in that light. However, I think just as a player outside that, she wasn't particularly good. I mean, while she did have have her like core set of allies and like Bridget and Natalie, and even beyond that still had the likes of Jose and Victor and Paul early on. I mean, Bronte still was again, not particularly good, which is again looked at as a pretty expendable person, which is why she ends up going home in the way she does. But I think the fact that she gets so screwed over on her way out is enough to put her here at 237. Number 236, similar thing. Don't know how good of a player this person is, but I think the way that they go out is pretty unlucky, and that person is Cara Monaco from BB14. Who, again, I think it's very unlucky in the fact that she was on Dan's team in a position where Willie really just wanted to target Dan or Boogie's teams and essentially nominated their two strongest players, which, again, I do think massively screwed over Cara, along the fact that this is another situation where, again, she was pretty safe for a lot of the week. It wasn't until Frank really led this charge against Willie that the vote ultimately flipped on her. And again, it's not one of these situations where she's not really getting taken out because they want her out necessarily. It's more so to make a statement against Willie. So again, it's a very similar case to the last few people. I think the reason why I have her above the last few people is I think she's probably the player I would have the most confidence in. I do feel like she seemed to know the game decently well and did seem like a mostly affable person to where, again, a lot of the cast liked her. It's just that, again, the overall dynamics and twist didn't really work to her favor to where, again, I think if she were to play again, I think she could do very well. But again, on this appearance, it wasn't the greatest. So because of that, for me, she's here at 236. Now, 235, we're moving on to a very actively bad player, one that commonly gets called as one of the worst players of all time. However, I do think there is some acumen to this player, and that person is Lawon for BB13. And obviously, Lawon made a really idiotic move in telling the entire house to evict him under the pretense of him thinking that he would get some sort of superpower. However, I will say, again, like, he doesn't do that if it wasn't for the fact that production not told them that there would be a twist in the following round, where obviously that information very much allows Lawon to really run circles with that causes him to eventually volunteer to go up. But beyond that, again, like, he was really safe in the game had he not done that. Again, no one was coming for Lawon. Obviously, he was on the side of like Kalia and Danielle, and they were bigger targets than him. Or obviously they wanted to keep him safe as well. Where again, had he not done it to himself, he was a pretty safe player in the game, along with the fact that he also was pretty well liked in the house. I mean, he pretty much got along with everybody. I mean, that's kind of why he was the one of the regulators to actually squeeze on by and not be initially targeted after the rest left. And again, I think there is some good to Lawon's game. But again, there's some actively bad stuff there as well. Where for me, he does land here at 235. 234, moving on to a player that I really didn't know what to do with. I found this player to be kind of an enigma through my watches of their run. However, at 234, I do have Angie from BB10. And again, Angie has a game that I think is a bit strange. I mean, she does end up becoming close to Brian early on and is kind of lumped in with him to where once he's evicted, she's kind of considered like one of these potential targets for being associated to Brian, but she does avoid that target in week 2, seemingly due to the fact that she was pretty close to Jesse, which does lead to Steven going out in week 2. However, she obviously proceeds to get targeted in week 3 and eventually goes out. However, seemed to actually have a good core group by that point, seemingly finding herself within the Jesse, Memphis, Michelle group to where, again, I think that does at least show some acumen there. The fact that, again, she was on the outs at one point and then found herself in a somewhat sizable alliance. Now, again, she still loses day by the end of it and does go out pretty unceremoniously, but I think there's some like minorly impressive things to talk about for her. But obviously the ideal would just her not being in the bottom to begin with, and even then it still felt like a good chunk of the house were going to target her. And even then, again, it felt like a good chunk of the house never really looked at her as someone they were wanting to work with long term, to where, again, I don't really feel like she had many prospects moving forward. But again, at least there's something to give her some credit for. So for me, she's at 234. Now, 233, we have a player that I think got pretty unfortunate with how the season played out. Or I think there is a decent player within this person, but we just never really got to see it. And that person is Cassi from BB13, where, again, I think she got very unfortunate in the fact that she was on a cast with Rachel Riley, who just hated her from the offset, where really, I mean, like, Cassi seems like a pretty well-rounded player. I mean, one that seemingly was decent socially, someone that was competent in challenges, while also someone that, again, like, wasn't an idiot. So, again, I feel like Cassi's someone that, if she were to play again, which will never happen, I think there is a way that she could be a competent player, particularly with the fact that, again, she had a core group in the regulators, even though they didn't go so well. But again, part of the reason why they didn't go so well was because there was this essentially fans versus favorites twist, where the vets ended up gaining power very early on, and again, at least she was one of these people that tried to do something about it. She also had like a really close relationship with Shelly. She also was able to build a really strong bond with Jeff and Jordan to where they really did not want to target her, to where really it seems like she goes out simply just because Dominic won the veto, where had that not been the case, then Cassi would have survived another round, and I mean, to be fair, based on how comps play out, she probably just goes home the following week anyway, but I think she gets pretty unfortunate in the actual round that she goes home. And I think it also gets pretty unlucky with the fact that she's in this portion of the game that has these pairs going up together, where I think had that not been the case, there's a serious chance that Cassi does survive the block as well. To where, again, I think there's a lot of unlucky circumstances surrounding Cassi, along with the fact that this is just simply not a cast that was really suited towards her. To where, again, I do see some potential in her to where she's here at number 233. Now, at 232, we're moving on to a player that I don't look at as a particularly good player of the game, but I think they were someone that, again, had a core group at a point, and I think it's pretty unfortunate due to their connection to another player, and that person is Sarah from BB6. And again, Sarah is someone that is probably too kind-hearted for the game. I don't think there really was any killer instinct in her. She just simply seemed to be someone that was just really sweet, and I don't know how much game there was really going on. However, Sarah was someone that I think had she been in the game without James, she could have been in a somewhat decent spot. I mean, she was pretty affable to the entire house. Everyone pretty much liked her and didn't want her to go, and felt bad that she was essentially taking the fall for James. To where, again, like, she ends up going home essentially because they need to split up James and Sarah, more so than Sarah doing much wrong on her own right. Also, the fact that if she goes out from her own allies HOH, which, I mean, to be fair, that's probably her fault, or at least partially her fault, but still, I mean, like, it all kind of stems back to James and the threat level that James had in the game. Where, again, I think Sarah was a mostly affable person outside that, and like early on was never in danger. By the time of week 3, I mean, she's the one, she recognizes that she needs to go along with the Sovereigns and helps get James on board, and again, at least had a core group for a week. At least that's something. To where, again, I think Sarah at least had some potential, to where she had some pretty bad circumstances happen to her, to where, again, for me, she ends up landing here at 232. Now 231, kind of similar thing, but for a player that was booted much earlier in the game, but I think probably had more prospects long term, and that person is Lori from BB5. And Lori is a player that I think, as a whole, again, I think her issue is the fact that she just really didn't have the drive to play the game. However, I think she was actually kind of skilled at the game, pretty good at challenges, while also being really good socially, to where just so many people gravitated around her, to where despite the fact that she had this massive target on her back from taking $10,000 at the very beginning of the season, she still was able to essentially have half the house fully loyal to her. I mean, she had really strong bonds with the likes of Will and Karen and Diane and Acomis, to where that was such a solid group early on, to where despite her being targeted by Marvin, she almost gets out of that, where had the nomination stayed the same, Holly goes home that week, and at that point she's in this pretty strong spot moving forward, especially considering how the comps play out. But I think she just got super unfortunate, the fact that Jace ends up winning the veto and kind of ends up ruining all their plans. But again, Lori was pretty close to being in a really strong position in the game. My issue with Lori as a whole, though, is that I don't really know how much strategy there is from Lori herself, where while again she was very good socially, I think she was also really mediocre strategically, to where, again, like, I don't think there really was much strategy to her game. It was simply her latching off the strategy of her allies. And again, she also wanted to quit the game in week 2 before she ends up deciding she wants to stay, and then tries in the veto, and even then, even if she won the veto, she was not going to use it, which is also a questionable choice. So again, like, I do feel like Lori definitely has some questionable aspects to her game, but I do think is actually a pretty solid player, particularly in the social department, to where for me she's here at 231. Now at 230, we're moving on to a player that I always found to be an interesting player, considering how early of a player this was. Someone that I think had some level of dynamicism to their game, but also just played the game all wrong, and that person is Kent from BB2. And again, to me, Kent is a player that was hyper strategic in the game. I think he is someone that is playing the game very hard, and someone that is wheeling and dealing in the game. The problem is I think he does it too much, and we do get to his HOH reign, where he really just goes on this massive power trip during that week, to where it really just turns off the majority of the house against him, to where he's the immediate target for the following week, to where he obviously plays their game really poorly at that point. But again, there was at least like some glimmers of him being a somewhat decent player. I mean, early on he was part of top. He had good relationships with like Hardy and Nicole and obviously Bunky, but I just feel like he's the type of player that would never particularly do well in Big Brother. I think considering I feel like he's always going to either be an early boot due to his aggressive gameplay style and him not really gelling in, or he'll be taken along as a GOAT. But even then, I think that likelihood is even less likely considering just how much he will over-strategize in the game. I really just don't feel like Ken is someone that really would have much potential in any given season, so that's why he's here at number 230. Number 229, moving on to a player that is one of the most hateable people in Big Brother history. And while their game wasn't good, I feel like there's at least something to give him credit for, and that is Daniel Durston from BB24. And again, as a person, Daniel kind of sucks, but I think as a player, while there are things to criticize for sure, the fact that he didn't make the most of his HOH reign, I at least feel like there's at least some justification for that, and the fact that obviously they had just come from watching Frenchie playing as terribly as he did his first HOH, to where I think Daniel was cautious because of that. And obviously Daniel is just a dick, to where that becomes a major reason why he's eventually taken out in the spot he is. Though, again, like I think the thing for Daniel is that he is a fan of the game. He does know the game pretty well, and there are points where he does have pretty decent reads on the game. I mean, outside the fact that he does backdoor his own closest ally, again, he seemed to be aware of the leftovers and was able to clock their alliance. He at least was trying really hard to organize the people below him, to where, again, like I think there is some game acumen there. Again, obviously the problem is the fact that he just simply was just kind of an asshole. So because that, for me, he is here, number 229. Number 228, moving on to another player that wasn't particularly great in the house, but someone that did demonstrate some game acumen. That person is Josh from BB3. And Josh, to me, is, again, not a particularly likable presence, and one that did come off as very annoying even to the other house guests, but someone that, again, like showed some game acumen. I mean, for a time at BB3, he was a very dynamic player. I mean, he was one that was making deals constantly, and despite his personality conflicts with Marcellus in particular, he still gets saved in week 2. He had the likes of Eric and Roddy being extremely loyal to him. Also had like a bond with Danielle. And again, like he had stuff going on in the game. Problem is, again, his very abrasive personality, to where, again, it didn't really gel with most people. And then really his final week is just kind of pathetic, to where the fact that Kiara, one of his own allies, goes after him in a spot where they don't have many other allies left is a really bad spot there. And while it's obviously indicative of Kiara's poor play, which we'll talk about, it's also indicative of how much Josh annoyed people, where, again, Josh is definitely not a good player, but I think there's at least points where he does show some decent game acumen that leaves him here at number 228. Now, at 227, I believe we have our first two-time player, another player that, again, showed some potential at points, but overall not a good player, and that person is Jace Wiry from BB5 and All-Stars. And again, I think Jace is a player that definitely knows the game. I mean, he is someone that can talk articulately about the game, but he obviously has 2 runs in the show, both being pre-jury. His first run in particular is really bad from a gameplay front. I mean, while he's a fantastic character, I mean, he instantly makes a massive target of himself, and while his allies win the early HOHs, he still really fails to get any of his way during those weeks, where obviously Holly ends up getting taken out in week 3, which is something so detrimental to him. And then from that point on, he's in the spot where he has to win out, where he wins the veto in week 4 and then is proceeded to be backdoored in week 5. And again, it's a terrible game on BB5. And then his BB7 game is one where, again, I thought he repaired his game early on, where it did seem like he was doing decent work and working with level 6 and trying to float in the middle. But then obviously all that gets blown up by week 3, where he gets exposed, and mixing that out the fact that he is this big threat in the game, he ends up getting sniped out there, to where, again, like Jace obviously just has this issue with threat management, and is also not the greatest social player, to where, again, like he is obviously a very good competitor, and again, I think strategically at least like has some decent game knowledge, but he's never able to really execute on that. Because that, for me, is here number 227. Not 226, moving on to a player that I think is actually really bad, but for some reason they were able to get their way at points. I think it feels fitting that this person's just one spot above Jace, and that person is Scott from BB5. And again, Scott is this weird enigma of a player in the sense that he does what is seemingly wrong constantly, in the fact that he, again, is obviously part of the Horsemen and acts super cocky around the house, treats people terribly, yet despite that, people liked him and people wanted him to stay, and like were upset that they had to vote him out over Marvin, like because they obviously had to split up him and Jace. which is, again, strange considering how poorly he treated people. But beyond that, again, like, he actually was a pretty central figure within the Four Horsemen. I mean, he was pretty much the person holding that group together, having the closest one-on-one bonds with each member of that group, and it's not a coincidence that once he leaves, that entire group completely fractures. But beyond that, he's also pretty much the main strategist for that group as well, and the one that goes out and tries to execute their plans. Or again, I think Scott has some game acumen for sure. The problem is, again, just the fact that he's Scott. But I think in comparison to Jace, again, I do look at Scott as the better player of the two, where really, had it not been for Jace's BB7 run, he would actually be lower on this list. But still, don't look at Scott as a particularly good player, because that for me, he's here at 226. Now, 225, we're moving on to a player that I don't look at as particularly good either, but I think this person's at least a bit more affable than the likes of Jace and Scott. And that person is Jeff Weldon from BB17, who's probably one of the most dull players in Big Brother history, but his game was actually, like, not that bad. I mean, he was simply just outplayed by the likes of Vanessa on his boot round, where, again, he did have good connections in the house. He was pretty close to, like, the James and the Megs and the Jackies of the world, while also having connections to the Nolan twins. And again, like, socially, he was actually, like, not that bad. And mixing that with the fact that, again, he gets backdoored from the game in a spot where I don't feel like many people were actually coming for Jeff. For again, he just seems like a pretty baseline player, one that had BB17 not been as hyper strategic as it was. I do feel like there's definitely a serious chance that he just skates on by much further in the game, though really outside of his social connections, and not really much to really praise from his game. And because that for me is here at number 225. Now 224, we're moving back to some posters. This one being higher on the list than my worst players to make the jury, but this is still a really bad player, and that person is Big D from BB23, the first finalist we have on the list. And straight up, Big D doesn't really bring much to the table. I think Big D's really this high simply just because, again, he was a finalist. He at least made the final two, but even then, he barely did. He simply did because he was in the cookout, where had the cookout not exist on that season, he probably gets booted mid-game. Simply as someone that, again, like, some people had personality conflicts with. He also was someone that, again, like, was pretty expendable had he not been in the cookout. He was also a pretty big wild card of a player that would just change his mind on the whim, while also be under the false assumption that he's running the game, and through that come off as delusional in his game. So again, Big D really didn't do much on the season outside of just burn relationship after relationship on their way out, while also never gaining any true credibility in the game, with him not really doing much in the game. Or again, mixing that with the fact that, again, like, he just simply would not make it to the end if it had not been for the cookout, I feel pretty good in leaving him behind relatively low on the list here, especially for a finalist at number 224. Now 223, moving on to a player that is also pretty bad, but at least they showed some potential at a point, and that person is David Alexander from BB21. And again, David is someone that, like, his first run, obviously, like, while he gets taken out and sniped out due to a competition, when he was in Camp Comeback, he seemed like he was a somewhat competent player. It seemed like he recognized the social dynamics of the house and was calling them out, and again, that was cool. But then he returns and just plays terribly on All-Stars, where we'll give him some credit for the fact that he still makes it all the way to Final 8 in a spot where even then, I mean, the vote to save him was very close there. He also is somehow able to skate his way through the game despite having Memphis directly coming for him for most of that, and is able to be the last of the non-committee / Enzo players in the game. So I think there's, like, something to give him some credit for, but really, obviously, he didn't play particularly well on that season, had pretty terrible reads, pushed away people that were supposed to be his allies. So again, like, a really bad game, but again, at least there was some potential at points, so he's here at 223. Number 222, a player that I think is also really bad and was pretty much a dead man walking for most of the season, but again, there's at least minor things to prop them up for, and that person is Jerry from BB3. And Jerry from BB3, again, I think overall plays a pretty terrible game. I mean, from week one, he wins the veto and decides to use it on Marcellus in a spot where it just blows all of his social capital in the game. And to be fair, I mean, he was already in a spot where, while lumped into the initial majority alliance, he was not being included in that for much further than that, to where I don't think it's incorrect of him to eventually make a move, but for that move to be using the veto on Marcellus and constantly preach about how he's doing it because he's a good person, I think is definitely not the approach to take, with it just causing everyone to be pissed off at him, both from the fact that he's essentially calling them bad people, but also the fact that he just completely ruined their plans. And really, it makes Jerry this big target in the game moving forward. So again, he's pretty much a dead man walking at that point, with no real chance of winning the game especially, but also no real chance of even making it to the end, where while he does get saved in week 2 by Marcellus' HOH, like, from that point on, he's really just skating on by through people just, like, offering 1 week of safety safety because they know he's a social pariah for the following week. And again, overall, it's a bad game, but the thing I will give him credit for, and the reason why he's as high as he is because at least he makes the move against Eric. At least he does use his HOH to actually make a pretty big move in the game and upsetting the power structure there. So again, at least there's that, but overall, still a pretty bad player. He's here at number 222. Number 221, another player that is already unlikable. I mean, like Daniel Durston, one of the least likable players in the history of the show. But as a player, I do have him at 221. That person is Terrence from BB24. And again, not going to say anything good about Terrence as a person, but as a player, I mean, he's also still pretty bad. Very rarely involved in any true power structure, to where while he did have this bond with Nicole and Daniel early on that kept him somewhat in the loop, along the fact that, again, he just seemed to be looked at as this pawn that could be dragged through the game. He also is someone that won an HOH and actually made a pretty big move with that HOH and taking out Joseph, which, I mean, to be fair, he was only allowed to do through the split house twist. But again, it was a move that actually put him in a pretty good spot moving forward. For had it not been for the Kyle situation, which really just unraveled that entire alliance, Terrence is actually probably in a decent spot to make it to the end. Now, again, was he going to win? No. But I do think he's someone that kind of at the end of the day gets screwed over due to a very bizarre circumstance. And again, was at least someone that was willing to make a move. So that's something. But really, the rest of his game is pretty mediocre. So he's here at number 221. And number 220, we have another returning player, a player that sadly played terribly on both of his appearances. And that person is Frank from BB 14 and 18. To where, I mean, Frank's first run obviously is very bad, to where he is a target the entire time, having to win a comp or just barely squeezing by on the block literally every single round. So again, he is the initial target in week 1 and is able to be saved due to really blowing up his game. He's the second HOH, only then be targeted in week 3 and be saved due to the coach's twist coming into play, and then proceeds to be on the block the following week where he's dead to rights until they decide to backdoor Janelle. He then wins HOH and does nothing with that, only then be targeted the following week but win the veto, and then proceeds to win the veto again during the double, only to then win the HOH and fail to take out his target in Dan due to Dan's funeral, and then proceeds to be taken out the following week. Again, it's a terrible game there, one where he burned so many relationships along the way, to where despite the fact that it was impressive that he won as many comps as he did, it probably still would be a tough road for him to win just due to the fact that he burned so many relationships in the house. It still wasn't even a guarantee that he would win, even if he somehow got to the end of the game, just due to how many relationships he burnt along the way. Then we get to BB18, where it seemed like he was actually playing better at first. Again, initially he was pretty much running the game alongside the other vets, and then everything just crumbles with his targeting of Davon and his targeting of Tiffany and him just coming off too domineering. That again just leads to him being taken out once again. With, or again, like, Frank is a player, I think there is like some potential there, and the fact that again he is a big fan of the game and clearly knows the game, but just fails whenever he tries to actually play the game, which is something that's really frustrating about him as a player, which is why for me he's here number 220. Number 219, essentially the more modern version of Frank, we have Cameron for BB25. And I think Cameron is essentially Frank 2.0. He is another person that had to win comps or was on the block literally every single week. I mean, he doesn't get through a single round of gameplay without some level of immunity or being on the block. Again, week 1, he was safe from initial noms due to the twist. Weeks 2 and 3, he was on the block. Week 4, he was HOH. Week 5, he won the veto despite being the target. Week 6, he won the HOH again, which, by the way, throughout the entire stretch there, he was the number 1 target for the majority of the house, with him getting evicted by week 7, only for him to come back through the zombie twist to where he wins HOH and then proceeds to get taken out the following week. And it's a very bad track record, but I think there is like minor things to give Cameron credit for along the way. I mean, the fact that he does eventually get Izzy out, some of it due to his own work, which again is good, even though he made terrible noms to get that done to begin with and had to really go so far out of his way to get Izzy out by the time she does go out. Along the fact that, again, I think he does pretty good work during zombie week and pulling Matt and Jag back onto his side, and it did seem like coming into that following round he actually didn't need to win HOH, though he does, and that ends up putting the target even further on his back. But again, like, I do think there are some like decent things that Cameron does. I mean, Cameron is again a fan of the show. He clearly knows the show, but again was terrible socially and was also just kind of a creepy person, where again I don't feel like he would have won the season even if he got to the end. I guess I'll briefly mention his reindeer games game, which, I mean, to be fair, there isn't that much to really get from Cameron in particular, to where he obviously was the first boot, but he was the first boot because he had no connections to the others. He was kind of the easy man out, and really there isn't much to truly fault him for there. But again, what I will fault him for is everything he did on BB25, where obviously he just simply isn't that good of a player, and because of that, for me, he is here number 219. Number 218, moving on to a player that also made it pretty deep run in the game, but another player that I don't look at as particularly good, and that person is Scotty from BB20. And one thing I will give Scotty for is the fact that he does make a big move in week 3. He does stick to his guns, despite people telling him not to, and targeting Brett and Winston, which was a move that was for his best interest at that point. But even within that, I mean, he targets Brett and doesn't get Brett out, which is an issue. And really, the rest of his game is just pretty bad, to where, well, again, initially he was doing some decent work in getting in the good graces of the Falte Alliance and was looked at as a part of them early on. He then is not trusted at all by the time of week 2, to where his eventual vote for Swaggy just puts an even bigger bullseye on his back. And really from that point on, he's just kind of skating in the game to where no one really trusts him. And while he is loyal to the Falte side of the house, they simply just don't really believe him. And we get to his eviction week where he's essentially evicted by one of his only allies in the game in Fessy, to where Fessy doesn't believe that he was with him the entire time, which is all really bad. And then he ends up getting voted out, comes back into the game, only to then be taken out immediately following that. Again, like, Scotty's game's really bad in my mind. I don't look at him as a particularly good player. I mean, he's not one that, again, knows the game, but again, he did just so much to turn people away from him, while also having no real awareness of his game, to where, again, he thought he was super close to Tyler the entire time, and that him and Tyler were a duo. Well, in reality, Tyler never wanted to work with him the entire time. So I don't think Scotty played a particularly good game, but again, at least he made one big move. So because he's here at number 218. Number 217, we're moving on to a player that was another one that was not really trusted in the game, was kind of on the bottom for a lot of the game, but I think this person demonstrates some potential in the game. That person is Jesse Kowalski from BB15. And Jesse is another one of these players that, again, like, was just kind of on the bottom, was kind of just skating by, was left safe just due to the fact that there were bigger targets than her, but gets taken out pretty unceremoniously in the early jury phase of the game. But it's someone that, again, like, I think is someone that can shake things up. I mean, she tried to go after the likes of Amanda by the end of her run, and she was someone that, again, was very self-interested. I mean, she does end up playing a pretty individualistic game and did seem to have a bit of a killer instinct to where she was willing to cut people when she needed to. It's just that she was never in a true power position to really do much about that. And I think considering the fact that she was never really grouped into any, like, true major alliance and makes it as far as she does, well, again, demonstrating some potential in the game, it does make me think that Jessie is someone that could do well if she were to return, but again, it'll never happen. But for me on this list, it's enough to put her at number 217. Number 216, moving on to a player that I just think was never really given a fair shake in the game. While this person, again, is probably not that good of a player in the grand scheme of things anyway, I do feel like I'm putting them this high simply because, again, I didn't feel like they had much of a chance on their season, and that person is Candace from BB15. And Candace is a player that, straight up, again, like, I don't think is actually that good of a player. I mean, we do see her very early on just kind of being left on the outs of what's actually going on, her not even being looped in on the David vote, which is pretty bad, but did still seem to have good connections, the likes of Helen and Alyssa. But in reality, again, like, wasn't really someone that had much traction in the game to begin with. But obviously a lot of her game ends up being soured by the fact that there's a lot of blatant racism in the house, specifically targeted towards her. And really from the Bennett flipping incident in week 3 on, she really just has absolutely no social capital in the game, to where she instantly gets lumped in with Howard and they become targets in the following rounds. And eventually she's taken out pretty unceremoniously by Gina Marie, which is, again, just a bad look. And it's like her run is one that, again, is definitely one that was plagued by racism, to where it's very tough to assess her, like, later game. So, like, again, straight up, I don't look at her as that good of a player, even despite that. But again, it's the fact that she had this very abnormal run in the game, one where, again, she wasn't really given the opportunity to truly play the game due to these other outside the game situations that were affecting her. That obviously would make it tough to play the game in that sort of environment. Like, I think that is enough grace that I'm giving her to where I do have her here number 216. Now number 215, another player that I think was kind of a bit screwed over by some prejudices, and that person ends up being Dominique from BB19. And Dominique also, I think, faced some their biases while in the house, but outside that, in comparison to Candace, I think is actually a competent player. I mean, I think Dominique is someone that, again, was initially in the core majority alliance. I mean, she was in Paul's alliance, where, again, it seemed like they were going to be running the game. She seemingly gets targeted due to the fact that she had a talk show to where Paul was under the impression that she was using this to gain information on other people, which made them target her. And I mean, along with the fact that, again, other people didn't trust her and looked at her as a duo with Mark, to where it does feel like Dominique got a bit unlucky in the game, to where these, like, as a whole, just feel like very minor reasons of why you would even want her out to begin with. And for that to just lead to the entire house flipping on her and her going out unanimously is kind of ridiculous, especially when they had someone like Jessica still to get rid of. But again, I do think Dominique did show some game ability while she was there. Again, getting herself in the majority alliance, building the strong bond with Mark to where they wanted to be this secret duo, even though they weren't that secret. Again, there was some game ability there, but still at the end of the day, didn't really get to demonstrate much of that. But again, I do think there were some aspects of biases playing a factor against her to where for me, she's here at number 215. Now, number 214, moving on to a player that I don't think is particularly good as a Big Brother player, though they did face a lot of adversity while in there, and that person is Amber Bizotra from BB16, who obviously goes on to be a challenge winner. But this is, again, just solely assessing her as a Big Brother player, and on Big Brother, she didn't play particularly well. I mean, she was lumped into the bomb squad, but even then, like, literally lumped in, as in Devin just randomly added her to the alliance with no real basis around it. But again, was never really looked at as a true member of the alliance. She was never really involved in any decisions that they made. She was simply just looked on the outs, used as a pawn multiple times, and gets taken out pretty unceremoniously because she was looked at as a big physical threat. But again, for me, the main thing that keeps her just high on this list is, again, that she faced these very weird circumstances with just Caleb being really obsessed with her, and that affecting her game with people lumping her with Caleb and people eventually wanting her out for the sake of Caleb. And it really just feels like everyone just attached herself to Caleb despite the fact that she wanted nothing to do with him and was simply attached to him because of his obsession with her, which I do think is pretty unlucky circumstances there. Where really I feel like Amber, again, well, again, I don't think she actually is the best player. She at least could be. Again, she did seem to be decent in challenges. She seemed to be socially affable to where I could see a world where she is like a competent player, but really she just had no opportunity to do so because of Caleb's obsession over her, which is enough grace I'll give her to put her here number 214. Number 213, moving on to a couple first boots from their seasons. These people that obviously didn't get much to demonstrate in their runs, but I think actually demonstrate some decent ability. And at number 213, we're starting that off with a player that I probably have a bit more faith in due to some outside circumstances. But here I'm still putting Obie from BB21. And I'm straight up, Obie's run on BB21 is not particularly great. Obviously, it's one where he's right away left on the outskirts of the majority alliance, where despite the fact that he was trying to really bond with Jack and Jackson, they always looked at him as pretty expendable. And overall, it was just kind of a little bit awkward socially in the house. But I think there's a couple things to prop up with Obie. Particularly the fact that, again, he wasn't going to be targeted week one initially and was kind of screwed over due to some last second changes from Christy, where really Kemi was the target for most of the week until it literally just falling onto Obie due to Christy deciding not to target Kemi. Yet Sam had already promised Cliff to use the veto. So he kind of just defaulted on taking out Obie just because of Sam's promise at that point, which is, I think, pretty unlucky circumstances for him. Also, again, like, he did have pretty close allies and likes of Cliff and Nicole, though at the end of the day, that didn't do him much good. But I do think something that is, like, kind of propelling me on Obie, especially in terms of his strategic ability, is seeing him on sequester minis, where through that, I do have a bit more faith in his overall game ability, to where he did make it very far in the BBUS versus BB Can game and did show a good chunk of game ability there, to where, again, like, I do feel like Obie, again, if we were to play again, I would feel pretty good about him, where, again, I just think BB21 was a very bad cast for him, but still a player that demonstrates some ability, to where I do have him here number 213. Now, number 212, we have probably the prototypical player that people always talk about as this first boot that had a lot of potential, and at 212 we do have Brian Hart. And Brian Hart, I think, is a bit of a mixed bag, to where, again, a lot of people do talk about Brian Hart as someone that could have been this really great player. I don't know if I personally actually see that. While I do think he was very strategically minded and did do some very impressive work early on and really manipulating Jerry to just do whatever he wanted, the problem is that obviously he did it too overtly, to where too many people recognize what he was doing, and that obviously leads to most of the house gathering against him, to where he ends up being the target by the end of week one, in a spot where his own pawn and Jerry ends up being the one to actually take him out of the game. So again, that is really bad. But again, I do agree with the sense that, yeah, at least he is strategically minded. He did show some potential there in being able to get his way, at least initially, so he for sure is still one of the better first boots in the history of the show. But I do think there are some issues in the fact that, again, he is just someone that kind of comes off as a bit too schemy. He's someone that is kind of obvious in what he's doing, and really, even if he were to play again, I do feel like he's someone that wouldn't really have that much of a shot in the grand scheme of things, especially like long term. But it's someone that, again, demonstrates some ability, to where he's here number 212. Number 211, another first boot here. This one being someone that I don't know if I have as much faith in their strategic ability as the last couple we talked about, but it's someone that I do think it was actually in a pretty good spot and got screwed over pretty massively by the end. That person is Steve from BB20. Summer Steve 2018, where again, Steve coming into the season, despite him being this guy much older than the rest of the cast and someone that should have been this massive outlier, is able to actually do pretty good work and able to become ingrained within the Falte Alliance to where all of them really loved him and wanted to keep him around. Though he gets very unfortunate the fact that he did the worst in the initial comp that led to Tyler thinking of him as a very easy nominee. But even then, again, he was safe for most of the week. Again, the entire Falte side of the house really wanted to save him. And the only reason he goes is due to a last second massive play from Tyler and him tricking Caitlyn into voting out Steve, which is a pretty insane play. But one that does show again that Steve got outplayed by Tyler, but I still think it's a very unlucky circumstance for Steve, especially because like it's not even like Tyler really wanted Steve out of the game. It's more so that he wanted Sam to stay, and Steve just was kind of unlucky that he got put on the block to begin with. So again, I think considering his archetype of being this older guy that was even lying about his job, and through that you would think he would be a relatively early boot, the fact that he was able to build such a strong bond with a lot of the people in the game at that point was pretty impressive to see. So for me, he's here at number 211. Now at 210, we're moving on to a player that I actually thought had a lot of potential in the game. While this person gets simply just outplayed by the time they go home, I do feel like there were some glimpses of this person being a pretty good player. So at 210, I do have Laura Crosby from BB11. And Laura is someone that I think on paper, you would just think of them as someone that, again, pretty much got outplayed in week 1, lost out in the Brayden vote, and then proceeded to be targeted by Ronnie the following week and got taken out. However, I think there's actually a lot of things to prop Laura up for. I mean, first up, the fact that she was even able to get a tie on Brayden to begin with. I mean, Brayden was someone that, again, was very abrasive and made racial slurs in the house, yet despite that, she was able to get half the house to try to keep him around. I think that is something that, again, while I wouldn't want to be someone supporting Brayden, is something that is impressive in the game. We then follow that up with her being able to call out Ronnie and recognize that Ronnie was the one that flipped, which, to be fair, doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out, but it does show some awareness in her game, though, again, kind of an issue is the fact that it made Ronnie aware of the fact that she knew, which is not particularly great. But even then, I mean, she wasn't even going to be targeted for a lot of that week. Really, the target initially was going to be Russell, where Russell was going to get backdoored that week until Ronnie stopped the play at the last second. But even then, if she had stayed on the block against Jeff, I think there's a serious chance that Jeff goes as well, where again, I think she gets very unlucky in the game as well. But even on her way out, she's able to put this bigger bullseye on Ronnie's back by really exposing all of his lies. And again, I think Laura is actually a pretty competent player. The reason she's not higher on the list is that she technically fails at most of the things she tries, and she ultimately fails to save Brayden and is immediately taken out the following week. But again, I think there is some acumen to give to her. So for me, it's enough to put her here at 210. Now, 209, we're backing right off of Laura from BB11. We do have Ronnie from BB11. And again, Ronnie for me, I think is a very interesting player to assess in the fact that obviously he was pretty effective in week 1. I mean, he does play the middle pretty well. Obviously ends up being exposed by week 2. To where once he's a social pariah in the house, yet despite that still had a grouping of allies that wanted to keep him around. The likes of Shima, Jesse, and Natalie, who really fought for him to stay. And while he is still technically an early boot, being the 4th boot, and could have easily been the 3rd had Jesse not won HOH, I do think he demonstrates, again, some decent game ability at the very beginning through playing the middle. And he very nearly made a very big move in week 2 and getting Russell out of the game. But to be fair, him not going through that is part of the issue with his game to begin with, and what really ends up exposing him as well. Where, again, it's a bit of a mixed game. Again, he was playing the middle at the beginning very well. He comes very close to staying at the end, but his game for me is a bit rocky, though I do feel like he has to be above Laura just due to the fact that he just really outplayed her, which is why he's here at number 209. Now, 208, we're kind of starting this mini tier here of cult leaders, if you will. These players that, despite them not seeming to be actually that great of players, did have a massive backing around them and people that really worshiped them in the game after they left, despite them being early boots. And at 208, we're starting that off with Riley from BB25. And Riley is a person that I think is actually a pretty bad player. I don't think Riley has many chops for the game. I think she's someone that strategically is a bit all over the place, someone that is too loose with information. She doesn't really have that great of a grasp of the game, despite the fact that she was a fan. But what she does do very well is the fact that she was very good socially. Where, again, like, the people that were in her core alliance really worshipped her. The likes of Jag, Matt, Blue, and Cameron were just so loyal to her. Even after she leaves, they constantly talked about her. And she does come very close to staying, where she had a very good bond with Sari, and through that, the votes were flipped at a point, and it did seem like Cameron was going home over her until he changed the last second. Also, she gets pretty unlucky in the fact that Heisen wins HOH, where most people were just going to come for Cameron instead of Riley, though Heisem was one of the few people that actually directly wanted to go for Riley and really enforced his will. So again, I do think there is some unluckiness with Riley, especially also considering the fact that Jared was involved, who obviously leaked their alliance to Suri. Again, there's a lot of unlucky circumstances with Riley, but at the end of the day, I don't think she's a good player. I think she was very sloppy in how she actually played, and I don't really see much potential for her in many seasons, but she at least has a lot of things to really prop her up, which is why she's here at 208. Number 207, moving on to a similar player, though probably one that's a bit more active strategically and didn't actually get voted out themselves, and that person is Paloma from BB24. And Paloma's a player that I think is a big what if. I think there is a lot of question on like how Paloma would have done long term had she not quit the game. Now, obviously, she was already starting to struggle in the house, and really, it would not be a surprise if people just eventually let her go due to that. But Paloma's someone that, like, well, again, I do think she's a bit of a sloppy player in how she plays. She is still a very aggressive player, and one that was able to get a lot done in her short run on the season. She really cultivated this massive majority group on her side and really got the ball rolling and putting this bullseye on Taylor, along with the fact of putting together this power structure that really runs the house for the first 3 weeks of the show until obviously the leftovers takes over, along the fact that, again, had there been a normal vote, she would have been safe. Now, straight up, she probably goes home in week 1 anyway, considering the twist involved, where more than likely Pooch does end up picking her to go against Taylor, and Taylor probably beats her in that specific comp, but again, that would have been her being screwed over by a twist as well, where, like, I think Paloma is someone that definitely had legs in the game. Again, definitely had this massive cult around her that were devastated when she left, but I still think is a pretty sloppy player all around, and one that, again, like, didn't really take to the Big Brother house that well, where for me, she ends up landing here at number 207. Now at 206, we have another player that is commonly talked about as if he's a cult leader, and this person is Eric Littman from BB6, aka Cappy. Where, again, Cappy is someone that, again, like, was very good at building this very strong coalition around him. Obviously, he had Maggie inherently, but also built an extremely strong bond with Yvette. He then had the likes of April and Jen and Bo on his side. So again, he had this massive backing in the game. All the fact that he also cultivated this all-guys alliance early on and had this duo with James early on. So again, it really felt like he was completely running the game for the first 2 weeks. Where outside of Janelle, he pretty much had everyone else in his corner initially. Though, obviously, things flip where he ends up taking out Michael, and through that, Acer and Janelle have this vendetta against him where they target him the following week. Though even then, it was very difficult to get Cappy out of the game. It really had to be this situation where Kaser did what seemed like the impossible and entirely flipping the power structure and cultivating this new majority alliance, which was a very difficult move to pull off. Now, outside that, I don't think Eric is that good of a player in the grand scheme of things. Again, I do think he came off as a bit abrasive. He made some strategic blunders in my mind where, and while he did target Michael under the guise of him doing this to keep the women safe, I still feel like it is a mistake for his game to get rid of Michael over Janelle. And really, it's like once he had a target on his back, I mean, he was probably not long for the game in the long term anyway, but like still, I do feel like there is like some good game ability from just how undyingly loyal he was able to get some people to be to him, which for me is good enough to put him at 206. Now at 205, we're moving on to a player that I did not know what to do with because this player has a lot bad with his game, but still did technically run the game in the first half of the season. That person is Jared from BB25. And again, it's just difficult to assess Jared because a lot of his game is predicated by the fact that he had Suri in the game. Where had that not been the case, who knows how Jared's run goes, and where he was pulled into the majority alliance at the beginning, and obviously he ends up leaking that alliance to Suri, which ends up shifting the power structure, but even then it was probably to his benefit considering he was towards the bottom of that initial group. But again, with that, he was essentially running the game alongside Suri and Izzy for the early portions of the game. The problem is that he's also just a bad player and one that would just be extremely sloppy in the game, while also just making enemies of people for no reason. Particularly his relationship with Cory and America, to where he just burned those relationships for no real reason, which does lead to the later flip, where again, he is 100% culpable for the flip that happens on Izzy, where I feel like that's almost entirely on Jared. Where despite having HOH the following week, he's not able to gain any social capital back to where he's just targeted again the following week. Again, it is a very bad game. But again, he did technically run the game for a point and was doing well socially early on. And again, it was decent competition, so again, it's enough to put him here at number 205 despite all the strategic missteps he makes. Now number 204, moving on to a grouping of players here that did make deeper runs on their seasons but never really had much going for their games. At 204 we do have Jasmine from BB24, who again, at least initially, was part of the majority alliance. She was being grouped in with the girls and had a good relationship with like Nicole and Amira and Paloma and Alyssa, and again, was in a somewhat decent spot early on. She obviously won the HOH in week 2. That gave her some credibility in the game and ended up making a good move for her and taking out Pooch, even though, again, she really wanted to take out Taylor. And really, it's like her obsession with Taylor, that's definitely a knock against her. Where taking out Taylor for her personally was not even good, considering Taylor actually wanted to work with her. And even beyond that, kind of just becomes an expendable number moving forward, where she's not really lumped into much of what's going on and is kind of just left there when they go after the bigger targets and Amira, Nicole, and Daniel. So she's eventually taken out pretty unceremoniously. Where again, I do think she's still a pretty bad player, but at least she had some decent positioning early on, which is why she's here at number 204. Now, number 203, another person very similar to Jasmine game-wise in my mind. That person is Rockstar from BB20. And Rockstar's another one that I don't think there's much really going on game-wise for Rockstar, to where while she was decently socially, especially with her own core group, and the fact that, again, within the Falte Alliance, she was in a pretty good spot. I mean, she had the relationship with Caitlyn, and with Haley, she was pretty safe for a lot of the early game. She still, again, didn't really have much going on strategically, and she obviously fails at keeping Caitlyn on their side. Despite having one of the closest relationships to her, she is kind of just on the bottom throughout a lot of the game, simply because the Falte Alliance just could not get a win under their belt, and eventually just gets taken out of the game post-jury, though even then gets a bit unlucky circumstances, the hacker twist being involved, where she should have been safe for that week, though isn't due to unlucky circumstances. But still, I think she's a mostly passive player, to where I would have been willing to put her a bit higher had she been a more active player in the game, though really she wasn't. And at the end of the day, I do kind of lump her in here with Jasmine in being in similar spots in the game. So because that, for me, she's here at 203. Now, number 202, we're moving on to a player that seemed to be decently positioned at points in the game, but was just all around a pretty bad player. And that person is Kiara from BB3. Kiara is this player that, again, initially was in the Majority Alliance. She was lumped into the grouping with Lisa and Roddy and Eric. Obviously had this showmance with Roddy, and really ends up being in a solid spot early on, only for it to kind of crumble through the fact that Roddy and Eric end up taking out Tanya in week 2, which was one of her closest allies, which is a pretty bad spot for her. And really from that point on, her game is just really rocky, to where she ends up flipping on Lisa when Lisa and Eric are on the block, which was pretty detrimental to her game there, when Lisa ends up staying, to where she then proceeds to win HOH, only to then target Josh, one of the only people on her side, which was an astronomically dumb move, only for her to then be taken out the following week, which, I mean, to be fair, she gets taken out by Amy, who comes back into the game at that point, who she had a vendetta against. But even then, it did feel like a good chunk of the house would have still been okay with taking Kiara out that week. Though really, even then, there was still a good chunk of people coming into that week still targeting Kiara anyway. So again, I think Kiara's move to take out Josh is understandably one of the dumbest moves in Big Brother history. But again, Kiara was mostly well-liked socially. Again, she built this really strong bond with Danielle, where Danielle wanted to keep her around. She, again, was well integrated early on, but it really didn't last for that much further than that, to where, again, like, I think she's mostly a bad player, especially strategically, though for this list, it was enough to put her here at number 202. Number 201, we're moving on to a player that I kind of didn't know what to do with, because I feel like this player is one that doesn't do that much right, but also I think gets pretty unlucky when they eventually go home, and that person is Kat from BB21. And Kat is a player that, like, early on, she did not do particularly well. She was someone that was looked at as a pretty easy out, to where I think she probably goes home in week 1 had Sam not made that promise to use the veto on Cliff, where had the Noms stayed the same with her and Cliff on the block, I think more than likely she does go out there. But even beyond that, I mean, she really isn't involved in the main Majority Alliance, though kind of has attachment to it due to the fact that she has a relationship with Holly, to where really I feel like that's a major reason why she even ends up staying in week 5, where she could have very easily gone home there, though ends up staying simply due to her relationship with Holly, which made it so Jackson couldn't vote her out, to where there was a lot of talk about saving Sam, though it just never really could come together there. But following that, again, like, it seemed like she was back into a somewhat decent spot, where Jessica wins HOH and takes out Jack, to where really following that, again, she did have this new core group with her of Cliff, Nicole, Jessica, and her, where with having like Jackson and Holly on the side, they could have been in this spot to have a pretty deep run in the game. However, they do get really unlucky in the fact that Tommy wins HOH in a spot where Tommy ends up being one of the only people that I think would have actually targeted Kat during that week. And even despite that, I mean, there were still the twists where Christy went on the block there, and Christy would have definitely gone home had the veto not been used on her, which again gets very unfortunate, the fact that Tommy also wins the veto and uses the veto on her, when mixing down the fact that also Kat gets a bit unfortunate. She's again on the block against Cliff, to where I think had she been on the block against most other people, I think she could have found a way to stay there, considering she did actually change a decent amount of minds by the end of the week, though was never able to get all the votes together. So again, I think there is some acumen there, Kat, though really the rest of her game is again very sloppy, with her just simply being on the outs with a very loose attachment to the main core through Holly. I do think she gets a lot of lucky breaks, though gets a pretty unlucky break in her final results, where I think it kind of evens out here to where she's here number 201. Now number 200, we're moving on to a player that is pretty universally known as a really bad player. And like straight up, the main reason they're this high is simply because they were in the majority for a lot of the game, but I think their actual gameplay within that is really bad, and that person is Raven from BB19. And again, Raven, someone that was working alongside Paul the entire season, was in the majority group, didn't really do much within that majority group, but she was there. She thought she was running things. That's something. Obviously, she was really hated by most of the cast and had no real shot at winning the jury vote, despite the fact that Matt really thought that she would, and really just ends up blindly following Paul throughout the entire season, even after Paul is one of the people in charge of getting rid of Matt. She's really aloof to that and proceeds to get taken out herself eventually at the final 6. To where, I mean, she does get a bit unlucky there, to where technically if Alex did not win HOH, Alex would have gone there, but still, Raven was probably just going to go anyway in final 5, to where Raven did not play a particularly good game, despite the fact that she was in the majority. Pretty much played as bad of a game as you could have, considering you were as solid as you were in the majority alliance for as long as you were. Because that, for me, she's here at number 200. Number 199, we're moving on to a player that I think was mostly bad, but they at least had one shining moment, even though within that there's also some mixed gameplay. And that person is Jessica Milagros from BB21. And Jessica is someone that was mostly aloof for the first half of the game. And she was outside the majority group. She was someone that was kind of looked at as someone that could be used as a pawn, someone that was mostly expendable. So while she did build some decent bonds in the house, she just really did not know what was going on in the house until obviously 6 shooters blew up. And once that happened and she won HOH, she made a big move. She did put up Jack and Jackson. Now again, it was a bad move. You want to guarantee that Jack goes home, but still, it works out for her. But the problem for me is that beyond that, I don't feel like she really even plays well after that round. Where after that round, she's once again kind of left on the outs. Where while she is taken all the way to final 7, she's not really that involved in what's going on. Being left behind as like Cliff and Nicole build a final 4 with Holly and Jackson, where despite the fact that Jessa was working with them, she kind of gets left behind there. To where like really, I feel like a lot of her game is one that really just lacks any agency. It's one where she doesn't really have much of a clue of what's really going on. But again, at least she made one big move. I guess that's enough to put her here at number 199. Now number 198, we're moving on to a player that I thought was a very messy player. I mean, this was a player that was just all over the board, to where while there was some decent play at points, I think as a whole they're still really bad, and that person is Blue from BB25. And again, Blue's just a bit all over the place to me. One that, while initially in a decent spot, being in the core group, obviously that core group crumbles right away, and to be fair, she didn't really play well from that spot anyway. Again, where she was like leaking information, she was kind of too overt with her position in the game. To where beyond that, I mean, she's kind of just on the bottom alongside Jag, and being these two remnants of the handful alliance that don't really have much traction in the game. To where really she was going to be evicted in week 4 had it not been for her relation with Jared, and then really she's left out of this major flip that occurs in week 6 because of her connection with Jared. And at that point she had been like tricked to target Jag, who should have been one of her closest allies. She again was just playing such an actively bad game. But then I think once Jared goes, I actually feel like her game turns around a bit. While her game never really gains much traction, and she's constantly someone that could potentially go home, I do feel like she actually does some decent work in getting Jag and Matt to turn against Cory in America. Now again, the question is, was that even the good move for her to begin with? But again, the fact that she was able to constantly get them looking in that direction, I think is some decent work there. Now the rest of her game is still pretty bad, and she is taken out before America anyway. But again, I think there is at least some like effective play at points, to where again it's enough for me to land her here number 198. Now, number 197, we're moving on to a player that I look at kind of similarly to Blue. While this person actually didn't make it as far as Blue, I do think they at least had a stronger early game, and that person is Elena from BB19. And again, Elena is another one I think is a player that can leak a bit too much information, someone that isn't the greatest strategically in the game. But I do think like early on, she was at least in a decent spot. Again, she was working alongside Paul and was a pretty loyal number to Paul, or Paul did want to take her pretty far into the game initially, though obviously that eventually crumbles due to her getting pretty close to the likes of Jessica and obviously having Mark, and her again seeming to be one of the better social players out there, to where that did become a threat to Paul. So from that point on, again, she's kind of aloof, to where again obviously gets blindsided the Ramsey's vote. After that, she's clearly on the bottom alongside Mark, and eventually taking out the double after Mark wins the veto. So again, that's not particularly great, but I do think her early positioning is decent. And again, she is a very social player, one that is liked throughout the early game, to where again, for me it's enough to land her here at number 197. At number 196, we're moving on to a player that's just a massive enigma to me. This is a player that just had so much potential, and I still think even after the show they demonstrated some potential, but they just simply didn't do anything, and actively didn't do anything. And that person comes from BB25. Here we do have Mimi. And initially I had Mimi higher on this list, simply because again, I do think there is a lot of potential there with Mimi. But I think when like looking through the list and actually trying to categorize people and kind of lump similar players together, I feel like I had to move Mimi down, where again, like just straight up, Mimi doesn't do much on her season. She again actively doesn't do so, in the sense that she thought it was a good strategy, just literally lay down and be under the radar. But again, it's a misguided strategy, where again, if she were to somehow play again, which I doubt will ever happen, I think she could do very, very well. Like, her actual appearance on the show that we have to base this list off is really bad, where she just had so many opportunities to better herself in the game, just takes none of those. Even the big flip in the house that ends up occurring that greatly benefits her positioning in the house, even that was something that she didn't even really want to happen. She just wanted to save Felicia. And to me, it's just kind of a shame the way that Mimi's game plays out, as again, I think there is potential there. She just actively did nothing about it. That's why I have her at 196. Now, number 195, we're moving on to a massive batch here of some of the better early boots in the show's history. And we're starting all that off with a player that I think just has a lot of potential in the game, and that person is Dominique from BB13. And Dominique's someone that, again, like I just think has a lot of potential. I think he's someone that if he were to play again, I think he could do very well. Despite him coming to the show not really knowing what the show was, I think he ends up picking up on it pretty quickly. Again, like he instantly tries to lead the charge against the vets. And while obviously it doesn't work out for him, I think it probably was the correct call to make, while mixing that into the fact that he is able to get back in Brennan and Rachel's good graces for a little bit and have them wanting to use the veto on him on week 2. I think that's pretty good. Obviously, his final week, he comes pretty close to staying, where there was a point where Brennan and Rachel were convinced to take out Jeff and Jordan. And obviously, he builds this really strong with Danny, to where, again, like I think there's definitely things to praise here. Now, at the end of the day, I don't think he really ever got to truly live up to that potential, but I think that potential was there, which is why I have him here at number 195. Now, number 194, we're moving on to a player that definitely faced a lot of adversity while in the game, to where while I do think they definitely do make some mistakes, I think their game's pretty solid considering their placement. That person is Howard from BB15. And Howard is a player that, again, like we talked about with Candace, is obviously one that faced a lot of adversity in the house through the racism that was there and how he had to combat that. And obviously I do have a lot of respect for how he handles that situation. But when tying it back to the game, I do feel like he is a player that, again, like had a decent first couple weeks. Again, he was in the moving company. Even when the moving company crumbled, he does flip, though does it in a bit of a half measure, to where he tries to kind of play both sides, and again, that doesn't really work out for him, which I do think that stain against him really plagues him coming into his boot round. But again, that does keep him safe for the next few rounds, only for him to be targeted due to how sketchy people felt like he was due to that move, which again, obviously in this house, there definitely were racial biases held against him, but at least the justification for why he goes out is actually a pretty bad move that he makes. But again, I think as a whole, he is a still solid player. He did seem to be very well liked early on, and again, was playing the middle decently well early on, but obviously that did crumble not too long after that. But again, to me, at least was a pretty active player in the game. And that's why he's here at number 194. Now, number 193, we're moving on to a player that I don't look at this person as great. I do think they definitely have some major high points to their game. That person is Sam from BB21. And Sam is someone that I think, considering his placement in the game, I think actually plays a somewhat solid game. Again, he is someone that was kind of this offshoot of the Grateful Alliance, to where while he wasn't a core member of that group, he was at least attached to that group, to where, again, he was at least looped in on what was going on. He also had a really strong bond with Nick and Bella. He did win the first 2 vetoes, which I think is probably a knock against him. The fact that he didn't need to win those vetoes and just putting a bigger target on his back. But obviously he eventually ends up being blindsided alongside Nick and Bella, and is kind of playing from the bottom from that point on. Though again, in his final week, I do think there's a lot of impressive work there to where he very nearly stays, where had it not been for Kat having a pregame relationship with Holly, I think he very much does stay in that spot. Though again, they can never really organize the votes together. But again, I think he does a really effective campaign there. And again, considering how he was decently positioned early on, despite the fact that, again, I don't really look at him as the greatest player in the world. And he's someone that like manages threat level really poorly and was on the bottom for over half of his game. I mean, for me, he still is someone that has some potential there to where he's here at number 193. Now, number 192, we're moving on to a player that was also in a pretty strong spot at one point in the game. Actually, a dominant spot in the game at one point, though it all crumbles very quickly. And that person is Nicole from BB24. And again, I think Nicole was in probably the best position in the game coming into week 3, to where while obviously the leftover formation happens and she ends up being on the bottom the following week and ends up going home, their own ally essentially backdooring her. Again, like, I think she was in a pretty decent spot up until week 3. Now, again, you can definitely qualm with how she treated people, particularly Taylor. Like, that was pretty bad. Also, week 1 was not the greatest for her, where while she was well liked in the house and someone that people wanted to work with, she wasn't really looped into many alliances. It really wasn't until the end of week 1, after Paloma left, that she was finally grouped into the majority alliance at that point. But again, she does take that position and really runs with it until the point of the leftovers formation, where from that point, again, she's pretty much a dead man walking and ends up going the following week. But again, there was that point where she was in a very dominant position, and again, she did have really solid allies around her. So while she does get very much outplayed by the leftovers, I do feel like the game she plays is good enough to be here at 192. Now, number 191, we're moving on to a player that I think their game that they play in their season is actually pretty good, considering the fact that they're an early boot, but I do think them as a player is a bit more questionable, and that person is Izzy from BB25. And again, Izzy is someone that was running the game alongside Suri and Jared for the first half of the game. Again, it is a very impressive stretch of gameplay of them just constantly being in the middle. However, I do feel like she was very benefited from the fact that Suri and Jared were there to begin with, and to be someone that she could latch on to where, straight up, I don't think Izzy is the greatest player in the world. I think Izzy is someone that got on people's nerves. She does have a bit of an aggressive personality, to where, again, a decent chunk of the house did not like her. And usually people that were on the opposing side to her were directly coming for her. I mean, coming out of week 1, her and Heisem were the big targets for the handful side of the house. And also, she's just like not able to hide her emotions, how much she hates Cameron and Red, to where they're very aware of the fact that Izzy is coming for them, to where obviously they don't make a move initially, but I would put that more down to how Suri handled her relationship with Red more so than anything Izzy does well on her own. Now, truth be told, I don't really fault her that much for her boot week, to where there definitely are things to qualm with, but I would put more of that on Jared and how poorly Jared plays than things that Izzy does that much actively wrong. Or even though, again, like her telling Cory that he needs to break up America is pretty bad. But again, I think as a whole, it is a rocky game, one that there are definitely major high points, but I just feel like even though the game is relatively strong, I just do not feel that great about her as a player. Or I think on most appearances, she's just taken out relatively early due to her just having personality conflicts with a good chunk of people. And because of that, for me, again, I have her here at number 191. Now, number 190, we're moving on to a player that does get massively screwed over by a twist. Though I think surrounding that, I'm not entirely sure how good of a player they really were. And that person is Parker from BB9, who, again, I did have Parker obviously very high on my first boot ranking, as I do think he's someone that shouldn't have been a first boot. But I think when we look at him as a player and the things he did on the season, I do question some of his game ability, where, while, yeah, he was definitely screwed over by the fact that he was latched onto Jen, who was this massive target in the game, and he is someone that did have allies at a point. He did have Alex, and he did have Maddie on his side. He still proceeds to be targeted by one of those allies in Alex, and also is someone that seemed to be a bit of a hothead in the game, and we do see him being in the fights with people constantly, to where, while, again, they were in reaction to either people calling him a snake or just other more gameplay based things, I do still think it's not a particularly good look, and it's one that I didn't think could have potentially got him in danger down the road anyway. Now, again, I still think at the end of the day he does get screwed over by a twist. I do think he definitely had some longevity in him had that twist not occurred, but again, considering his very early boot on the season, along the fact that I just don't know how confident I really am in his game game ability as a whole, I do still have to put him here at 190 or 189. Literally the exact same thing, just slightly higher. We do have Alex from BB9. Again, same thing. He was attached to Amanda. People hate Amanda. He gets voted out because of that. Now, again, like surrounding that, I don't think he necessarily plays it that well. I mean, he doesn't really do that much actively to stay. It does very much feel like he is just so angry at Amanda that he kind of gives up to a degree, to where while Amanda does end up campaigning and actually does so like kind of actually somewhat well, he doesn't really do much to change their fate. And even beyond that, I mean, like even his first HOH reign, like it's still pretty bad. I mean, the fact that he is targeting Parker, someone that was on his side, that's pretty dumb. To where again, like I do still put more of the blame on Amanda for why he goes out, but I don't think he plays that squeaky clean outside that. While again, I do think he is a player that had potential, I don't think he really demonstrated a lot of that on this season. So because of that, for me, he's here at number 189. Now 188, we're moving on to a player that is really boring, but seemed to be a pretty stable presence in the game. And that person is Eric from BB3. And again, Eric, I think is a bit of a questionable player in the sense that he wasn't really playing that hard. I mean, while he was working alongside Roddy and Josh, I do feel like they were probably a bit more active of players than Eric. Though, despite that, Eric was in a pretty solid position to where, again, we do see Eric and Roddy just instantly being the majority group. We do see them make a move and taking out Tanya in week 2, which, I mean, to be fair, you can question if that was even a good move, considering it lessened numbers on their own side, but he still was a proactive enough player to execute that move. He was, again, a pretty central figure within his side of the house, though he obviously gets targeted by Jerry, to which he ends up getting kind of sniped out of the game there with a tied vote against him, which, again, still definitely faults him for his threat management. The fact that people realize how good of a spot he was. Also, people realize that he was in a showmance with Lisa that made him a target as well. Where, again, there's definitely things to fault there. But, you know, I think he is a mostly stable player, one that was in a pretty good spot for a lot of the season. So even in his boot, I think he gets a little bit unfortunate who exactly wins HOH. So even in that situation, it was pretty impressive that Kiara ends up voting to save Eric over Lisa. So again, I think there definitely are some impressive aspects to his game, but still one that, again, was a bit too big of a threat. Kind of blatantly so, to where he's here number 188 or 187. We're now getting into the people that were on my top pre-jurors list. So we're starting it off with Nick from BB8. And Nick, I think, is a player with a lot of potential. I mean, he clearly showed a lot of social ability and a lot of people loving him in the house. He clearly was this physical guy, and he seemed to have some decent chops strategically, in the sense that he was playing the middle pretty well. Now, obviously, the issue comes from the fact that he was kind of screwed over by America's Player, to where because of America's Player, he gets kind of framed for these hinky votes, and through that ends up being someone not looked at as trustworthy, where he gets taken out in week 4. But again, like, there is some pretty decent play from Nick across most of his run, to where he is playing the middle decently well, and he's able to get into the core group, despite the fact that he was initially attached to the Mrs. Robinson alliance. And really, as a whole, I think Nick is a player that just has so much potential if he were to return, but he's still relatively early boot. So because that, for me, he's here at 187. Now, number 186, we're moving on to a player that also gets pretty unfortunate in how their game plays out, with them kind of being sniped out of the game. And that person is David Lane from BB4. Again, David's someone that I think was playing decently well up until his boot. Now, again, you can definitely qualm with some decisions, like getting rid of Michelle. Despite Michelle being a very loyal number to him, I do feel like as a whole, again, I think he was playing decently well, playing the middle, playing the Stooges, along with obviously having the Elite 8, while also having this really strong core of him, Erica, and Jack that were in a pretty solid spot at that point. Where, again, I think he gets very unfortunate in the fact that Nathan had won the veto and used it on Allison, as otherwise, I do think, again, Nathan would have been the target had veto been used normally. And in that spot, I just felt like they took out David because they kind of had to, as what other option was there? So, well, yeah, you can argue the fact that, okay, they could have targeted Erica over him. I still think it's a position that, again, was very rare to occur, and one that, again, I don't really fault David that much for how he goes out here, especially because he puts up a pretty decent fight as well. I mean, he comes relatively close to staying, with him putting a pretty decent pitch to the Stooges, and even then having Allison and Erica vote for him to stay. So, again, I think there's a lot of decent play from David, where, again, I would definitely qualm with some strategic decisions he makes, but considering how early of a boot he is and how decently positioned he seemed to be, I would put him here at number 186. Now at 185, we're moving on to a similarly positioned player, though probably one that had a bigger bullseye on their back, but also one that is probably one of the best challenge competitors in history to show, and that person is Christian from BB23. And I think Christian and David are somewhat comparable in the sense that they, as they were taken out due the very close votes. They had a lot of allies surrounding them. Now Christian made it more rounds than David. That was obviously worse positioned than David coming into his boot round. However, I do think Christian is also, again, one of the best comp competitors we've ever seen. And he had a pretty insane win record to where, again, I think that is something you do have to factor in here is overall comp ability, especially in a game like Big Brother where comps give you so much power in the game. So for me, that is pretty much the main deciding factor between him and David is considering how good he is at the comps, which puts him here at 185. Now, number 184, I believe this is a change from my original list of best pre-jurors. However, at 184, I am going to have to go with Kaser. I believe I put Kaser at, number 3 on my top pre-jurors list, which he doesn't end up being as high here, though I think a major reason for that is just because simply when looking at the rest of the context of the list, I can't justify putting Kaser much higher than this. Even though, again, I think Kaser is a player that, again, demonstrated a lot of potential his first time around. Again, I think the level of difficulty of his move that he makes is pretty high, and the fact that he was able to pretty flawlessly execute it is very impressive. Along the fact that he had this very solid group of allies around him to where, again, he just gets very unfortunate in the HOH result following that to where he gets taken out. Now, again, he doesn't play well when he returns on that season where he's instantly sniped out of the game again, and then obviously in BB7, he's kind of a non-factor to where he had so many opportunities to take a shot at Will and Boogie, but never takes it, though, to be fair, I think part of that is the fact to do the pregame. But then on 22, I mean, like, it wasn't a great run either. I mean, he definitely had some pretty bad reads on the game at points and was kind of targeting the wrong people. Again, Kaser as a whole, I think when we're looking at the negatives, there definitely are a lot of negatives. But I think his one major positive and the fact that he made that really insane week 3 move in taking out Cappy is, again, enough to put him relatively high on this list still, considering the fact that he's a 3-time pre-juror, where I still have him here at 184. Now at number 183, we're moving on to a player that did have a pretty solid majority alliance, though at the same time made a really dumb move to make themselves the biggest target within that alliance, and that person is Jennifer from BB6. And again, Jennifer is someone that, again, like, was in the Friendship Alliance, had a very strong core. Had that group continued to win HOHs, she would have been good. She would have been in a decent spot, even though then she wasn't at the top of that pecking order anyway. But still, I mean, like, obviously the big issue is the fact that she makes the move against Kaser, which makes her the biggest target on the board, where she's just an easy target after that. But really, the rest of her game is just kind of fine. I mean, like, initially she was in a decent spot. I mean, there was like some talk about putting her up in week 1, but nothing too serious. And beyond that, again, was just kind of attached to Eric and was part of his side of things and was just playing a bit of an under the radar game. But again, I think considering how bad of a move she made, despite the fact that she had a pretty solid alliance, is enough to land her at number 183. Number 182, we're moving on to a player that also had a pretty good backing in the game, though again, they just simply were not winning the comps that they needed to. But even beyond that, was not someone that was that well respected in the game. That person is Chelsea from BB9. And again, Chelsea in the pre-jury phase of the game was in a pretty decent spot, had a really good grouping with her and James, and then also with Joshua and Sharon. So they end up winning a lot of comps early on and end up dictating a lot of the action there, though the post-jury they end up really struggling a lot more to where obviously they lose James initially, to where they're really backstabbed by the likes of Ryan, and then despite being able to execute on the move to take out Maddie, following that they just proceed to not be able to win any comps despite coming into the final 8 with tied numbers there. They simply just go out one by one because they're not winning comps. And again, Chelsea is obviously the first to go of those. So to be fair, part of that is because of her connection to James. But even despite that, I do feel like she does some pretty bad social play along the way. Again, she just has this massive feud with Natalie, which is not a particularly good look. She doesn't do any effective campaigning and really is actually just instead doing kind of the opposite, just making herself a ham and doing things for good TV, which, I mean, to be fair, they were, but not overall a great player, but one that, again, at least had decent positioning at points, since she's here at 182. Now, number 181, we're moving to a player that I just look at as an extremely passive player, one that they were in the majority for a lot of the game. They simply didn't do much within that majority, and that person is Annalise from BB21. And Annalise to me is just someone that, again, was there. She was in the majority alliance. She didn't really do much within the majority alliance, but she was a largely affable figure to where I think on most appearances she probably does well. I mean, like, I don't know why anyone would target Annalise early. I guess she feels like kind of a perfect alliance member, someone that's just going to kind of blindly follow you. But there, again, there's not really much to truly praise from her either. I mean, she's simply just a very baseline player for one that was in the majority for a lot of the game. And also she gets like taken out due to her connection to Nick, which is kind of a weird circumstance there. And really just the way I look at her game overall is just at how passive her game was. And considering her core group crumbled early on, and I don't really see much potential for her playing that active of a game. For me, she ends up landing here at 181. Now, number 180, we're moving on to a player that I was very conflicted on where exactly to land this person, and that person is Zakia from BB18. And again, Zakia, I just think is a player that I have a tough time assessing, because I do think she's someone that is pretty passive in the game, especially by the end, where I think she really is just a pawn in Polly's game and not really doing much to really change her positioning in the game, especially once she knows that she's on the bottom after a Dave on vote. But again, I think early on, like, while again, she's still not the most active player in the world, she still was involved in a lot of what was going on. I mean, again, and she was one of the newbies to instantly latch on to the vets. She was in multiple alliances on that side of the house, and she was in almost every sub-alliance within that group. And for the most part, again, was someone that was pretty well liked. And to me, I just feel like she probably has more potential in my mind than someone like an Annalise. While, again, they are pretty similar players on paper, I feel like I would personally have more faith in Zakia on a return than someone like Annalise, where I feel like there is still some strategy there with Zakia, even though she is still very passive in her overall play. While I feel like with Annalise, there wasn't really much strategy at all. So again, for me, I do have her here at number 180. Now, number 179, a similarly positioned player, an extremely passive player. And that person is Matt Kleins from BB19, where obviously Matt is someone that is commonly joked around as this person that did nothing in the game and all he did is eat cereal and do Raven. But Matt, I think, is kind of an interesting player when you look back at him, in the sense that I don't think Matt was actually trying to play the game. Now, I think Matt is someone that, if he were actually trying, I think there definitely is some potential there. I think he seems like a very affable person. Someone that, again, kind of gets the game to a degree, but just, like, doesn't care and isn't even trying to win the entire season. Like, his main goal for this season was to get Paul and Raven to the end, where he would drop out at 3. Where, I mean, obviously that is something to criticize, the fact that he wasn't trying to win the game, but I think also the fact that he wasn't trying to win the game makes me think that if he was trying to win the game, maybe he would do better and play more actively. Now, again, would I bank on that? No, but I still think, like, in comparison to Raven in particular, where Raven was really trying to win the game and was so bad at it, at least Matt wasn't trying to win the game and still came off as a very affable person, one that most people in the house liked. So again, at least that's something to where, again, I guess is enough to put him here at 179 and 178. And we're moving on to some of the really bad players that made it super deep in the game. We have Gina Marie from BB15, who, again, not supporting Gina Marie as a person at all. And again, Gina Marie is probably one of the worst finalists in the history of the show, someone that gets to the end of the game and has no real shot at winning. Even beyond that, treat people terribly. Obviously was a major catalyst of the racism on the season. She didn't have that much of a strategic mind in the game. She was kind of just following orders for a lot of it. While she did make some big moves, in taking out Amanda in particular, again, that was really just under the orders of Andy. And really beyond that, I mean, like, I don't feel like Gina Marie does much actively well in this season. I'll say the two minor things of positivity I'll give to her is that she is a decent comp competitor. She did win a decent amount of comps. That's something. Other thing is the fact that she was able to recover from all the racism somehow, to where she does end up being in a pretty good spot by the mid game. So again, she's eventually picked up by Andy and they run the show, to where, again, like, there's at least that. I mean, is she a good player? No. But I do think it's her comp ability. Really, that probably keeps her as high as she is here at number 178. Number 177, another person that's commonly talked about as one of the worst players of all time, we have Victoria from BB16. And Victoria is a player that I actually think is probably a little bit better than people talk about. Where a lot of people talk about Victoria as this, like, brainless player that couldn't do anything, was dragged to the end. And while, like, part of that is true, I do feel like Victoria still had some agency in her game. Again, was her agency wrong? Was she just allowing Derek to run the game? Yeah, but she still did things. She still allowed Derek to do the things that he did. She did follow along with Derek's plans and talk to the people that Derek told her to talk to and do the things that Derek told her to do. And again, that is at least something. She's not, like, absolutely doing nothing in the game. It's just that what she's doing is not necessarily as beneficial for her individual game. But even then, like, she still makes it to final 3. Mind you, she would have been booted earlier had it not been for the rewind twist, but still makes it to final 3 in a spot where, again, like, you can argue her getting some jury votes. Well, again, I don't think it's enough to win. Again, like, I think she probably at least gets votes if she's at the end. So at least that's something where, again, I don't think Victoria's as bad as people say, though still not good. So that's why she's here at number 177. Now at 176, we have a player that I think is one that probably has a lot more win equity than the last people we talked about. But I think outside that is pretty much Victoria. But not even making it the final 3, and that person is Kevin Schluber from BB19. And obviously Kevin is a very likable presence. He is definitely one of the more likable people from BB19. However, when looking at his game is simply just not good. He's essentially Paul's Victoria, a person he drags through the game, and again, like gives him tasks here and there that he's able to execute, but isn't really doing much in the game. He's not really trying to better his position, where, yeah, at least with Victoria, at least she thought she was running the game alongside Derek. Kevin doesn't even think that. Kevin, like, knows that he's a pawn for Paul, but is just kind of okay with that. Now, again, Kevin had a lot more win equity, where if Kevin gets to the end against really any of the final 4, I think he probably wins. But still, there was never really a path for him to do that unless he just won out, which, again, Kevin Schluber's not going to do. So really, I just look at him as an extremely passive player, where despite his win equity, I don't feel like there's much I could really give him that much praise for. Where he's here at number 176, now at 175. We're moving on to a player I look at pretty similarly, though I think was probably a little bit more active, and that person is Chicken George. Where obviously this is based around his All-Stars run. And again, Chicken George, again, was at least trying to play the game. Was he playing it well? No. Was he really just this pawn for a lot of the other players in the game? Yeah, but again, at least he does, again, make an alliance with Chilltown. He wins an HOH and takes out Howie, which is a pretty big move at that point in the game. Even though in reality, it's also him pretty much being manipulated into not targeting Chilltown in that instance. He's someone that, again, like came into the game as this massive outlier to where he was an easy target early on, does get targeted by James, only for him to squeak on by from that. And again, makes it all the way to final 5. Now, again, did he have any win equity? That's questionable. Also, how much game was he really playing? That's also questionable. But I think there were at least like points where he was playing and at least got stuff done. To where to me, he's a little bit better than Kevin Schluber, and he's here at number 175. Now, 174, again, kind of a similar thing. Essentially, the female version of Chicken George in my mind, and that person is Jen from BB14. And again, Jen, I think, is someone that, again, like was pretty passive for the most part in the game, though, again, isn't completely passive. She did do some things at points. She did build a strong bond with Frank and tried to work with him towards the end of Frank's run. She also had a really strong bond with like Dan and Danielle, to where they wanted to take her towards the end. They just weren't given the opportunity to comp results. So again, I think Jen is someone that, had Dan been able to do exactly what he wanted and comp results didn't harm him, I think there's definitely a serious chance that Dan takes Jen to the end, to which, again, Jen might beat him. So I think that is something to at least like consider with Jen here. Now, at the end of the day, again, I don't think Jen played particularly well. Again, she was very passive in the first half. Second half, it was largely based around her social connections, more so than her doing much strategically in the game. But again, I think there is some good social work from her towards the end of the game, which is enough to put her at 174. Now, 173, another similar player to this, we do have Adam from BB13. And Adam's a player that I think gets constantly trashed on as one of the worst players to make it far into the game. And again, he obviously represented by this list. Again, I still agree with that. However, I do think there is like some acumen to Adam. Again, he was someone that, again, was very sloppy early on. I'm playing both sides, but again, picking the losing side at most times when he did eventually pick a side. But no, I mean, like, he's able to build a pretty strong bond with Jeff and Jordan, where they were actively working with him. He also started to win some comps in the end game. And if he had gotten to the end of the game, again, I think he at least gets votes, especially if he's against Portia, which was his more likely scenario. Now, again, does he win? No, I think he probably loses 4-3. But again, I think he probably gets 3 votes. That's something. Again, he was at final 3. He was right there. So again, like, it's obviously not a good game for sure. Again, he comes relatively close to being in a situation where he comes 1 vote away from winning the game. So I mean, that's something, I guess, where he's here at number 173. Now 172, I'm on to a player that I think gets lumped in with someone like a Jen, with them coming from the same season, to both being looked at similarly, though I think this person was a little bit more active than Jen. And that person is Joe from BB14, who, again, I think was a bit more active throughout the season. Again, he goes out of his way to make more one-on-one bonds. Bonding with Shane in particular ends up being pretty beneficial to him. He also, early on, is kind of the catalyst of the flip against Willie, to where he ends up leaking information to Frank that gets Frank to confront Willie. Now, again, he was never really involved in any major alliance, and he was kind of just being dragged along, and played obviously a very self-preservation based game, as he never really had much traction in the game. But again, I do think there's at least some points where he is playing the game pretty strategically, especially out of the last few people we talked about. I think he's probably the one that was playing the game most strategically out of, again, like Adam, Jen, George, Kevin, to where, again, I still don't think of him as that good of a player. I don't know if he ever wins, if he gets gets to the end, but again, it's still enough for me to put him at 172. Now, 171, we're moving on to a player that played probably too passive of a game on their respective season and kind of peaked at the wrong time, but I think there's like some level of potential there from Bunky from BB2, who again, I think also played a very self-preservation based game, one that was never really in a true majority group. I mean, while he was like a part of top while that was the thing, again, it didn't really last for that long, and he didn't really have much agency within that group anyway. So obviously he had like a duo of Kent, but then even then Kent gets taken out at 7. Really just feels like a lot of his game is under the will of Nicole and Hardy, to where he's eventually taken out at 5 due to him starting to just blatantly come after them, which is not particularly great, and obviously making himself a bigger threat in the game. And again, you could argue, okay, he was outplayed by Will and everything, but like still, it's like overall like not particularly great end game to him, where he just becomes the pretty easy move to take out there, with him starting to win comps and everything, to where Bunky, again, like it just never really has much agency in the game, though at least there was a point where he picked up steam, to where had he somehow gotten to the end, again, he probably could have won. At least that's something. But it was still obviously a few rounds out from that. So again, I don't look at him too highly, but amongst the players we just talked about, I feel like he's probably the player that has like the most potential, to where he's here at number 171. Number 170, and we're kind of starting this grouping of players that made like somewhat deep runs despite not having much traction in the game, though still had some decent gameplay at points. And at 178, we do have Bridget from BB18. And Bridget is someone that I think was pretty aloof in the game for first like 2/3 of her game, where she's again on the outs initially with the Jose boot. She's attached to like Natalie and Bronte, who also didn't have much going on at that point. She also then attaches herself to Frank, where she's really just being dragged along by him. However, I think her game does turn around once Frank goes, where I think at that point she does start to do some decent work. I mean, she does enough to bond with the likes of Polly to keep herself safe during the Davon boot week, and then proceeds to then flip against Polly and really leads the charge against the flip, to where while she's obviously the person that takes the fall for it when Cory wins HOH next, again, I do think there is some decent play there. Again, I think Bridget is someone that, again, if she were to play again, I think there's a world where Bridget plays pretty well, but based on what we saw here, she's still someone that was on the bottom for a lot of the game, to where despite the fact that she picked up the game at the very end, it's not enough to put her too high, but she's here at 170. Now 169, a similar-ish player, I mean, one that probably knew the game a bit better and was probably a bit more active in their game throughout all of it, but was still never that well positioned. That person is Sarah Beth from BB23, and again, SB was someone that I think plays okay initially. I mean, while she isn't like part of any big group, she is building these bonds with like Tiffany and Claire, to where they had an alliance together. She obviously had the bond with Caitlyn that was very influential to her game. Well, again, by the end of pre-jury, she was talked about as a target. She still gets saved over Christian. Now, again, the problem is the fact that I do think she was a bit too blindly loyal to Caitlyn, with Caitlyn steering her in the wrong direction. Also, her targeting of DX was just kind of dumb considering her position in the game. And by the time she goes out, she really just has no real chance of saving herself, to where, again, it's definitely a mixed bag of a game. But one that, again, had some decent gameplay early on, and one that is, again, at least an active player. So because of that, for me, she's at 169. Now, number 168, we're moving on to two players back-to-back here that are both massive mixed bags. So we're going to start off with Natalie from BB5, obviously one of the twins, where Natalie is probably the toughest one to distinguish what exactly Natalie does in the game. I mean, Natalie seems to be a bit more aggressive of a personality than Adria, to where I think in the grand scheme of things, Natalie probably is a little bit worse socially than Adria, even though Natalie probably seemed to be maybe a little bit more level-headed strategically. But even then, I mean, they really were playing mostly the same game the entire time. There's not really that big of a difference between the two, to where, I mean, while they were targeted due to their physicality early on, I actually feel like they do pretty decent work in getting themselves in the Women's Alliance, and also having the Twins Alliance on the side, while also convincing the Horsemen to keep them around. Again, there is a lot of impressive work there. But once they make the big move against Will, obviously their game is completely crumbled and they go out back-to-back. And also another difference here is the fact that Adria seemed to be better at comp, so at least that's something. So now he's here at number 168. Number 167, obviously you have Adria from BB5, who, again, similar thing. I mean, pretty much the exact same game. Now, I will give Adria a little bit more credit for, again, comp ability. She did seem to be better at comps, along with the fact that I do believe Adria is the one that convinced Scott to keep her around. So again, that's pretty good. Outside that, again, just very similar game to Natalie, and obviously, like, in a way, worse from her HOH reign, where again she was the one that was actually HOH that made the astronomically bad move in getting rid of Will. That really sunk her game. But again, like I think the twins, while they play their end game very, very poorly, I think their first half of their game is actually like kind of strong, with them doing some pretty solid manipulation, where again, while like people were obviously annoyed by them using the Bible to manipulate, it is actually pretty effective at points. So where again, it keeps them off the block initially in week 3, and even when they are put on the block after the veto in week 3, they're still able to convince others to keep them around. So I think there's some pretty good work there, but also a really terrible endgame stretch where they just go on a massive power trip. So because that she's here at 167. At 166, we're moving on to a player that I've given this person so many chances at this point. I mean, this is a person that has played 3 times, had so much potential each of those times, and never fully utilized it. We do have Devon, obviously from BBs 17, 18, and 22. So where again, I think it's tough to really rank Devon much higher at this point, considering she's had 3 chances now. Again, she comes into BB 22 in particular in such a masterful position and just does not take advantage of that in the slightest, or instead she just kind of finds herself kind of on the bottom and taken relatively deep into the game, but not really doing much in the game outside of obviously her winning the veto and saving Kevin, which was a big move, but it really doesn't gain her much in the game. Instead, actually makes her the next boot after that. Well, otherwise, I mean, again, BB 17, she was targeted right away due to her conflicts with Clay and Shelly. I mean, BB 18, it's a bit more solid of a game where she is in this more central position, though even then, she has this massive feud with Frank and Tiffany that gets her targeted. And really, I feel like just all of her games are games that just have so much wasted potential, to the point where, again, I think at this point, it's just tough to really rank her that high, considering how many opportunities she's really had. So because that for me, she's at 166. At 165, we're moving on to a player that I think gets massively screwed over by a twist, though within that, again, there's still some good and some poor play, and that person is Nick Uhas from BB15. And again, Nick is someone that really ran week 1. I mean, he instantly forms the moving company, this big majority alliance. He really orchestrates a lot of what happens in that first week, being the charge against getting rid of David, though after that it does go a bit downhill. And in week 2, it seemed like he was getting his way once again, only for him to then be put up by the MVP twist and proceed to get voted out, which is obviously very unfortunate. And definitely a thing that props him up is how twist screwed he was, though at the same time I do think there are things to demerit from him. I mean, the fact that he really did not treat the other half of the house particularly well. He didn't really talk with them, which made it very clear that he was not on their side. Also, he does obviously come off as pretty threatening as well, where that's why he was put on the block as well, is because people thought of him as a really smart player. It's where, and I think there is still that lack of threat management and his lack of bonding with the majority of the house that keeps him as low as he is here, despite how screwed over he was at 165. Now, at 164, we're moving on to a player that was playing pretty well for first 3 weeks. Again, not flawless, but still very impressive first 3 weeks of the game, only to be sniped out of the game. And that person is Amira from BB24. And again, Amira pretty much was running the show for the first 3 weeks, to where she was in a really strong position. And after Paloma leaves, she really just takes control of her alliance and again was in a dominant position in the game. The problem is the fact that again she gets sniped out during the leftover formation week, though to be fair, even then she was not the initial target. It was going to be Nicole. However, they worried about putting Taylor on the block again, where because that Amira was looked at as a more easy target, but they obviously need Taylor's vote, so they couldn't put her on the block, to where again Amira was just an easier target, kind of just due to circumstances there. But I do think there is a genuine criticism to have with Amira's game, and that is the fact that she was just so blatantly the person running the show, to where she was always being targeted by a lot of the men, mainly like Turner, Pooch, and Joseph, who were in the main core of what was going on, but did recognize that Amira was a really strong player and wasn't talking to them as much, to where, and I think that is definitely a flaw, again, like Nick, to where she just simply was not making bonds with people outside of her group as well as she should have, but still, again, was in a very dominant position in the game, gets sniped out of the game due to kind of unforeseen circumstances. So again, for me, I do have her here at number 164. Now, 163, we're moving on to a player, again, kind of a similar thing, also had a pretty good backing in the game. Then that person is Swaggy C from BB20, who, again, Swaggy, I think, is a competent player. I think he is one that, again, forms this initial majority alliance, had that initial majority alliance, very loyal to him outside of Caitlyn, I guess. Eventually, though, even then, Caitlyn seemed very loyal to him, at least in week 1, until Tyler was able to do what he did. And like, sure, again, like when it comes to Falte, I think that is a major aspect of me assessing their game, is the fact that, while yeah, they were made to look like idiots by the way that Tyler flipped the game on them, I still think you need a Tyler level player Tyler to flip the game on them. Where had Tyler not been there, I do not think the rest of level 6 would have been capable to do what they did. And simply straight up, were not able to do what he did. Sure, I do think Swaggy gets very unfortunate that he was on a cast with Tyler, someone that made that bold of a risk in week 1 and flipping over Caitlyn against Steve, which is just a really insane move. Or had that not been the case, again, I do think Swaggy would have been in a very strong spot in the game. While he was still the leader of his alliance and probably still the person that gets targeted had the other side won power, obviously if there wasn't a Tyler figure in the game, he would have just outright had more numbers, where he might not even go home if even on the block. So again, I think Swaggy is a person that had so much potential in the game, or his initial structure is one that is pretty impressive to see. It's just the fact that obviously it's crumbled by a truly elite player that we won't be talking about until very, very deep in this list. So because of the potential he had, for me, it's good enough to be here at 163. Now at 162, and we have a massive mixed bag of a player that I used to hold in relatively high regard until my latest rewatch of their season, to where I realized how bad they were. But I do have Marvin from BB5, and Marvin plays a really terrible game. I think Marvin is one that, again, plays from this like self-preservation based mindset of him playing as an individual in a game that, again, like, it's very difficult to play the game of Big Brother when you're alone, but he actively seems to want to do that, and along the way also is terrible socially, where people just hated him, to where he was taken to 6 simply because there were other bigger targets on the board. And even then, again, like, makes a bad move at 7 by going after the twins when they were a shield for him. I think had minimal win equity, not 0, but again, still not super likely. Now again, I think the thing to really give him credit for is the creation of the back door, where again, I do think I would credit him the most for the creation of the back door. But even then, I mean, he was really just on the bottom of the power structure the entire time. No one really wanted to work with him. He was always going to be just taken out eventually, to where unless he comped out the end, he had no chance of getting to the end, where again, because of that, for me, he's here at number 162. Now 161, pretty sloppy player here from BB21. We do have Nick Macaron, who again, I think is a player that, again, had moments for sure. I mean, initially he was in the majority group. He obviously loses traction in the game, that was able to kind of recover from that and pick allies back up, only for the then be looked at as a big target again and eventually take it out. Like, it's very much a mixed bag of a game, but it's one where he definitely had a lot of agency in the game. At least there's that. But again, it was just kind of in and out of the majority group, along with the fact that he just like completely loses control at final 9, to where Annalise is like taken out simply just due to her connection to him, and then he's taken out the following week. Again, the end of his game is definitely pretty bad, along with the fact that, again, he gets flipped on in week 3 and loses Bella. Like, his HOH in particular is a particularly bad one. But again, there were more points where he was in the majority and had some agency in the game, to where as a whole, I don't look at him as a good player, but it's enough to be here at number 161. At 160, we're continuing on with players that I am extremely mixed about, and this being a person that I really did not know what to do with on this list, where I think this person has some pretty big highs, some pretty big lows. That person is Michelle from BB18, aka Big Meech. And again, like, Big Meech is someone that at points was playing a pretty good game. I mean, early on, it seemed like she was pretty well integrated within the majority alliance, and no one was really targeting her. In many ways, has a pretty similar game to Zakia, who we talked about a while ago at this point. But obviously, Meech ends up surviving over Zakia. Now, I will say, I don't think she was super integral in her staying over Zakia, and actually thought she was going home even against Bridget the following round. But beyond that, I mean, obviously she is in a much better spot in the game. I mean, she is working alongside James and Natalie as they take out Pauly. She is in a pretty strong position for the next couple weeks. The issue is the fact that throughout all this, she's keeping this really big grudge with Nicole that really blinds her in the game. And beyond that, she also just makes some suboptimal moves. I mean, her targeting of Paul during her co-HOH is a pretty bad move. And really just in general, I mean, obviously she's just a very emotional player. I mean, she's someone that, again, just simply plays the game off of emotions. And because of that, again, it became very tough to really assess where she should land, as I think on paper her game is probably better than some of the people we're about to be talking about. Though, just knowing the type of player that Big Meech is, I just don't feel like she's the type of player that will do well in most given seasons, considering how emotional a player she is. And because of that, for me, she's here at 160. Now 159, we're moving on to a player that is still not particularly good, but at least had some good moments. That person is Zach Rance from BB16. And again, Zach is someone that, again, was in the majority alliance initially. That is something. He is still attached to the likes of Derek, Cody, and Frankie, and Christine, again, part of the Detonators Alliance, following the dismantling of the bomb squad. That is something that I will give him some credit for. However, a lot of the rest of his game is not particularly great. I mean, he is looked at as his massive wild card, to where even his own allies were willing to drop him. He was obviously the renom in week 2 and was pretty close to actually going home there. To where despite the fact that Frankie should have no reason to actually want Zach out, Frankie still wanted Zach out because of how much a wild card he was. You also have him just like burning relationships for no reason. Again, picking fights with like Nicole when he really didn't need to. He, again, was just never really trusted in his alliance, where he was always going to be the first to go of the detonators. So where, well, again, he is saved once again at the final 11. Not a lot of that felt like anything that Zach actually did to do that. It felt like it was more so like Derek and Cody reacting to what Nicole and Hayden were doing, along with Beast Mode Cowboy talking some sense to them. To where, again, I don't know how much Zach really did actively well there either. To really just in general, like, I think Zach is just a massive wild card, to where while there were points he was in the majority and was in a decent position in the game, it wasn't really a position that he was able to maintain. Sort of sloppiness of his play is why he's here, number 159. Number 158, we're moving on to a player, also a massive mixed bag, and that person is Jack. And obviously Jack, again, not a good person. I mean, the way he treats people is not good. The comments he's made are not good. But he was, again, in a pretty dominant position for the first half of the game. Now, even that position was very rocky, to where even people within his own alliance were talking about taking shots at him down the road. I mean, even Christy, someone he looked at as one of his closest allies, was talking about taking a shot at him. But again, he was still in a pretty dominant position early on, being part of 6 shooters, being one of the central figures within that, having really the one tying that group together through him being closely aligned to like the Christy and Tommy side of things, but also the Jackson and Holly side of things. And now I think an issue is the fact that he clearly chooses the Tommy and Christy side at a spot that he doesn't have to, which causes the crack within the 6 shooters that puts a massive target on his back, only for him to immediately be taken out right afterwards. And also, to be fair, he is also very much benefited in week 4, where probably is just taken out there had not been for Christy's Diamond Power veto. So definitely are those criticisms there. But again, he was in a pretty dominant position for a decent chunk of the game, and does at least make the jury phase, where while there definitely is some poor play from him and some wonky positioning, it's enough for me to put him here at 158. Now 157. And we're moving on to a player that, again, notoriously gets talked about as a pretty bad player as well, but I think there definitely are some high points to this person. That person is Fessy. And again, obviously, as a Big Brother player, Fessy did not turn out that well. He was obviously very confused at most things that were going on in the game. He obviously has the meme of him constantly saying who flipped, but Fessy was still in a pretty strong spot early on. Again, he was in a pretty sizable alliance that really had the numbers early on, only for, again, like Tyler to do what he did and them dismantling the Falte Alliance. But again, had this been a normal season where there isn't a Tyler on the cast, like, Fessy's in a very strong spot. Again, being aligned with Swaggy C, also having allies in like Haley and Caitlyn. I think if Fessy's playing from the top, I think he actually is probably a competent player, as we see from the challenge at points. Though, again, from the bottom, it does seem like he's just largely aloof and is never able to really recover, and obviously makes a really dumb move in targeting Scotty. And again, there definitely is some issues there, but I think Fessy's probably a better player than some people give him credit for, to where, again, for me, it's enough to put him here at number 157. And with that, we are now halfway through the list. We still got so much to go. But at number 156, we're moving on to a player that I do think has some potential for sure, though just based on how the season played out, they were not really able to demonstrate a lot of it. But that person is Mark from BB19. And Mark is a player that, again, I think there is a lot of potential there. He was someone that was obviously a massive underdog on the season, to where after the Ramses vote, he's pretty much kicked out of his own alliance and is on the bottom alongside Jess and Cody and Elena. And he is the last one surviving of that group, particularly due to the fact that he won certain competitions. But even then, I mean, he definitely had like awareness of the game. He definitely like recognized what Paul was doing and would point that out to people, even though he was very ineffective in getting anything done with that. But even then, I mean, if we go earlier on the season, again, he was playing the middle pretty well, where he was one of the only people of his alliance to maintain a good relationship with Cody. He still had his like relationship with Dominique that could have paid dividends for him, though it didn't, because Dominique went home in week 3 anyway. But like, really, Mark is a mixed bag of a player for sure. And I think he's more so potential than he is an actual player that actually like did much of substance, though I do think, considering his comp run and his somewhat decent positioning early on, it's enough for me to land him here at 156. Now 155, we're moving on to a player that I also struggle with where to land this person, as despite this person being a 2-time player, I don't feel like we ever really got to see this person's true potential. And that player is Brendan from BB12 and 13. And again, Brendan is a player that I could see being very deadly if he were to come back. I think if he was playing the game without Rachel, I think he could be a very strong player. But sadly, we're never going to see that. What we did see was, again, a player that was very obsessed with Rachel. And through that, again, I think it got to the point where it really harmed his game. Mind you, I do think on BB12, it did seem like the Brigade were targeting him even before his connection with Rachel started. Even just like naturally there, he was looked at as a pretty big threat. But again, he did very well in comps on that season. He does some decent work in reassimilating after Rachel eventually goes home. And again, he still had some pretty good relationships here and there, where even outside of Rachel, he had a good bond with Annie and with Andrew Gordon, though again, those didn't really end up mattering that much. And then on the return in BB13, really, I just don't feel like his head was really in the game. I mean, he didn't really want to be there. He was mostly there for Rachel. Even then, I think he definitely came off as the more rational thinker between the two, where while he is evicted and has to come back and is immediately evicted again, I really do chop that up, especially the first time around, him not really wanting to be there that much. Where again, he literally wins the veto just to use it on Rachel, even though he was the main target to begin with. And again, it's just kind of a weird game to assess because I think so much of his game is predicated by the fact that he's playing with Rachel in a position where, again, I think there is probably a pretty good player in him. We just never really got to see the demonstration of any of that potential. But for me, it's enough to be here at number 155. Now, number 154, we're moving on to kind of a player that I didn't know what to really do with this person because I just don't know how good of a player I really look at this person. That person is Crazy James from BB9. And like James, I just find it very tough to assess his overall game because I do feel like early on, like he was positioned somewhat well. I mean, it didn't feel like many people were actually directly coming for him, but at the same time, I mean, he still got into fights with people and was like a bit of a wild card in the game. And while he did again have this core of like Chelsea and Joshua and Sharon, I do feel like he's still obviously the most threatening of that bunch. So we obviously see him get backdoored right after their duos end up splitting. Though even then, again, that was a bit of a wonky circumstance where they actually had Ryan convinced to backdoor Maddie, but then things changed at the last second. But obviously, again, he gets voted out. He comes back to the game. And once he comes back again, I think he makes the correct call in blindsiding Maddie. Now, I would qualm with like how exactly he does it, but I do think it was the right move to get rid of Maddie in particular at that point. But again, following that, I think he just gets very unfortunate with how comps play out to where despite his group being tied in numbers, they just don't win the comps, or at least the HOHs, I should specify, to be able to gain any power. And he eventually obviously gets taken out along the way. But really just in general, even then, he was still the biggest target from his side to where no matter what, even if the other side hadn't completely comped out, it still was very unlikely he was actually going to make it to the very end because he was still going to be targeted by the other side along the way. Now, I do question how much his win equity was. I do question if he got to the end, would he win? To where while he was this massive underdog, he also did burn a good chunk of relationships along the way, particularly the likes of Natalie and Maddie. So again, I'm really just a bit up in the air on his game. I really just don't know how much intentionality there is with any of his game because I really feel like a lot of it was just emotional play that just so happened to be probably the right call at points. And really, I just think he was such a massive target in the game and he had to be voted out and came back and all that stuff that makes me put him here at number 154. At 153, we're moving on to a player that I think coming into this list, I expect this person to be higher. However, I think through re-looking at his game, it is pretty mediocre, and that person is Russell from BB11. And the thing is, I really like Russell. Russell's someone that I loved as a character at the time of it airing. Like, he was my rooting interest at the time. I think that probably does skew my overall opinions of his game to where I think when looking back on his game now, I think I kind of realized that his game's actually not that good. I mean, he's literally a person that is, again, right away yelling at Jeff about technotronics for no real reason. And while, yes, he does end up explaining that he's trying to sour Jeff's name, it's also like, why? That doesn't really gain you that much. And by the time of week 2, again, he's already the backdoor target. Ronnie wanted to take him out, only for there to be a last second change there. And beyond that, again, he was going to be booted in week 5. Had not been for the coup d'etat, and even after that, he's pretty much taken out by Jeff really at almost the next opportunity where there's really only a 1 week period in between the coup d'etat being used and Jeff's HOH, to where their alliance there didn't really even last that long, to where I do feel like Russell, while I do very much appreciate the fact that he is a very active player, he definitely plays the game in a really interesting way. I think the reality is that he's actually not that good of a player. With him just constantly getting into the fights that make people want to target him, and him just being such an overt threat, and because of that, for me, he's here at number 153. Now, 152, we're moving on to a player that kind of starts this tier that we're going to be going through of these kind of later game boots. People that, I believe all of these people have made it to the top 6 at least. However, all of them never really had much true agency in the game and didn't really do much well in the game. They're simply like lackluster, but not like absolutely terrible. And we're starting that group off with Jack from BB4, and Jack is someone that I also remembered as a better player than what he actually was. Again, through my rewatch of BB4 and looking up live feed information, you very much get the sense that Jack is someone that, well, again, he's playing the game hard. I will at least give him credit for that. Again, he is for sure playing the game. He's not particularly playing it well. I mean, he does have massive misreads in the game. Also, like, not really being involved in what's really going on. I mean, after the Elite Eight ends up crumbling, which, to be fair, he was a pretty central figure within. Following that, again, like, he's simply just on the back burner while, like, Dave ends up going out. To where even then, he's pretty close to going there. Same thing when he's on the block against Nathan. Again, the vote nearly flips at the end. He eventually obviously gets taken out over Erica in a spot where he's a pawn. Like, that's all pretty bad. And again, he just rarely gets his way in the game. So again, like, the only thing really propping him up here is the fact that, again, he makes a pretty deep run. He also has, like, a decent first couple weeks and does have a pretty solid backing around him with him having a good relationship with Erica and with David and with Nathan. But at the end of the day, he's still not a particularly good player, and he's here at number 152. Now, 151, we're moving on to a player that I actually really didn't know what to do with this person. I do find assessing this person's game to be one of the toughest out of all the players here, where I just don't know where to really put him, and that person is Ollie from BB10. And straight up, I mean, before making this list, I've never once thought in my entire life about what I thought of Ollie's game, which it did make it tough for me to actually, like, properly assess where he should be. Again, like, I think at the end of the day, again, I don't think of him as that good of a player. Obviously, he does get tricked by Dan at the final 7 round, only to be taken out in the double eviction immediately after that. That's all really bad. I mean, early on, he was looped into Brian's power structure, but even then, he later rats out that power structure back to the women, which causes the flip against him there. Again, his game felt very much revolved around his relationship with April, to where, again, it feels like he kind of strips away his own game through the targeting of Brian to really just become this pawn for April. To where I don't know how much agency he really had on his own, to where it really just felt like he was kind of just doing whatever she was doing. And because, again, like, I find it tough to rank Ollie. I do, again, still look at him mostly negatively, mostly in the fact that, again, it seemed like he was a pretty passive player. When he wasn't passive, he is doing things not in his best interest. So I think he is mostly bad, but I do think the fact that he does have a pretty deep run, along the fact that, again, he does spend a good chunk of the game being pretty safe. Also, some of that in the majority alliance. Again, it's enough for me to land him here at 151. Now, number 150, we have a similar player. Again, one that I also find it tough to assess them in the game, but that person is Bo from BB6. And again, Bo is someone that, again, I never really properly thought of I would rank him in the grand scheme of things until just making this video. And he's someone that I do think socially he seemed to be pretty well liked, at least outside the points when he was, like, drunk, where obviously he was getting into fights here and there. It would be a bit sloppy. Obviously, he gets into the fight with Janelle, which is a very notable moment. But, like, game-wise, again, like, he seemed to be just kind of fine. So, again, he seemed to be, like, one of the more affable people to even the Sovereigns. So I think they definitely liked Bo more than they liked, like, Yvette and Maggie and Jennifer, to where, because that, again, like, I would suspect that he would have had, like, some decent win equity if he had gotten to the end. But I do struggle with, again, how much of that was active. I don't know if he really had that much of a strategic bone in his body. I really don't get a good sense of what he was doing strategically outside of just, again, following along with whatever the friendship we're doing and working alongside Yvette. So obviously eventually comes off as the bigger threat to Yvette, to where he gets taken out instead of her. Again, like, it's just kind of a fine game. Like, I mean, at least he was in the friendship. That's something. And also, he was, like, pretty safe in the game until him and Yvette were the last pair in the game, where they felt like they needed to split them up. So for me, again, like, I kind of feel like he, like, evens out a bit above Ollie. Probably has less, like, holes in his game than Ollie, but I think just relatively, I look at their games on a similar playing field, and because that, for me, Bo is here at number 150. Now at 149, we're moving on to a two-time player here, one that actually got Bo out, and that person is Howie, obviously from BB6 and BB7. And again, Howie's another one that's really tough to assess, where, like, straight, I don't think Howie is obviously that good of a player. He is someone someone that, again, didn't seem to have that great of a strategic mind. He obviously makes the fatal mistake in targeting James after being tricked by Maggie into doing so. That's all really bad. He obviously was someone that came off as very abrasive. For a while, like, people liked Howie a lot of the time. People also were straight up annoyed by Howie a lot of the time. And again, it is a massive dichotomy in terms of how his social game operates. But still, he does have a very solid grouping of allies. I mean, again, he has Keister and Janelle on his side. I mean, James, even despite the fact that he comes for him in BB6, I mean, by the time BB7, like, they were extremely close. And, like, just in general, I kind of feel like Howie was kind of the Bo of the Sovereigns in terms of, like, game position at least. Now, again, on paper, I think in the comparison between Bo and Howie, I would actually say Bo is probably the person I would have more confidence in on a return. But at the same time, obviously, Howie did end up being the one to take out Bo, along the fact that Howie also got a second appearance where it kind of supports this, like, at least longevity for Howie in the game. Where, again, like, I think at the end of the day, Howie I don't look at as that good of a player. But I think considering what we got, I think it's good enough to be here. Number 149. At 148, we're moving on to a player that I also struggled with where to land this person, as for a while I did attach them to a certain other person on the list, though I did later decide to split them up, considering I do feel like there ended up being a pretty big difference between the two. We do end up having Julia Nolan from BB17, and Julia, like, at the end of the day, I think comes off as the lesser of the two twins from a game perspective. Now, obviously, she's the one that ended up joining late, and straight up, like, from the early game, I do find it very tough to distinguish who did what exactly outside of obviously just the relationship with Austin. But once they're both in the game, I do feel like Julia was a bit more reserved in the game. Though while she did have the bond with Vanessa, I feel like a lot of her other relationships were not particularly strong. So again, I don't know how much she was actively doing on her own. Like, I really feel like she was kind of going along with what her alliance wanted to do, which was mostly what Austin and Vanessa wanted to do. But then we proceed to have her, like, getting tricked by Vanessa into targeting Austin in the veto, which is all pretty ridiculous there. And really just straight up, like, all around, I don't really look at Julia as that good of a player. But the reason why she's as high as she is, again, she's at least the majority for a lot of the game. I mean, even at the time that she goes home, she was even the initial target, but she kind of, like, lays down her sword because Liz wants it more. So just everyone kind of just agreed to go along with that. Where, like, really, I think that's kind of what sums it up, is that I feel like Julia probably just, like, didn't have as much want to be there as Liz did. And Liz just ended up kind of just doing more by default, to where Julia just, like, again, kind of was just there, to where I don't really know what to exactly do with her. But considering her at least late placement in the game and the fact that she was in the majority, it's enough to put her here at number 148. At 147, we're moving on to two of the older players left on the board. Starting it off at BB10, we do have Rennie. And Rennie is a player that I did criticize in my worst players to make the jury video. And to be fair, I don't necessarily disagree with the things I said there. However, I do think on this list here, I did end up bumping her up a bit, simply just due to the fact that she does make it all the way to Final 5 in a position where she probably had at least some win equity, while also gets taken out in a very wonky circumstance. So where, all in all, again, like, I do think there are definitely things to praise from Rennie's game. Now, again, early on, she was just creating conflict, got herself on the block. That stuff's not particularly good. And following that, again, she's kind of just on the bottom. She's not really grouped into any major alliance, but she's also not being targeted either. But again, once she has the opportunity to take Jesse out, she ends up going along with it, and then still proceeds to not be a target moving forward, where she finally wins HOH at Final 8 and targets April, which is definitely the better move for her, and ends up being in this, like, loose alliance with, like, Keisha, Memphis, and Dan that really runs that portion of the game, though is very clearly on the bottom of that group, to where while she does have a good relationship with Keisha, even Keisha had other connections in the game, while Rennie really didn't. She really didn't have many options in the game, which is what makes the overall assessment of her very strange. And the fact that I just don't know how strategically minded she really was in the game. I don't really feel like she was doing much to better her position at points where she clearly, like, was not in that favorable position. Though, again, I do think she gets taken out into the very wonky circumstances. Again, she was not the target when she goes out. She is essentially forced out of the game through the situation of Memphis having won the veto and using it on Dan. That allows them to vote out Rennie. Again, it's a very wonky situation there. As again, that's just, like, one of the few situations where she actually goes there, where, to be fair, she probably also goes if Dan wins the veto. But again, like, it's not a particularly likely outcome for that week, yet It does feel like she gets a bit sniped out of the game there. But still, overall, I do feel like her game is still not particularly active, but considering she made it very deep into the game, potentially had some win equity, still had people wanting to keep her around. Again, for me, it's enough to put her here at number 147, not 146. The other older person from BB10, and that is Jerry. And Jerry's another one. I really do not know what to do with Jerry, where Jerry, I think, has some massive pros and some massive cons. I think the pros are the fact that, again, despite his age difference with everyone else, he was still able to hold his own in there. Well, again, you could definitely call him out for some pretty poor play and how he treated some people, along the fact that he was just simply not looked at as that big of a threat and was a pretty passive player at points. It's still gamed more than I think you would expect him to, considering he is the oldest person to ever play Big Brother. And again, makes it all the way to Final 3 in a position where he does end up winning some comps here and there. Now, at the end of the day, I don't know how likely it was that he was going to win, where I feel like that's always been my big question with Jerry that I legitimately don't know is, did he stand a chance if he had gotten to the end against like a Memphis, which I'm not entirely sure, though. Again, I think considering his archetype, the fact that he made it all the way to Final 3 and again won comps along the way and was again an active player. Again, he did campaign for like Jesse to stay and was making deals with Memphis and with Brian. Like, and he did stuff for sure. But again, despite his passiveness at other points in the game, for me, it's enough to put him here at 146. Now 145, moving on to a player that I also struggled where to land this person, as I really have been juggling around this person all over this list. But I ended up landing here, and that person is Alyssa Snyder from BB24. And the thing about Alyssa is that obviously she makes the Final 5 in a spot where she had a winning scenario. Again, it wasn't a particularly likely one, but at least had a winning scenario of getting to the end of Britney, to which she does make strides to get to that position. Again, she actually got Britney to agree to keep her around and got Britney to turn against Taylor. I mean, that's something. Now, beyond that, her game is very rough. Again, she is a mostly passive player, which is pretty bad. And once her initial group ends up crumbling in week 3, which, by the way, happens because she leaks information to Kyle, that leaves her in a really precarious position for a lot of the rest of the season. Though at the same time, again, we do have Kyle like really fighting for her to stay, where while there are people that do want to target her at points, Kyle's able to stir those notions away. And again, it did seem like coming into the final 8 round that she was in a pretty good spot, at least for longevity, to where obviously that gets all ruined by the entire Kyle situation. But again, she seemed to be in a somewhat okay position at a point in the end game, though really just as a whole, like really her game is extremely passive. And she's also one that, while I think she's someone that could be ingrained in the initial power structure on a lot of seasons, I do feel like she rarely is able to truly navigate her way to be in a good spot in the end of the game, unless she's just looked at as a GOAT by that point. But I do kind of feel conflicted about Alyssa's overall game, where again, there are points where she has good positioning and is able to win people over, but there's other points where she's targeted and saved to do things outside of her control. So again, I just feel like she was a mixed bag for me, to where I had her here at 145. Now number 144, we're moving on to a player that a lot of people were very frustrated with very recently. And while I definitely do get the criticisms of her game, I do think there are still some positives that people don't like to talk about. And at 145, I do have Bowie Jane from BB25. And again, like Bowie Jane did not play a good game, obviously. I mean, she was in 3rd place. She was someone that had very little win equity, even though, to be fair, I mean, there is talk about how she would potentially beat Felicia. But still, I mean, like someone that was not respected by the jury, someone that got into the final 3 scenario to where she should have been the prime person to be taken to 2, yet no one was going to take her to 2. Yet in a way, feeling very Victoria-esque in that light. So again, I think the thing that separates her from Victoria to me is the fact that I do think Bowie played self-interestedly at points. I do think there are points in the game where Bowie actually does some decent active work. And she's someone that did actively position herself as a person that wanted to be picked up by other people and be underestimated by other people, which again, she openly says that on the live feed. So again, at least that's something. She also does really good work in making other people believe that she's with them. For again, both Matt and Jag and Cory and America were fully convinced that Bowie was on their sides, even though again, like she was mostly with Matt and Jag for a lot of that time. Also, Cameron like fully believed they had Bowie Jane. So again, I do think that is something to credit Bowie Jane with. The fact that she was able to convince these people that she was lives with them in that way. Now, again, like still lack of inequity and really just going along with whatever Matt and Jag wanted is definitely a criticism to be had here. But again, like she still supposedly had a somewhat winning scenario against Felicia. So again, at least that's something. I feel like Bowie Jane, while not a great player, definitely has some minor upsides to her to where she's here at number 144. 143. And this starts a bit of a mini tier here of players that I think were screwed over by twists. So while I don't think they're that good of players, in actuality, I think the fact that they were screwed over by twists was enough to land them higher on the list, just due to the fact that I do think their games were not played out naturally. So again, this person is not a good player, but again, their game was very much affected by a twist, and that person is Amber from BB8, who, again, while I do think she is good at making certain social relationships, again, she did have very strong bonds with like Dustin and Jamaica. She still as a whole is not a particularly good player. I don't think she really had much really going for her as an individual, and would again got on people's nerves for constant crying and sob stories. But she is someone that, again, I do think was greatly harmed by the America's Player twist, where had it not been for America's Player, I do think she would have been a spot where, again, she should have easily skated to the end game. Now, again, was she ever getting the final two and ever winning? Probably not. But I do think she's still someone that, again, like was massively screwed over by a twist that forced one of her closest allies in Eric to flip against their entire alliance when he really didn't want to. And also considering the fact that, like, Eric wanted to make a big move at 7 with the veto, but wasn't allowed to because he was America's Player. That's also a thing to call out. So again, I think Amber gets very unfortunate with effects of the America's Player twist. To where for me, that's enough to put her here at number 143, not 142. Pretty much the same thing for Dustin from BB8, who, again, same thing. I would say I probably would have a little bit more faith in Dustin than Amber in the game. While like obviously Amber survives past where Dustin does, I do feel like Dustin probably had a bit more legs in navigating through the game than Amber, where I feel like Amber largely comes off as a very emotional player, while Dustin, I mean, again, wasn't great either, but was still someone that, again, I could see paving his own way to the end over someone like an Amber, where again, it seemed like he was decent in comps. He was good-ish socially. I mean, definitely had some burn relationships with some uncertain people, but still had mostly good relationships, and again, gets taken out due to the America's Player twist. Had that not happened, he would have been safe, and obviously there are criticisms we had, the fact that he volunteered himself to be on the block, but again, he should have been safe. Again, the only reason he's not is because of a dumb twist, and just in general, Ozzy, someone massively screwed over by a twist, so for me, I felt like it was enough to put him here at 142. At 141, moving on to another player that, again, got massively screwed over by a twist. Now, their game didn't actually resolve, though really it pretty much did, and that person is Shima from BB11. And again, this is another situation where I don't think Shima is that good of a player. I mean, she was kind of blindly following Jesse and would be very argumentative, and like half the house pretty much hated her. Though, again, like she was in a like okay-ish spot before the coup d'etat, and had she gotten rid of Russell that week, she would have still had solid core with her, Natalie, and Jesse, with still the relationships with like Lydia and Kevin, even though I believe that they were going to target them next. But still, like I think Shima is someone that, again, found herself in that core alliance to where while she was nominated as a pawn in week 1 and again almost goes home there. Beyond that, I do feel like she was in a somewhat decent spot for really a lot of the game following that, only for the game to completely crumble at the coup d'etat, which again, to be fair, again, I think it probably would have crumbled eventually anyway, just due to how the comp results played out. But she still obviously didn't really have much of a chance to react to that, to where obviously she just gets expelled, which again, obviously is like completely due to her own doing. But even then, like, she probably was going home that week. And again, just overall, like, she's really just high just simply because she was like so blatantly screwed over by a twist, where outside of that, I don't think she's a particularly good player, but she's here at number 141. Now 140. Moving on to another person that was also screwed over by a twist, but now a very different twist. And that person is Justin from BB4. And Justin's an interesting player because across all of BB4, there's a lot of talk about how good of a player Justin is, as if he's this person that's running the game, when in reality, I don't think Justin is a good player. I think Justin is a player that massively lacks threat management, while also just not being that great socially. But for this list here, again, I do think he was massively screwed over by the X Factor twist, where obviously he was one of the X's, and through that came in with a massive disadvantage. Considering that, I mean, again, like, he does have a pretty deep run on this season, though at the same time, it was due to some very fortunate comp results, to where, again, literally what happens on this season is that he is targeted week 1, though ends up being saved from the fact that he was second in the HOH comp, to where he makes a deal with Nathan there. Week 2, he has G, one of his closest allies, wins HOH. Week 3, he was the main target for most of the house, though Dana wins HOH and is one of the only people that doesn't make the move against him. Week 4 has Allison win HOH, again his ex, to where she ends up going for Dana instead. Week 5, he is HOH, only for him to be taken out the following week. Again, it's kind of a season of him getting very fortunate HOH results where in most situations he's a goner for a lot of that season. Again, I will give him credit for how he utilized the Dana relationship to benefit his game, though at the same time I don't know how intentional that really was, where I do feel like a lot of that was just the fact that he actually did have genuine feelings for Dana. And just in general, again, Justin's someone that is talked about as this very well-rounded player, though in reality he just simply seemed to be pretty good at comps. He seemed to be a central figure within the Stooges, where he had a closer relationship to Robert and G than they had to each other, but for me that's not really enough to really prop him as that good of a player, especially when I feel like a lot of his season is really just him getting very lucky breaks. So for me, have him at 140 and at 139. Again, someone that was in a similar predicament, and that person is Robert from BB4. And Robert, at the end of the day, for me, in comparison to Justin, I think is a worse version of Justin, but one that obviously makes it further in a position where he could have potentially won the game had he gotten to the end, where he makes it all the way to final 3. And that's really a big difference here, is the fact that, again, I think Justin is the better player all around. I think Justin is better at comps. Justin's actually somewhat strategically minded, where Robert is very emotionally motivated. And socially, again, at least Justin was pretty palatable. Robert pissed people off and people didn't like him for a lot of the season. So again, the likes of Allison and June were disgusted by him, to where really Robert, I think, is a pretty bad player. I think he is a pretty terrible player for someone making it all the way to the final 3, though again, on this list I do feel like he was still screwed over by the X Factor twist that puts him on the bottom from the very beginning, along with the fact that, again, he does have a lot of potential win equity at the end, where he has 3 locked in jury votes and just needs 1 more, to where, again, for me, even though I don't think he's a particularly good player, I feel like those are the things that leave him here at 139, now 138. And now we're getting into this kind of tier of players that I think all demonstrate some level of potential, with all these being these mid-game boots that were outnumbered, though I think if they were to play again, I could see a world where they do well. And starting all that off with Haley from BB20. And straight up, again, I don't think Haley played particularly well on BB20. Again, she was just outplayed by level 6 throughout the entire time. She also had pretty bad reads on the game at points. However, again, there definitely is some acumen there, particularly in her social ability. I mean, she very much was well liked by a lot of the cast and was very well positioned within her original group. But even beyond that, again, she had good relationships with Tyler and Brett and Casey, to where, again, I think there definitely is some impressive social play there. And obviously she was the last person standing of her alliance, though, again, at the end of the day, I don't think she really got to demonstrate any good game acumen outside that, to where strategically, again, she was being outplayed by the other side pretty much the entire time. But still, again, a pretty solid social player, one that I think could do very well in the return, and because that, for me, she's at 138. Now 137, we're moving on to a player that has a bit of a strange trajectory in the game, one that I do find overall really tough to assess, to where, while I do think as a person that made it as far as she did, it's probably not great, I do still think there's good aspects to this person's game, and that person is Alyssa from BB15. And Alyssa is someone that, I mean, straight up, early on, you could definitely argue the fact that she was saved by twists, where had it not been for an MVP twist, I think she more than likely goes home in week 2 for sure. Week 1 would have been a little bit more rocky, but still definitely could have gone home. So that is something to definitely criticize for her game. However, after week 2, I do think she's in a pretty solid spot, where obviously the entire power structure flips. She is now towards the top of the power structure, working up very much alongside Helen and having good relations like Andy and at that point Amanda. And again, she was in a pretty solid spot moving forward. I mean, she obviously gets nominated by America in week 4, which is funny, but again, survives beyond that anyway. And really is smooth sailing until the jury phase of the game. Obviously that's where Helen starts to lose traction, and Helen starts to be targeted, gets taken out. Alyssa's now on the bottom. She has to win a few comps to squeak her way through the game, and eventually gets taken out in a double eviction. There she can even get McCrae to keep her, but McCrae actually believes what she's saying. And yeah, it's a very weird game. I do think for me, the thing that kind of props up Alyssa a bit here is her comp ability, where it does feel like she is very good at competitions, where outside that, I do feel like she is, again, kind of middling socially. She has some good bonds. She also turns away some people. Strategically, I think she's more of a passenger. I do think it was more so Helen doing a lot of the legwork for that duo, while she was just kind of there. But again, I think at the end of the day, she's not an outright completely terrible player. I think she belongs alongside the people we're talking about here. But I think it's really tough to prop her up that much more. So because that, for me, she's here at number 137. Now at 136, we have a player that was not as good as Haley socially, though I think they at least were a bit more cutthroat in the game to a degree, and that person is Becky from BB17. And Becky is a player here that, again, like she attempted a backdoor of Vanessa. Again, she put Vanessa on the block, one of the only people to even go after Vanessa throughout a lot of the season, and while she ends up failing to do so, again, that is something that actually props her up as a player to me. The fact that she was willing to make that big of a move. Now, obviously, there is fault to be had in her execution of it. Again, she didn't really secure the votes of her own allies in getting Vanessa out, which leads to Vanessa ending up staying. She also just, outside that, wasn't really that good of an ally, to where she was just kind of on the bottom of her group, to where while she had a good like relationship with Jackie, no one else like was really particularly high on working with Becky long term. But again, there are some good instincts there. Again, she does flip when she needs to at the Jason boot round. She picks up on what Vanessa's doing and goes after Vanessa. She also seemed to just in general be really good at comps, where there definitely is good stuff there, but I think the fact that she was never really ingrained socially in the house is enough for me to land her below at least the next person we'll be talking about, to where she's here at 136. Now at 135. Moving on to another BB17 player, one we actually just mentioned, we have Jackie. And again, for me, it's a similar thing as Becky in the sense that they were, like, again, in a similar spot in the game, had similar allies, though I think a major difference is the fact that, again, I think Jackie was more ingrained within her group. I think she was a lot closer to the likes of James and Meg than Becky was, while also just in general seeming to be pretty good socially, something I think Becky was a little bit lacking at. And really her placement higher than Becky here really just comes from my faith in her social ability over Becky, where again, at the end of the day, Becky does make a bigger move, Becky does have more physical ability, but Jackie's the type of player that I think finds herself in a pretty solid group in most appearances. And while again that group got outplayed on this season, I still think she's like a somewhat competent player. Still one that got taken out like so early on, and she was 10th place, to where it's tough to really put her that much higher without other major things to really prop her up from. But for me, it's enough to be here at 135. On 134, we're actually keeping with BB17 still, and here we do have Meg. And Meg is another player that I think a lot of people like really discredit Meg and like talk about her as a really bad player. But again, I think to me, she's around the same level as Jackie and Becky. Again, she is a pretty competent social player. Again, a lot of people liked her in the house. She, again, found herself in the initial majority alliance. She had really solid allies in Jason and James. James, Devon, Jeff, Jackie. Like, she had a very solid group around her that obviously just gets outplayed by the likes of Vanessa and Austin and Shelly and Clay, to where her side obviously loses traction. But even then, like, they're able to recover, and her and James make a deal with Austin that keeps them safe for a bit, and she still makes it like relatively deep in the game. So while they're eventually flipped on at the final 8, even then, I mean, she wasn't the initial target. It was going to be James, and even then comes somewhat close to staying as well. So again, I think Meg is actually like kind of an okay player. Again, she's not great, she's not terrible, she's just kind of okay, which is kind of the point of the list that we're at. So 134 felt like a solid spot for her. Now number 133, moving on to a player that I always found a tough time assessing this person. I never fully understood exactly where they were in the game, especially in terms of long-term plans, but I'm going to go with Michelle Costa from BB10. And Michelle is someone that, again, like, I know that she was working alongside Jesse in Memphis early on. I know she was obviously very hurt by Jesse's eviction, where she started working alongside April and Ollie, but I've always struggled with just my overall assessment of Michelle Costa, just because I never really understood how she was really approaching the game and what her plans were, which, I mean, to be fair, I mean, like, if her plans were to go to end of Ollie, again, does she beat Ollie? Probably. Even going to the end of, like, Jerry, again, she probably wins too. Again, like, she got to the final 7 with probably some win equity, but I just feel like it's a very tough road unless she just wins out. For even before that, again, I don't really know how much she was really doing that well in the game. I mean, again, her side gets targeted for 2 times in a row while she's never on the block during those times, which again, you could definitely give her credit for. Again, like, she does lose Angie and then Jesse back to back, 2 people on her side of the house. And again, she seemed to be a flexible enough player to start working with the other side once Jesse goes home, but like, still, I just have a tough time really assessing her game, to where I think attaching her to the likes of like Meg, Jackie, and Becky felt about right to me. So for me, she's here at number 133. Now number 132, we're moving on to a player that pretty much got sniped out of the game. I mean, this person got taken out in the pre-jury phase, though to me it's still one of the more impressive pre-jurors on the board, and that person is Rachel Swindler from BB20. And Rachel is a player to me that did have a lot of potential. I mean, she knew the game very well. She was a big fan. She was in the level 6 alliance, and I think out of the non-Tyler and Cassi players in that alliance, she was the one that did the most work in trying to build bonds with the other side. Like, really, just in general, she was one of the more palatable people to the other side, to where, to be fair, that's part of her issue by the end of it, is that she built the strong bond with Bailey, and she started to get distrusted because of that. But still, again, like, she's someone that definitely was a pretty solid social player. Well, again, having a decent enough strategic mind. Again, now at the end of the day, I do think Tyler did most of the legwork for the level 6 alliance, but I do think Rachel did a lot of decent independent work on her own to benefit her own position in the game. And again, she was taken out where she wasn't even the target. Again, she gets taken out due to the very weird circumstances of this like massive blindside, with Tyler being under the impression that Rachel was coming for him, which wasn't really the truth. It was still probably a better move for him to make, though. But again, I think she is a pretty solid player all around. I think, again, in comparison to someone like a Haley that we just talked about, I mean, she's someone that was at least in the majority for her run up to that point. And had she survived this round, I think she would have been in a very good spot to just breeze through the game. So yeah, I think she's one of the better pre-jury boots here. Someone that was in the majority up until the point that they went home. Now, again, she didn't even get her way during the Caitlyn vote, but still, I mean, still in the level 6 alliance, was doing good work outside of it, which is what leaves her at 132 here. Now, 131, we're moving on to a player that has played twice now, and despite that, I still find it tough to rank this person as a player. We're going to go with Bailey from BB20, and again, Bailey's played twice, and neither of those times she's made it particularly far. I mean, she got 11th and 12th place in her 2 appearances. Not particularly great results, though I think when we look at how she played the game, I think there definitely are some impressive aspects to it. On both of her seasons, she was very good socially. So while she wasn't included in the initial Falte alliance, she was able to worm her way in, which, to a fair part of that is due to the fact that she was in a relationship with Swaggy. But still, I mean, like, essentially when Swaggy goes, she was looked at as his replacement and was fully brought into the loop there. Again, the second time she played, again, a lot of the cast really just adored her early on, where she was very well positioned initially, though, again, was once again left out of the majority group. In that time of that majority group really steamrolling, she was just kind of on the outs eventually. But again, I do think Bailey's social ability is really, really strong across her 2 runs. The problem, I think, is strategically, in the sense that I don't think she's really that good strategically at all, but even then, I think when comprehending other people's strategic game, she just gets very upset at anyone that goes after her, to where, again, she takes everything in the game so personally, to where it does end up affecting how she plays the game. I mean, we obviously have her fight with Tyler, her fight for Christmas, which, I mean, to be fair, both these situations, she was already on her way out, but I think both these situations are kind of indicative of her overall mindset in Big Brother that does seem a bit misguided, and her just putting so much credibility into her personal relationship, even though she doesn't really translate those the game relationships. I think her issue is the fact that she, again, is good socially, but does very little work in building alliances with those social skills, to where, again, she's kind of just eventually left out with the group. But despite that, again, like, the fact that she has those social skills already is a very massive positive. It's just the fact that she needs to translate the strategy, which, again, I just don't know if Bailey could do, because she failed 2 times now. But again, still a very impressive social player, which is what leaves her at 131. Now, number 130, we're moving on to a person that is higher on this list than my top pre-juror list. However, on this list, I did kind of take in consideration a certain other appearance from this person that raised him a little bit, though, even though most of this list is still based around his initial game. But at 130, I do have Jason Roy from BB17. And again, Jason is a player that even in his BB17 run is pretty impressive. Again, he had a very solid structure around him with really good relations with the likes of James, Meg, Davon, Jackie, to where he really just gets sniped out of the game by Vanessa in week 5 in a position where, again, he had been safe. Had Jackie won HOH, even Vanessa didn't really even want to make the move against Jason, but felt like she had to in that position, with her obviously realizing just how much power Jason had in the game. And again, Jason definitely plays a very impressive BB17 game, where had he not been taken out at that point, he would have had a very solid backing moving forward. But again, with this, I'm also taking a little bit in consideration of OTT, not necessarily adding in his run on OTT to this, to where I think through that, maybe it would bump him a decent chunk higher, considering at least he was the runner-up there. But I think just like the skills that we saw him demonstrate on OTT did make me move him up a little bit, in the sense that, again, like, we know that he can repeat this and be able to have a solid group of allies again. Now, again, OTT is such a messed up game to where you can't can't really get much true game ability out of that just due to how many twists are involved. But again, like the fact that he was able to have like half the house following him there, I think does really support his BB17 game, to where for me it's enough to put him here at 130. Now at 129, we have the top pre-jury boot, which stays the same from last time. And at 129, we do have Clay Honeycutt from BB17, who's again boring, but and again, I do think Clay is the best player to be booted in the pre-jury. I mean, he's someone that was in the initial majority alliance and later flips against that alliance alongside Shelly to form a new alliance with Vanessa and Austin and the Nolan twins that really ends up running pretty much the entire pre-jury phase of the game. It's not until James wins HOH to where they become targeted, but even then Clay wasn't the target. Shelly was going to go home for really almost the entirety of that week. I mean, really Clay had to do extra work to get himself voted out, which is again bad. Again, I think the fact that he wasn't even the target in that situation is something to definitely give him props for, and a lot of that comes from his really good social bonds. But again, obviously he does lay down his sword for Shelly, seeming like a bit of him just kind of giving up in the game because he doesn't really care about it. But again, like when he did care, he did play pretty well. Now, not an expert player. He still got into like a fight with Davon, which isn't ideal. He still is not the most like strategically minded person in the world, but I think he's a very competent social player. Could have done very well in challenges, and even then not like completely out of it strategically, to where I think he's a decent all-around player, one that made it one of the furthest out of any pre-jury boots, while again having a lot of control earlier on. So again, for me, it's enough to put him here at 129. Now at 128, and moving up from a pre-juror to a finalist, though probably one of the worst finalists on the board, and that person is Michael Cowboy Ellis from BB5. And Cowboy, I just always found to be a weird figure in Big Brother history, and the fact that, again, he almost wins the game. It is a 4-3 vote, where he's only one vote away from winning. Now, he was never getting that against Drew, though I do think there are worlds where he does get 4 votes to win. However, he also is Cowboy, who isn't that good of a player. I mean, he's someone that, like, right away he's into the 4 horsemen, and when they crumble, he's simply just there. So when they crumble, he's simply coasting through the game. I mean, even before that, though, he still had, like, almost no real agency within his alliance, where whenever he would bring up a plan, it was instantly shut down. Now, post-jury, he does start to do some better work. I mean, again, he bonds with the twins, so where that's why he gets their jury vote at the end. He obviously works with Drew, even though Drew did consider cutting him over the twins, which is pretty insane. And really, for a lot of the game, I mean, like, that's also an issue for Cowboy to me, too, is the fact that Cowboy looked at Drew as his, like, solid number 2, when Drew was planning on cutting Cowboy for a lot of that season, where he thought Cowboy would have a massive chance at beating him. It wasn't until the last second where he fully changed his mind. And then beyond that, again, like, Cowboy had very little agency in what actually was going on in the back portion of the game. There were, again, I think as a whole, he's pretty bad. I will give him some credit for social ability. He does seem to be well liked by a lot of the cast, even though he's not well respected, which is definitely a thing to criticize. But again, like, he had really strong bonds with Drew and the twins. He was never someone that, like, people wanted to target, despite the fact that, again, like, he gets 3 jury votes at the end. Or had he gotten to the end with Drew on the jury, again, it's not improbable to think that he gets Drew, the twins, and also Nokomis in certain situations. So again, I do think Cowboy, again, probably has better winning prospects than you would think, but still someone that, again, is not a particularly good player. But again, it's enough to put him here at 128. Now 127, I have similar thoughts about this person. That person is Monica Bailey from BB2, who again gets very far into the game with a lot of winning prospects. Again, she gets the final 3, where she probably just outright wins if she's in the final 2. However, she's also a pretty bad player, one that is just kind of on the outs for a lot of the season, never targeted simply because they didn't look at her as a threat. Or even though she had like pretty good bonds with certain people on the season, particularly like a Krista and a Cheryl, I believe a Bunky, she still wasn't really playing strategically. I mean, she was simply just there building these bonds, but then doing nothing really with them until, again, it came back to lead to her having like decent jury prospects. But still, her navigation through the game is one that is so reliant on Hardy and Nicole keeping her around in a position where she didn't really do much to make them want to keep her around outside of just not being that good at challenges. And now she wins Final 4 HOH and is able to get Hardy out. But then that's probably not even her optimal move, where she probably should be wanting Nicole out over Hardy, considering Lil's a lot more likely to take Nicole to the end than Hardy. So yeah, I think as a whole, like, I just don't really agree with what she was doing strategically in the game, and I don't really feel she was doing much strategically in the game. However, she does get to Final 3 for a lot of win equity, and that's enough really to land her here at 127. 127. At number 126, we're moving on to a player that was largely on the bottom for most of his run, though he did seem to have some good instincts at points, though still was not really able to do anything with that, and that person is Donnie from BB16. And again, Donnie is a player that, again, like while he was on the bottom the entire time, never was involved in any true alliance or power structure, he still, again, makes it very deep. I mean, obviously makes it the final 8 before he's actually taken out. He had pretty good relationships with a lot of the others. It was this largely affable figure, and he had decent reads on the game. He recognized what Derek was doing. The problem is that he wasn't really able to do anything about that, simply because, again, he didn't win the comps to be able to do anything about that. So again, he's on like 2/3 of the season, but spends that entire time just simply on the bottom until he's eventually taken out at the final 8, which, I mean, to be fair, there definitely were spots before that where he probably would have gone had it not been for certain comp results. But again, as a whole, like, he's kind of just a player that I think has potential in the game. He is one that seemed very aware of the game, but one that just simply was not able to really execute on any of that just because he was kind of shut out from the game. But I do think his potential for me ends up putting him here at 126. Now at 125, we're moving on to a player that is very much disliked. However, I think when we're looking at their game, I think this person definitely had some interesting strategic thoughts at points, and that person is Joshua from BB9. And again, Joshua obviously says some things that are reprehensible, though when we look at his actual game, again, it's not that bad. I mean, obviously he is working alongside James and Chelsea and Sharon, while also having decent social relationships early on. Now, once we get to the individual phase of the game, I mean, that's where his game gets a bit more rocky, where obviously he's on the outs during the first James blind side, where, again, he had been attempting to get Maddie on the block. And again, it seemed like it was effective at first, where, again, he had a very good relationship with Ryan. He had a final 2 with him. Sure, it did seem like Ryan was going to go through with it until it changed at the very end. But beyond that, again, he's involved in the Maddie blind side. And then from that point on, again, his tide just simply could not win competitions, and he's eventually taken out. But again, I think there's still interesting ideas in his game, particularly the secret alliance with Ryan that he had, that had his side been able to gain a little bit more traction, I do feel it could have played a massive role in the end game. But again, it's still just potential, and along with the fact that he did make some comments that made him look like an emotional player, it's still a rocky game, but for me, it's enough to put him here at 125. Now, 124, moving on to a player that I think had a lot of potential in the game. I think this is a person that, while initially they weren't really part of any core alliance, I do think they started to gain some traction in the mid-game, only to then immediately lose it, and that person is Hayden Voss from BB16. And again, Hayden is someone that, like, early on was a very affable figure. No one really wanted to target him. Most people liked him. So while he wasn't involved in the bomb squad or detonators, he was still someone that they wanted to keep around for the short term. And to be fair, at that point, he had built a really strong bond with Nicole and Christine, to where they were this, like, interesting side faction in the game. But again, I think he ends up playing the Nicole HOH, where Jacosta ends up going home. I think that round was actually a pretty decent one for him, to where, while again it doesn't work out in his favor by the end, he does do pretty good work in him and Nicole building this bond with Derek and Cody, making a Final Four deal that Derek and Cody seemed to actually be genuine with for most of that week, until things flip at the very last second. But again, like, most of that week, he is in a pretty strong spot, where had that alliance stuck together, he would have been in a pretty strong spot moving forward, where Derek and Cody would have been willing to cut their own allies in Christine and Frankie over Hayden and Nicole, though obviously it doesn't really go through, and he just gets evicted the following round. But again, like, I think it's impressive that he even got to that point where he convinced 2 of the best players of all time, and Derek and Cody, to keep him around over the likes of their allies they had for longer in the game. But at the end of the day, it's, again, still a failed plan, and one that, outside that, he didn't really do that much in the game, outside of just, like, kind of posting along for the first few weeks. So again, it's tough to put him that much higher, but for me, it's enough to put him here at 124. Now, 123, moving on to a player that I think is typically looked at as a really bad player, where I think one major negative aspect of their game is typically remembered from this person. However, I think the rest of their game is actually pretty okay, and that person is Nathan from BB4. And obviously, a lot of people remember him as the person that Allison played, and the person that is an idiot for saving Allison, though again, I've talked about this in my B4 video. I don't look at it that way. I actually think Nathan plays a pretty solid game up until his boot. Again, he is in the middle early on, where he uses first HOH train to really place himself in the middle of the house, which is a pretty good spot to be in. And while, again, yeah, he is too loyal to Allison, and at the end of the day, Allison was not as trustworthy as he definitely thought she would be, I still personally disagree with the move to save Allison at that spot of the game. Again, Allison's your closest ally at that point, and had not shown really any major signs that she was willing to flip on you, to where I do think a lot of the commentary about how bad of a move it actually was for Nathan is, like, a bit misguided, because, like, while yes, it does end up pissing off the likes of David, Jack, and Erica, it's like they have no other option options. They're not going to now target Nathan over the likes of this massive other side that are coming for them. Well, like, I don't feel like Nathan's actual positioning changes that much from doing this. Where, like, either way, he was losing an ally, so you might as well keep the one that you trust more at this point. Now, obviously, yeah, at the end of the day, he couldn't trust Allison as much as he thought he could, but I don't personally find that much fault of his overall decision there, though eventually is taken out at the final 8, but even then, again, comes extremely close to flipping the vote. So literally coming into the eviction, the deciding factor on if he was going to stay or not was what they thought the next HOH was going to be. But again, he comes extremely close to staying, and again, I think there definitely are impressive aspects of his game. Now, while again, yeah, I understand the fact that him keeping Allison in the game definitely did end up costing him the game, I don't think it's the wrong move to make at the time that he made it, and I still find it impressive that he almost stayed despite all that anyways. So because of that, for me, I have him at 123. Now 122, we're moving on to a player that is a pretty controversial player. I think this person definitely has some highs, has some lows, but for me, I end up putting him here, and that person is Maddie from BB9. And Maddie is probably on paper still a pretty bad player. On most appearances, I don't know how well he really does. Obviously, he's a very abrasive personality to where I think there's definitely people that would not get along with him on a lot of seasons. However, he still did have a pretty decent run on BB9. Now, he is this massive target from the very beginning, and he does get saved at the Alex and Amanda eviction very narrowly, where there was this plan to blindside them. That ends up falling through at the last second. It was always like used as a pawn, which is not a great spot for them to be in, though Matt still had a really solid grouping of allies around him, where by the time of the individual phase of the game, while there was this plan to blindside him, again, he's still able to maintain the likes of Natalie and Adam around him, while also picking up Sheila, which, to be fair, was more so the blame of the other side, more so than it was pro Maddie necessarily, but there's still that. He is also able to pull in Ryan to where he saves himself from being blindsided, only to get extremely unfortunate the fact that James comes back to the game and has his vendetta against him to where he takes him out there. Where had that not been the case and the game played out naturally, more than likely Maddie's in it for the long haul, where his alliance simply just steamrolls the remaining comps following that. Or if that alliance stayed together, again, Maddie was in a very strong spot to make it to the end. Now, again, the question is, does he win? And that is something I'm not entirely sure. But again, I think as a whole, he was in a pretty strong position in the game. Now, again, I think his earlier game is still a bit rocky, and I don't think in the grand scheme of things, I look at Maddie as that good of an actual player, but I think he is someone that you could definitely argue gets twist screwed with James coming back. So even though I do have the question marks about him as a player, it's still enough to put him here at 122. Now, number 121, we're moving on to a player that obviously not supporting this person as a person, but I think simply as assessment of their game. Here I'm going to put Aaron from BB15. And Aaron, I think, is a very tough player to assess in the fact that obviously you have the racism of it all. And through that, I think that did definitely sour her winning chances to where I would be surprised if people actually won the Warder with the win by the end. I would think at least. But even beyond that, I mean, early on, she was pretty much on the bottom. I mean, she loses most of her closest allies at the very beginning of the season. I mean, it's literally one after another after another. Again, David, Nick, Jeremy, Caitlyn, all in a row. However, despite that, she's able to persevere through that. I mean, once Caitlyn goes, she ends up forming the 3 a.m. alliance with Andy, McCrae, and Amanda that really ends up running the middle portion of the game, which, to be fair, I mean, I think you could definitely argue the fact that she was more so being used within that group because she was very good at competitions and she would win the comps for them to take out their targets. But still, I mean, she does do some pretty decent work in recovering from that point on. And again, at the end of the day, like, she is a very strong comp competitor. I mean, she won so many HOHs on that season to where it had her making some pretty big moves in the game. Now, I think you could argue were those moves the right moves for her personally to make, where again she takes out Judd. Was that the right move? Probably not. She takes out Helen over Alyssa. Was that the right move? Probably not. Though, to be fair, Alyssa does win the veto that week, but still the plan was Helen anyway. Like, I don't necessarily agree for strategic decision making, but I think as a whole, like, I think she turns around to become a somewhat competent player by the end of her run, though one that still has the first half of her season that is very bad. And to be fair, knowing about her nowadays, she probably hasn't changed much, so still wouldn't look at her that highly if she were to return. But again, I think there are impressive aspects of her game, particularly her comp ability and the fact that she was able to recover from such a bad spot early on. That leaves her here at number 121. Now, 120, we're moving on to kind of a duo in the game here that we're going to be running through back to back. A duo that I have very mixed opinions on. The fact that while they did seem like somewhat front runners in the game at one point, they also were just completely outplayed by certain other players. And we're starting the duo off here with Alex Owl from BB19. And Alex, to me, was just such a frustrating player on BB19. One that, and while she was in this like pretty strong position, being part of Paul's alliance, and she ends up just being outplayed by Paul for a lot of it, to where, and she was really propped up as this like big threat in the game, which again is indicative of poor threat management. It was really set up as this like big gamer, despite the fact that again Paul was really just running the entire show with Alex just going along with his plans, even though they didn't even make sense for her. Again, the fact that she throws the HOH to Christmas in the Jason boot week is pretty insane. And even beyond that, I mean, like she starts off the game on the outs early on. She's able to get in with Paul, which again is decent work there. But even then, it's like just again too blindly loyal to Paul. Thinks Paul's going to take her to final two to where she would beat Paul. Though even then, not really a guarantee, because like if Paul has Josh, Christmas, Kevin, and Matt and Raven, I mean that's essentially the win there. Which again is indicative of more poor play from Alex. The fact that she wanted to go to the end because she thought she would beat him when she wouldn't. While those also Kristen the other way around. The fact that she couldn't convince them to do something that was in their best interest. And really again, like it just feels like Alex was this like massive confidant for Paul while just blindly following him and not really doing much on her own. But again, it's the fact that she got pretty late in the game with again definitely some win equity. So for me, she does end up being here at 120, not 119. Again, her partner in crime, we do have Jason Dent from BB19. Now, I think a lot of people would argue that Jason should be lower than Alex. However, I don't necessarily agree. While I don't think Jason is a great player, I still think he's someone that had decent reads at points. The problem is that he just didn't know the show and didn't claim to know the show. I mean, because like to be fair, Alex didn't know the show either, but she claimed she did. But Jason like really did not know the show, to where because that it felt like a lot of the times that he would have decent reads in the game, he would simply just rely back to Alex. But I do think if he was someone that was like left to his own devices, I think there is a pretty decent player in Jason here, to where and he was mostly good socially. I mean, most people in the house liked him. He was seemingly really good at comps. I mean, he won a decent amount of challenges by the end of his run. While again, not great strategically, I mean, he again had some decent reads at points and did question what Paul was doing at points, to where, while again that was shut down by Alex, I do feel like Jason could have been an okay player. To where for me, again, like I do think Jason had a little bit more awareness of what Paul was doing and just the overall game as a whole, to where for me it's enough to put him one spot higher than Alex here at number 119. Now number 118, we're moving back to a player that is largely here because of the potential I feel like they have, which I think we've seen some of that potential on other shows, but in terms of how they performed on Big Brother, again, there definitely are some things to give them some credit for, but at the end of the day, it's not the greatest, but also I give them some leniency in why it wasn't the greatest. But either way, at 134, we do have Alyssa Lopez from BB23. And Alyssa is someone that we're big fans of the show, knew the show pretty well, weren't the worst strategically in the game. Never really got to truly demonstrate that with Alyssa here not being able to do so because she was kind of on the bottom. Like while she had the relationship with like Christian and Xavier, she was always somewhat in danger through her run. She was never really involved in a lot of what the cookout was doing outside of just being this like +1 for Xavier, to which, to be fair, I mean, she is the last of the +1s to be eliminated, even though again she was supposed to be second to last. But Xavier did fight really hard to take Alyssa for in the game, and again it did seem like at a point that he was willing to break up the cookout to allow her to go further in the game. So that is something to give her some credit for. Again, she also won some comps. In general, again, I think she comes out of BB23 being looked at as a player that, again, I think had some potential but never really got to realize it because of how dominant the cookout was. Now, again, beyond that, I think we've seen some more game acumen from her on the challenge, where Challenge USA 2 in particular, I think she was like very central into the power structure there and really just gets sniped out of the game there, to where, again, it does give me faith that if she were to return to Big Brother, she would be able to do a similar thing of just be in the center of this big conglomerate. And yeah, I just think Alyssa Lopez is someone that does have a lot of potential in the game that we just never get to realize. But again, at the end of the day, it is still just potential. She was obviously still snowed by Xavier and the cookout, to where, again, I can't really put her much higher in this, but I do feel like because of all those things, I felt like it was about right to put her here at number 118. Now 117, we're moving on to another Lopez, though another one that's in the spot for pretty different reasons, but that person is America Lopez from BB25. And America's a player I find pretty tough to assess in the fact that, again, she was pretty ineffective in the game, and she was just very loose with information to where it would really just blow up her spot at points. But again, she had decent reads on the game at points. She was a player that was like so willing to make a move, which, to be fair, I mean, probably to her detriment at points, but still, I definitely do respect the like less reserved style of gameplay that she had. Well, also, again, like I give her a lot of credit for the flip against Izzy. I think she's the person that put a lot of that into action, to where, while again, I do think Cory's information was a major catalyst for allowing that move to go through, I do think that move doesn't even spark if it were not for America and what she did with Cameron and getting Cameron to finally believe that he's not in a strong position that he thought he was, while also, again, convincing Cory that he's not as tight with Suri as he thought he was. So where, again, I do think America does a lot of good work there. And to me, that's really a lot of the reason why she's as high as she is, that I do feel like she deserves a lot of the credit for that flip there. Where outside that, I mean, she does obviously make it far into the game, but again, I think she is struggling a bit with win equity by that point. And also, again, does have some sloppy work, particularly with Blue. I don't know what she was thinking and still continuing to trust Blue despite Blue openly ratting her out over and over and over again. Also, I think I will probably criticize her early game as well, where she was just kind of out of the loop and not really involved in any of the major alliances until the for real alliance, which turned out to not even be real, shockingly. But yeah, I think America just plays a pretty mixed game overall, but I think it is the one major positive, and again, me giving her a lot of credit for the flip against Izzy, that does put her here at 117. Now 116, again, a similar case with a certain other player, and that person is Natalie Negrati from BB18. And Natalie's another one that, again, like, I don't think Natalie's that good of a player in the grand scheme of things. Though again, like America, she was a main orchestrator of a major flip in the game, the flip against Pauly, so I think she's a major reason why that flip went into motion, or she was a major reason why James in particular got on board. And I think that aspect of her game is very similar to America's. But outside that, I think her game is like a little bit stronger. Still not great. Again, she is on the outs early on, and after the first few weeks, she's essentially just a tag along for James, with her not really gaining much real traction in the game, though is still relatively safe. But it is after the Pauly blindside that, again, I'll give her a little bit more credit than America, where again, with America and Cory, I feel like they kind of dropped the ball after taking out Izzy and Jared, to where all the power really goes to Matt and Jag like right away. While with Natalie, again, I think there's at least like a little period of time where they remain in a pretty good spot, even though, again, she's tricked by Nicole into targeting Paul and Victor, which isn't a particularly great spot. Where again, like, there's a 2-week period there where she is part of the biggest faction in the game of her, James and Michelle. Again, she had Michelle as a very solid ally. Still eventually got Pauly evicted and even avoided nomination, a double eviction, where Cory went HOH there and somehow didn't go after her. Yeah, I think there is like good play within that period, though at the end of the day, she's still tricked by Nicole into targeting Paul and Victor too early, and proceeds to lose Michelle in the following week, and then eventually go home. But again, I still feel like there's at least a little bit more points where she maintained a bit more control after the flip against Pauly in comparison to someone like America, to where, again, I think that makes her slightly higher here at number 116. Now, number 115, we're moving on to two players in a row from the same season. I think played mostly similar games, but we're starting that off with April from BB10. And April's a player that, again, I do think it's a little bit tough to assess, in the sense that she did seem to have a lot of control earlier on. Again, her and the Coven obviously ran the first few weeks, again, led the charge against Brian. Really were getting their way up until week 4, though week 4, April wins HOH and does target Memphis, though I think that's where I'll definitely start to qualm with her game. Again, the fact that she seemed to just go on a power trip and turn the rest of her alliance away from her, to where they go out of their way to blindside her by keeping Memphis around, to where, again, that's pretty bad there, though obviously proceeds to still survive until the final 8, only be taken out right after that anyway. Again, like, it's a rocky game. I think the first 3 weeks are really the main things I'll give her credit for, the fact that she was in such a power position early on, though again, she does go on this massive power trip that ruins all that. But even then, still had like half the house on her side even after that. But once she loses power, obviously, like, she was the biggest target on the board and gets taken out. So, and I think there's definitely some good things, there's definitely some bad, but I think the good is good enough to put her here at 115. Now 114, similar thing, very similar games. This person's higher because at least they did lead the charge on the flip against April, and that person is Libra from BB10. And again, I think early game, it's very similar. I think they were both, again, in the Coven, running a lot of the early portions of the game, led the charge against Brian. Now, I will say, I actually would probably give April a little bit more credit for the early game, the fact that she was able to pull over Ollie, and I believe there was a point where Keisha was talking about targeting Libra at a point. So again, like, I think April is better in the first 3 weeks, though obviously Libra does lead the flip against Jesse in week 4, and is actually able to execute that move, which is something I'll give her credit for, even though she's proceeded to be taken out the following week. But again, I think in comparison to April, it's very close, but it's, again, her organizing the flip against Jesse, which is enough to put her above her here at number 114. Now 113, moving on to a few players in a row here that made very deep runs on their season, though I think their actual games were very rocky, and we're starting that off with Kalia from BB13, who I think plays a bit of a mixed game. I mean, obviously it's one where by the end game stretch, I mean, she is definitely a contender to win. I mean, you definitely argue the fact that they were screwed over by a Pandora's box where that not occurred. She probably would have had potential to make it to the end to where she probably has some win equity, especially if she's at the end against Portia, which I believe was her plan. Though at the same time, I mean, more than likely, based on how the comps play out anyway, she was probably taking out 5 anyway. But still, I mean, at least on paper, theoretically, you could definitely see her having a lot of potential there. Also, early on, again, in the first few weeks, she was playing decently well, playing the middle, even though, again, she had very little true agency beyond week 1. And even then, she eventually gets lumped in with Danielle, who are there on the bottom after the failed flip against Jeff and Jordan. Though even then, again, I will still give her credit for building this really strong bond with Danielle and Portia. The fact that they were able to win HOH after HOH after HOH to where they maintained a lot of power in the game. But also, I would definitely criticize Kalia a lot for the Lawon boot week. Again, that was just really sloppy play. But again, recovers from that, makes big moves in the game, takes out Big Jeff in a spot that, again, it was pretty difficult to get him out. And again, you could definitely argue the fact that she was screwed over by a twist. And again, probably would have had win equity at the end. So again, it's enough to really land her at 113. Now, number 112, moving on to a similar-ish type of player, one that made it all the way to Final Four with, again, potentially some win equity, and that person is Michelle Noonan from BB11. And again, Michelle's game is just a bit of a strange one to me because she's never really involved in a majority group or a lot of the season. I mean, she is by the time of the post-coup d'etat, where she has a strong bond with Jeff and Jordan, but even then, that alliance doesn't really last for that long. But again, like early on, again, she, for some reason, is not really bonding with her other brains, to where Shima and Ronnie work with Jesse, while she, for some reason, decides to go inside with the Brayden side of things. So from that point on, she's kind of on the bottom, kind of on the outs with no real agency in the game. It's actually a bigger threat than the likes of Jeff and Jordan for the Jesse side of things before the coup d'etat. And again, she's very much benefited by the coup d'etat, to where it allows for her people to make it further into the game. But even then, I mean, she loses Russell the final 6, which is pretty bad for her game, and then proceeds to just not be able to win the right comps in the end game to where she's taken out 4. And to me, it's like, it's just kind of a game that lacks a lot of agency. She's just kind of on the bottom for a lot of it. And even though she's, again, able to build strong bonds with the likes of Jeff and Jordan and was able to manage her threat level decently well through a lot of it, she still is someone that, again, like, I don't know how much faith I really have in her to win the game, and even then she would have had the win out. And even then, again, she wasn't particularly well liked by certain other people in the cast, to where I think it's overall just a very mixed game, but considering how far she made it, it's enough to put her here at 112. Now 111, moving on to a player that I do think is very, very sloppy. However, I think this person actually does some things pretty well, even though you would just think of them as a wacky character at first, and that person is Natalie from BB9. And Natalie is someone that, again, like, I think at the end of the day, plays like a pretty aggressive game, and is someone that is playing like hard. Mind you, again, probably too hard, especially by her final round, where she's just very openly trying to play both sides in a way that she gets caught pretty easily. That leads to her being booted at 5. But again, initially she is part of Team Christ, and they really just run a lot of the post-jury phase of the game. She's obviously attached to Maddie, but even beyond that has good bonds, the likes of Adam and Ryan, and also Sheila for a lot of it. Now, I do think she makes a bit of a mistake in voting James back into the house. That's pretty bad. And like, her early game is definitely a bit rocky as well, where, again, she's attached to Maddie, and she is building like decent bonds here and there, though also other people find her just really annoying. So that's kind of a mixed bag as well, where, again, I think overall her game's a bit of a mixed bag in a similar light to the likes of Michelle and Kalia. But I think the thing that props her up more than the other two is that, again, I think she was at least in a majority alliance for longer. For while her actual play is probably like a bit sloppier than someone like a Michelle in particular, I think the fact that, again, like, she was in Team Christ throughout the middle portion of the game is enough for me to land her here at number 111. Number 110, and now we're moving on to 3 people in a row here that were actually like pretty early post-jury boots. However, I think all of them demonstrate a lot of potential in the game. And at 110, we're starting that off with Rachel Pletcher from BB6. And Rachel, I think, is someone that is debatably the best player of the Sovereign 6 from BB6. And she was definitely the person that maintained a lot more of her relationships with the friendship after the Sovereign 6 broke up. For, I mean, again, like, I think the friendship ended up being just kind of fine with Rachel, where obviously they hated the likes of Janelle and Howie. Rachel was definitely a lot more palatable to them. Now, at the end of the day, again, they still take out Rachel over Howie, mainly because they looked at Rachel as a bigger threat. But still, I feel like there is definitely some decent sociability there, and the fact that she was able to maintain their relationships. The fact that she was also this more rational mind, where again, you still had Howie and Janelle just like going after the friendship for no reason. Again, like Rachel just laid back and actively tried to maintain her relationships there. Now, beyond that, again, like I don't think she's the greatest player in the world still. I mean, early on, I do think she, while again, like in the middle, not really in much danger. I don't really know how much she was like actively doing to better her position. But obviously, she does eventually flip against Eric. And again, like had the Sovereigns actually won out, I did think she would have been in a pretty solid spot moving forward. Like again, not being as big of a threat as the likes of Kaser and Janelle and James, and also having good relationships. So again, like I do think there is some good play there, though obviously she also fails to convince Howie to not go after James, which was pretty bad. To where, again, like all in all, I think it's a still bit of a mixed game, but definitely there's some aspects of her game that are pretty impressive, which is why she's here at number 110. Number 109, we have a player that, again, considering how early a boot this person is, I think they were a pretty dominant player for the first half of it, though again, still made themselves too big of a target, and that person is Shelly from BB17. And Shelly, I think, plays a pretty impressive game considering her placement. Again, like in the first half of the game, I mean, she really is running the show alongside Vanessa and Clay, to where they pretty much control most of what's actually happening during that phase of the game. Now, I think at the end of the day, she kind of gets outplayed by Vanessa in the fact that I think Vanessa is able to lessen the blame for the amount of control that they had and really put a lot of that blame onto Shelly and Clay, which leads them to be targeted by James eventually. And like in that position, again, Shelly was going home for a lot of that weekend, was only saved at the last second by Clay essentially quitting the game, but even then is proceeded to be targeted the following week. Where again, despite the fact that Vanessa was backdoored, the votes were never really secured for Shelly to stay, simply because, again, like the likes of James, Jackie, and Meg still felt like Shelly had a vendetta against them for what happened to Clay. So it's still a very rocky game here, but one that I just feel like had a lot of control earlier on, to where that alone was very impressive in my mind, where she's here at number 109. Or 108, we have a person that is kind of a mix of Shelly and Rachel, one that had a good amount of control early on while also being very palatable to most of the players in the house. Where at 108, we do have Will from BB5. And Will is someone that I do think as a whole is a pretty strong player, considering the fact that he is someone that landed in 9th place. I mean, he's someone that, again, I think had a lot of control earlier on within his group. Again, I think within the Pinky Swear Alliance, I think he was well positioned within that. While he does lose someone like in Lori early on, again, they're still able to get Holly out of the game at week 4 and then take out Scott and Jace back to back. But again, even beyond that, again, I think he did very good social work along the way too, where like even outside of his initial group, again, he had very good relationships with the likes of Drew, with the likes of Jason Scott, to where they believe that he was with them at points. He was good with Marvin, where again, Will just seemed to be like a very good social player, seemed to be very well positioned in the game. The problem comes at the final 9, where you have the twins going on their massive power trip, to where I will say I don't think Will plays that round particularly well. I mean, he does pretty openly target the twins, to which that gets back to them, which causes him to eventually go. But again, I think his game up to that point is very, very impressive. And even in that round, like he barely goes. It's a tie vote. Mind you, the twins wanted a tie vote, but really they could only get a tie vote even if they wanted to. Troy does kind of get sniped out of the game there, where had that not been the case, I think he's a major front runner to win the game. But again, considering how early of a boot he was, along the fact that, again, I do think he makes some mistakes at the very end there. I can't put him that much higher, but I do have him here at 108. Now, 107, we're moving on to a very recent player of the show. And we're kind of actually starting this kind of mini tier here of these players that made pretty deep runs on the show. And we're pretty active players, though I do feel like their win equity is a little bit up for debate. And we're starting off with, again, a very recent player from the show. Here we do have Felicia from BB25. And Felicia is a player that was just really fun to watch. Again, she was someone that played a very dynamic game, was constantly flip-flopping as she was in survival mode for a lot of the game. Where again, early on, I mean, she was running the game alongside Izzy, Sri, and Jared. Mind you, again, she was on the bottom of that pecking order, but still, I mean, they definitely did control a lot of what was going on. Though even then, I mean, there were points where Felicia didn't get her way. I mean, like, Heisem is a move that she later regretted. Heisem was a move that she regretted. You have the red vote where she tried to flip that at the last second and failed. And also by that point, obviously, her game is blown up to where she becomes a easy scapegoat for them in the second Cameron HOH, so where they were just going to easily vote her out, though obviously she gets saved there due to nothing that she really does herself. But beyond that, again, I think she plays this kind of scrappy game that, again, was very interesting to see. I mean, in this game where she's playing from the bottom and simply just playing to survive, to where I think she does do like good work in getting Matt and Jag's good sides while also trying to maintain a relationship with Sri, which again doesn't really work that well. But and she rats out information to fair probably too much to the detriment of her game. But again, it's to the point where, like, I do very much respect how Felicia plays the game. I do like that she continuously tries. Now, again, she ultimately fails a lot with what she's trying to do, but yeah, I at least like that she tries. Again, she was a very active player. I think the issue for me comes from the fact that she had very little win equity. From what we've heard from the jury, it does feel like Felicia was actually the biggest GOAT on the season. For even Bowie Jane would have beaten Felicia, to where, again, that's not good, but I do, again, appreciate her activeness in the game, to where while it isn't enough for me to really quantify her as like a truly good player, I do feel like it's enough to put her here at 107. And at 106, again, kind of a similar thing, though I think this person was playing a lot more to their best interest, even though they were still in a pretty much losing position. That person is Britney from BB24. And again, Britney is an interesting player in the sense that, again, I think in the end game, I think she really steps it up and trying to play this more individualistic game that, again, like, points could have backfired on her, but again, her playing the Final 5 round where she was willing to betray Taylor to take Alyssa further in the game. Again, Alyssa's the only person that she could have potentially beaten at the end. Again, I think that is a pretty interesting move to see her make. And even despite going after Taylor, Taylor still wanted to take her to Final 3. She obviously gets unlucky in the fact that Monty ends up winning the comps. That takes her out. But even then, again, like before that, obviously she's very much playing the middle of the house alongside Michael. And while obviously I'll give Michael a lot more credit for a lot of what was going on there, I still think Britney deserves something there. And early on, again, she was involved in the Girls Alliance. Now, she was also kind of on the bottom of it and was looked at as a potential target at points, but still, I mean, like, she was a sloppy player, straight up. I mean, I think she was a sloppy player all around, again, like Felicia. But again, I think in the end game, again, I think she's playing more so towards her best interests than Felicia was. Also, I think her positioning for the middle portion of the game was a lot better than Felicia's was. So because of that, for me, I have her above her here at 106. Now, 105, another player in a similar light, but I think probably a little bit better. Even though I'm still a bit up in the air on this person's win equity, but that person is Sheila from BB9. And Sheila's a player that I've always been a bit conflicted on how to really assess her game. Where, like, straight up, I just think a lot of her game is a very emotional game. I think she's a game that is very reactionary to the things happening around her, more so than her proactively maneuvering through the game. And I think through that, again, like, she does make these, like, moves in the game, like blindsiding James, the final 9. But how much of that was really due to her actually thinking that was a move in her best interest over the fact that she was upset at a comment Chelsea said to her? And beyond that, again, like, I don't know her win equity. I don't get the sense that she would have at least beaten Adam. I do think against Ryan, I think against probably likely, but who really knows? And even beyond that, I don't think she beat Sharon. Again, Natalie, I think is probably close. To where I really just don't fully know her win equity in the game. But again, beyond that, again, like, her game is just very rocky. Again, like, she lies to Joshua about being a lesbian for like no reason. That was dumb. Obviously attached to Adam, and too far, Adam was definitely sinking them early on in the game, but I do think she didn't help any by constantly fighting with Adam too. That made them look like a major source of drama. But again, I mean, she was part of Team Christ that runs the middle portion of the game. But again, she was aligned with Team Christ, who really runs the middle portion of the game. She had a good relationship with Adam by the end, to where that helps her maneuver through the game. Though even then, I mean, like, technically Adam was actually willing to cut her at 4 as a last second decision to keep her simply due to challenge strength. And again, like, at the end of the day, like, Sheila's game is very, very rocky. But again, at least she got some stuff done. Again, she did execute the James move. She was still, again, a pretty active player in the game. It's just a question of, was that actively good play? But still, like, at the end of the day, for me, it's enough to put her here at 105. Now 104, moving on to a player that I don't necessarily think this person's that good of a player. However, I think they were someone that were massively screwed over by a twist, along the fact that they made it to the end of the game with a lot of win equity, and that person is Jamaica from BB8. Or again, like Dustin and Amber, again, she was screwed over by the America's player twist. Had that not happened, she would have been in a much better position in the game. But even despite that thing happening, she still made it all the way to the final 4. Now, I will also mention the fact that she was not able to play in any HOH for a long period of time, which is kind of insane they actually allowed that to happen back in the day. Which that benefited her position to a degree of people keeping her around because they knew that she couldn't win HOH, but at the same time, I think it does also disfavor her in the game, and the fact that had she won one of those HOHs, she probably could have made a somewhat big move, at least targeting Dick and Danielle, to where, again, that would have been something to prop her up on this list. But at the end of the day, again, like, I don't necessarily look at her as that good of a player. Obviously, she is the type of person that would give up their HOH for a long period of time when they didn't really need to. She's also someone that would, again, get picked for the veto and then feel the obligation to use a veto on that person because they picked him. Like, I do think she is mostly a very emotional player as well, but I do feel like she is one that, again, still got to the end of the game with a lot of win equity and had Zach wanting to take her to 3 at least, where again, had she somehow won final HOH, she would have won the game. So again, that is definitely something to at least mention here. But I don't think her actual gameplay surrounding all that is necessarily good, which is why she's here at 104. Now 103, we're keeping with players screwed over by twists, and this time we're moving on to Joseph from BB24. And Joseph obviously gets screwed over by the split house twist, so where he was grouped in with pretty much all the worst people for his game, where he had very close relationships with the likes of Monty and Taylor on the other side. For in the configuration he was in with Turner, Kyle, Alyssa, and Terrence, I mean, he was pretty much dead man walking, especially once Kyle decides it's time to make the move to take out Joseph. Now, at the end of the day, I do think Joseph was still a pretty big target in the game, to where while he wouldn't have gone this week, I don't think he would have made it that much further in the game. But still, I mean, obviously getting taken out in the way he does is definitely him getting screwed over by a twist. But beyond that, again, like, I do think Joseph as a whole is just kind of a mixed player. I think he's one that, again, there were definitely moments of strong gameplay. Again, I would give him some credit for sure for the formation of the leftovers. Again, I would give most of the credit to Kyle, but I do think Joseph definitely deserves credit there as well. I'll also give him credit for, again, maintaining the leftovers alliance. But I do think the Taylor HOH week is one that, again, I just don't know what he was doing that week. Again, really strong arming Kyle into taking out Alyssa, which made no sense for Kyle's game and really just blew up his position even more, along the fact that he wanted to nominate himself during that week, which was ridiculous, as he could have potentially gone home, with Michael and Britney already talking about potentially taking out Joseph pretty soon anyway. So again, all that was pretty stupid. And like also mixing out the fact that, again, he was out of the loop early on in the game, was not involved in major alliances. Again, there definitely are criticisms to have here, but I do think, again, the fact that he was pretty integral to the formation of the leftovers, was part of the leftovers alliance for most of his run, and then proceeds to get taken out due to twists. Again, for me, it's enough to put him here at 103. Now 102, moving on to another person, not necessarily screwed over by a twist, but screwed over by kind of the social climate that they were at the time they were playing, and that person is Claire from BB23. And Claire's someone that obviously, had it not been for the cookout, I do think Claire would have had a very deep run on the season. I mean, Claire is someone that was pretty well positioned in the game for a lot of it. Again, she was this #1 ride or die ally to Tiffany, to where had the cookout not existed, I do fully believe it would have been Tiffany, Claire, Hannah, and DX that really ran the show. And I think out of those people, I think Claire is probably the most likely to make a big move towards the end of the game that would get her to win. Where I could definitely see a world where she cuts Tiffany at the final 3 to take a more secured win. And again, I do think Claire is a pretty solid player. Now, again, not flawless. I don't think she built as many social bonds as she probably should have. I think she probably relied on Tiffany a little bit too much at points. And obviously, at the end of the day, she was still aloof to the formation of the cookout, to where she was always doomed to be taken out in that middle jury phase of the game. But still, I do think Claire definitely had a lot of potential in the game. And I think if she were to play again, I would expect her to do well. So because that, for me, she is here number 102. Now at 101, we're moving on to another player that I think was screwed over by a twist. And that person is Jessica Hubanks from BB8. And again, another one screwed over by the America's Player twist, where had it not been in play, I do think Jessica would have had a lot more leverage in the end game, where instead she was essentially forced to work alongside Dick and Danielle. Now, I think the thing for me that doesn't prop her up even more, considering how screwed over she was by America's Player, is the fact that, again, it felt like she was just going along with whatever Eric was doing anyway, where, and had she like fought back against this notion, then I think I would probably give her a bit more credit as a player and probably put her a bit higher. But I do think it's the fact that she like just went along with what Eric was doing, even though it made no sense for their games, into working with Dick and Danielle, is my big issue with Jessica's game, where it just feels like she's a bit passive in that decision making there. But still, I mean, Jessica is still a pretty solid player on that season. Again, she was in the core alliance from the very beginning. She obviously has the good bond with Eric, but even then, again, still has the bonds with Jamaica, Amber, and Dustin. Again, they flip against Dick and Danielle, only for, again, them to just decide to work with them again, which is really dumb. But again, also eventually get screwed over by the fact that Eric can't use the veto at Final 7, which was a greater their position, only for her to be eventually taken out at 6, because obviously, to where, again, like, it's a bit of a weird game. It's one that, again, like, I do think is massively screwed over by the fact that there was America's Player as her closest ally that stopped her from doing the more optimal move, but I do have issues with the fact that she didn't fight back more against her realizing how bad these moves are for her game. But it's still a game that, again, is largely predicated by how bad she was screwed over by the America's Player twist, which for me is enough to put her here at 101. Now at number 100, we're finally at the top 100. And here we're talking about someone I didn't want to put this high, but then when like comparing him to a lot of the people around this spot, I felt like it was a bit off the knot, and that person is Caleb from BB16, which again, on paper, I think you might question him being as high as this, but I do feel like Caleb, again, gets to the final four on this season in a spot where he had some win equity, and by the time we got to the end game, I mean, he was looked at as a more likable presence than he was earlier on in the season, where, again, early on, his game is definitely a bit rough. I mean, while he is obviously a major founder of the Bomb Squad Alliance, he proceeds to be left out of the formation of the detonators, and was, again, so attached to Devin to where it definitely harmed his positioning as well, along the fact that obviously he had his obsession with Amber, which was just kind of icky. I do think the way he plays his game after that, again, was in a position where he was winning a whole bunch of comps. He started to gain some respect in the game, and I do think, again, had he gotten to the end against definitely Victoria, but on the offshoot of someone like a Cody, I think there at least would have been an argument, and I think he would have at least probably gotten votes. He was also, again, in the majority alliance for pretty much the entire season, having pretty strong bonds with a lot of the people that made it to the end game. Mind you, again, they had other bonds as well, where obviously Derek and Cody were a duo that he didn't really recognize, and despite his closer bond with Frankie, he ends up letting him go at 5, which is pretty bad. But still, I think Caleb is someone that, again, like, I don't particularly like, but I think in comparison to people we just talked about, I do think by the end of BB16, he came off as a better player than them, or at least was able to demonstrate more of his potential than them. So for me, it's barely enough to put him here at number 100. Now at number 99, we're moving on to a player that made it to the final 3 in a position where he had a lot of win equity, though I do question this person as a player in the grand scheme of things, but still at 99, I do have Azza from BB23. And again, Azza made it all the way to the end, to the final 3, in a spot where had she taken Big D to the end, she wins the game probably unanimously. And the fact that that is the case is pretty insane, considering really the rest of her game is not that great. And even then, she didn't even want to take Big D by the end, though to be fair, that's also a fault of Big D, but it's still a fault of Azza, the fact that she was about to take Xavier to the end had she won final HOH, to which she would have probably lost to him in a near unanimous vote. But really, again, a lot of her game, like most of the people in the cookout, was greatly affected by being in the cookout. Now, unlike the likes of Big D and Xavier, to where I think it greatly benefited their games, I think with Azza, it was definitely a benefit, but not to that much of an extreme, where I think, again, Big D and Xavier probably would have been like mid-game boots had it not been for the cookout. I think Azza probably still makes it towards the end of the game. I think she's someone that still would have been kept around by the true core and possibly could have squeaked her way even closer to the end, with them probably taking shots at each other by the end game. So again, I think she definitely still could have had a very deep run even without the cookout. However, I think she probably has almost no win equity in that situation. And even in the situation we actually see, again, she only has win equity because Big D is there, with that probably being the only person she can even win against in the game. But even then, she still doesn't end up wanting to take him to the end. But again, I do think there definitely are pros to Azza's game. I think she is a very social player. She's one that is mostly well-liked. But again, I don't think she's a very active player. She's also a very emotional player. So again, it's really tough to prop up her game too much. But again, considering her win equity, by the end, her very solid social play while also being in the majority alliance the entire time, it's enough to put her here at number 99. At number 98, we're moving on to a pretty long string here of runners-up. Runners-up that aren't that great, but again, we're still runners-up, so I guess they're top 100. At 98, we're starting that off with Portia from BB13. And again, I've criticized Portia's game in the past, and I still stand by a lot of it. I do feel like while she did get to the end against Rachel, where again, you could argue that she probably played the better game than Rachel, I do think at the end of the day, her game is still not great. And she's someone that doesn't really do much in the game early on, where while she is attached to the vets, even then, that was kind of by circumstance of them wanting to get out Keith. And even beyond that, again, it really felt like her only lifeline was Rachel, where outside that, she wasn't really making that many relationships in the game, despite the fact that she had safety for weeks and could have done a lot with that position. She simply just didn't. So again, she never really even bothered bonding with Jeff and Jordan, who were part of her alliance, and they never respected her. And then she obviously later flips to side with Danny and Clea, though that was a position where they were on the bottom. And while she is very fortunate the fact that they end up winning comps that put them in a pretty decent spot, again, they were still like not an optimal path to take, and it seemed like she largely took that path because she simply did not have the connections on the other side, especially after her relationship with Rachel started to wane, to where I think most of that part of the game is pretty bad. And even then, like taking the end game as well, again, she was planning on taking Rachel to the end, even if she had won the final HOH, to where again she proceeds to lose, where she had Adam as someone that she was very likely to beat. Again, like I think as a whole her game is pretty bad, but again, she's still a runner-up. She's still someone that again got a good chunk of votes at the end, and also probably would have won had she just gotten the other person to the end. And beyond that, again, she was a solid comp competitor. Again, she did build pretty strong one-on-one bonds, just the fact that she didn't make enough of them. But again, I think there definitely are some pros to her game, but I think as a whole, again, it is a pretty lackluster game to me, and that's why she's here at number 98. On number 97, we have, again, a similar runner-up, but one that I do think probably had more control over the game, but one that probably had less win equity, and that person is Liz Nolan from BB17. And again, Liz is an interesting player in the sense that obviously she was part of the Oz twins, and through that she had a lot of control throughout a lot of the game. Now realistically, I do think it was more of what Austin and Vanessa were doing than what Liz was, but again, Liz was there winning comps at points and going along for Alliance's agenda. Her endgame is obviously very rocky though, where she does lose Julia and Austin back to back, to where while she is a very likely finalist by that point, again, she is pretty much dead win equity wise, where really, I mean, by the time of the final six, I think the only person she could even beat is Julia. So again, in comparison to Portia, that is a big criticism there. And the fact that Portia had more winning scenarios, though again, I think Liz was in a better position for more of the game and is a bit more active in the game, at least earlier on, where again, for me, it is kind of close between the two, but I do feel like it is those aspects of her game that do leave her higher at number 97. Now at number 96, again, another runner-up from the game, one that I also think is a pretty mediocre one, but that person is Natalie Martinez from BB11. And again, Natalie is just such a bizarre player, to where again, there is definitely things to praise from her. Again, the fact that she was aligned with Jesse, who was running the game early on and was essentially his right-hand person. The fact that after Jesse gets taken out, she's still able to recover from that, build this really strong bond with Kevin, to where they play as a duo and get to the final three together. Now, the issues come from, one, win equity, where really I do not think she can beat a single person in the game. I mean, she was absolutely hated by the jury, where I do find it tough to believe that she really wins against anybody. Even beyond that, despite how much of a goat she was at the end, Kevin Campbell, her own closest ally in the game, thought she was a threat and was gonna vote her out over Jordan, which is pretty insane, where he would have essentially thrown away a guarantee win to a possible loss against Jordan. And again, while that will be a knock against Kevin, it's still even a knock against Natalie, and the fact that she couldn't even get her closest ally to take her to the end. To where, again, to me, those are major criticisms of her game, just her overall lack of win equity. Now, again, as a whole, again, I do think she was playing a second in command game early on, where, again, while she still annoyed a lot of people during that, I don't think it's necessarily a bad early game. And you can argue that she navigates through the game pretty well after Jesse's eviction. But, I mean, again, the fact that she was just hated by the jury, the fact that she just made all these unnecessary lies that made people respect her even less, I don't really look at her as that good of a player, but for me, she's still here at number 96. Now, number 95, we're moving on to a player that, again, was a runner-up, one that I do question many aspects of their game, but still made to the end, almost won, kind of. That person is Yvette from BB6. And again, Yvette is tough to assess in the sense that, again, she almost wins the game against Maggie. She has a 4-3 vote. If she got one more vote, she wins the game. Had she not completely trashed Rachel in her goodbye messages, I think there's a chance she wins the game. Now, straight up, I think Rachel was someone that was probably more inclined to vote for Maggie no matter what. However, I do think if it had not been for Rachel being very anti-Yvette due to her goodbye message, I think there's a chance that Howie doesn't vote with Rachel, instead votes alongside her other allies in Janelle and James. Now, as a whole, again, Yvette is just a tough player to rank in the sense that she is very emotional. I do think a lot of her game was her just being emotional over her playing with much strategy. Now, again, there are points where I do think she does some good work in building this like bond with James, but again, she also has these points where, again, she just wastes opportunities to win the game. Again, like her not throwing the final HOH to Janelle is obviously a game costing mistake. But at the same time, again, like something that props her up above the last few people we talked about is, again, she could have won. Again, had she thrown that comp, or if had Janelle just outright won the final HOH, she wins the game. Again, she had winning scenarios. She was essentially the second command to Maggie for most of the game, and even then had some impressive moments here and there. Though, again, like, I do think most of her game was emotional, which is a nick against her, along with the fact that she had some actively bad jury management. But I think in comparison to the last few we talked about, again, I would personally say she's probably the best of the four, though really none of them are that great. She's still here at number 95. Now number 94, we're moving on to a player that was not a runner-up, finally, but we're back to final juror, this one being, again, a rocky one to assess, and that person is Zach from BB-8. And Zach is a strange player because he was kind of on the outs for a lot of the game. I mean, the first half of his game is extremely rocky to where he's tied to the Mrs. Robinson alliance, who's on the bottom, though is never targeted from that alliance, which again is definitely a pro for him. The fact that the likes of Kale and Nick and Mike are targeted ahead of him. But again, he's still someone that has no real respect in the game and is kind of just being dragged along. And along the way, again, he does build a strong bond with Dick and Danielle, that by the time that Dick and Danielle gain some leverage in the game, particularly after the final 9 round, he's able to latch onto that and make his way to the end game. And again, really, his first 2/3 of the game, I think there's a lot to criticize. However, I do think his end game is actually kind of strong, where I think he does what he needs to do. While he ends up failing, obviously, and Dick and Danielle win out at the end and cut him at 3, I do think he makes pretty optimal moves for a lot of the game, to where obviously you can criticize his decision to not save Eric at 5. However, realistically, Zach was in this position where he kind of needed Dick and Danielle in the game, because he was in this position where he couldn't beat anybody but Dick and Danielle. For keeping them in the game, while it is obviously keeping a duo in the game, like, I think no matter what, like, even if he had kept Eric around, Eric would have just latched on to Jamaica, which also would have been a duo there. Well, at least now it gives Zach these 2 options of 2 people he could take to the end. And again, he did plan on splitting them up at 4, and obviously wasn't able to do so due to Danielle winning the veto. But again, he was at least still on the right track. And even if he failed as he did, he's still in this position where all he needs to do is win final HOH and he wins the game. Now again, how intentional was all this game up until the end game? Not very, but I do think his end game is probably better than some people give him credit for, where I think a lot of people think of him as like someone that made a lot of dumb mistakes at the end. Though again, I think he plays it as well as he could have, and again was just 1 comp away from winning the entire game. To where while Zach isn't a particularly great player in the grand scheme of things, again, I do feel like that aspect of his game is enough for him to land here at number 94. Now at number 93, we're moving back to a runner-up, and one that I did have lower on my runner-up ranking than the runners-up we've talked about so far. However, I do think it's still a runner-up that has a lot of unfortunate aspects to his run, and that person is Ryan for BB9. Now, again, do I think Ryan plays the greatest game in the world? No. Do I think he plays a optimal end game? No. Again, I do think he makes a lot of decisions at the end of the game that really just prop up Adam's game even more, to where, again, his decision to make this deal with Sharon only to then cut her at 4 really just gives Adam a lot of leverage in the end game there. Also, he takes the blame for what happens at final 5 with Natalie. That's not a good look either. Though I do think as a whole, again, I do look at Ryan as a, again, somewhat competent player. Now, again, he's obviously targeted early on due to the fact that he's connected to Jen, and later on, again, because he's connected to Allison. Though, again, I don't think he does that much wrong in those situations. I think it is largely the likes of Jen and Allison that are doing things that get him targeted. He obviously wins HOH and blindsides James in a spot where I do think it's the right call to make. I do qualm with the way he handles that situation, but I do think he overall makes the right decision there. Though I do think he largely lacks a lot of tact throughout the game. Again, I do think he does some actively bad jury management along the way. So by the time he gets to the end of Adam, it was pretty clear that Adam was going to beat him. Though at the same time, I do think a large reason why he ends up losing the game kind of comes down to Jen, where there was very much this notion of people not wanting to give Ryan the win because they didn't want to give Jen the win, and they hated Jen so much that was actually a reasoning that they used against him, which, again, I do think that is something that's a bit unfortunate for Ryan. And like straight up, I think Ryan is actually like a decent strategic thinker. While again, I think he cut people when he didn't need to. Again, he still made this like secret deal with Josh that he was utilizing. He had a pretty rational strategic mind, especially in comparison to Adam, who's a bit all over the place. So where, again, I think there's definitely some pros to give to Ryan, though still overall a very mixed bag of a player. The one I think gets very unfortunate with certain other things going on around him, though, where for me he's here number 93. 3. Now, number 92, we're moving on to a player that did get voted out and came back into the game, and that will actually be a trend with the next couple people we talk about after this. But this person usually gets talked about as a pretty bad player, considering how many times they were voted out and came back into the game. But I actually think this person's a little bit underrated, and that person is Victor from BB18. And again, people like to talk about how, oh, he got evicted 3 times in one season, he's a terrible player. And again, I mean, that definitely is a knock against him, but I think Victor's a better player than people give him credit for. Now, I do think his first run of the season is pretty bad, where obviously he attaches himself to Jose gets blindsided, he gets taken out right after that. That's all pretty bad. However, when he comes back, I do think he plays solidly. I mean, again, he does attach himself to Paul, and Paul gets them into the board alliance with like Cory, James, and Paulie. But again, they end up flipping against Paulie when they need to. Again, do I think it was actually opportune time to do so? Probably not, but when the momentum was already there, it probably was the right call to latch onto it. Now, I think a criticism to have with Victor's game is the fact that he does end up winning so many comps, where it's obviously just heightening this target on his back, along with him putting him in this position where he's the one that has to get blood on his hands. But still, I mean, like, really, his play up until the Paulie eviction is pretty solid. And then we get to his second eviction, which is something that I've talked about in the past. I actually don't fault Victor that much for. I think this was a very strange situation of him actually being put on the block as a pawn. The target was Paul, and once Paul wins the veto and Cory goes on the block, again, in most situations, Cory would have gone home there. However, again, Victor gets very unfortunate in the fact that this was a week with a double HOH twist that had Michelle becoming the HOH as well, where had that not been the case, more than likely Victor stays, considering by the end of that week, Michelle and Natalie were both very pro Victor and were upset at the fact that they were actually sending him home in that situation. Or because they didn't have votes, James instead becomes a swing vote to where James ends up being anti-Victor over Cory. So again, I do think he gets very unfortunate in that instance. But again, when he comes back the second time, I think he actually plays okay at first, again, attaching himself to Nicole and Cory and making a 4-person alliance with them and Paul, to where again, I think he once again falters by winning the final 6 HOH, which wasn't optimal, though still as a whole, like, Victor, I think is a pretty solid player. I mean, I think he gets a lot of criticism for him getting evicted so many times, though I think he's pretty competent at all 3 facets of the game. Obviously, I think strategically he's probably the weakest, so even then he's not a complete dud. And even then, again, he had a lot of win equity at the end as well, where he was the biggest jury threat on the board, where again, like, for me, like, I feel like Victor's actually a pretty solid player, but again, obviously he did get voted out 3 times in one season, so that is enough for me to land him here at number 92. Now, number 91, moving on to another player that got voted out and came back to the game, and that player is Johnny Mac from BB17, who I did very much qualm with where exactly to land Johnny Mac. I mean, I could definitely argue him being lower on this list. However, I think Johnny Mac is someone that does know the game very well. I mean, while again, he was in the greatest position throughout a lot of the game, he was pretty much on the bottom for a lot of it, kind of being used as a pawn, was very rarely the target. Again, very rarely has much control over how the game is playing out, though still ends up building some strong bonds along the way. Again, he has a strong bond with like Steve, with Clay and Shelly. He has a strong bond with like Becky. Again, like, he does do some good work here and there, and he avoids being a target for a lot of the season, not being taken out until the final 8 before coming back. And when he comes back, I think he actually plays pretty well as well, where at that point he becomes a trio alongside Vanessa and Steve, and eventually they end up taking their move against the Oz twins. And by the time in the final 4, I mean, he was in a position where he could have very easily won the game. I mean, had Vanessa not won the veto at 4, Vanessa probably goes home. For final 3, again, had he won final HOH, he probably wins the game at that point. And even if not, Liz was probably a bit up in the air on who she would have taken to the end, where again, like, I think there's a serious chance Johnny Mac wins that season if Vanessa not won that final 4 veto. So again, I think all around, I think Johnny Mac is a pretty solid player. Now again, obviously the criticism is the fact that he didn't have much control over how the game played out, but even then, I think he actually plays the end game in particular like pretty well for the most part. So again, for me, he's here at number 91. Now number 90, moving on to another player that was voted out and came back to the game, and that person is Judd from BB15. And Judd, I think, is a player that probably has more potential than he actually was able to demonstrate, where like early on he's in a pretty solid position being in the middle of the house, not really being targeted by many people, but also not really being that central to the power structure. But eventually he does end up forming an alliance with Andy, Amanda, and McCrae that really runs a lot of the middle portion of that game there, until he ends up being sniped out at the double eviction, where again, people started to lose trust with him. in his own alliance ends up turning on him, which again seemed a bit misguided from his alliance. Again, he really wasn't doing a lot of the things that they thought he was doing, though at the same time that's obviously a fault on him for not being able to convince them of that. But again, he obviously gets like sniped out of the game there in a position where a lot of the people that made the move there didn't even really want to make the move, and it just felt like it was based on a misunderstanding. Though he does proceed to come back to the game, where at that point he obviously becomes part of the exterminators, who really end up running the end game. Again, him being part of obviously the Amanda blind side, followed by the Alyssa blind side. Now, the issue is the fact that he was always on the bottom of that group, and when he's taken out 5, it's kind of expected there. But again, considering he was voted out and came back to the game, I think he actually gained a decent amount of social capital on his return, and again helped pull off 2 of the best plays in the season. Where again, I think Judd is a pretty solid player. Now, I have seen him play sequester after fact, and he's a very chaotic player there, to where I'm not even sure if that really increases or decreases my overall thoughts of him as a player. But he is someone that I think if he were to come back and play again, I think at least would be a very fun ride. But for the sake of this list, again, I still do think of him as someone that again definitely demonstrated a lot of potential, to where for me he's here at number 90. Number 89, and here we do have a 2-time player, one that had one okay run, another really bad run, but that person is Nicole Anthony from BB's 21 and 22. And again, Nicole's BB 21 run is fine. It's one where she again was backdoored at a point, though did survive that backdoor. Those survived it due to really nothing that she actually did, and was just again kind of on the outs early on. She is able to recover from that, building a strong bond with Cliff, and then having bonds with like Jessica and Kat. She later proceeds to make a Final Four deal with Cliff, Jackson, and Holly that gets her to the end of the game. My qualm with that is, again, I do feel like a lot of her game is not really because it's not really due to things that she was actively doing, where it very much feels like it was Cliff that was doing a lot of the legwork for the duo. To where, again, like, I mean, Nicole obviously benefited from that, and again, she was the person that created the bond with Cliff to begin with, but I do think it was a lot more of Cliff's work that got them to the end, and I think that's shown by the fact that she was not well positioned when they got to the end, where again, Cliff had a much better relationship with the likes of Holly and Jackson than Nicole did. Had it not been for the very wonky circumstances that ended up occurring, again, Cliff should have made Final 3 pretty much every time they played, though obviously Nicole gets kind of fortunate in the fact that Cliff feels bad and lets her win the Final 4 HOH, to where she ends up making it the 3 instead, in a position where, again, she probably could have won. Again, had she won Final HOH, she would have taken Holly, and she more than likely does win the game. So again, she had win equity by the end, but it's still a bit of a rocky game where, again, I just don't feel like she has much agency of her own. So I just feel like she kind of gave a lot of that up to Cliff, to where, and then we cut to 22, where she obviously just plays terribly from the beginning and works against the likes of Kaser and Janelle, despite them wanting to work with her, and gets taken out week 2 kind of unceremoniously, to where, again, it's definitely a sour note on her run, to where it kind of supports just how meh I feel like her first run was, but still at the end of the day, again, she still does make it to the end game with win equity, while still having pros to her game for sure, and building pretty strong relationships along the way, and still navigating through the game pretty well, even though, again, I think it was a lot under the direction of Cliff, but still, I think there is definitely some good stuff to say about Nicole Anthony, which is why she's here number 89. Now, number 88, we're moving on to a player that I struggled with where to land this person, because they got to the Final 3 of their season in a spot where there definitely are points where they made moves in the game. The question is, how much of those moves were his moves, and along with the fact that his win equity was questionable, and that person is Turner from BB24. And again, Turner, I just find to be a bizarre player on the season, one that, again, was kind of aloof early on, where he wasn't really involved in the main majority group, and was a pretty big target on the board, where, again, it was him and Pooch being targeted for those first few weeks. He's going to be targeted in week 3 by almost everybody, only for him to win HOH, and then proceed to target Taylor, until we have the formation of the leftovers, where we do see them finally flipping the game, and obviously he's a part of it. The problem is that he's the part of it that didn't want to do it, and had to be really convinced by the others into making this big, bold move, which he eventually does. That kind of brings me to the point of why I criticize Turner's game, the fact that, again, just so much of his game is him being led around by others, him simply being told what to do, and again, he ends up executing it, but I do feel like he's just not a very proactive player. to while again he is pretty good socially at points, again he does have a really strong bond with Alyssa, he builds a really strong bond with Kyle. In a world where the Kyle situation doesn't happen, and it's not out of the realm of possibility to think that he runs the game alongside Kyle and ends up taking Kyle to the end, where he probably beats Kyle at the end. That is definitely a pretty realistic world. The problem is that when Kyle leaves, he essentially decides to run that same style of game, but with Monty, someone that did have more win equity than him, and someone that funnily ends up cutting him at the end in favor of his showmance, which for Kyle maybe would have done anyway. Well, ends up doing that in a position where he loses, which all comes back to the fact that Turn was also perceived as a massive jury threat in the game, despite the fact that he wasn't, and I think struggles to win against most people in the end game, and I think struggles to win with both of Monty and Taylor, who at the end, where again I think is very passive play, again harming him, and the fact that he had two people that he probably could have beaten, Britney and Alyssa, with him at the final 5, yet he takes neither of them to the end, simply because he was again just following the orders of Monty, to where again like it makes it a bit tough to really rank Turner here, and like at the end of the day I kind of look at him as pretty similarly to someone like a Nicole Anthony in terms of their overall game ability. I think for me the difference here is pretty much the fact that I think Turner's better in competitions. I think Turner also had probably more winning situations. You can also still question what would happen if the Kyle situation didn't happen, where for me again it's enough to put Turner above her here at number 88. Now number 87 we're moving on to a player in a similar archetype to Turner, though I think a very different player, and that person is McCrae from BB15. And McCrae is also a very tough player to assess in the fact that he was in a pretty strong spot for really most of the game. Again, he initially was part of the moving company and they were running the first 2 weeks. He then dismantles the moving company in order to work with Amanda, to which again they end up running the game together for most of the game. The question is again, how much agency did he really have within that? And like the thing is, again, I think most of it is really just Amanda, while McCrae was kind of there, though again McCrae does benefit a lot from that positioning, especially considering the fact that Amanda was someone that was not particularly loved by the jury, to where I could definitely see a world where they get to the final 2 together and he ends up beating her, though even that wasn't really a guarantee. But really, again, like his navigation through really the first like 2/3 of the game is pretty solid, to where it's not really until the Aaron boot week where he's in any sort of danger, but even then he gets saved by Amanda, winning the veto. And like once Amanda ends up going, again, he has a decent underdog run there, though again obviously misguided in the fact that he takes out Alyssa. Now I understand his rationale for it, though I still think the move would have been to try to get Andy out. Though, again, it probably wouldn't have happened, as I really don't know the situation where Andy actually gets voted out in that situation. But, yeah, I mean, there definitely were better moves to be made than taking out Alyssa, to where while Alyssa is someone that, again, didn't really trust McCrae and was a pretty big threat to him in competitions, I still think she's someone that, again, he kind of needed at that point, being the only other person not in the Exterminators, where, again, it's definitely a questionable move there, and obviously just gets taken out the next time he loses a comp. And it's a position where, again, like, I don't know what his win equity was. I don't feel like it was particularly great, to where, again, it's a bit of a mixed bag of the game. I think his first 2/3 of the game is filled with pretty decent positioning, even though, again, he's not very active throughout that period. And his back third, again, has some questionable play along with him being from the bottom. But, again, like, I think mixing all things together, along with the fact that I think he has a pretty impressive first HOH, I think for me it's enough to put him here at number 87. Now, number 86, we're moving on to another player that I kind of struggled with ranking, with this person's game being one that I don't fully know extremely well. So I did do some research into this person, but at 86, I do have Reagan from BB12. And again, Reagan is one that, again, I always struggle with like really landing where they were in the game, while they obviously were attached to Matt and was like one of these parachutes that was utilized within the brigade. Reagan does end up being the only parachute to actually outlast the actual core member on the season, where obviously he does end up outlasting Matt here, and does so in a spot where he seemed to recognize the brigade and piece together they were working with each other, which again no one else really did, so again kudos to him for that. But beyond that, again, I think his game is a bit rocky. I mean, early on he was in a pretty good position where no one was really targeting him, though by the time of week 8 he was obviously a big target for Brendan, where had he not won the veto there, he probably ends up going home, though to be fair, there was the Diamond Power veto. But again, from that point on, he ends up losing Matt at final 7. He is in a spot where he essentially needs to win out from that point forward, where he was the target at the double, though gets saved by winning the veto, and then proceeds to be taken out of the final 5. Again, it's not a particularly great ending to his game, but considering considering, again, his strong position for the first like half of his game, along with the fact that he seemed to piece together the fact that the brigade were working together and maybe had some win equity if he got to the end. I do think it's enough for me to put Reagan here at number 86. Now, number 85, we're moving on to a player that I think is overall pretty underrated player in Big Brother history. To where, again, this person remembered for their really astronomically dumb move. However, I think their game outside that, especially on that specific season, is pretty good, and that person is Marcellus from BB's 3 and 7, where, again, I think Marcellus is obviously remembered for not using the veto on himself, which is really stupid, a really dumb move there. However, I think the rest of his game on that season is actually pretty good, especially considering the fact that he seemed to face a lot of prejudices early on with people not really giving him the chance of day, and him being saved due to the fact that Jerry had won the veto and wanted to make this political statement. Though beyond that, again, I think he plays pretty well. I mean, while again, there definitely are points where he's playing very emotionally, particularly his targeting of Tanya, one that seemed to just be because he hated her, along with also the fact that he was targeting Josh before that. But again, he still ends up making a deal with Josh to keep himself safe. He also ends up staying over Amy, despite the fact that he was clearly the bigger threat of the two, which, to be fair, might be a knock against Amy more than a pro against Marcellus, but I still think it's a somewhat of a pro. And he obviously has this like close bond with Danielle and Jason for a lot of the season, was kind of running the middle alongside them for a lot of the season, or again, they were pretty much working in lockstep for a lot of the game, until the point, obviously, where they get to the final 5, where Marcellus is finally targeted. Or even then, again, he won the veto. He was supposed to stay, and if he had stayed, he probably would have been in a good spot to get to the end. And again, had he gotten to the end against Danielle, again, he could have potentially won there. Now, again, I do think he probably loses against both Jason and Lisa, but again, he had a winning scenario, one that he was trying to strive for, but obviously, again, his idiocy does end up costing him there. And like, truth be told, his BB7 game doesn't really do much to really prop him up either, where, I mean, it's not entirely bad, but again, it's another pretty emotional one where, and there was this like flip to take out Will that was in place for week 3, where he's the one that ended up backing out of it, which, to be fair, part of that is due to the fact that he got in this big fight with Jace, but still, again, that could have been a move that very much benefited him, especially considering Will is eventually his undoing at the time of the final 9, and he was never really in that great of a spot in that season, even though, he was relatively safe early on, but never really had much power in that season. But again, I do think his BB3 game is kind of an underrated game in the grand scheme of things. So again, I do think he is a solid player that obviously just made a really dumb mistake. Through that, for me, again, it's enough to put him here at number 85. At number 84, we're moving on to a player that I did struggle with where to put this person. I do think at the end of the day, I do look at this person as a pretty good player, the one that did struggle with threat management. Though I think if this person were to return, I could see her doing very well again. That person is Helen from BB15. And I feel like she's someone that, well, again, can be a bit domineering, or she did get a bit of HOH-itis during her HOH reign. She still was able to run the house for a lot of that season, where she was a pretty central figure in the house beyond that, really organizing a lot of the group together. And while, again, she was aloof to the fact that there was this Amanda contingent that was coming after her until a bit too late, I do think the fact that she was essentially running a lot of the house until her boot is pretty impressive. So again, I do qualm with her threat management. I do also qualm with the fact that she, again, made a lot of these strives to work with Aaron, only for Aaron to be more loyal to Amanda and McCrae than she was to her. And that's definitely some issues to be had there. But yet Helen was still someone that played a pretty dominant game up until the point that she's taken out. So because of that, for me, I do look at her as a pretty solid player, and one that ends up being here at number 84. At number 83, we're moving on to a player that I think had a lot of potential in the game. The problem is that they kind of gave up that potential to go to the NFL All Guys Alliance. But either way, at number 83, we do have Christine from BB16. And again, I think Christine's an interesting player in the sense that I think early on she was actually playing pretty well. She's playing the middle of the game pretty well, and the fact that she was involved in the Bomb Squad Alliance and had these really strong bonds there, but also had this grouping with Nicole and Hayden to where she was also well positioned there. I think for me, the issue is that she ends up siding with the Bomb Squad over her alliance with Nicole and Hayden, to where I think had she done the opposite, I think she could have been in this very strong position in the game and eventually be this undoing for the Bomb Squad, but instead she simply empowers them. And to be fair, I mean, like, again, she was part of the detonators to where she was in a decent spot there. She had a really strong bond with Frankie to where they become a duo in the game. And again, she is in the dominant alliance for most of the game moving forward. Obviously, I think the criticism is that she was always kind of on the bottom of that pecking order to where, again, she's taken out 6 in a position where, again, she was always on the bottom of that detonators group, where along with that, I think also her early jury phase game is kind of bad, where I guess she had, by that point, really burned her relationships with Hayden and Nicole and proceeds to be the reason that they end up going, to where, again, I don't think she had many jury prospects by the end either, to where, again, like, there definitely are a lot of criticisms to have in that light, though. Again, I think she was someone that, at least initially, seemed to have a lot of potential in the game, was playing the middle pretty well, though, again, the issues come from when she eventually chooses a side, but I still think it does show her having a decent amount of potential in the game. So again, for me, she's here at number 83. Number 82, we're moving on to a player that a lot of people talk about how robbed this person was, and to be fair, I mean, you could definitely say that. But my question is, how much agency do they really have outside that? And that person is Sharon from BB9. And Sharon is someone that was essentially a person that got voted out and came back to the game, though, again, I wouldn't really fault her too much for that, where, again, her first time around was her getting voted out due to Jacob, which, again, I fault Jacob a lot more for that. But when she comes back, again, she's in a pretty decent spot. She works alongside Joshua. She has a relationship with James and Chelsea, to where they end up being a pretty strong side of the house, winning 2 HOHs in a row. And again, at first seemed to be getting their way in the Ryan HOH, to where they seem to have convinced him to blindside Maddie, only for it to flip at the very last second. And again, like I talked about with all of our other Alliance members, I think she gets very unfortunate at the time that they get to the final 8, to where they just simply cannot win a comp from that point forward, and she's this perpetual pawn being on the block while all of her allies go home. Though by the time of the final 5, when it's her turn, again, she does end up making this deal with Ryan and ends up being saved over Natalie there, which, to be fair, is also indicative of Natalie's poor play. But again, I still think Sharon does some decent work there, only for her to, again, get screwed over at the final 4 with the really dumb question there that caused her to go to a tiebreaker and proceed to lose, which, again, you could definitely qualm there. Now, realistically, I don't think she wins the game anyway, as she would still need to win final HOH to get to the end, which was not super likely, though not completely impossible either, though. But obviously, yeah, she gets screwed over by a bad question, which, again, some people claim is like riggage from production, though I really don't think it is. I think it's simply just production made a dumb question. But even then, I, again, was staying for a lot of that week. It wasn't until the very last second that Ryan and Adam changed their minds in thinking that Sheila was a easier person to beat at final 3 than Sharon, which led to her getting voted out. But again, she's someone that, had she gotten to the end, I think she would have had a lot of win equity. I mean, she would have had 3 locked in jury votes, and against like a Ryan in particular, I think she handily beats him. So she definitely had a good chunk of win equity, though, again, my qualm is that I don't know how much real agency she really had, especially in that portion of the game where her alliance members are going out one by one by one, but still not an entirely bad game, one that I just think got very unlucky of how comps played out. So again, for me, I think she's good enough to be here, number 82. Now, number 81, and we're moving on to a player that I do think was ahead of their time. While there's definitely a lot of qualms we had with this person and how they played and how overtly they played in that way, I do think they played a pretty interesting game for BB2, and that person is Krista. And Krista, again, is a player that very much tried to play the middle on BB2, being a central figure in the house, again, having connections to Chilltown and having connections to Top. Now, the problem is that she made those connections very blatant to everybody. Or again, she wins HOH in week 2, a pretty bad move on her end, where it makes her expose her allegiances in her really just not pacifying either side, with her really going for a person that is a pretty expendable person in the house in Autumn. To which, while again, it is interesting to see someone actively play the middle this early on in Big Brother's history, it's still a spot where it gains her the ire of some of the other people in the house, where they don't particularly trust her moving forward. So while she still has connections with the likes of Hardy and Monica, and obviously builds a really strong bond with Boogie and Will, like, she still has these connections further in the game. Again, as she gets closer and closer to the end, then less and less people trust her, particularly Hardy, where he eventually flips on her and takes her out at 6, which again just felt very much like a culmination of overall gameplay style, mixed in with the fact that, again, she was kind of also a blatant threat from a jury perspective, where she had a very sympathetic background that people thought would make her a jury threat, to where, again, like, pretty much like too overtly a threat in the game. So despite the fact that, again, she tried to play the middle and tried to have both sides not come for her, eventually her time ends up coming up simply just due to her lack of threat management. Though, again, I still think as a whole, a very innovative player for the time, went a bit ahead of their time, because that for me, they're here at number 81. At number 80, we are moving on to a player I'm a bit rocky about. I do feel like this person definitely has some pros to their game, though I still question their overall game ability in the grand scheme of things. So at 80, I do have Christy Murphy from BB21, and Christy's a player that does get very emotional at points. I mean, she is someone that does seem to get extremely paranoid and does some pretty illogical things in the game, though at the same time, again, there are things to really hype her up. I mean, the fact that she, again, was in the majority alliance for the first half of the game, and obviously that does crumble with the 6 shooters breaking picking up, but even then, I mean, she's able to still survive when she's initially the target, where you have the entire Taco Tuesday incident, and then proceeds to be kept around for a few weeks after that. Now, to be fair, I mean, some of the things that save her towards the end of the game is her connection to Tommy, which was an out-of-the-game relationship, but I still think they would have been really close in the house, too. So I don't think that's, like, the end-all, be-all of her game. And again, for her to make it the final 6, where she had this, like, pretty big target on her back by the time of the final 10, again, is pretty impressive. And again, I think as a whole, again, I think there is some decent gameplay there. Again, she does save herself during the final 9 round, though beyond that, again, like, was someone that was very emotional in the game. Again, would talk about targeting her own allies, where she talked about targeting Jack early on, which was kind of dumb. Also, her constant flip-flopping during her first HOH was not great, but still overall, I think a competent player, one that, again, did some impressive things at points, and that's why she's here number 80. At number 79, we're moving on to a player that had a very unique strategy in the game, and while there definitely are qualms we had with this person, I do feel like they played a pretty innovative game, and that person is Spencer from BB15. And I think Spencer is an interesting player on this season, one that early on was part of the moving company. They were in the middle of things, though obviously that crumbles by the time of week 2, though I think of the people that do end up flipping, he does probably one of the better jobs at it, where he ends up getting ahead of it a bit better than the likes of Howard, where Howard gets a lot more of the brunt of the blame for that flip than Spencer does. And beyond that, again, like, Spencer is still on the bottom, though, again, is not really the target ever. I mean, he is constantly used that as a pawn, and again, actively so, to where he puts himself in this position in a way to gain trust with people, which, again, you could definitely qualm with that strategy, where, again, you would obviously not want to be put up on the pawn. So again, he's pretty much on the block almost every eviction from week 5 onwards, to which, again, it was pretty impressive to see, like, the amount of leverage he was able to gain through volunteering himself. And again, in the end game, he ends up forming the Exterminators with Andy, and they end up running a lot of the end game, to where, again, he gets the final 3 with, again, a winning scenario in going to the Gina Marie. So again, he had a winning scenario by the end. Again, I think his navigation of the game is interesting, with his back, like, third of the game being very impressive, actually, and him running the game alongside Andy. Though, again, I think he lacked win equity, and he also lacked much ability to even win the final HOH, which is something he would have needed to win the game anyway, to where, again, like, there definitely are criticisms to be had here, but I think as a whole, a pretty savvy player in the grand scheme of things, and for me, he's here number 79. At number 78, we're moving on to a player that is from the most recent season of the show, this being a player that has a lot of pros, but also has a lot of cons, and that person is corywurtenberger from BB25. And Cory is a player that, when he was good, he was very good. He plays a very, like, Kevin Jacobs light style game early on, and him being able to ride the middle and gain information along the way, and then eventually pick the time to strike and utilize that information to completely flip the house. Again, all that is very solid. The problem is that after he does that, he simply just doesn't really take full reins of the game. He kind of lets go of the gas after he pulls off the big move. So he mismanages his relationship with Bowie. He plays too much to Matt and Jag's favor, to where, I mean, too fair, again, like, would he have been able to get Matt and Jag out anyway? Probably not. Again, they won all the comms. Though, again, I still think a better player would have probably still kept Bowie Jane on his side, still kept Cameron on his side, not had the likes of a Blue having a one-sided rivalry with him. But still, I mean, I do think there are definitely very impressive aspects of his game. I mean, the fact that he was a person that Jared, Izzy, and Sri were seemingly loyal to at points in the game. He was definitely the person that they were leaking a lot of information to, which obviously let him make that move that he made at week 6. The fact that he stopped the Isom backdoor, which was very beneficial for his game. Even after his game really starts to crumble, I still think he does some good work in pulling Matt and Jag in enough to where they don't target him. Again, there's still some misguided moves throughout the season, but I still think he's a strong enough player to where he's still here at number 78. Now, number 77, we're moving on to a player that I also think is extremely flawed. They had a good chunk of win equity by the end, and also we're playing well at a point, and that person is G from BB4. And G is a player that, straight up, I mean, if you watch just the show, I don't think you fully pick up on what G was doing in the game, but G was a player that was actually playing the middle pretty well for the middle stretch of the game. Again, he had been obviously attached to the Stooges, and the show really just hyper focuses on his relationship with the Stooges and makes it as if he would have never backstabbed them in the game, when in reality he was working on going against them. Again, setting up this, like, plot to take out Justin and throw the HOH to allow Justin to go home which, I mean, to be fair, I don't know if it was really the best timing for it. He did it at Final 7. That wasn't that optimal, along the fact that he also, like, regrets doing this by the time it happens and is very flaky during Justin's final week. But still, I mean, like, he was playing the middle pretty well, again, alongside June. Again, they were working together in tandem in the middle of the game, while G was, again, the safest person of the Three Stooges. They were targeting both Justin and Robert over him for most of the season. So, again, like, there's definitely things to qualm with. Again, the fact that he was pretty aloof in week 2 and puts up Michelle as a pawn only for her to go home. His end game is pretty bad, to where, again, he's really just making himself a bigger target by just winning comps when he doesn't need to and getting really cocky at that point in the game. But again, I do think there is that middle stretch that is actually pretty good gameplay from him, to where he was one of the safest people in the entire house. So where, again, for me, because of that, and along with the fact that, again, I do think he wins if he gets to the end. Like, really, by the time he gets booted, I think his only jury threat is potentially Erica. But even in that situation, he has 3 pretty locked in jury votes, and is probably likely to get G and maybe even Allison in that spot. So again, I do think he was a very likely winner if he got into the end. It's just that obviously I think he messed it up for himself to make himself such a big target by the end. So because of that, for me, he's here number 77. Number 76, moving on to a player from BB20. This one being part of the major majority alliance for the entire season, though was also cut by them a bit early, and that person is Brett. And again, Brett, I think, is an interesting player in the sense that, again, he was in the majority alliance. He was a pretty active participant within the majority alliance. Again, he was definitely doing things that benefit level 6. Where, I mean, at first he was their massive figurehead that the other side was going after, that they would just keep in the game so that he could be the scapegoat for them. But even then, he would cause these fights that would mask who exactly was at fault for certain votes. He does some pretty decent work during the Fessy HOH, where he plays a factor in Fessy fully believing that Scotty was the one to flip his vote. Again, I do think there are things he does well, while also being in the majority alliance for really 2/3 of the season. The problem is obviously at the very end, he kind of drops the ball. I mean, while he did build this final 2 with Tyler, he was a bit too loyal to it, especially when he should have known that Tyler had better connections with Cassi and Angela. And to be fair, I mean, he never really had the chance to make the move. He never won in HOH to really do much about it. And really, I don't feel like he was ever turning on level 6, and Tyler especially. So I think that was definitely bad for his game. Along with the fact that I don't know how likely he is to win the game. Again, if he got into the end, and he probably beats Angela, but is that about it? I think it's like maybe close between him and Tyler, but I do think he struggles in terms of win equity, especially considering how much the Falte side of things did not love him from the very beginning. But again, I do think he was a pretty active player. He was one that played pretty well at points. The problem is that he was playing well for a group that he was always on the bottom of. But again, for me, I still feel like his active enough play is enough to land him here, number 76. Number 75, moving on to another person for BB20. This person being better in the sense that they were higher on the power structure than Brett, but worse in the fact that I think there's zero chance this person wins the game, and that person is Angela. And again, Angela, again, despite being very well positioned for a lot of the game, I don't think there was really many points where she was in danger. I mean, at least not until post-jury, to where by that point her side just continuously won the comp. So there's never really much of an opportunity to take her out outside the final 10 round, where, to be fair, I mean, she has got saved by the hacker twist to a degree, to where, again, that's definitely something to qualm with her game as well. But again, she was in a pretty good spot early on, pretty well ingrained within her side of the house, and then obviously builds a really strong bond with Cassi and Tyler that really allows her to really just blow through the game as they just won comp after comp after comp. That allowed them to get the final 4 pretty unfettered. Now, obviously, the issue is the fact that Tyler, her closest ally, was always more loyal to Cassi, despite the fact that it was against his own best interest, which is kind of insane there, to where, and that's definitely a knock against her. Also, again, she doesn't win at the end. I don't think she beats anybody. I mean, maybe Sam, but even then she wasn't going to take her, to where, again, I don't think Angela is winning this game. So I think those are two pretty major flaws. But again, the fact that she was in the majority alliance for pretty much the entire season, also being well ingrained within that alliance, and also being a solid comp competitor, for me, it's enough to put her here, number 75. And number 74, moving on to a player that actually made it to the end, a runner-up of the show, but one that I do question their overall game ability, because I do think the first half of their game is pretty strong, but then their second half was not as strong, and that person is Holly from BB21. And again, for me, Holly was playing pretty well at the beginning of the game. I think when the Grateful Lions and the 6 shooters were in play, again, she was very well positioned in the game, where again, she was well liked, no one was targeting her. However, once the 6 shooters blows up, which Well, again, you can definitely fault a lot of that with Jackson. I think her connection to Cat plays a factor as well, along with the fact that I think she gets benefited from the fact that she has the connection to Cat. And Holly does a decent amount of damage control in the game. I mean, she's still not in a particularly great spot following this, to where, while Jackson's definitely being targeted over her, Jackson pretty much ends up being her only, like, true ally in the game following this, to where, again, they do eventually make a final 4 with Nicole and Cliff that allows them to have an easier ride through the game, though it's still, again, in this position where they're largely revolving around comps. And I think it's this point in the game where, for me, I do really sour on Holly's game. Not just because, obviously, her game is very reliant on comps of her and Jackson just going back to back, but more so the fact that I feel like she becomes less strategically active in the game. I mean, outside of her targeting of Nick, I do feel like she really just starts to let Jackson just do everything. Most of the time getting his way in terms of how they're navigating through the game and them siding with the likes of Cliff, which was a connection that Jackson had a lot more than Holly did. But also, she just becomes a lot less present figure in the game, where, again, at the final 5, where she's in danger and almost goes home, and she does really nothing to save herself in that position. Again, it is largely Jackson, and by the grace of Jackson that she survives that round, and even then proceeds to throw the final 4 HOH in agreement with the deal that they made the following round, which is dumb, as it obviously puts her in way more danger, now giving Cliff and Nicole a potential other person to vote out other than Jackson had they won the veto, which, to be fair, I think at the end of the day they still would have cut Jackson, but it's still a dumb move for Holly to even go through with that, especially considering Jackson did have a closer bond to Cliff in particular, while, again, she also would have taken Jackson to the end had she won final HOH and then lost to him, which, to be fair, while she would have probably lost against Nicole as well, again, I do think she would have had a better chance against Nicole. So again, I think at the end of the day, like, I just feel like her end game is one that is her just kind of backing down from how she played the game previously and really just going all in on Jackson, despite the fact that Jackson's someone that was the more active participant in the game and the one that would beat her at the end, which, I mean, to be fair, I guess you could argue the fact that maybe she thought she could win due to a bitter jury, but I felt like it was pretty clear, even watching this season, that this jury was one that was very much trying to reward the best winner, especially after what happened with BB's 19 and 20. All the fact that I don't think she beats anybody at the end, realistically. Again, she loses to Jackson. I think she loses to Nicole. I think she loses to Cliff. She loses to Tommy. I think Christy is close. But again, you do have to go pretty far back to look for someone that she actually can beat in the game. I really just feel like Holly's endgame is pretty misguided, to where while she did play a good first half of the game, I do feel like her back half is pretty lackluster. And because of that, for me, she is here at number 74. And number 73, we're moving on to a player that I think when you see this person on paper, most people probably think of this person as a pretty bad player. However, there's a reason they're this high, and that person is Danielle Murphy from BB14. And obviously, Danielle is someone that, again, wasn't the most pleasant person in the house. I mean, she's the type of person that is, again, pretty mean-spirited to people, would say things behind their backs, would also just say some pretty crazy things. However, Danielle Murphy comes extremely close to winning the game. So again, she literally gets to final 3 in a position where I think she does beat both Dan and Ian. I mean, obviously Dan is pretty easy to assume there, but against Ian, even then, I think she does have the votes of Shane, Jen, and Frank pretty locked in, to where she really just needs one more. And again, I think it's very likely that Joe votes for her. There's even obviously the chance that Dan votes for her. Like, really, I feel like she was one comp win away from winning the entire game there. Now, again, like, as a whole, obviously she was still being manipulated by Dan. I mean, obviously we have the final 4 situation where Shane ends up getting taken out, even though in retrospect, even though it does obviously make Danielle look really dumb, I don't think it's actually entirely bad for Danielle, as Shane was someone that she couldn't beat, to where, while, yeah, if she gets to the final 3, she's guaranteed final 2, she also easily loses to Shane, where, again, in the final 3 she actually ends up with, again, I think she beats both of them, so at least that's something. Obviously that wasn't intentional, but even beyond that, again, I do think she ends up building really strong bonds with a lot of the end gamers. Again, Jen in particular, someone that she was really close to, obviously had a close relationship with Dan and Britney, obviously Shane, and again, was in the majority alliance for most of the game. I mean, after week 3, she's essentially in a pretty powerful position alongside Dan, Shane, and Britney, with them being the true core of the house, while having all these other offshoots with the likes of Boogie and Frank and Ian, and really they just like easily steamroll the rest of the game from that point forward. So the only adversity is Frank, but even then, I mean, during Frank's HOH where he targets Dan, like, she was never really in danger. She was always a pawn on the block. It was never really going home, to where, again, like, I think she was very safe throughout a lot of the game, was pretty good at competitions, while also having a lot of win equity, to where, again, like, I think at the end of the day, how much of that was intentional, but I do feel like her game is one that, again, was so close to being a winning game, because for me, it is here at number 73. Now, number 72, we're getting to our first winner, finally, and we're actually having 4 winners in a row here. Let's start all that off with Evil Dick, who, again, I've been pretty outspoken about this. I think Evil Dick is a pretty bad player. Like, while he did win, he obviously wins due to America's Player, and I do think if America's Player was not in play, he would have really no shot on that season. And even with that, again, it still had him relying on comp wins by the very end, and him having to get to the one specific final two situation where he wins against Danielle, where he probably loses against literally everybody else. So again, I think Evil Dick is a terrible winner. However, again, he's still a winner. I mean, I really wanted to put Dick lower on this list. However, I do feel like, again, when looking at the board, really just most Big Brother players are bad. And when taking that into account, again, I do feel like even the worst winner here is still relatively high on this list. Where, again, like, we're going to be talking about people even coming up, where I still don't even think they're that good of Big Brother players, yet they're still high on the list simply because, again, of the prestige of their placements, to where their true reality is that, again, most Big Brother players are bad. Most people don't know what they're doing. Most people make massive mistakes in the game. To where I would really only quantify probably like the top 17 or so of this list as like the truly great Big Brother players. Well, everyone else is a pretty flawed player. And even then, those people at the top still have their flaws. To where, again, Evil Dick being at 72 here is really just kind of a circumstance of the fact that most people are bad. To where, again, I think Evil Dick is bad. Again, he, while at points can be good socially with certain people, he still is this figure that is pretty hated by a good chunk of the house. He treats people terribly. He, again, can be competent strategically, but in most cases has no real acumen to actually pull any of that off. And I just think he's the type of person that, again, like, is he ever going to win Big Brother again if he were to play again? No. I think his one winning scenario was what we got of a very luck dependent game that was predicated with America having a major say in how the game played out, and had one of the best players in the house not be able to make his own moves in the game. To where, again, I do not think Evil Dick is that good of a player, but because he's a winner and because of there being minor pros to his game, again, it's enough to put him here at number 72. Now, number 71, another winner that I also don't think is actually that good of a player. I did have higher on this list at one point, but then when I actually thought through their games, I just feel like it was tough to put him much higher, and that person is Rachel Riley. And Rachel Riley is obviously a massive legend of the game. I mean, one that is such a notable character in the history of the show. Again, as a player, I think it's very tough to really praise her too much. Again, like, her first appearance is one where she's instantly on the outs from the very beginning, is being targeted by the majority of the house, wins comps to get to 9th place, and is eventually taken out there in a spot where most of the house hated her. She then returns for BB13, where once again a lot of the house hated her. Though again, she comes into that season in a very fortunate position with the vets on her side, and even despite that becomes a big target by week 4. Brendan ends up saving her with the veto. So again, she's going to be booted week 5 and gets saved by Lawon quitting the game, which was due to them announcing, by Lawon asking to be voted out, which was due to them announcing a twist beforehand. And following that, I mean, her game is one where she essentially has to win out from Final 6 on. And while obviously people bring up Pandora's Box, and her getting the exact same comp at the Final 6 that she won in week 1, those are definitely things to point out as like things that, again, could have been rigged for her, but I still think she probably just ends up getting her way to the end even without Pandora's Box based on how the comps play out. But again, it's still a game that is reliant on comps, along with the fact that she is reliant on her relationship with Portia that gets her through the Final 4 round, which is something to minorly credit her there for. But still, like Rachel just doesn't play that well on either of her seasons. So where, while I do think she could potentially play better now, I think she has a better understanding of the game now. I think she is definitely a lot less hot-tempered than she was at the time. I feel like it's tough to really assess her based on that when we haven't seen any of that yet. To where, because that, again, I do think Rachel's still a very sloppy player based on what we've seen, and because that for me, she's here at number 71. Now, number 70, another winner that I also don't think is actually that good of a player, but they won the game, and there are, again, good things to point out, and that person is Ian Terry from BB14 and 22, who, again, Ian is a player that obviously knows the game very well. I mean, Ian is obviously a massive super fan, or at least was. To where, again, coming into BB14, he was very knowledgeable about the game. The problem is that I feel like he's obviously very awkward socially, to where at first people didn't particularly like him. Again, he probably would have gone home week 1 had it not been for the coach's comp that gave him safety. But beyond that, again, I think he also plays it just outright terrible game on that season, to where, while he's not really targeted for a lot of the early game, he's never really in that good of a spot, not really involved in the main power structure. And eventually he does end up joining the Quack Pack with Dan, Britney, Shane, and Danielle, but he was actually always at the bottom of that. And that was never even really a true alliance. The true alliance was the core 4. He was simply just a number being used by them. to where he does end up taking out Boogie in a spot where, like, it's not even good for his game to take out Boogie. Yeah, he's the one that gets all the credit for it, also a lot of the blame for it. And really, from that point on, he wins out. He's literally only in danger at the final 4 round from that point on, in a position where he's probably a goner at final 8 had he not won that special veto achievement in itself. Again, he won a twist veto that was added to the game. Or had he not won that, again, I think he's gone there. I think Frank for sure targets him over Britney. Is probably targeted any of the rounds following that had he not won HOH or veto. Again, literally is targeted at the double eviction, almost goes home there. And I think Dan would have targeted him again at the final 5 had he not won HOH. And we get to the final 4 where, again, he's safe simply by the fact that Shane and Danielle are both still in the game. There's showmance that you have to split up. But at that point, at the final 3, he throws part 1 of the HOH to Dan, which is still insane. And I had spent this entire endgame thinking that Dan was his true ally when Dan was always playing him and was actually targeting him for a lot of the game. And again, like, Ian just plays a terrible game. One where, again, he's so aloof in what's actually going on. And then mixing that with the fact that on BB22, he simply just doesn't do anything that well there either. Again, also is left outside the initial power structure. And while, again, he is like kind of attached to them as, again, Nicole has a relationship outside the game with him, he never was able to really do anything in the game. And while at points he seems to finally pick up on the power structure and like tells Kaser about it, he doesn't really actually do anything about it. And while, again, I do think he gets taken out due to very unlucky circumstances at the point that he does, he simply was always poised to just be fodder for that main majority alliance to eventually cut him at some point with him being really expendable. Or again, I just think Ian is not that good of a player. For a while, again, he is a very likable presence. I like Ian. It's just that he's pretty much failed at almost everything he tries to do. And again, won his first time completely out of luck. To where, again, for me, I do look at him as one of the worst winners as a player, to where for me, he's here at number 70. Number 69, same thing. Another winner, a winner I do look at as a pretty mediocre player, but still one that won the game and definitely has major acumen in a certain aspect of the game. And that person is Jag from BB25. And again, I've critiqued Jag's game a lot as well, where, again, Jag, terrible player, was evicted early on and had to come back, and again was almost evicted once again the following week, and then was almost again nominated the exact same way he was in his boot week, because he simply would not leak the information he had, again essentially making the same mistake twice, which is all funny, along the fact that, again, at the end of the game he was going to take Matt to the end despite the fact that he thought he was going to lose to Matt and everyone had told him he was going to lose to Matt. Again, it's bad, but obviously there's a major aspect of the game that he is very dominant in, as the challenges. Again, he wins a ridiculous amount of competitions. Mind you, those competitions were ones that were very samey, and even then gets very fortunate the fact that there was this invisible HOH twist that allowed him to play in the HOH the following week, as it had not been for that. Again, I do think he probably gets taken out around the time to double, where, again, just straight up, I do feel like he was very obviously dependent on challenges, to where had he not won specific challenges, I do think he's out of the game at multiple points in the end game. Despite that, again, I think there are some good moments to his game. Again, him getting Matt to cut Suri, though even then, even in that position, I think the reason why Matt does it is because the clout that Jag was able to get due to his competition wins. He is able to pull over Bowie and being safer than Matt in the end game. Again, that's something, but really just as a whole, like, I think Jag's game is pretty terrible. But again, he still won a whole bunch of comps. He still won the game kind of accidentally, but he did. And for me, I think in comparison to someone like Ian, I just feel like Jag is someone that I would have more faith in on more appearances than them, to where I feel like Jag can find himself in a majority alliance more of the time than Ian. For me, that is like the minor difference here that puts Jag here number 69. Number 68, we're moving on to a player that is probably one of the earliest boots left on the board here. Someone that was actually taken out in 10th place on their season, but also someone that I think was pretty screwed over by how the house was laid out, where had it been a more natural power structure, I do feel like he would have been in a much better spot, and that person is Derek X from BB23. Again, it does feel a bit high for him, though I think the reality is, again, I think most players are bad. Where, again, had we been in a situation where the cookout did not exist, I do think DX is in a pretty good spot to just steamroll the game. I mean, he is someone that, had the cookout not exist, I do think he would have been part of the core alliance alongside Claire, Tiffany, and Hannah, to where I do think they would have run the game, to where even though, again, there definitely probably would have been a point where they would have thought about taking out DX, he's the type of player that is going to dominate these endgame comps. And had he gotten to the endgame stretch, I do think he probably just wins out at that point, to where, again, he's a very likely winner if he gets to the end. Like, really, I feel like DX is a very likely winner had it not been for the fact that the cookout existed. But obviously with the play under context that the cookout did exist. So where, again, he was aloof to that alliance, but then again, like, literally everyone on that season was. And even beyond that, I mean, like, there definitely are faults to be had with his threat management. Again, him winning a lot of comps early on and taking out Christian the way he does definitely does elevate his his threat level. So considering the fact that I think Caitlyn also would have had a deep run in the other situation, I do think, again, it's not unreasonable to think that Caitlyn would have eventually cut DX along the way as well. And like, I think there's definitely qualms to be had, but I do think DX is the type of player that, again, if he were to play again, I think he would do extremely well. He seems to be pretty good socially, very good physically, and not a slouch strategically, especially now that he knows the game. Like, I mean, he seemed to be someone that like kind of picked up on the game as it went along, to where, yeah, I think DX is a pretty consistent player, and one that, again, could just steamroll the end game comps. So again, I would have a lot of faith in him coming back and doing extremely well there. And considering how wonky his original game was, for me, it's good enough to put him here at number 68. Now, number 67, we're moving on to a player that I think gets a bit overhyped as a really good big brother player, though still one that does have some major pros to their game, and that person is Jesse Goddards from BB's 10 and 11, to where a lot of people talk about how much he like really steamrolled BB 11, how much he was in control of things. However, I actually don't fully see it that way. Now, while again, I do think he does very good work in having a lot of control with the likes of like a Natalie, a Shima, a Lydia, and definitely does have a lot of clout at the very beginning. Mind you, again, he was handed the first HOH, and even then barely gets his target out in Brayden. He is in a pretty powerful position moving forward, but still, like, doesn't necessarily get his way, where like Russell wins HOH and targets Ronnie, despite the fact that Jesse wanted to save Ronnie in that position. And obviously, like, you definitely mentioned the fact that, oh, he was only taken out due to coup d'etat, which is like a fair criticism, though I think when you look at it a bit deeper, I don't feel like he was in that good of a position even beyond that, where again, Russell more than likely goes home there. Russell being actually probably one of the people that wanted to keep Jesse around the most. Well, also, at that point, he's essentially in the spot where he needs to win comps to make it further in the game, where, again, Michelle wins the next HOH. She more than likely targets Jesse anyway, and Jesse's probably gone there unless he wins a comp. Even beyond that, again, Jeff and Jordan were targeting him. So if they won some of the future comps, as they did in real life, again, he probably goes in that situation as well, where I don't think Jesse was that well positioned in the game, even if he had survived the coup d'etat. Especially considering the fact that Jesse himself wanted to keep Jeff and Jordan in the game, and was targeting the likes of Kevin Campbell for Jeff and Jordan, which also, to be fair, Kevin Campbell was probably also going to target Jesse pretty soon as well. Where, again, like, I think Jesse's overall positioning in that game was a bit overhyped, just largely due to the fact that he was obviously screwed over by the coup d'etat. But then, even then, his BB10 game's not particularly good. I mean, it's one where he makes a target of himself from the very beginning, is on the block, obviously vetoes himself off, but still not a good position to be in it from the beginning. And again, while he does have his very strong group of allies, that group of allies are not really in a power position, where they end up getting targeted with Angie going home in week 3, and then Jesse's on the block against Memphis in week 4, to where obviously the vote flips on him, again, largely due to his own actions there. I think Jesse as a player in the grand scheme of things is a bit overhyped. However, again, considering how much control he had early on in BB11, and him always seeming to find himself in a pretty solid group of allies, it's enough for me to land him here at number 67. Now, number 66, another two-time player of the game, one that definitely has a lot of holes in his game, but definitely someone with a lot of acumen in his game, and that player is James Rhine from BB 6 and 7. And James is obviously someone that's remembered as the veto king, the person that won 4/5 vetoes in BB6, while making it all the way to the final 7, where he's finally backdoored at that point, in a spot where, again, it was very easy for you to backdoor someone, which, I mean, to be fair, I think James was essentially someone that was being kept around until the final 7, where everyone knew that they could backdoor him at that point. But still, I mean, like, it's still a very messy game in BB6, to where, like, pretty much all of his allies ended up turning on him, where initially he was working with Cappy then wanted to blindside him, so he flipped over to the Sovereigns, where eventually the Sovereigns end up turning against him. So from that point on, he's really just playing the middle, and simply is, again, just kind of there simply because they know they could take him out later in the game, while they have these more bigger threats of these two warring sides going after each other for the short term. So again, I think his BB6 game is not particularly good. His BB7 game is also not the greatest, but it definitely has some more impressive aspects to it. Again, like, he's not just constantly winning out or just surviving by the skin of his teeth on that season. He has more established relationships there. Again, he is still part of the Sovereigns, even though he's the least trusted of that group. He also is working with the Legion of Doom, which, I mean, to be fair, that was a pre-game alliance, and that definitely plays a factor into why he was decently positioned here. But even then, despite that, again, he did talk about targeting Will in week 3, which obviously goes against that deal, so I mean, that's something. But still, I do think James plays a somewhat competent game on that season, to where even though he does end up in the same placement, I think his overall maneuvering through the game is more impressive on that season, even though at the end of the day, again, he obviously gets outplayed by Chilton by the end of it. So again, he has 2 appearances, both making it the final 7, both having some pros to each of their games. So we're kind of at the point in the list where, again, just having 2 okay runs is enough to put you at this spot on the list. So because that, for me, James is here number 66. Number 65, we're moving on to a player that might be a little bit underrated as a player, where I think they're commonly talked about as a great character, obviously having memorable fights in the game. However, I think they're also a solid player as well, and that person is Keisha from BB10. And I think Keisha in BB10 actually plays a somewhat decent game. Now, I think a major issue, Keisha, for me is the fact that she doesn't necessarily get her way at points. I mean, early on, she has like the bond with Steven that gets cut right away. Her own alliance doesn't really seem to really care much about what she thinks. Though in April, targets Memphis, despite Keisha wanting to keep Memphis around. And like straight up, I do think she's probably the least integral of the Coven in how the early game plays out. However, I do think she's able to take that position and play pretty well from that afterwards. So where, again, she obviously orchestrates the Jesse blindside alongside Libra, which is impressive play. I mean, she's also like relatively safe early on, where again, like while she's not really getting much actively done on her own, she's still in a decent spot and does get her target out in week 3. So at least that's something. She, again, survives being targeted over Libra at the final 9. And from that point on, again, like her group just ends up steamrolling the comps to where, while she is definitely one of the bigger targets on her side, where I do think had the other side won HOH again, I do think she very much would have been in danger. I do think her maneuvering through the game at that point is pretty strong. Where again, like she does build this really strong bond with Memphis, really strong bond with Dan. So again, she's kept around over Ronnie at the final 5, which I think is pretty impressive there. And while she is sniped out at 4, I do think she's someone that if she had gotten to the end, I think she definitely would have had some win equity. For a while, some people on the jury were definitely annoyed at her. I do think if she had gotten to the end against Jerry or Memphis, I think she at least stands a shot at winning there. I do think her BB10 game is pretty solid. And I think her 22 game is one that, again, I can't really fault her that much for, considering how last second of addition to the cast she was and how no one really knew who she was coming into that season, to where it felt like she was just kind of expendable due to that. And even then gets pretty unlucky in the fact that Kaser and Janelle have safety from the safety suite, to where she felt like she was a pretty easy target following that, to where I think she just largely gets unlucky on her return. But again, I think her first appearance is pretty strong, to where I think she is actively maneuvering through the game in a pretty interesting way. Though I still struggle putting much higher on this list, simply because, again, like I do feel like she was in a pretty precarious spot for the middle portion of the game, where had the other side won comps, I do think she would have at least been in some danger there. But again, for me, it is enough to land her here, number 65. Now, number 64, we're moving on to another two-time player. Really, I mean, from this point on, we're having a lot of two-time players. And at number 64, we do have Noms from BB5. And Noms is a player that I've openly talked about how overrated I do feel like Noms is. Again, she obviously gets a lot of credit for the creation of the backdoor, even though I don't feel like she really did much to get that credibility. Essentially, just be the HOH at the time the plan went through, when she had very little to do with the formation of the plan. However, despite that, I do think Noms deserves some credit in other aspects of the game. I do think Noms is someone that was actually pretty good socially in the house. Again, she was well liked by the majority of the house and had a very solid core of allies on that season. And she had the Pinky Swear Alliance, and the Four Horsemen thought that they could pull Noms over to their side. To where, while she does start off the game in a very rocky position, simply due to the fact that she is someone that instantly feels like an outcast, again, I do think she's able to recover from that pretty well on this season. Also, she was pretty good at comps. Again, she won a good chunk of challenges along the way. Now, I will criticize her strategically. Well, again, I think there are some decent moments here and there, though I do think I will criticize her strategically. I do think strategically she wasn't the best player in the world. Again, simply being a bit lackadaisical in the game and blindly targeting the twins in spots where there are probably other bigger targets. Her being kind of aloof to the Drew and Diane relationship and how integral that will be in the game. Again, the fact that she doesn't target Drew at all in the end game is pretty insane to me. So I think there's definitely qualms to be had there. But again, I do think considering the spot that she came into that season, coming out of it, I think she ends up playing pretty well. Now, I think her second appearance is obviously not good on All-Stars, though to be fair, I think she was kind of doomed from the preseason. So just in general, BB5 was not very well connected coming into that season, and with season 6 just winning all the comps, again, it was pretty obvious that someone like her would go pretty early, but still, I don't really actually even factor her All-Stars appearance that much in her game. So for me, it is mostly her BB5 game, which again, I do think is strong, even though probably not as strong as some people claim. Again, for me, it's enough to put her here at number 64. Number 63, we have a player that I don't particularly look at this person as that good of a player. However, they are someone with a very impressive track record, and that person is Erica from BB's 4 and All-Stars, to where, again, Erica has a very insane average placement here of a 4th place finish and a 2nd place finish. That is a almost unprecedented record, especially for people at this point in the list, where again, a lot of the players that have that high of a record are much higher on this list. However, again, I just don't actually look at Erica as that good of a player, where I do think Erica's BB4 game is one that is a bit rocky, and how she is attached to the likes of Jack and David and is part of the Elite 8, but once the Elite 8 crumbles, she's kind of just on the bottom, being kind of aloof at what's going on in the game. Obviously is targeted by the Stooges constantly and is kind of kept around by the fact that like June and Allison want to keep her around to go after the Stooges, and really it just feels like she's like one of these sides that's being pitted against each other for a lot of that season, where eventually gets taken out for, which to be fair, I mean, she probably has a lot of win equity on that season. I mean, has she gotten to the end against anyone by the time of that final four, she probably ends up winning it. And it's obviously close between her and Robert, but I think she probably pulls out the win with the votes of June, Allison, Jack, and Nathan. While I will criticize her game there, I do think there is still some good aspects to it. Her BB7 game, though, is one where I think it's tougher to justify. I mean, while she is obviously a runner-up on that season, I don't think she plays particularly well to be a runner-up. Again, she's kind of just a floater for the early portions of the game, not really involved in much of what's going on, but again, not being targeted. And then by the middle portions of the game, she's largely just being manipulated by Chilltown into doing what they want. And she targets Danielle Reyes at final 6, despite Danielle being her closest ally at that point. She is pretty much a dead man walking coming into the final 4 round, which she does get pretty fortunate that Janelle wins the veto. And then again, she does do good work in pulling Janelle over, but obviously that was like also the kind of obvious move to make, to where really, I mean, I will give like Erica some credit there, but I also credit to more of just the sloppiness from Will and Boogie as well. But again, she's still in a pretty unwinnable position. I don't think she beats anybody in the end game outside of maybe Chicken George, and again, I think that's a major issue there, to where, like, again, I think her first game is one that at least she could win, but I think her navigation through the game is pretty poor, while her second time around, she navigates through the game a bit better, but is still never really involved in a major alliance. It's kind of just being manipulated through a lot of the game, and even when she finally does make a move, it's a move that, again, is in an unwinnable position. So because of that, for me, she's here number 63 and number 62, and here we're getting to one of the most popular players in the history of the show, one that I've commonly criticized their game, and I have a lot of people ask me, where's this person rank in the grand scheme of things? Well, here you go. At 62, I do have Janelle Pierzina, and again, Janelle obviously has 2 very deep runs on the show. Again, she gets 3rd place in BB6, 3rd place in BB7, appears again 2 times after that don't go as well, which, to be fair, I wouldn't really falter that much for those 2 appearances. Like, straight up, I think most of what ranks her this high is her first 2 appearances, with her not really being knocked that much for her 14 and 22 appearances, considering on both those seasons, she just had a massive target on her back that was pretty hard to escape. Now, technically, I do think she plays 22 a bit suboptimally in her targeting Tyler, despite Tyler being one of the few people that actually wanted to work with her. But still, again, like, I don't really qualm too much with those games, considering just how much things were stacked against her. But BB6 and BB7, I still think there are a lot of qualms to be had. While obviously a lot of people credit her a lot for her comp wins, and again, she is one of the best comp competitors of all time, she still doesn't really do much good with those competition wins. I mean, looking at her BB6 game, I mean, it's one where obviously she wins less comps in that season, but again, she's instantly on the bottom, gets saved by Kaser making the move that he does, informing the Sovereign 6, but even then loses Kaser right away, and has Howie make the move against James, which is just pretty much game ending for Janelle, where even at that point, even if she had made it to the end, she can't win the game, and she has almost no win equity on that season. Again, it's still like somewhat impressive the way she was able to navigate through the game, despite not having the numbers, but it's still a position where, again, she couldn't really even win the game on that season, and really, again, like a lot of the Friendship Alliance just outright hated her, to where, again, I don't think it's a particularly good game. BB7, pretty much the similar thing, though definitely had more win equity. I think there are situations where Janelle wins, like had she gotten to the end against Erica, which again, to fair, she was very close to, and I do think she wins the game. I think if she gets the end against Chicken George, I think she probably wins the game. However, I do think her win scenarios there are even then pretty limited, to where I do think she outright loses against Will. I think she probably loses against Boogie. And really, like, I feel like she spends a lot of the game kind of just being manipulated by Chilltown, to where early on, I do think she's playing the game a bit emotionally, taking out these targets that are people that, like, don't like her. Now, I mean, to be fair, I think early on, while I have qualms with the fact that I do think she's targeting people for kind of emotional reasons, at the same time, these are people that are targeting her due to her reputation, and again, that is something to factor in there, the fact that she did have a pretty big target on her coming into it. But again, from the mid game on, again, she's largely just being manipulated by Will. Again, she takes out Marcellus, which is something completely against her best interest. She loses Howie immediately following that. She is really just winning comps moving forward that allows her to navigate through the game, while Chilltown is just kind of keeping her around as a shield. Now, again, she does finally have a mind of her own and make the move against Will at Final Four. But even then, I mean, I think you could still even qualm with that move, in the sense that at least Will was someone that was easier to beat at the end, but still was not able to maintain the loyalty of Erica at the Final 3, which kind of nullifies that move to begin with. And again, like, I think Janelle's 2 games there are both one riddled with flaws, where she does make a lot of strategic errors across those seasons. Again, she's not particularly liked by a good chunk of the cast along the way as well, where also her comp wins were not really that well respected on the All-Star casts either, to where, again, I do not look at Janelle as that great of a player, but again, in the grand scheme of things, she's obviously higher than the people we've talked about so far. So because of that, for me, she is here at number 62. Now, number 61, we're moving on to a player that I do look at like somewhat similarly to Janelle. I think a step above her in the fact that she does beat her on one of the seasons, along with the fact that I do overall see more game acumen of this person. At number 61, I do have Danny Donato from BB8. And Danny is someone that, again, like I do think her first run is like kind of comparable to a lot of Janelle's runs in this spot where she's not particularly well liked by a lot of the cast. She does win a lot of competitions that gets her to the end of the game. Mind you, I do think Danny was obviously benefited due to America's Player, along with the fact that she had her dad in the game as well. But again, like still, gets to the end of the game, isn't well respected, doesn't win the game there. In a position where I think she's probably the biggest goat on the board. Following that though, again, in BB13, she does try to play a bit more, plays a bit more aggressively, gets caught early on, but still, again, is very good at competitions that is able to navigate her way to at least the final 8 round where she's finally taken out there. Again, a pretty sloppy run, but one where she definitely does show her comp ability there. And I think we get to BB22 where I think she actually probably plays her best game there. Again, she's in the dominant alliance from the very beginning. Pretty much steamrolls with that alliance. The problem is that she's on the bottom of that alliance unknowingly for a lot of her run. Really from like the midway portion of the game on, she's someone that is kind of a social pariah. And again, doesn't really make a move against them when she could have, though to be fair, again, they just win all the comps anyway and she would have been booted along the way anyway. But still, I mean, I think the fact that she loses Nicole to Cody, the fact that she doesn't even keep Cody's loyalty, despite the fact that she was so blindly loyal to him, I think that's definitely a flaw there. But still, I think she has a more dominant appearance in BB12 than really any of Janelle's runs. Sort of mixing that in the fact that, again, I think her BB8 run is pretty comparable to Janelle's BB7 run. And in general, I do think I probably have more faith in Danny as a player than Janelle, especially in the modern day. I do feel like for me, it's barely enough to put her above her at number 61. Now, number 60, we're moving on to a player that I think is mostly impressive in the game. I think they are a very savvy strategic thinker, but at the same time, I think their actual game itself is a bit rocky, and that person is Matt Hoffman from BB12. And obviously, Matt was a member of the Brigade, and I think probably one of the most integral members of the Brigade, to where, while obviously the likes of like an Enzo was the one that actually get the group together, I do feel like Matt is very integral to the strategy they utilized on the season, to where this concept of having parachutes was an idea that, again, Matt came up with. That was pretty much the main pillar of the Brigade and what made them so successful. Now, beyond that, I do question a lot of the rest of his game, where while he was in this dominant alliance for a lot of the game, he also, again, makes some questionable moves, like getting himself nominated in week 2 and him trying to like turn it around on Rachel, which again was just easily found out that he was lying through that. Also in week 3, I mean, I don't really know what he was doing, where like obviously like something that is very impressive about Matt's game is that he was aware of the benefits of keeping Rachel and Brendan in the game as his massive shields for the Brigade. But at the same time, it did seem like he actually did want to target Brendan and Rachel during that week, at least at a point to where, again, he ends up failing at doing so. He would have been taken out at the final 8 had it not been for the fact that he had Diamond Power of Veto, and even beyond that gets taken out the following week, where I think his threat management really just sunk him by that point, to where, again, he was starting to win a whole bunch of comps. He was very blatantly being the person with the most connections outside of the Brigade, where he had a really good connection with Reagan, had a good connection with Britney, where obviously sketched the Brigade out, to where, again, I think there definitely are flaws there. He really didn't manage his perception of the game particularly well and came off as this like overtly schemy player. But again, I do give him a lot of credit for a lot of the success of the Brigade. Obviously, he wasn't able to really capitalize on that, but still a solid player, well enough for me to put him here at number 60. Now, number 59, we're moving on to a player that is definitely a mixed bag. I think this is a person that people like to talk about as if he's a bad player, but I do think there are definitely a lot of impressive aspects to his game, and that person is Paulie Calafiore from BB18. And again, Paulie is a player that pretty much runs the first half of BB18. I mean, he is in such a dominant position throughout a lot of that game, is the person really taking control of the game, leading all the votes, approving all the plans. The problem is I feel like he gets a bit too cocky in the game, and I do feel like he really overreaches in the game and kind of fails at something that I think Cody does extremely well in BB22, of like realizing what battles are worth fighting, where it really feels like Paulie goes out of his way so much to just micromanage every little portion of the game. And again, even to the point where he puts himself on the block against Bridget to backdoor Devon, which is just kind of ridiculous. And again, he lets his power structure be known a bit too apparently. He's also just kind of a dick towards the end of the game, to where obviously the entire power structure flips against him. But again, he does play the first half of his game like extremely well, where it did seem like he was positioned well enough to just steamroll the rest of the game, especially considering how good at comps he was as well. Though again, he does blow it up for himself, which is definitely a qualm to have there. But really, I feel like the first half of Paulie's game on BB18 is probably more impressive than any of the people we've talked about so far in any portions of their games. So again, for me, again, while it is still a very rocky game, it is still enough for me to put him here at number 59. Number 58. We're moving on to another pretty dominant player for the first like 2/3 of the season. Sure, while things go off the rails at the very end, I do think this person had a lot of control in how the game played out, and that person is Amanda from BB15. And again, Amanda really just ran a lot of that season. So really from week 2 on, she pretty much has a good chunk of control in the game. Again, week 2, she does pull over McCrae, gets him to flip against Nick, really is a main catalyst for the moving company breaking up, which is pretty impressive. Following that, she again builds a number of alliances there, again having one with like Helen and Alyssa, having one with McCrae and Andy, having one with Judd, having one with Aaron. Like, she ends up really just being a central figure in the house from that point forward. And while again you could definitely qualm with how she acts in the house for sure, I do think she still had a lot of power in the game. Now, an issue also comes from jury management. Again, the jury did not particularly like her, to where if she had gotten to the end, I do think she struggles with winning a jury vote, though it's not impossible. But obviously, she like leads the charge and getting rid of Helen, but then proceeds to be targeted herself, though again gets saved by the fact that Alyssa decides to not nominate her over McCrae, and that she uses the veto to save McCrae, only be targeted the following week anyways, where that's the point that obviously Andy flips on her. But again, I do think the first 2/3 of the game is one where she's in this very dominant position, essentially running the game, and had she been able to keep Andy in line, which again probably was never happening, she probably would have had a pretty smooth ride to the end of the game, but probably was never happening. And also her win equity was not the greatest, where and there's definitely qualms to be had here. But for me, I think the level of control she had early on in the game is very impressive, and that's why she's here number 58. Now number 57, again, a player I look at pretty similarly from a very recent season, but one that obviously has a massive taint against them, and that person is Kyle from BB24. And the thing is, Kyle played a very impressive game up until his boot. The problem obviously comes from the controversy surrounding his boot, where his entire strategy of pulling together all the white people, essentially go after all the POC, and his inherent biases in that was, again, not good. Along the fact that, again, like just inherently, even before all that happened, he was not doing particularly great with the jury. The jury did not particularly love him. But again, like I think when we look at his maneuvering through the game, it is very impressive. I mean, the way he was able to be very well positioned early on, be part of the initial power structure, but then proceed to flip that power structure in week 3 to a position where he's pretty much on the top of the entire game from that point on is very impressive. Now, I think a qualm to had is the fact that he didn't loop in Alyssa to this, to where I think because that does cause some problems by the time the final 11, whereas Alliance really wants to target Alyssa and he's able to stop it, but it does end up burning a lot of social capital for him. But again, at that point, he then flips against his own alliance, forms a new alliance that would have had the majority coming into the final 8 round, and again, it would have been in this position for him to completely run the game. The problem is that obviously that's when he gets caught with the tactics he's been utilizing, and through that obviously gets to this point where no one wanted to be associated with him and he gets taken out there. However, if that had not happened, he would have had pretty smooth sailing through the game, where again, his alliance was already going to be the majority following that round. They had already picked up Monty as a number, and to be fair, Monty probably actually goes, considering the comp results there. And also, I mean, to be fair, if Michael had won future comps, he was probably going to target Kyle. The question is, could he get Kyle out at that point? Again, that's questionable. It depends on who he's up against, but still, again, Kyle was in this very dominant position in the game. He just also was in a non-winning position in the game. Or again, even if he got to the end, I do find it tough to see him winning a jury vote, even before his entire scandal happened. And obviously, once that happened, he was just a goner. Or again, it's a rocky game, but I think in comparison to the people we just talked about, I do think he's on the same level of control as them, while also his vote off feels like a very wonky circumstance there, to where, again, it's enough for me to put him here at number 57. Number 56, we're moving on to a player that also was a pretty dominant player in the game, though to be fair, I think this was a lot due to competitions and also how the show was currently laid out at that point. But either way, I do have Hardy from BB2, and Hardy, again, is a player that really just dominates BB2 alongside Nicole, where they really just win comp after comp after comp, really control pretty much everything going on. Though, again, I think a criticism to have there is that there was very few times where something could go wrong for him, considering the veto was not in play, and through that couldn't shake up his Noms. But at the same time, I think that is something that actually plays in his favor as well, where, again, I think he probably wins the game had there been a veto in play, where at Final Four, he probably wins that veto, votes out Will, probably wins Final HOH, and takes Nicole to the end, where he probably beats her. Again, like, I think that is also an argument to be made. So, again, I think that kind of ends up equaling itself out. But even then, again, was a very dominant player throughout a lot of it. I do think he was being outplayed by Nicole for a lot of it, where Nicole was playing the middle a bit more, but at the same time, Nicole had less win equity than him, even though his win equity was also not particularly good against anybody but Nicole, but still pretty much steamrolls a lot of that season without much difficulty. So while he is eventually sniped out of the game by Will at 4, I don't particularly fault him that much for it. So a lot of people like to bring this up as like, oh, Will manipulated his way to convince Hardy to take him to 4, where it's like, I feel like that was in Hardy's best interest anyway. As like everyone else was going to target him anyway. As again, like the decision between Will and Bunky is one where I do think Bunky was the right choice to boot at that point, with Bunky starting to win comps while Will still never won any comps. Like, I just think he was probably in just a losing position either way, but still, like, I do think Hardy definitely is a solid player. I think he has struggled with like fully owning his game. I think he would have struggled with a jury vote, but still, if he had one out, he would have probably won the game with him planning on taking Nicole. So again, for me, it's enough to put him here at number 56. At number 55, we're moving on to a player that I think was way ahead of their time. I think this is a player that had an understanding of the game that I think very few people did at the time he played. Though again, I still definitely have some issues with his game, but still, at number 55, I do have Roddy from BB3. And Roddy, again, is an interesting player to me in the sense that I do feel like he seemed to like fully have this grasp on how to play this game with the format that they had at the time of the players going home and being able to vote after having watched the show, to where again, like, he played the game very intentionally. He played this very methodical game of one where he managed his perception so much through that season and cared so much about how he was coming off on the show while also still playing this very savvy strategic game, to where I think a lot of the flaws that come from his game are through his overt attempts at trying to manage that perception. But again, the way he was able to guilt trip people into doing what he wants is very impressive. Again, like the fact that Jason was going to target him for his HOH round and then Roddy just essentially guilt trips him into not putting him on the block is pretty insane there. Him almost guilt tripping Amy to essentially take herself out of the game in favor of keeping Roddy is also pretty insane there, to where again, like by the end of that week, Amy regrets not doing it. He also, again, was very well positioned early on in the game. He had the alliance with the men. Again, they flipped the vote on Tanya, to where again, he's a very aggressive player in that sense too, to where again, I do think Roddy is a very impressive player, one that like seemed to just really understand how the game should be played at that point. Now the question is like, how would he adapt to the modern day, and if he would even be able to play a similar game in the modern day. But still, I think like at the time of BB3, his game is extremely impressive, which is why he's here for me at number 55. Now number 54, moving on to a few players that played multiple times and have definitely bigger pros about their runs, but still aren't the greatest players in the grand scheme of things. And at number 54, we're starting that off with James Hewling from BB 17 and 18, where again, James is a bit of a strange player in the fact that, again, he obviously had 2 appearances, both of them being somewhat deep runs. Again, his first time against 7th place, his second time 3rd place. Again, a solid record there. However, the reality is I don't think James is that great of a player within that, though I think he's also probably a better player than people give him credit for. I mean, people talk about him as this massive GOAT on BB18, and while, again, he probably does lose against both Paul and Nicole, he probably loses against most people in the end game. I still think James actually plays a solid BB18 game. Again, he is someone that is really just playing the middle for a lot of the season, where he's really involved in a lot of the power structures in the house. And while he like very rarely has like actual true control over what's going on, again, he is very safe for the majority of that game. But then he finally takes the game into his hands and flipping the game against Paulie. And once that goes through, again, he's in a pretty solid spot, to where again, like him taking out Victor the second time, I think was a pretty good move for him in particular, as obviously he still has his alliance with Natalie and Michelle, while also still having Cory and Nicole being more loyal to him than the other two. Again, he puts himself in a pretty solid spot in the game. The problem is that obviously Victor comes back, and then when Victor comes back, the other side has more numbers than them, to where his side gets picked off one by one. But still, I do think had Victor not come back, I think James would have been in a pretty solid spot. Again, like being right in the middle of the house once again. But instead, again, he loses his allies. But even then, by the time Final 5, he's still someone that is being taken to the Final 3, with both pairs having to take shots at each other. Now, again, the question is win equity. I don't think he had much of any there. But again, I think his game overall is a little bit underrated, and I do think he was actively playing the middle for a lot of that season. season. And then again, going to BB17, his first run, it's not that great. I mean, it's one where again, he's still willing to make big moves. He still does win HOH and go after Shelly and Clay, which I mean, again, probably should have gone after Vanessa, but still, Shelly and Clay, not a terrible target either. He is pretty well situated at the beginning of the game to where, while there were definitely people that could have potentially taken him out, he still was in a pretty solid core group of allies. And even after that, he still is able to build a bond with Austin and Liz and Julia, where that keeps him safe for a little bit later in the game. And again, like, I think there are definitely things to praise with James. I do think he is a better social player than people give him credit for. I do think he plays the game a bit more than people give him credit for, to where, again, for me, even though he's not the greatest player in the grand scheme of things, for me, it's enough to put him here at number 54. Now, number 53, moving on to another player with a very impressive track record, having a third and a fourth place finish, one of the highest averages in the history of the show, and that person is Christmas from BB19 and 22, who, again, obviously people don't like Christmas. I get it. Also, again, is Christmas the most savvy player in the world? No. But again, like, there is a reason why she makes it to the end of the game both times, and it's because she puts herself in these very strong alliances. Again, she is in a dominant alliance on 2 of her seasons, which is, again, like, of the 2-time players we talked about so far, pretty unprecedented. To have a player that was in a dominant alliance 2 times. Now, again, was she the most integral person within that alliance? No. And again, that is the issue, why she's not higher on this list, as had that been the case, she would have been very, very high on this list. But again, in BB19, like, she is able to build this, like, really good bond with Paul, where Paul does pick Josh and Christmas over all these other groups, despite the fact that Paul had deals with these other groups on them taking him to final 2 anyway. Now, again, she does pretty much give up at final 3 and tells Josh to just take Paul, which is pretty bad. But again, had she gotten to the end against Paul, she probably wins. Like, had she somehow won that final HOH, she wins the game, kind of by accident, but she still wins. And also, I think something to factor is obviously the fact that she had an injured leg throughout all of it, which lessened her comp ability, which, again, who knows, she probably could have won that final HOH had she not been injured. And in 22, again, she once again finds herself in the majority alliance alongside the committee. Now, obviously, there is some bad play at points. Again, the treatment of Devon and Bailey is pretty bad. I did think she struggles to win a jury vote on that season, where I find it tough to see where the votes fully come from, though again, she definitely gets votes and is really the only person that actually puts Cody in any semblance of danger throughout the season, where again, had she won the final 4 veto, Cody's out of the game, which could have bolstered her jury chances as well. Though again, I think there definitely are things to praise with Christmas's game, and the fact that she was in 2 dominant alliances on 2 appearances, had a 3rd and a 4th place finish. That's an impressive record, to where while there are other issues with her game, for me it's enough to put her here at number 53. Now number 52, we're moving on to a player, another one that people mostly don't like. However, I do think this person gets a bit shortchanged in terms of his ability as a player, and at 52, I do have Jeff Schroeder, Big Jeff. To where, again, like, Jeff is someone that, again, don't agree with a lot of his opinions on things. However, I think as a player, again, like, he has a pretty decent record. Again, a 5th place finish, a 7th place finish. I mean, while not as strong as the likes of James and Christmas, I think his actual play within those seasons is stronger. Where, again, a lot of people talk about how, like, oh, it's only because of the coup d'etat he gained any sort of power on BB11, which, again, I don't agree. Again, I do feel like had it not been for the coup d'etat, yeah, Jesse stays in the game for 1 round longer. But again, Jeff was already in this position where, had Michelle won the next HOH, which happened, he was still going to be in a similar position in the game. Also, again, it was in a position where Jesse had already pretty much decided to work with Jeff and Jordan moving forward and not targeting them over the likes of Kevin and even Michelle, to where, again, like, Jeff and Jordan had a pretty deep run in them even before the coup d'etat, which I think is pretty indicative of their pretty decent social play before that, to where, despite the fact that, again, it starts off very rocky, where Jeff sides with Brayden and is kind of on the outs for his first few rounds, I do think by the time of week 4, I think he does a lot to repair his game and building a bond with Russell, repairing his relationships with Jesse, and again, he's in a somewhat decent spot there, though obviously by the time we get towards the end of the game, he's in like a not great spot where I don't think he necessarily plays it poorly, where again, like, he does take out Russell, which again, you could definitely qualm with. I don't think at the end of the day it really mattered, as Russell was someone that was going to take the shot at Jeff soon anyway, to where I think getting him out early, especially considering how competent of a comp competitor he had seemed to be up to that point, is not a terrible move. It's just obviously he couldn't win the final 5 veto, where had he done that, he would have been in a pretty good spot in final 4. Again, him and Jordan versus Kevin and Natalie, where again, had he just won either the HOH or veto at final 4, he's at final 3 in a spot where he probably beats everybody at the end. Again, I think his BB11 game is one that is a bit underappreciated, and I think his BB13 game is a bit rougher. I mean, again, he's given a lot of advantages there by being with the vets from the very beginning. He also is, again, on a bit of a rocky path, to where while he does end up having a good chunk of allies around him, again, he has Jordan, he has Rachel eventually, he has Adam, he has Shelly. Obviously, Shelly eventually flips on him. And really, he was just always in this position where he was always this big target that was going to be taken out eventually. Though again, had he not been taken out at final 7, it would have been pretty difficult to take him out beyond that. again, if Adam stays loyal to him, and again, he still has Jordan by his side, to where, considering also his comp ability, again, like he's probably in this pretty strong spot to just make it through a few more rounds. And again, if he gets to the end of that season, he probably wins also, to where I think he, again, despite some definite qualms with his personal beliefs, I think he does play a somewhat solid game on both his seasons. And because of that, for me, he is here number 52. Now, number 51, we're back to talking about another winner of the show. And here we do have a winner that we kind of just talked about, and that person is Jordan Lloyd from BB11. And Jordan's just a tough player for me to assess, and the fact that she is one of the most consistent players in the history of the show. Again, has a first place finish, has a fourth place finish. Even in her fourth place finish, she probably wins the game if she gets to the end of that season. That is pretty impressive. Problem is that I feel like she gets those positions by being just such a passive player, not even really being one actively. I think that's just simply her personality of just allowing Jeff to do a lot more of the legwork and her just kind of skating on by, which again is an effective strategy for her, at least in terms of getting far into the game. However, I do think in the modern day, I think this is a strategy that wouldn't really be effective to win the game, and I don't think Jordan could play any other way, to where, again, I think in the modern day, she would need to play a lot more strategically in the game and be more aware of her strategic game, which I don't feel like she really is. But again, she does win BB11 against, again, one of the biggest GOATs of all time in Natalie. For again, at least she was aware of the fact that Natalie was a big GOAT, where she doesn't take Kevin to the end, which again, Kevin was going to take her, which was dumb. She also was, again, pretty well positioned throughout a lot of that game, very rarely in danger, to where Jeff was always a target ahead of her. And again, as I said, like, Jesse was actually planning on taking them further into the game by the time the coup d'etat was used. Then we have her BB13 run, where again, benefited by having vets there, but outside that, again, also was relatively safe. And I think even in that season, like, I think she does some decent work in building social bonds. Again, she does make this alliance with Kalia that really benefits her in the game, that keeps her specifically safe from Kalia's HOHs. You do have her bonding with Rachel, her bonding with Shelly, her bonding with even the likes of Cassi. Also works well with Adam, where again, I do think she does some pretty good social work at points, even though a lot of it doesn't really come to roost. Again, she gets to an endgame position where she could have won the game. Now, to fair, she loses there because of her own fault of her never really bonding with Portia. And also, again, would have been booted at 6 had it not been for Pandora's box anyway. But again, the fact that she was a former winner and comes back a second time to just be in an endgame position where she could have won again is pretty insane. So again, despite the fact that I don't think she's a very active player and I won't give her that much credit for how she maneuvers through the game, I do feel like, again, there is something there to just how passive she is, to where, considering her inherent likability as well, and she had the chance of being a 2-time winner, and for me, again, that's enough to put her here at number 51. Now, number 50, we're keeping with another winner of the show. This one being another one that I very much questioned their overall game ability. However, I do feel like they are a player that probably plays a pretty repeatable game. And at the end of the day, I do look at them pretty similarly to Jordan. That person is Lisa from BB3. Again, like for me, Lisa is a player that is, again, very good socially. She, again, is definitely competent physically, and strategically, I mean, she's fine. And I do think a lot of people give her probably too much strategic credit in her, like, getting Danielle and Jason to take her to the end, as if she was like this mastermind that tricked them into doing something against their best interests, when in reality, I think she was just a good social player that had them convinced simply because they liked her more. And again, I don't really think there's much of a, like, truly strategic bone in Lisa's body. I mean, she definitely gets, like, the baseline level strategy, though I don't really feel like she gets much beyond that. I mean, a lot of people talk about how, oh, she was taught by Daniel Reyes and was starting to play in a villainous way, but then, like, she doesn't, though. And yeah, she doesn't vote for Eric to come back into the game, but really outside that, I mean, she pretty much plays the exact same game in the back half of the game as she does in the first half. Again, she's still not particularly cutthroat. She really just goes along with what the house is doing, and even in the Marcel's vote, is completely out of the loop on that. She didn't even know Marcel's was going home. It's actually a vote for him to stay. I mean, it's something that, again, I think her winning game is one that is probably a bit overestimated in the grand scheme of things. Though, I do think, again, she's a pretty repeatable player. I feel like if she were to play again, I think she could do the same thing again. The question is, would the jury respect her in the modern day? And to be honest, I don't think they do. I do feel like there's at least consistency in her run, where, again, like, as a whole, I largely look at her as a Jordan. I think a better version than Jordan, in the sense that, again, I do think there is at least that slight edge to her, to where I feel like with Jordan, there's not a single strategic bone in her body. I feel like with Lisa, again, there is. It's just that it's still not that great, but still at least there, to where, again, for me, she's here number 50. Now, 49, we're moving on to a player that I initially did have higher on this list, because I do think this is a player that definitely demonstrated a lot of potential in the game that was never realized. Though, at the same time, I think when, like, actually assessing this list and putting this list together, it did feel weird to have her higher than this. At 49, I do have Hannah Chadov from BB23, and obviously Hannah is a player that, again, had a lot of potential. She definitely had a pretty competent strategic mind for the game. She did seem to be a major strategist for the likes of Tiffany and helping her navigate through the game. However, the problem is that I don't feel like we've ever truly gotten to see Hannah play the game as an individual, where obviously a lot of her game is based around the cookout and her being this main strategist for the cookout and helping them create their plans, but I feel like we never really got to see Hannah play for her own game. So I feel like very little of how she maneuvers through the game is obviously based around her own personal game, which I think on paper you would say is a criticism of the cookout as a whole. However, I still think with the likes of, again, Tiffany and Xavier, Caitlyn, we see them making moves for their own best interest at points. Where I feel like with Hannah, I don't feel like we really see that as much. Where it feels like most times that a move like that can be made, she essentially just folds. And beyond that, again, like I do feel like, again, most of her game is simply just potential. Again, we never really got to see it because of how the cookout was structured, or she was not in a particularly good spot within it. Though again, I don't really fault her for going along with it, considering obviously the outside of the game influences that there are there. But it does make me a bit like unsure of where exactly to land her as a player, to where I think there definitely is a lot of potential there. I mean, I would say if she were to return, I would have a lot of faith in her ability. Whether, again, being well liked socially, her having a pretty competent strategic mind, again, her not being a complete slouch in challenges either, to where, again, I think she could be a pretty solid player. But again, I do feel like a lot of that is simply just potential that we never got to see realized, which makes it tough to put her much higher on the list here, number 49. Number 48, we're moving on to one of the better one-time non-winning players, which to be fair, we'll be running through a good chunk of them moving forward, even though, again, it ends up being pretty different to my list I made years ago. But either way, at number 48, we're starting that off with Shelly Moore from BB13, who, again, I think is a pretty solid player through and through. Again, she's a player that was able to play the middle pretty well, again, being associated with the Vet Alliance, being a very solid number for them in the very beginning, but also still having connections to the Danielle and Kalia side of things. Again, she's a very important number during the Lawon boot week and convincing Kalia to put Lawon on the block. She obviously works alongside Jeff and Jordan until she finally decides it's the time to strike, which, to be fair, I think she probably strikes a bit too early in a spot where that really just leaves her open the following week. But even then, again, she wasn't actually going home in week 6 until the Pandora's box happened, which screwed her over. But even beyond that, I mean, like, really, I don't think she was really poised for the long term after she had made the Jeff move. I mean, I think she was probably poised to be taken out around the time of Final Four based on how the game was laid out. Where, again, she didn't really have much of a relationship with Portia, and considering how the comps played out, I think more than likely, even without Pandora's box, she probably just gets taken out of 4 by Portia. But still, I mean, like, I think she's definitely a very competent player, one that, again, navigated through the game in a very impressive way of manipulating people, to where, again, I think Shelly is a very solid player. The reason she's not higher on this list, though, is really win equity. I do feel like she really struggles at winning at the end, especially after she flips against Jeff, to where I think in most situations, again, she's never getting Jeff and Jordan. I think she probably struggles to get Brennan and Rachel. And again, against any of like Danielle, Clea, and Portia, they're voting for each other. To where, again, I just find it tough to see Shelly actually squeezing out a win unless she's at the end against Adam, but even then Adam gets votes. So I think it's a bit of a tough road to a win. But I think the way she navigated through the game is very impressive, which is why she's here number 48. Now, 47, we're moving on to a player that I think is essentially Shelly, but with a bit more win equity, though probably with a bigger knock in the middle of the game, which makes him only a spot higher than Shelly, and that person is Cliff from BB21. And again, I think Cliff is a very impressive player. I mean, and people were obviously very frustrated with him, especially by the end of BB21, though I think he played his game very impressively. Though obviously, again, there's the major knock of the fact that he was voted out and then had to come back to the game in week 3, though I think that was a very fluky situation where essentially Nicole's backdoored and they decided to save Nicole as simply just as a screw you to Nick, where Cliff really just ends up going there by accident. But again, like still, he does get voted out, comes back in the game. That's definitely something to criticize. But from that point forward, again, I think he plays a pretty optimal game. Again, I think he makes decisions that I mostly agree with. Though where, again, while they can be frustrating to see, like him backing down on targeting Jack due to Diamond Power Veto, and him obviously building a bond with Jackson and Holly that he remains loyal to for most of his game. And those are obviously frustrating aspects of his game. Along the fact that, again, he cuts Tommy instead of Holly at the final 5 can all be frustrating. But again, those were decisions that I personally agreed with at the time. And while I think at the end of the day, you do have to criticize him for not taking the shot at Jackson when he could have during the double eviction, it still was a position where does he really go after that? And again, for him to make that big decision during a double eviction, I think is a tough thing to actually expect him to do. To where I think Cliff plays, again, a very optimal game until pretty much the final 6. And I think from that point on, you could definitely argue with some of his decisions. Where I think it's dumb the fact that he makes a deal for Nicole to win the final 4 HOH. That puts him in more danger. And again, he just puts a bit too much faith into Jackson. Though again, he also essentially gets screwed over by a comp run, though, also. Where again, that's something to factor in as well. Though, where again, like for me, I do think Cliff is probably a pretty solid player in the grand scheme of things. For me, he's here number 47. Now, number 46. Again, a similar player, one that, again, pretty underestimated in Big Brother history, though I think is commonly cited as one of the most underrated players in Big Brother history. I think some of those people probably rate her a bit too high, but I think she's a very good player, and that person is Karen from BB5. And Karen is a very interesting player to me in the sense that she seemed to have a full awareness of what the game was from a very early point in the show. Again, at the time, BB5, she seemed to be the person that was able to articulate the social game of Big Brother the best on the show, along with the concepts of jury management, to which, again, like I think Karen definitely demonstrated a lot of knowledge about the game at that point, and again played a very solid game to where, while again there were definitely points where she wasn't in the majority, she still was able to build really strong bonds with Lori and Will, and that ends up leading to the creation of the Pinky Swear Alliance, where she had good bonds with Nokomis within that. She's one of the people leading the charge against Jace and Scott, and then later the twins, and again gets to the end game in a position where again she has a lot of win equity. It does seem like the jury did really respect her, where the twins really liked her, Will obviously really liked her, Nokomis was gonna vote for her. Again, she seemed to have a good chunk of the jury like fully on board with her. Though I think an issue for Karen, and something that would affect her in the modern day, is the fact that I do feel like a lot of her respect in the game came from people liking her more so than game respect, where I think very few people in the game actually respected the game she played, even though again it was a very impressive game, of her being able to socially blend into the house and actively do things to try to gain their jury votes, like spending time with them when they're emotional or walking them on their way out. And again, like Karen is a very intentional player, and I think that is pretty impressive, though I do think it's again a gameplay style that I don't think really fits in the modern day, which, to be fair, obviously, again, if she were to play again, she probably would adapt to that. But I think that's definitely something to call out here, is that her initial game is one that, again, I don't think is very adaptable to the modern game, along with the fact that I think there's also criticisms we had strategically, and the fact that, again, how does she not target Drew in the end game? Like, to me, that's still pretty ridiculous for her to never even actually go through targeting Drew, where, again, she does definitely recognize what Drew is doing in the game, but she simply does almost nothing about it, which is something to critique as well. But again, as a whole, I still think a very strong player, one that again had a lot of win equity and gets kind of taken out due to wonky circumstances of them allowing people to work together and the veto, to where again, like for me, there's enough good there to where she's here number 46. Now number 45, we're moving on to a player that I think is also a bit of an understated player in Big Brother history, one that doesn't commonly get talked about, but probably plays the second best game of Big Brother 6, and that person is April Lewis, who again, like I feel like people just don't talk about the fact that April Lewis was actually a pretty competent Big Brother player. I mean, she was someone that was like a bit more in the middle of the house of the friendship, to where, while obviously, yeah, she did complain a lot about Janelle and didn't like Janelle, she still was actually the person that friendship liked the most out of their group, to where, again, I think April was definitely a more palatable person to them than the likes of Maggie and Yvette. And beyond that, again, like she obviously gets to a final 4 where, had Yvette or Maggie not won the veto there, she is safe in that round, in a position where if she makes the final 3 with, say, Yvette getting voted at 4, she's essentially guaranteed the win, where she beats both Maggie and Janelle, with both of them taking her, where again she was just so close to essentially a guaranteed win in the game, which is definitely something to prop her up for as well. Where again, like I think April actually plays a solid game, one that again still has her working with the friendship, but being the most palatable person of the friendship, or when the friendship comes into the jury phase with numbers, again she's essentially guaranteed to win if she's able to make it to the end, and again just has a very unlucky circumstances that kind of ruins that at the end for her. But I still think as a whole, April Lewis is a pretty underrated player, and because that, for me, she's here number 45. Now 44, moving on to a player that, again, people don't like. This is someone that obviously people are annoyed by in real life, though I do feel like on the game, he actually played a pretty solid game, and that person is JC from BB20. Now, I think the big criticism of JC's game is the fact that he was obviously working for the level 6 alliance, an alliance that he was kind of on the bottom on. And while that is true, obviously, like he kind of overcomes that, where really he ends up outlasting most of the members of level 6, ends up being in the final 3 with Tyler and Cassi, where again, that's a bad spot to be in, as Tyler and Cassi are going to take each other. They're more likely to win parts 1 and 2 of the final HOH. However, again, had JC won final HOH, he also essentially wins the game. Where, I mean, based on what the jury has said, I mean, he beats both Tyler and Casey. He also beats Angela and probably beats Sam, probably beats Brett. I mean, like, I would say he's probably one of the biggest jury threats on that entire season. It was also looked at as a pretty big strategic player. I mean, like, he does do some pretty impressive things. I mean, like, early on, again, he's very integral in keeping Falte in the dark and making them second guess what's actually going on. I mean, obviously during the Fessy HOH where he targets Scotty, I think he deserves a lot of credit in getting Fessy to believe that it was Scotty that betrayed him. So again, I think there is a lot good there with JC. I think the problem comes from, again, him just kind of working for alliance that he's on the bottom of. But outside of that, again, I think his game is pretty solid, and I do think he is a mostly competent player. If he had at least just picked a better number 1 ally than Tyler, who just had so many other options. But yeah, for me, I think he's a solid player. He's here number 44. Now, number 43, we have someone that I'm kind of surprised is this high on this list. I did not expect this person to be this high when I initially concepted this list. Though, again, like, looking at the people that are around him on this list, I do feel like it makes sense. And that person is Shane from BB14. And again, Shane's a bit of a strange pick here. I mean, he is a player that obviously was very dominant in challenges, one of the best challenge competitors we've probably ever seen. Again, won the first 3 vetoes in a row along with week 3 HOH, and then proceeded to win other competitions along the way. He was, again, in the majority alliance for a good chunk of the game, and while he was in a precarious spot right away, and I do fault a lot of that to Billy Hance more so than Shane. And even then, he's able to recover from that, where he's able to build the bond with Dan and Danielle, along with Britney, to where they end up running a really good chunk of the game. And even after Britney gets taken out, following Dan's funeral, he's really able to continue from that in a still solid spot. Now, obviously, Dan does turn against him by the time of the final 6, where it almost backdoored him had it not been for the fact that Danielle fought against the plan. And then at final 5, again, he was the main target, only for him to eventually be taken out at final 4. But again, like, I do think his game is, again, a solid one. I think if he somehow got to the end, which again isn't unfeasible to think that he could win just 2 competitions in the end game, again, he probably wins the game. Yeah, I think against really anybody in that final 4, I think he probably wins. Probably beats the likes of Joe and Jen as well. Like, I really feel like he beats a lot of people on this season in the end, for mixing that, the fact that, again, he was in a pretty solid alliance for most of the game, again, was very solid competitions, and he is a pretty competent player there. Now, again, like, I don't really have much faith in his strategic ability, but still, I think overall, a pretty solid player. Well, again, came very close to winning, while also just feeling like an all-arounder, which for me is enough to put him here at number 43. Now, number 42, moving on to a very similar player, one that I think we probably saw a bit more strategy to where he's higher than Shane, though I think probably has a bit more faults in his game beyond that. But again, as a whole, a spot above him, and that person is Cory Brooks from BB18. And Cory is someone that I think plays a pretty strong game on that season. It's one where, again, he comes extremely close to winning as well. Again, had he gotten to the end against anybody in the final 4, I think he probably wins, even against Nicole. And again, it was in a position where, like, Nicole was trying to get to the end with him, which is pretty misguided. He also, again, just feels like a pretty solid all-around player. And he's decent enough physically. Again, not one of the biggest challenge competitors we've ever seen, but again, still definitely was competent in challenges. He was, again, seemingly good socially. Again, right away, he's in the majority alliance and has these, like, really strong connections to the likes of, like, Nicole and Pauly. And again, I think strategically, again, I would say he's actually pretty decent. I mean, again, he seemed to have actually more of a rational mind at points in the end game than Nicole, of him realizing what they needed to do as a duo to navigate through the game, while Nicole, again, sometimes didn't know if they could pull the trigger on those things. And again, I feel like Cory is actually a pretty competent all-around player. Now, again, I think the reason why he's around where Shane is, even though I think he's probably better than Shane in most aspects of the game, is I think his actual BB18 game is probably one where there's probably a little bit more holes. I still find the second Victor eviction to be a spot where Cory gets extremely lucky in that position, where, again, had it not been a position where there was a double HOH, I think he more than likely goes home at that point. Sure, again, to be fair, who knows if he just wins the buyback anyway, though I don't feel like that's particularly likely. Along with that, I do feel like he's a lot more at fault for his elimination, where with Shane, again, it was a spot where, I mean, yeah, you could definitely qualm the fact that he didn't fight more against Danielle of putting him on the block, but really, I feel like it makes a lot of sense for Dan's game to obviously cut Shane in that position, where, again, Cory gets cut by James, where it makes no sense for James to cut him. So for me, that's also a little knock there. But again, as a whole, I do think Cory's a pretty solid all-around player. Again, has some holes here and there in his overall game, but for me, again, it's enough for him to be here, number 42. Now, number 41, we're moving on to a player that I do look at in a similar level as Cory, and the fact that he, again, seemed to be a pretty competent all-around player, pretty good physically, had some strategic chops while being okay socially, and that person is Austin from BB17. And Austin, I think, is just a pretty solid all-around player, one that, again, ends up playing a pretty impressive game. While there's definitely holes to be had in his game, I mean, early on, he's kind of on the outs, and while he is able to gain some power through building a bond with Vanessa, that later translates to him getting a relationship with Shelly and Clay that allows them to kind of run the early merge portion of the game, early pre-merge portion of the game. He still kind of ends up messing that up by the time week 5, to where, and obviously he ends up falling in love with Liz, to where he ends up leaking the twin twist to others and ends up trying to put like a bullseye on Julia's back to try to keep Liz safe, and all that is just kind of dumb, and it does really turn his own allies against him, to where he gets very fortunate in the fact that Vanessa ends up being the one to win the HOH. For through all of his begging, he's able to win her back, but still, that was a very precarious spot to be in. And beyond that, and again, he does run the game for a lot of it, to where even at points where he's not in power, he is relatively safe, to where, again, Shelly and Clay are targets ahead of him. Even Vanessa is a target ahead of him. The problem comes from the fact that, again, he ends up taking out all of his opposition, to where when left within his own alliance, again, we do have Vanessa, Steve, and Johnny Mac really taking the game from under him and flipping on him at the final 5, to where he gets kind of sniped out of the game there. Probably being the last chance they would have had in getting him out, as beyond that, him and Liz would have been together at the final 4. And again, had Austin gotten to the end of the game, I do think he very likely wins, especially against anybody but Vanessa. So again, I do think there's a lot to like with Austin's game. I do think he plays a pretty stable middle portion of the game and is kind of running the game for a good chunk of that portion of the game. Though again, in comparison to the people higher on the list, I do feel like his game is definitely a lot more rocky than most of these people, to where, again, for me, Austin lands here number 41. Now, number 40, we're moving on to a player that I had actually much higher on this list when I first started this. He was actually, I believe, in the top 25 in my first draft of this list. However, in the time since, I just find it tough to actually think of him as a top 25 player big brother, and that person is Caitlyn from BB23. And again, I do think Caitlyn is a good player, a big brother. I think he definitely demonstrated a lot of potential on his season, where again, he was a very strong competitor in competitions. He was a pretty competent player strategically until he wasn't, which we'll talk about. While socially, again, he was good with certain people. He was also not very good with other people, but again, like, still a good enough player all around there. And I do think he was probably the player that was playing the most independently from the cookout, at least initially, to where I don't think he gets fully on board with the plan until towards the end of the pre-jury phase of the game. And I do think if it had not been for Cookout, again, Caitlyn could have been in a very good spot. Now, I do think Caitlyn is not in as locked in of a good spot as the likes of a Tiffany, a Claire, a DX, to where, I do think he would have definitely worked with them, but I do think he would have been on the outskirts of that group. I think he probably would have been number 6 or 7 in their power structure, to where, considering the fact that he was a massive threat in the game that won a whole bunch of comps, I would not be shocked if they tried to take an earlier shot at him, to where, who really knows where he lands in the game without the Cookout. But with the Cookout, again, he gets to the final 6 in a position where he's essentially the swing. I mean, at the time they're at 6, again, it is essentially Tiffany and Hannah versus Xavier and Big D, and he is essentially the person in the middle. However, he decides to side with Xavier, despite not really having that much of a relationship with Xavier by that point in the game. However, he is continuously told that Xavier is the best player in the game and that Xavier is going to win at the end. And with Caitlyn, his entire thing is that he wants to beat the best, because he wants to be like Goku. And again, that was just ridiculous, his overall in-game strategy, which again makes it tough for me to land him higher. Really, if it was not for that, I actually probably would have kept him in the top 25. But again, just the sheer ridiculousness of him saving Xavier over and over again, despite Xavier being the biggest threat to him in the game, and obviously the person that eventually caught him was just insane, to where, again, while I do think most of his game is pretty strong, I feel like that's something that I can't really excuse, which makes me not put him much higher on the list. But I do think he is overall a really good player, but he is landing here at number 40. At number 39, we're moving on to kind of a series here of two-time players that at least had one really strong run in them. We're starting this off with a pretty iconic player here, but one that I do think is a bit of a messy player, and that person is Allison from obviously BB4 and BB7. And Allison, again, I think plays a very impressive game on BB4. Now, again, I definitely have qualms with it, particularly the fact that, again, I do struggle with realizing just how intentional certain aspects of her game are, along with the fact that, again, we just see her kind of going in and out of the majority at points, where, again, we see her being part of the Elite Eights, only to then be targeted by Dana in week 3, only for her to then be HOH, and get rid of Dana, only for her to then kind of float through the game. Though still had some spots where she could have potentially been in danger, though by the end of the game, again, she's essentially just looked as a massive goat. For most people wanted to take her to the end by that point. But again, it was simply just due to the fact that she couldn't win. And again, that is the issue for me with Allison, is the fact that I don't think Allison can win the game. I think Allison struggles to win a jury vote against really anybody on this season. I mean, unless she somehow miraculously got to the end against Dana, I don't really think she beats anybody in the post-jury phase of this game. And again, while it is still very impressive the way she floats through the game, again, essentially being the first to actively float in the game, where, again, June had been kind of doing it beforehand. But yeah, I think Allison was really the first to really hone in on this floating strategy of really playing off of both sides and propping up your position in the middle. Though, to be fair, I mean, she does eventually get beat her own game by June, which we'll talk about. But I think Allison is definitely a very solid player, one that plays a very solid game on BB4, to where, again, I don't really even factor in her BB7 game that much. Again, it's not really much of a game. It's one where she didn't come in a good spot. Even then, despite that, again, doesn't play particularly well. She does the openly target Janelle, but still, I do think it's not really a game that really changes my overall opinion of her game, where I do look at her as a pretty solid player all around. That's why she's here number 39. Now, number 38. We're moving on to a player. I've been kind of all over the board with this person. I've at points thought this player was pretty solid. I've at points thought this person wasn't that good. And I will say I did recently rewatch this person's season. I do think through that rewatch it did elevate my opinion on this person again, and that person is Diane Henry from BB5 and BB7, to where, again, like, Diane's BB5 game I think is one that is actually pretty impressive for the time. I think she's a very dynamic player for the time of Big Brother 5, to where, you know, while she is in the Pinky Swear Alliance, she also is part of the Twin Alliance and does play off of both sides pretty well at the mid portion of the game, to where, again, coming into the final 9 round, I would say she's the best position in the game by quite a bit. However, I do think there are some faults Diane's game, particularly her seemingly emotional play of cutting the twins, something that I do think is against her best interest. It burns her to jury votes of the twins, while also, again, just putting her in this position where she's tied to Nokomis and Karen, who are much closer to each other than they are with her. Now, obviously, she still has Drew as a backup, and it does feel like at that point she does go all in on her relationship with Drew. But again, like, it's Drew, the person who ends up cutting her, along with the fact that, again, I think Drew is someone that probably beats her at the end as well. So there's definitely faults to have there. The fact that she goes so far out of her way to try to get to the end of Drew, who probably ends up beating her. But again, I do think Diane's game is one that is pretty fluid for this point in Big Brother. And again, another one that I don't really factor in BB7 that much, as, again, she came into that season with pretty big target on her back, probably with Janelle really wanting to go after her, though at the same time, again, she almost orchestrates a flip against Will. I mean, that's something to say at least. Or really most of my opinions of her game do come down to her BB5 game. But again, BB7 isn't entirely bad, even though, again, it's not great. But still, I do think Diane is definitely a very competent player, to where that's why she's here number 38. Now, 37, we're moving on to a player that definitely has a better track record overall than the last two people we talked about, though I do question his overall game ability a bit more after his second appearance than the other two, and that person is Kevin Campbell from BB11 and BB22. And Kevin's BB11 game, I think, is one that is pretty good. Now, I think you can argue, is it better than the likes of Allison's game or Diane's game from their first seasons? To which I would probably say no. Now, again, I think it is a good game where he does play the middle for a lot of the season. He isn't fully attached to the Jesse Alliance, but is still relatively safe from this loose connection that he has. I think a major issue for me is the fact that I do think he was a pretty big target by the time the coup d'etat, where had the coup d'etat not been played, again, he definitely was someone being talked about as a target. And to be fair, he makes the most of that opportunity by voting out Jesse and picking up Natalie as an ally, but I think there definitely is questionable play there. So again, I think his endgame is mostly strong, and he does do very good work in turning Jeff against Russell, to where Jeff eventually makes the move against Russell at Final 6, only for him to then backstab Jeff the following week, which is all really good. But again, I do also not love his Final 3 decision, where it was actually a spot where had he won Final HOH, he was actually going to take Jordan to the end, in a spot where, again, he probably beats her, but it is very close, where it is a 4-3 vote either way. And like, really, it's coming down to Natalie, who he would have just voted out in that situation, where again, like, who knows? So again, not a great spot. And even beyond that, I do think his BB22 game is also, again, very questionable. While he does have a lot of longevity on that season, I feel like he does very little like actively right outside of just, again, survival in the game. So he's really just on the bottom of that season the entire time with no real chance of doing much. And to be fair, again, the committee's blowout of the challenges definitely played a factor into that. But I do feel like Kevin didn't really get to do much on that season to really propel his legacy. So, as a whole, I did struggle with where to put him, because again, I do think the likes of Diane and Allison have better first games than Kevin, but I do think Kevin's longevity on his second appearance is something to at least credit him for. So again, for me, I did decide to just put him against slightly higher than the other two at number 37 here. Number 36, we're on to a player, again, kind of in the similar tier, but I think a player that probably is a bit underestimated in Big Brother history, and that player is Britney Haynes from BB's 12 and 14, who obviously is well renowned as a character on the show, though I don't think is very well remembered as a player. And to be fair, I think her BB12 game is a bit rocky. It's one where obviously she's being tricked by Brigade the entire season, only to be the last one cut by them at the very end. But even then, I think there's some really good social work she does across the season. She builds these really strong bonds with like Reagan and Matt, and even in the end game, she has Lane going out of his way to try to take Britney to the end. And again, that is impressive, especially considering the fact that I think she possibly beats Lane at the end. I think it's an extremely close vote. But again, I think it's something that's against Lane's best interest. But I think most of the credit I would give her is for her BB14 game, where, again, I think it's very impressive, the power structure she was able to form there, to where, while initially on the outs due to losing Willie and JoJo, she is able to build this really good relationship with Danielle and Dan, to where they form a 4-person alliance that really ends up just running the game, until she obviously gets sniped out due to Dan's funeral. But really before that, again, she was in a very solid position. Again, it would have been very difficult to take her out of the game, with her building a really strong bond with Ian, to where that could potentially save her. And also, to a degree, again, Britney gets screwed over by the fact that Ian had a second veto that week, where had that not been the case, Ian probably goes home instead. Now, obviously, we can also add in reindeer games, which, for Britney, I didn't feel like really changed that much. I think it just really confirmed that she is a very good social player. She was very well positioned early on. I will say, I do feel like she got a little bit sloppy. Like, her targeting of Danielle just seemed to be really misguided from her point of view, to where, like, really for me, I feel like reindeer games just kind of kept her around the same, where initially I was thinking she might go up just due to the fact that she seemed to be doing pretty well socially at the beginning, but considering her, again, kind of misstep there, I do feel like it kind of just equals out to where I was going to put her to begin with. I think there's a lot to praise for her BB14 game. While her BB12 game is, again, largely mediocre, I think there's still some really good social work within it, to where, again, I think she is a very good player. One I don't think we ever got to see the true potential of her game play out, but again, for mostly what she did on BB14, she's enough to be here at number 36. Now, number 35. We're moving back to another winner of the show. It's been a bit. This being a winner I am largely conflicted on. I do feel like this is a winner that I don't really know where I really stand on them as a player, because I think there's some massive highs, there's some massive lows, and that player is Adam Jasinski from BB9. And Adam, I just think, is a tough player here. Again, he's one where early on he plays terribly. He makes a massive target of himself. He almost goes home, and Jacob does. He's only saved by the fact that Jacob somehow does worse. But again, he makes a massive target of him and Sheila, which is not great. He does end up playing pretty emotionally at points. He does vote James back into the game, even though that was probably something not in his best interest, just due to the fact that he obviously liked James. He also doesn't nominate James during his eviction week, which is pretty dumb as well, as it just gave James the opportunity to save Sharon and really screw him over. But I do feel like from Final 5 on, I think he plays mostly optimally, and spends a lot of that time really just undermining Ryan along the way, which is pretty interesting. Though at the same time, I do question how much of that is fully intentional in the Final 4 round, at least, and where it did seem like for most of that round, he was actually going to keep Sharon around, something that was obviously beneficial to Ryan, with Ryan having a better relationship with Sharon. However, he changes his mind at the last second, which again should have been the obvious decision, and him seeming to do so not because he has a closer connection to Sheila, but more so because Sheila would not win the final HOH. So I think that's not great, but it is still technically the optimal move for him. And again, his Final 5 round, I think he does pretty good work in maintaining Natalie's jury vote, and him throwing the final HOH to Ryan allows him to get through that round while getting more blood on his hands. And again, I think he does a very good job of just undermining Ryan throughout a lot of that end game, which is something I've always propped him up for. But really, I do feel like a lot of his game is a bit rocky. I do think his game is one where, again, like early on, he's not particularly liked. Middle of the game, he is making some pretty misguided strategic decisions. And while, again, his end game is very strong, it's still one where, again, I do come out of this being very conflicted why I truly think of him as a player. But again, for now, I decided to land him here at number 35. Number 34, moving on to actually another winner of the show, one that I think is actually not that dissimilar from Adam, even though this comparison doesn't really get brought up much. But I do think a similar player to Adam ends up being Josh Martinez from BB19. And to be fair, I think a lot of people would probably say Josh Martinez is too high here on this list, being at number 34 of the best players of all time. And again, I could definitely get that. However, I do think Josh is someone that I do think is a bit understated in Big Brother history. Now, again, is his early game bad? Yeah, again, he was almost taken out week 1. Had he not gotten that safety, he probably goes week 1. He, beyond that, again, is not really taken that seriously and is kind of being dragged as a number for Paul for a lot of it. Though, again, I think there is a reason why Paul picks Josh and Christmas over the other pairings. And you could definitely argue that, okay, it's just because they thought that Josh and Christmas were the biggest goats. But I do think there also was this actual genuine personal relationship that they had made. And really, for me, that's the thing with Josh. That I do think Josh is actually pretty good socially when he's not being extremely emotional. Where obviously there are points where he's extremely emotional, lashes out at people for no real reason. But again, when he is playing with his more rational mind, I do feel like he actually does play somewhat well. Again, having decent relationships with people. And to a fair part of this is probably coming from the challenge and seeing him be a fixture on the challenge with him having so many social connections there. But I do feel like Josh in the modern day, if he were to play again, I would have a lot of faith in Josh to be in this majority alliance for a lot of the game. And considering like his undermining of Paul in the end game, again, I would not be shocked at Josh actually having this killer instinct on a return and again being a pretty competent player to where even in his BB19 game, again, he figures out the fact that Paul isn't as big of a jury threat as he assumed and proceeds to just continuously undermine Paul in his goodbye messages, which is again a very innovative move for the time and one that really ends up kind of winning him the game by really turning Alex and Jason against Paul, to where through their pact with Mark, Elena, and Cody, it really just allows Josh to end up winning the game in a position where he probably also beats Christmas if he somehow got to the end with her. And obviously we can add reindeer games to this, which to be fair didn't really change my opinion that much of him. I do feel like most of what we saw in reindeer games was what I saw in the challenge, which just kind of reconfirmed that I do think Josh can be a pretty rational player in the game and someone that can do well if he were to play the game with his current life experience. But really for me, Josh is a player that, again, at the end of the day, I think he's pretty similar to Adam. Again, a player that made some misguided strategic decisions at points, again, was pretty emotional in the game, was saved in week 1 due to something completely out of their control. And now I think there's a difference both ways in the fact that I think Adam's end game is a lot more impressive, at least on paper, though again, I think Josh is someone that I would have more faith in on a return. In fact, again, I do like him being the innovator of this new way to utilize the goodbye messages. That for me is again good enough to put Josh here at number 34. Now number 33, we're moving on to a series of runners up here. Some of the better ones, with this first one being one that was so close to winning the game. They literally made a game-losing decision at the very end, though really the rest of their game is just kind of a mostly stable game with maybe one major exception. But still, I think this person is a mostly solid player, and that person is Monty from BB24. And Monty, again, I do think is a mostly stable player in the fact that he is, again, a consistent player through and through. Again, I think he's pretty solid socially. He's obviously good at competitions, and also he is, again, competent strategically. He is someone that, again, was part of the initial power structure, was one of the leaders of that alliance early on, and then proceeds to flip on that alliance through the creation of the leftovers. And like, to be fair with the leftovers, I think he's not in as good of a spot as he could have been in that group, to where I do feel like he kind of drops the ball a little bit in like having Kyle really take the forefront, while also having even like a Joseph playing the game more aggressively than him, as he was constantly being talked about as someone that the likes of a Michael would eventually go after. But again, it never goes through. Where obviously we get the split house twist, and then following that we get this position where Monty does flip on the like of Michael, Britney, and Taylor, only to then end the week somehow in a position where he was actually going to go home, which, to be fair, I mean, it was largely due to the fact that Michael had won the veto. But again, like, Kyle had actually convinced everyone to put Monty on the block, and Monty was going to go out, had it not been for the fact that Kyle obviously had his spot blown up that week, which again feels like Monty getting saved due to something completely out out of his control. However, from that point on, again, he really does dominate the game. Again, winning comp after comp after comp, being completely safe in that entire endgame stretch, while also, again, like leading the action as you typically would in the endgame if you're winning competitions. But again, he gets to a spot where he almost wins the game. Again, had he taken Turner at the final 3, he wins the game in a near unanimous vote, but then just doesn't and takes Taylor instead, which is obviously a massive flaw in his game, his lack of awareness that the fact that Taylor would win a jury vote. The two fair, I mean, really most people in the house had that opinion of thinking that Turner was a massive jury threat when he really wasn't. But still, I mean, I do think there is a lack of awareness there, that mixing down the fact that, again, he was also almost booed the final 8. Again, like, it's enough to not put him higher on the list, but I do think as a whole he seems like a very competent all-around player, which is why he's here number 33. Number 32, moving on to a runner-up that I was a bit conflicted on where to land this person. Again, this one was all over the place. There was a point where this person kind of barely even made the top 100, and then eventually they made top 50, and I guess now they're number 32. And that person is Lane from BB12, who was obviously a part of the brigade, obviously a very important figure due to that. Well, even beyond that, again, like, he got the final 2 in a situation where he does get the votes of Brennan and Rachel, votes that they later regret, along with the vote of Britney, which, again, like, his connection with Britney is definitely one of the bigger pros of the game, especially the fact that he was able to keep Britney in as long as he was, where, again, the entire strategy of the brigade was to create these parachute alliances. However, Lane actually got his parachute alliance to the final 4, which is actually pretty insane. It was, again, something that, like, Xavier was trying to do with Alyssa, but was unable to. Now, again, I do qualm with the fact that, again, I think there's definitely a chance that Britney beats him in a jury vote. Again, I think it's extremely close, but still, I mean, like, the fact that he was self-interested outside of just the brigade and making these moves to give him the better odds in the end game, I think is something to definitely give him credit for. Now, beyond that, I do think he's someone that, again, wasn't really an active driver in the game for most of it. Again, for a lot of the early game while he was in the brigade, I feel like he was probably the least integral to the brigade's success. Now, again, he definitely does play a factor into Matt Blind's side and him convincing Britney to go through the move. Well, really, I mean, I think that's a move that was really just shared credit amongst all the brigade members. And outside that, again, I think he's simply just kind of there. So I do think it makes it tough to assess his game. I mean, like, even despite that, again, I do think he still beats Enzo. So at least he had, like, a winning scenario. But even then, again, he wasn't taking Enzo to the end. And Enzo, if he had one final HOH, wasn't taking him either. So, again, that is obviously an issue. Again, I think Lane, once again, is a pretty competent all-around player. Again, could do well in comps. He was pretty good socially, and strategically, again, he was self-interested. So again, for me, he does have a lot of the box you would want to have checked off. Where I think the major issue is the fact of his intentionality and him fully intending on going against people that would end up beating him in the game, which is not a particularly good look. But outside that, I do think he is a pretty solid player here. One that, while at this point, I think he's probably one of the lesser players of the brigade, that's still a pretty impressive spot to be in. But really, I just look at him as a pretty competent all-around player, one that made it all the way to final 2 in a very dominant alliance, because that for me is here number 32. Now number 31, we're moving on to another runner-up in the game, the one that does have 2 appearances on the show, both pretty strong appearances, even though you could definitely qualm with his overall game ability. But that person is Memphis from BB's 10 and 22, to where, again, Memphis, I think, plays an okay game on BB 10. Again, he is the runner-up of that season. Though, really, I feel like a lot of his game on that season is, in the first half, again, not particularly great. I mean, he's still someone that is involved in getting Brian on the block, but outside that, he's just kind of there, making a pretty big target of himself, to where he is the target coming into week 4, though is obviously saved there. And again, that is due to some good connections he makes with the likes of Keisha and Dan, to where obviously they end up running the game following that, probably due to a lot of competition wins. But really, I do feel like a lot of his end game is him, again, working alongside Dan, but Dan just doing everything he can to undercut Memphis along the way, with Memphis ending up getting no votes at the end, simply just due to how much Dan kind of outplayed him in that instance. Obviously, when he returns for 22, again, I think he ends up playing a pretty solid game after the first couple rounds, where, again, at that point, it's a bit rocky and just very openly trying to play the middle between the new school and old school players. And then, but again, once the committee ends up forming, which again was initially looked at as a joke, but again, he was still the former of the committee, which, I mean, to be fair, was initially looked at as a joke, but considering how much they end up winning comps, ends up being the real alliance. While again, he clearly doesn't get his way at certain points in the game, he still is in this dominant alliance that runs the game in a pretty unprecedented way of them just steamrolling the competitions throughout the entire season. And he does get to a final 5 to where, again, like had he gotten to the end, especially against Christmas or even Enzo like he had planned, like he probably does win. Though too far, again, like he definitely did burn some jury votes for sure. But I do think he also would have had some jury votes as well. Where, again, Memphis on that season did end up presenting a somewhat competent strategic mind. Again, a pretty good comp competitor, with essentially being back and forth between him and Cody, while also a not as great social player, but one that isn't entirely bad. So again, with Memphis here, he essentially does have 2 pretty strong runs, but neither of them are like truly elite runs in the game, especially in comparison to some of the people we're about to be talking about who, while they may only have 1 appearance on the show, I think their 1 appearance is probably stronger than either of Memphis's appearances, which is enough for me to put Memphis here at number 31. Now, number 30, we're keeping off another runner-up of the show, though this one being a one-time player. But again, I think a one-time player that probably plays a better game in my mind than someone like a Memphis does on either of his seasons, and that person being Nicole from BB2. And again, Nicole to me plays a very impressive game considering the timing of her game. Again, considering it was BB2, the first true season of Big Brother to play a social strategy game, the fact that she was able to pick up on how to essentially float in the game, how to play the middle, how to also play a pretty dominant game. Again, all that is pretty impressive to me. Again, like early on, again, while she does ostracize herself at the very beginning and does become a clear target, she's able to flip the votes to keep her, organize this group against Chilltown. Again, that's pretty impressive. She also still, despite that, is able to play the middle following that, to where Chilltown actually starts to like her and builds bonds with the likes of Boogie and Shannon and Will, to where, again, they looked at her as one of their potential numbers down the road, which is pretty insane considering their rocky start. But then following that, she essentially forms this duo with Hardy that ends up running the game. Again, playing an extremely dominant game from that point forward, to where she is essentially using Hardy as a shield for a lot of that game, to where she recognized the fact that Hardy would go every single time if they're on the block together, while also, again, she built a strong bond with Will, to where Will wanted to keep her around, potentially to take her to final 2. But obviously that comes to the main criticism of her game and the fact that she probably loses to everybody. And she's someone that was not well respected by the jury, to where, again, like, Will in himself was not someone that was that loved by the jury. But again, in comparison to Nicole, obviously they adored Will in that instance. Again, they absolutely reviled Nicole in the game. But I do think her navigation through the game is, again, really, really impressive, demonstrating a lot of different approaches to the game of Big Brother, all in 1 appearance on the show, to where, again, I do find her 1 appearance here to be pretty impressive despite her complete lack of win equity, which is what lands her here at number 30. At number 29, we're moving on to a player that I did struggle a bit where to put this person, as, again, initially this person was actually higher on the list. This person was actually closer to the top 20, like being only a few spots away from it. However, at this point, they're again closer to the 30 range, but still pretty high on the list. I do have Michael Bruner. And Michael is an interesting player here in the sense that, again, he was a pretty competent strategic thinker. He was a pretty decent social player at points. He was playing the middle at a good chunk of the game. He, again, did do a lot right through the game. But obviously the main positive for Michael is the fact that his comp ability was ridiculous. I mean, I think Michael is by far the best comp competitor from Big Brother of all time. I think he is someone that just won so many different amount of comps and so many comps, to where I personally feel like Michael is probably the most consistent comp competitor in the history of the show, someone that I would, again, put the most faith in. And again, for someone that isn't that impressed by competition wins, I feel like Michael is one of the few that I am very impressed with what he was able to do in competition, just simply due to how dominant he was in them. But again, it's not like competitions were the only aspect of his game, where he didn't really even need a lot of the earlier competitions. In a lot of those positions, he would have been safe despite that. And to be fair, they did benefit him. They did allow him to have more outcomes that were more favorable to him. Obviously, it wouldn't have been ideal if he lost Britney early on. But again, like, he was pretty safe throughout a lot of that early game anyway. And again, I think he does a lot of good work in fracturing the leftovers and getting Kyle to have this vendetta against the likes of Joseph and Monty and get them to come after each other, which, I mean, to be fair, does play into some of the ickiness around his revealing of the Kyle information and kind of using that to his benefit, which, again, definitely not a good look. But his using of that information did end up proving to be a pretty beneficial move for him. Getting rid of Kyle, his biggest threat in the game, someone that was actively coming for him and someone that had a lot of leverage in the game. So again, there was a point in the following week where he convinced Bronte and Turner to keep him around, which again, it didn't stick, but I do think there's some good play there. And eventually he's obviously taking out Final Six, though again, like that's kind of the name of the game when it comes to how sometimes competitions aren't in your favor. But again, I still feel like despite that, again, Michael is still the person I would have the most faith in and to win out on a season of Big Brother. Again, had they not gotten him out of 6, he probably does win out on that season and wins at the end. So again, I just look at Michael as a very well-rounded player, but one that again is just such a dominant force in competitions, while also someone that was so well positioned on his season. So again, for me, I do feel like that's enough to land him here at number 29. Now, number 28, we're moving on to a player that I do find a little bit tough to assess in the sense that this is a person that, again, could have potentially been a Big Brother winner had it not been for a very unfortunate twist towards the end of the game. But I do think the game surrounding that is, again, good, but definitely with some holes, and that person is Frankie Grande from BB16. And again, Frankie is someone that could have potentially won the game had the rewind button not existed, to where, again, had he gotten Victoria out at 5, he is in a very strong position to just win out. And had he won out, he probably would have taken Caleb to the end, to which he probably would have beaten him. Now, again, there's still a chance that he takes Derek and loses, but I do think for the most part, I think Frankie definitely had a winning trajectory in the game still, that he kind of got screwed over from. Now, beyond that, again, there's definitely holes to have with this game. The fact that he was openly targeting Zach multiple times, despite the fact that Zach was such a loyal ally to him. You also have him being really untrusted in the game by the middle portion, to where the likes of Derek and Cody had flipped on them during the Jocasta boot week, only for them to change their minds at the last second. But either way, I mean, like, he has a massive bullseye on his back to the point where he has to win the battle of the block to keep himself safe in the game. And while he's able to recover from that, again, those are definitely knocks against his game. But again, I do think there is a lot of really good social play from him, especially early on. Again, towards the end, he definitely gets a bit cocky and does have some dickish behavior, but he's obviously very good physically, with him winning a ridiculous amount of comps on that season. And mixing that with the fact that he later comes back for reindeer games and has a solid performance there. I mean, like, he's not the greatest position in that season, though again, he once again proves he is so good at competitions, possibly one of the best comp competitors of all time. So mixing now the fact that, again, he very much could have won. BB16 had that rewind week not happened, I do feel like, for me, I do look at him as a slightly better version of Michael, to where I think his comp ability is not that far apart from Michael's, while also having a season that, again, he very much could have won. So for me, again, that's enough to put him here at number 28. Now, number 27, we're moving back to a winner of the show. But a winner I do have a tough time assessing, as I do feel like this is a winner that, while they are very good at competitions, that allows them to get to the end, while also having some decent social strategy at points, I feel like their winning game, though, is one of the most turbulent games in the history of the show. And that person is Jackson Mickey from BB21. And again, I just have a tough time fully grasping Jackson's game, in the sense that, again, like, early on, yeah, he was in the Majority Alliance. He was a pretty central figure within that Majority Alliance. It was also a Majority Alliance that eventually essentially kicks him out, to where by the time of week 5, again, he is clearly on the outs of that alliance and is blamed for the destruction of the 6 shooters, to which, I mean, he is fortunate in the fact that the other side recognizes this and decides to keep him around as someone that isn't in the core of it anymore and decides to target Jack instead. But again, it's a position where he definitely loses a lot of power there, and a lot of it due to him openly targeting Christy, which is just not a great move for him at that point in the game. And it's like really beyond that, and really from the final 10 on, it's either him or Holly winning competitions really the rest of the season outside the final 6 round, to which again, he does build the bond with If and Nicole that really ends up allowing him to survive that round, which again, I'll definitely give him credit for the relationship he builds with Cliff. But a lot of his endgame stretch is essentially just him winning competitions. Now again, I do think there is good play from him at points. I do think him repairing his relationship with Christy is pretty good. I think his relationship with Cliff and somehow not being targeted at 6 is pretty good. His final 5 move is obviously very notable, and one that again is very impressive to see him pull off. Definitely a shining moment in terms of the social strategy aspects of the game. However, again, he's still someone that even in the end game, while he is steamrolling everyone else, I do think he has some pretty poor jury management, to the point where I do think it would have definitely harmed him on a different season. But I think considering the season was immediately after Paul had lost and Tyler had lost, again, we did see this jury very much try to not be bitter. So I do think that definitely played a factor into Jackson still maintaining his jury votes by the end. end. But again, I think Jax's game just as a whole is very rocky. And again, while he is in the majority early on, I don't think he plays particularly well from the majority. And then when he's from the bottom, he's essentially just winning comp after comp after comp. Though again, does have minor moments where he does make some pretty impressive moves. And again, just in general, he is still a very good comp competitor, which is definitely something to know here as well. To where again, despite the fact that I, again, do think his jury management is lacking and don't think he's the greatest social player in the world, again, for me, his dominance in competitions along with making some good moves here and there is enough to put him here at number 27. Now, number 26, we're moving on to a player that is another winner on the board and one that actually was higher in my initial draft of this list. However, after watching him on reindeer games, I did decide to drop him a bit, and that person is Xavier from BB23. And obviously, I've always criticized Xavier's BB23 game. So coming out of BB23, I did feel like Xavier was a player that, and there definitely was potential there, and it did seem like he could be a competent all-around player, but I do feel like he was very much lucked out by the cookout. And I always wondered how he would play if he didn't have the cookout, and I think we kind of saw that on reindeer games, where it didn't go particularly well. Like, while he'd obviously found himself in an alliance with Taylor, Danielle, and Josh, he was very clearly on the bottom of that alliance, where he was constantly thrown into Santa Showdown, literally all but one time, really just kind of being utilized as a weapon in the game more so than a true, genuine ally, and him just, again, like kind of feeling like he was kind of aloof to what was actually going on in the game. And again, that kind of just feels about right for Xavier. That's kind of how I feel like he would play on a season without the cookout, to where it kind of justified some of those thoughts for me. As time goes on, I think a lot of people will glorify his win as him having dominated the game with the cookout. However, the reality is that he was very much lucked out by the cookout. Had it not been for the cookout, he does not win this season. Or again, he was just such a massive target by the mid game, to where if he did not have the cookout fully backing him, again, he definitely would have been sniped out around the time of the final 10, final 9, that sort of phase of the game. Or again, the power players in the game didn't actually want to go to the end with Xavier, to where even by the time that the cookout gets to 6, they still are targeting Xavier, with Tiffany and Hannah directly coming for him. Caitlyn was coming for him until he wasn't, which even that I won't really give Xavier that much credit for, because that was mostly the work that other people were doing to actually target Xavier that just had the opposite effect on Caitlyn, where again, Caitlyn and Xavier didn't really have much of a connection until that point in the game. Now again, I do think Xavier does good work with Big D. I think he does good work with Azza to get them on side. But again, really for me, I think Xavier is a player that completely lucked out to his win. Now again, as a whole, I do think Xavier is a still very savvy player. He is one that can be cutthroat when he needs to. He can win a lot of challenges. He can be a decent strategist, but at the same time, I do feel like he has bad reads at points and doesn't fully get the actual landscape of the game. Again, I do feel like he is still competent strategically and is, again, a player that has the killer instinct. He's willing to make the moves necessary to go on to win the game. And socially, he's kind of this player that really gives a lot of nothing to people, and through that, I think it makes it very clear when he's not really working with you. And also, I think he can be a bit too trusting in thinking that his group has his back at all times, to where, again, I still feel like he was someone that was greatly benefited by a cookout, but even beyond that, I do feel like he's still a very well-rounded player. But I just think his actual BB23 game is pretty mediocre, and because that is a bit tough to rank him here, for me, I did leave Xavier here at number 26. Now, number 25. We're moving on to a player that straight up, I mean, this person being this high might be biased on knowing this person's experience from other shows and that adding to my faith in this person, but still, I do have Suri Fields. And again, Suri obviously here is being affected by the fact that obviously I know how she plays on Survivor, how she plays on the Traitors. I know that she is a very good social strategy player. And through that, I think inherently it does elevate her position on this list. While again, this list is still an assessment of her Big Brother game and how she plays Big Brother, I do still think having the knowledge of how good of a social strategy player that she is still something that does, again, elevate my faith in her ability that allows her to be this high on the list. As I do think you could definitely argue the fact that this is too high for her, that she should be closer to maybe someone like a Britney Haynes, or maybe closer to like the 40 to 50 range. However, again, I do think that is definitely something that plays a factor here. But even beyond that, like, I think her first half of her game is very impressive. While again, definitely qualm with how she handles the power and how flip-floppy she is. And she runs that first half of the game in a near unprecedented way. Again, she has such a stranglehold in the game where pretty much every single person in the house felt like they had some sort of connection to Suri and was in a alliance with Suri. And again, that is pretty insane. And while again, it does crumble, again, I don't feel like she's that much at fault for it crumbling. Again, it crumbled while she was paired up to Felicia for 2 days straight, someone that was the target that week. So through that, she couldn't really talk game while in that costume, well, really, it was the likes of Jared that really blew up her game. And obviously, like, having Jared there is definitely a benefit for her, at least inherently, though obviously it doesn't end up playing to her favor by the end of it. And again, like, from that point on, she's more so playing a game of survival. She's simply just there trying to survive week by week. And again, does have some good play at points, does also have some bad play at points. Again, it is a little bit of a rockier game after that. So again, there's points where she is being ratted out by Blue constantly, but there's also points where she earns back the trust of Jag, despite the fact that Jag had no reason to actually trust her. However, again, the reason why I'm leaving her behind here, or the like of the person that we're about to be talking about, who I think at the end of the day, like, I think her game is very similar to the next person we'll be talking about. However, I do think that person, one, had more of a chance of staying at the final 5, but even beyond that, probably had more win equity, to where I do think Cirie on this season probably does struggle with winning a jury vote had she gotten to the end against a Jag or a Matt. Again, her optimal path at the time that she gets taken out is for Matt to take her to the end. However, that's a situation that, again, I think she probably loses. So I think that's definitely something to calm with as well. But again, considering how dominant her first half of the game was, again, just my overall faith in her soul strategy ability, for me, it's enough to land her here at 25. Now, number 24, we have a person that I think is very comparable to Cirie in terms of how they played the Big Brother game, to where they also had a very dominant first half of the game, only for them to lose control in the second half, but still had some impressive moments within that. And that person is Tommy Bracco from BB21. Tommy, again, was in a very good spot for the first half of the game, where he was in the Dominant Alliance, he was in the Grateful Alliance, followed by the Six Shooters. He was pretty much a central figure within that. He was super close to the likes of Christy and Jack, had a good relationship with Holly. Again, he was a pretty central figure early on, and obviously his game is a bit ruined by the dissolution of the Six Shooters, which, I mean, to be fair, he played a role in that, but I do feel like beyond that, again, like, his game's still not entirely bad. I mean, even at that point, he still had about half the house on his side. Again, still had the likes of Christy, Jack, Annalise, still had a relationship with Holly and Nick. But I think at that point, he was largely harmed by the fact that his side just simply didn't win any competitions. So where it was more so the Jackson and Holly side of things that was winning comp after comp after comp, and through that, he lost his numbers one by one by one. So the one time he did win a competition, he does make a somewhat optimal move in taking out a person from the opposite side, and also uses the veto on Christy, despite people telling him not to. And again, I do think he even plays, like, again, somewhat optimally during that portion of the game, and even then is somehow still the last standing of his alliance, despite the fact that, again, he had the closest relationship with most of those people. So again, the fact that he even makes it to final 5 is pretty impressive, considering his side hadn't had an HOH in multiple rounds at that point, to where while he does get taken out at final 5, even that is like a very wonky circumstance that the vote had almost flipped, with that essentially being him being outplayed by Jackson that one instance. So I think for most of the game, he was outplaying Jackson. Again, he wins over the loyalty of Jack over Jackson, and it's just better positioned than him for most of the game. So again, I do think Tommy's game, his main failing is the fact that he couldn't win any of those endgame competitions. But again, in comparison to Cirie, I think their games are somewhat similar. Again, the fact that they had this dominant alliance at the very beginning, and to be fair, I think Cirie probably had more of a stranglehold than Tommy did early on, but I think Tommy's eventual elimination is a lot more wonky. And even beyond that, again, I think Tommy's probably more competent in competitions, where again, Cirie never won a single competition. Well, I feel like Tommy can at least win competitions. So again, I feel like in terms of those things, it's enough for me to put Tommy one spot above her at number 24. At number 23, we're moving on to the newest player left on the board, the only player from BB25, and that player is Matt. And Matt is an interesting player here in the fact that I think a lot of people would obviously not agree with the fact that he is this high on the list. I think a lot of people talk about how he was such a passive player and let Jag do everything. And again, I just personally disagree with that assessment. And I do think Matt, just as a whole, plays a very solid game of Big Brother. Now, again, there are definitely flaws. I think he definitely lacks ownership of his game. I mean, his jury management is particularly terrible. And from what we learned, it does seem like he lost the game pretty much solely because of his goodbye messages to Blue in America, where he tried to pretend like he didn't have anything to do with their eliminations and wanted to blame it all on Jag, which, again, it's funny that that is actually a tactic he used earlier in the game. That actually was good for his game, as it made Jag a bigger target ahead of him, though by the end of the game, it obviously causes him to lose jury respect. But again, Matt is just such an interesting case to where, while he does start off the game a bit rocky, I mean, by the time of week 3, he really is in this central position in the house, being one of the safest people in the entire game, and even getting on Cirie's good side to the point where Cirie actually talks about taking him to 3 over Izzy, which is pure insanity there. Again, I think his social game, particularly in terms of really bonding with the people in power, is just a very impressive aspect of his game. And by the time that the flip against Izzy occurs, he's essentially the safest person in the game. He's the person that literally has nobody everybody coming after him while having almost everyone wanting to work with him. He has the likes of Cory and America wanting to work with him. He obviously has Jag and Blue. He has Cameron. He has Cirie. Like, there are just so many factions that want to work with Matt at that point. And once Izzy flip happens, which is something that's actually not good for Matt's game, he's still able to fully recover from that and become in the central position once again after not even a week's time, and building a bond with Cameron once again, despite the fact that he hated him and always wanted him out. He still has Cory and America on his side. He connects back up with Cirie. And again, there are impressive aspects of his game in the middle portion of the game. Again, the fact that he got Jared to pick him for the veto, only to then not use the veto on him and take him out. He did lead the charge against Cameron to where he was the one to get Jag on board to target Cameron to begin with. And really, he was the one that had all the social capital to allow Jag to make the moves that Jag supposedly made. And where had it not been for Matt, Cameron would not have been on board with getting rid of Mimi. And people like to criticize the fact that he let Cirie go, and that was actually probably the optimal move for him. He had no real other option, knowing that Jag was just going to win all the competitions anyway. So him letting go of Cirie was the most optimal way for him to actually have Jag still take him to the final two, which he did, despite the fact that people were telling him that Matt was going to beat him at the end, which is still insane to me. Yeah, I think Matt's game is extremely impressive. Now, obviously, he loses the game due to his bad jury management and his goodbye messages, which, again, is purely his fault. But, I mean, like, that's also a fault I have with another person much higher on this list. And, again, straight up, like, Matt is still a flawed player, but I do think in comparison to the grand scheme of Big Brother, I do think he is a very, very good player. Or simply put, again, most Big Brother players are bad. For Matt being here, again, while it may seem surprising, to me, I fully stand by this pick, as I do feel like he is a very consistent player. I feel like he would be able to play this game over and over and over again. But had he only tightened up his jury management, I do feel like he is a very likely winner on a lot of seasons, and on this specific season would have played a very impressive game had he actually won, to where for me he's here number 23. Number 22, we're finally going back to a winner of the show here. A winner that I did debate on where exactly lands person. I do feel like there are a lot of pros to this person and there's a lot of cons to this person's game. I think this person is pretty high variance. I think this person could easily be one of the first few boots of the season, or they can go on to win as they did on their season. I think their actual win was one that was, again, pretty impressive. And that person is Steve Moses from BB17. And Steve is a player that largely gets tied into the likes of an Ian. And Steve is someone that a lot of people like to compare to Ian. However, I personally feel like there is a massive distinction between the two, particularly in their winning games. Again, Ian is someone that was aloof for the entire game, was on the bottom, had to win competition. Steve was someone that was in the majority alliance and actively was on the bottom of the majority alliance. Again, something about Steve is that he outlines his strategy from the very beginning of the season, ends up executing it to a T. He openly states that he wants to be on the bottom of a majority alliance in a split house so that he can not be the target from the opposing alliance, while obviously not being a target from his own alliance, while also building a strong final two with the person at the top of that alliance. And again, he literally does exactly that and executes it pretty perfectly. So again, he is working with the likes of Vanessa and the Oz twins and Shelly and Clay, though again, at that point, he's a bit of an understated member of that alliance. And then, to be fair, I mean, I do think his game gets a little bit rocky when like Johnny Mac goes, and when Austin and Liz and Julia had to deal with James and Meg, that again, like, could potentially put him in danger. But again, he's able to recover from that. Johnny Mac comes back, which again was very fortunate for him, but eventually they're able to get Vanessa to go after the Oz twins, and the fact that Vanessa ends up blindsiding Austin in favor of Steve, I think, is a big pro there, which, I mean, to be fair, on paper, like, strategically, you would definitely think that is the correct move to make. And again, he obviously snipes Vanessa out of the game, something that really obviously propels his game, the main reason why he wins the game. The fact that he was able to trick Vanessa the entire season into thinking that he would take her to final two, only for him to cut her at the end. Again, I think Steve plays a very, very impressive game. Now, again, I think in the grand scheme of things, I would feel like he's a bit of a high variance player. I feel like he is one that could definitely go home early, and again, even on this season, again, he was on the block week one. And to be fair, I mean, there was always the backdoor plan for Jace, but again, had Noms stayed the same, I think he would have been in danger there. But again, I do think he is a high variance player. However, I do think the game he actually played on BB17 was a pretty impressive one. And because of that, for me, he is here number 22. Now, number 21, we have a player that is obviously one of the most popular players of all time, though was one I always questioned on where exactly to land this person, considering their win felt like one that was very turbulent, and through that became very tough to assess, though considering their recent appearance on Big Brother Reindeer Games. At 21, I am gonna go with Taylor Hale. But then we jump into Reindeer Games, where I feel like to a degree it kind of gave me a better sense of Taylor as a player. Again, if she were to play again, I think she would do very well. I do have a lot of faith in Taylor's just overall game ability, and her just being very likable socially, and her being competent enough. strategically and physically. Where, I mean, to be fair, there definitely are qualms we had there. I mean, physically, she didn't win many comps on her season, though, to be fair, again, she was facing off against the likes of Monty and Michael, who are two of the better comp competitors in the history of the show. And also strategically, again, like, there are points where she was okay. Again, she knew to get rid of Michael when she needed to, but she was also at points really bad, like her HOH reign, where, and she considered putting up Joseph on the block in a position where he could have gone home. And just all around, again, her actual game on BB24 isn't that good. I mean, it is one where, again, like, instantly she's an outcast. So again, like, I don't think that's the norm. I think this was just a weird circumstance to where Taylor was just instantly isolated. For most instances, I do feel like she would be pretty well liked by the cast. Though obviously it still happened on her season, to where she was just on the bottom for first few weeks. Gets very much benefited by the creation of the leftovers, which, again, while the show props it up as it was made to go against the bullying of Taylor, in reality it wasn't. It was made because the likes of Kyle Monty thought it was better for their games, and there is a very good player in Taylor, but I feel like the game that we actually got was one that wasn't that great. Even though, again, there is some decent work at the end, again, getting Monty to take it to the end, but even then, even that would qualm in the fact that that was a position where even she had thought that Turner was like the biggest threat on the board. So really the entire house was misguided in that light. But obviously beats Monty in a pretty impressive way there, and again, does get Monty and Turner to change their minds about Michael and target him at the double eviction. To be fair, she does lose the trust of Britney along the way, and again, like, it's just a very rocky game. But really, again, I come out of BB24 looking at Taylor's game as one that is like a lot of potential, but one that we never truly got to see just due to the wonky circumstances that happened there. But I feel like we got to see some of that potential on Reindeer Games. Reindeer Games, I feel like, gave us a better view of Taylor's games, seeing her do extremely well socially on that season, being very safe throughout the entire game, again, being the only person to not go into a Santa showdown the entire season, while then proceed to make it to the very end, again, winning some of these more equitable competitions, something to definitely give her credit for. Now, again, I still do feel like after Reindeer Games, I am still pretty low in her strategic ability. I do feel like strategically she was making decisions that I didn't necessarily agree with, and even then I feel like she had some very weird rationale for things, to where, and I still don't look at her as the great strategic thinker, but I do think her social ability has been further confirmed through her appearance on Reindeer Games, where also, again, I think if she's on a season that has equitable comps, I feel like she could also be a decent comp competitor as well, where, again, I do feel like through that it has elevated my opinion on Taylor. Now, I will say I did want to put her a little bit higher, but I just feel like I couldn't, especially over the next person we'll be talking about, who I do look at as a player on a similar caliber, even though the next person's a little bit more passive in the game, but I do feel like that person is probably just an all-around better comp competitor, while in the modern day probably being a, again, relatively similar player to Taylor. For while I did want to put Taylor a little bit higher, I felt like I had to leave her behind here at number 21. Now, number 20, we're moving on to, again, a winner I find very similar in terms of my overall thoughts on their game ability, and that person is Cassi from BB20. And Cassi, I think, is just an interesting player in the fact that she obviously dominates the game alongside Tyler. However, again, obviously, I think it was a lot more of the work that Tyler did that got them to the end. While, again, Tyler was literally just giving orders to Cassi, and Cassi would execute them. Again, she would do that. And through that, it would actually gain her social capital in the game, and her being told to build relationships with the likes of Bailey and Sam that actually gained her their jury votes by the end. But again, I do feel like a lot of her game is not very passive. It's a lot of her just doing what she's told, and when she's not, she's simply just there. Where, again, I think Cassi also wins, again, largely due to luck. Again, her being able to win a whole bunch of challenges in the end game, along with the fact that Tyler didn't have more time to explain his game at the very end. So again, Tyler literally gains a jury vote over the course of jury questioning, where even Bailey said that she was starting to question her vote. And had Haley talk to Fessy, I think there's a chance that Fessy changes his vote. To where, again, like, I do feel like Cassi's win is a very, very rocky one. But I do think something that's propping her up for me is what we've seen on the challenge. Now, not necessarily, obviously, how she's performed on the challenge as like, oh, she's a challenge winner, that's why she's higher on this list. It's more so the fact that I think she's shown that she's able to do pretty much the same thing again with a different group of people. She's able to essentially repeat her social game on another show, but really in an even more impressive way on the challenge. So again, the challenge alumni adore Cassi, and she's someone that you again never hear any negative words about from the alumni. And when watching her play the game, everyone wants to work with Cassi. People respect Cassi, and I feel like that is something that is on my mind here when assessing Cassi, is the fact that, again, I do think if she were to play again, I think she would do very well. I think she would be very well positioned in the game and have a lot of people like her. And I think as time has gone on, I also feel like she's gained a little bit more of a game-centric mind as well, to where I think she is starting to play a bit more strategically when she is on the challenge, to where, again, I think her game ability is increasing as well for a return on Big Brother, to where, again, is that a fair justification of putting her higher on this list, especially when we haven't seen it on the actual show of Big Brother? Again, you can definitely question that, but I do feel like personally, Cassi has demonstrated more of her social ability while also, again, gaining a bit of a strategic edge. For me, it is enough to put Cassi here at number 20. Now, number 19, we're moving on to a player that I think there's a bit of an overreaction in how people look at this player, to where, again, while, again, not supporting the things they do in real life, I mean, when assessing their game, I think a lot of people think that certain other person did all the work for this person. However, I pretty much disagree with that, and that person is Mike Boogie from, obviously, BB's 2, 7, and 14. And, obviously, he's this high due to his BB7 game. I mean, that's really his only great game of the three. And, again, I think BB7, people like to claim that, oh, it was just Dr. Will doing everything, and Boogie was dragged along, and that's simply just not the case. I mean, Boogie was actually probably the more active player of the two, the one that did a lot more of the legwork for the duo, and also I think was a more sound strategic mind in the game than Will at points, to where, again, I think Boogie is a much better player in BB7 than people like to give him credit for. Now, would he be there without Will? No. I mean, would not have been cast, but it doesn't change the fact that, again, when he was there, I think he plays extremely well. I think his BB7 game, while flawed at the very, very end, and also flawed in the sense that he would have taken Will to the end, I think is a mostly strong game there. Now, beyond that, I do think, again, BB2, I think it's obviously a very questionable game, though I still think there's some upsides there. Again, the fact that he instantly clocked the strategy of using a pawn from the very beginning, and that was the first time that was even able to be utilized, and for him to know that strategy right away is good. And I think it always came off to me as Boogie having this decent strategic mind right from the offset, though it was just pretty overly cocky in the game, to where, again, people didn't like Chilltown and wanted to do whatever he didn't want to do, which is bad. But even then, survives a few more rounds. It isn't targeted over Will and Shannon in week 3, only to be targeted the following week, seemingly because of his connection to Krista. But again, then we get to his BB14 game, which I actually think is better than people claim. Again, yeah, he's taken out right before the jury, but even then, I think he does some pretty good things. I mean, he leads the charge against Janelle. He helps in the flip against Willie. He is a very active participant in the game, even when he's just a coach. And while, again, at the end of the day, he is outplayed by the likes of Dan, Danielle, Shane, and Britney, I do think as a whole, his game is pretty solid considering the massive target that was on his back there. So I think Boogie's a better player than most people give him credit for. Again, not supporting him as a person outside the show, but I do think his game is one that is a bit too trashed on. So because of that, for me, he's here number 19. Number 18, we're moving on to a player that has a very impressive aspect of their game, though outside that, I do question their game as a whole, but still relatively high here. At number 18, I do have Maggie from BB6, and Maggie's obviously a player that is commonly looked at as a cult leader, and how she weaponized the elimination of Eric to really dominate the game. And yeah, again, I think that is the main pro of Maggie, the fact that she really controlled the early portions of the game. I'm really one of the only early dominant winners of Big Brother. Again, a game that is very hard to dominate, though even then, you can qualm if she did dominate, considering, again, she had a lot of control over her side, and her side was the winning side. But I think my major issue with Maggie is that Big Brother's also a game where you need to be good with everybody. I mean, if you're not good with everybody, then anybody can just get power at any point and then put you on the block, to where I think that is a major issue for me with Maggie, is the fact that she essentially ostracizes half the house. Half the house absolutely hated her and did not want anything to do with her. So while she does win at the end, she only wins because she's against Yvette, someone that was hated even more by some of the jury. To her, Maggie was just someone that was not really well liked on the season. To her, I think Maggie is someone that I think her game is probably more acclimated to something like Survivor than it is Big Brother. But still, her Big Brother game, again, is a very dominant one. I give her a lot of credit for Howie turning on James, which was an astronomically dumb move from Howie that allowed her to gain leverage coming into the jury phase of the game, which essentially had them guarantee that the friendship would win the game by the end of it. And even then, she was still not particularly looked at as a threat, to where she was never really targeted throughout most of the game. Though, to be fair, potentially would have been had Jennifer not blown up her spot even more, which, to be fair, I mean, Maggie obviously played a factor in getting Jennifer to blow up her spot. But really, I think Maggie gets to a final two situation where, again, it's one of the few final two situations I could see her winning against Yvette. I mean, I think she could also probably win against Janelle, obviously, but I think against the likes of April or even Bo, I think she probably does struggle to win at the end there. So again, people just simply did not like her and did not want her to win. But again, went against a vet, obviously the likes of Rachel and Howie end up voting for her anyway. But still, I do think her game is still a very mixed one, where again, while it is a very dominant game, I think there are problems for me, especially in the grand scheme of Big Brother, and the fact that she had half the house hating her, which again, like for a Big Brother player is not a good trait in a game that the power can shift constantly. So because of that, for me, despite her dominant win, I do leave her back here at number 18. Now, number 17, we're going to be running through some of the best one-time non-winning players, starting it all off with a player that played a game that was ahead of his time, and that person is Jason Guy from BB3. And obviously Jason worked alongside Danielle Reyes and really dominated the game alongside Danielle Reyes. And truth be told, I mean, after my latest BB3 rewatch, I would give more of the credit to Danielle than with Jason. However, Jason himself is also a very competent player, one that is a very strategic player in the game, one that, again, can win competitions, and one that is really good socially, really well loved by the majority of his cast, to where had he gotten to the end, I think he beats almost everybody on the season, to where even looking at Express, even despite him having blindsided people and people having seen the show and seeing his more cutthroat side, they still were pro Jason. So I think that is something to give a lot of credit to. Now, I do think outside that, I think there are some minor issues here and there. Again, I do think it is mostly Danielle that is leading the charge in their maneuverings through the game. I do also feel like there are points where Jason doesn't really make the optimal move. Again, he doesn't target Roddy during his HOH because he feels bad, and I feel like that's also not particularly great. But again, he's still a very, very strong all-around player. Again, leads the charge in the blindsiding of Marcellus, which is obviously a very savage move there. A move that Danielle made to keep Jason safe, which I do think is an impressive aspect of that as well. Where, again, really just the amount of trust he was able to gain with Danielle and have Danielle wanting actively take him to the end despite her losing to him, again, is pretty good. Where he was literally one mistake away from just winning the game. If they had voted out Lisa over Amy, he does win the game. And otherwise, again, even in that final three situation, he really just needs one of him or Danielle to win final HOH, and he wins the game there anyway. And again, Jason is still a very, very impressive player. One that, again, I still have those minor issues with him. I do think there are points where he plays emotionally, but I do think as a whole, he's a very competent all-around player ahead of his time, and because of that, for me, he's here number 17. Number 16, moving on to a more recent player. This player being one that I think would have won their season had not been for very wonky circumstances, and that person is Tiffany from BB23. And again, Tiffany's a player that I think people try to downplay Tiffany's game after the fact and kind of prop up Xavier's game, but in reality, I think Tiffany outplayed Xavier during most aspects of the game. I think the point that she didn't was obviously the very end, at the point that the cookout got the final 6, which was a situation that Tiffany herself knew was bad for her game. And that's the thing about Tiffany, is that she played a game that she knew was not optimal for her game, but did it obviously due to real life reasons. And I'm not going to fault her for doing so, especially considering the political climate at the time that she did it, to where it obviously makes a lot of sense that she would want to represent for her community, but it is still the main reason why I do think she loses the game. Had she played the game more naturally and worked alongside the likes of Claire and DX and Hannah, I think she more than likely gets to the end of the game in a position where she probably wins the game. Now, I think the main thing that would probably stop her there is the fact that DX could have won out, and DX probably would have beaten her through that, but even then, I think it would have been at least a somewhat close vote. But again, she was just someone that had so much respect from the house. People adored her in the house. She was so well positioned during the first few weeks, where she had so many options in the game, so many good options in the game. Again, had obviously the cookout. She had the relationship with DX and Claire. She had a relationship with Sarah Beth and had like a final 3 with her and Claire. She even had a good connection with Frenchie early on. She had her duo of Caitlyn. She had a relationship with Hannah. She was just, again, so expertly positioned in the game. Her biggest flaws were the fact that she did not get along with Big D, and she had a very wonky relationship with Xavier, to where, I mean, it was pretty clear by the time they got to the final 6 they were going to go after each other. But even then, had a mixed relationship with Azza as well, which again is the issue, is the fact that her bad relationships in the game, her very few bad relationships, were to people in the cookout, which makes it even more frustrating that we never really got to see her live up to her potential because of that. Now, again, at the end of the day, yeah, it is a flaw, the fact that she was planning on going to the end of the cookout and couldn't get the cookout to be a position that benefited her the most, but I still think that's a position that she wouldn't need to be in, or if it wasn't for the political climate at the time, to where if she was able to play her game for herself in the way that she wanted people to be able to down the road, which was the entire point of the cookout to begin with, is to produce the first ever black winner so that people wouldn't have to do this sort of thing down the road. To where, again, it just feels like she gives up her game for a greater cause, which, again, I'm not going to fault her for, especially when, again, it felt like all the pieces were there for her to just outright dominate the game. So, again, she's a player that I do consider to be one of the best players to never win, and a player that could have very much won had she been in a spot to play the game more so for herself, but because she doesn't go on the win, and again does demonstrate some flaws here and there. Again, for me, it's still enough to put her here number 16. Now number 15, again, a similar player to me, a player that also had a lot of potential to win the game, probably would have won their season had it not been for an outside circumstance, though this one obviously being a lot less personal and being more production based. And at number 15, we do have Eric Stein. And again, Eric Stein is a player that I think he would have won BB8 had he not been for America's Player Twist. I think he would have easily dominated the season. Again, the fact that he gets backdoored by Dick and Danielle and his entire group goes out of their way to save him is a very impressive aspect of his game there. And even beyond that, again, like was able to navigate through the game pretty freely, again doing what America wanted him to do, which again he recognized was not in his best interest, but was still able to execute on that pretty well. Again, the fact that he was able to get Dick and Danielle back on his side and work with them for a few weeks, the fact that he was able to throw these hinky votes at the beginning without much suspicion, and just as a whole, again, Eric I think plays a very impressive game. Now I think probably a qualm for me is the fact that I do think it's not a very repeatable game. I don't know if he's able to do that on most appearances, but considering the one appearance he had, again, he played an extremely dominant game that would have won him the game had he not had America force him to play the way he did. And even despite that, again, like he still was in this position had he been able to use the veto at Final 7, which again America wasn't allowed to even have a say in that, and he was just told that he couldn't use the veto. It was still a position where that could have gotten Danielle out that week, and through that probably have a much smoother ride to the end of the game. So again, it just feels like he was just screwed over by production over and over and over again. Now again, like Tiffany, there are still the flaws that he couldn't build enough strong bonds around him to still get him to the end despite that fact, but again, that would have been him overcoming a lot of adversity. Though again, I think the big flaw here is the fact that he wasn't able to keep Zach on board. He never really had much relation with Zach, and the fact that he was never able to build one while Dick and Danielle had one, again, that is definitely an issue there. But I think considering the circumstances around his game, I think he plays the game very well, a very dominant player until the point where America screwed him over, and because that for me is here number 15. Now number 14, we're moving on to a player that I will say I do think my overall faith in this person's game ability is less than the last few people we've talked about. However, this person does have 2 appearances on the show, both making it to the very end, and that person is Enzo from BB's 12 and 22. And Enzo obviously is a player that, well, yes, I do feel like he struggles with winning the game. He is someone that, while he is very well liked in the house, I think he struggles with garnering respect. However, I do think Enzo is still a very consistent player. We've seen him play 2 times now. First time being one of the most dominant alliances in the history of the show in the Brigade, and being the person that founded that alliance while making it all the way to Final 3. Only to be taken out in a situation where it wasn't really even the best move for the person that made the move. Still, like, I was in a position where he couldn't win the game. I don't think he could win the game if he got to the end. People did not respect his game, even though, again, I think he played a very impressive game on that season. But then he comes back for 22, where I think he improves his game in pretty much every single way. I think he's better socially with more of the house. I think he does play the game more strategically, especially early on, where I think he was a more individualistic player there. And again, he started to win comps as well. Obviously not as good as Cody, which is an issue, but still, I do think he ups his game in pretty much every way on BB22. The issue is the fact that, again, he had the likes of Cody next to him, and I think by the end, he kind of was just kind of catering to what Cody wanted and wanted to go to the end of Cody in a position where, again, he would have lost to Cody. And again, that is a major issue there, because I do think on BB22, unlike BB12, I think he had winning scenarios. I think he could have won the game. Had he gotten to the end of Christmas, I think he outright wins. Even against Nicole, I think there's a shot there. But the fact that he wanted to actively go to the end against Cody to where he gets shut out, again, like, that is an issue. But again, he does have 2 very deep runs on the season, both runs being very impressive and very different. Both runs being pretty impressive, both having him be in this dominant alliance that completely steamrolls the season. So again, like, Enzo's track record is really, really good. It's just the problem is that, again, I do feel like he just lacks a bit of that killer instinct to truly win the game. But I do feel like, again, if he were to play again, I would expect expect him to be final 2, final 3 once again. So I just feel like he is a very consistent player in the game of Big Brother while still having outs to win, where for me it is enough to put him here at number 14. Now number 13, we're moving on to a player that I think my opinion of this player definitely went up after my latest rewatch of their season, where this is a player that originally on the list was around the like 18, 19 sort of spots, around where like Maggie and Boogie were. However, I did elevate them on this list after my rewatch of their season. That person is Drew from BB5. And again, I think Drew is actually a much more impressive game than I remembered. I mean, he is a player that definitely has some wonky strategic thoughts at points. Again, is obviously very good at challenges, but even beyond that is very good socially, to a degree that I did not even remember how good he was socially. To where again, despite the fact that early on in the season he's very latched on to the likes of Scott and Jace as part of the Horsemen, he's actually still someone that is working on the other side. He's really just playing the middle for a lot of that early game, and him still having connections to the likes of like a Diane and an Adria, Natalie. For again, he has this other option after the Horsemen go home and working with the Twin Alliance. And while the Twin Alliance doesn't fully stick through, he's still able to utilize the twins as shields while also using them to get rid of Will, which is definitely something in his best interest. Following that, he still has Diane as someone to help him through the game, to where Diane ends up really fighting for him to the point where somehow Nokomis and Karen don't end up targeting them, which is pure insanity there. And Diane ends up going all in on Drew, to where they end up making the move at Final 5 to get rid of Karen. That essentially puts Drew in a perfect position to win the game, where he does end up getting to a perfect Final 3 with him and Diane and Cowboy, to where neither of them are taking each other. Both of them take him to the end, and he probably beats both of them. Now, the thing is that he does win Final HOH, which I don't think is actually even the optimal move there, as he does end up cutting Diane, which, I'm to be fair, does show killer instinct in the game there, but also it does potentially burn his relationship with Diane, which, again, it doesn't by the end, but I do think that was a suboptimal move there. And again, I think that's the thing with Drew's game. I think he is a very naturally good Big Brother player, a very well-rounded Big Brother player, one that has very good instincts for the game, but I do think there are some points where he does mess up strategically, but still, I do think he's a very good social player, one that, again, I think probably wins in the end against most people. I think the only person I see him actually losing to is probably Karen. Even then, I think it's a close vote. Like, really, I think Drew plays a very, very impressive game. So again, had he been just a little bit more strategically savvy, I would have put him higher on this list, but I do think his game as a whole is, again, a very impressive one, to where I do look at him as a very well-rounded, all-around player, and because of that, for me, he is here number 13. Now, number 12. So from this point on, I think these are like truly the best of the best. I think these are truly elite players of Big Brother. For a while, again, there's still issues to be had with these people. I still think as a whole, these are really, really great players, all of which I believe I've had in my top 10 at one point or another. But at number 12, we're going to be starting that off with another old school winner off the board. Here we're going with June Song. And June Song is a player that I do have a lot to praise. I do think strategically for the time, I think she was well ahead of her time. I think she really floated through the game pretty expertly, to where, again, like, I definitely would give Allison some credit as well for the foundation of the floater strategy, though I think June was the one to really perfect it by the end of the season and was able to really undermine Allie throughout a lot of that game, to where she comes into the end winning simply because people respected her game more. Where a common thing that's talked about this season is how much people hated the final 2, which that is the case, and that is a fault for me with June's game. The fact that the jury hated her and didn't really want her to win. I do think she struggles with winning against most other people, and she obviously gets to the final 2 with Allie, in a spot where, again, Allie does make the final 2 with her. But still, like, gets to the final 2 with obviously her optimal final 2 partner. But again, a lot of talk is how, oh, they voted for her because she was the lesser 2 evils, when, like, kind of the reality is that she was voted for because people respected her game more than Allie. Not because they particularly liked her more than Allie, but because, again, the way that June was able to navigate through the game was in a way that made Allie look like she was doing things for June's best interest. I do think June's navigation through the game and getting Allie to make these moves that seem like mistakes for Allie's game while propping up June's game, again, is an impressive aspect of her game. Now, again, I definitely do still have holes with the fact that she was not the most likable presence in the house. Again, people did call her annoying and she would get to some fights for no reason, but I do think as a whole, June is a very, very solid player on BB4, and I think a player that, if she were to return, I would have a good amount of faith in her. Again, I do think she is probably one of the most strategically sound players in the history of the show, to where, while I don't look at her as the best social player in the world, even though she's not terrible, but also, again, like, not that great at competitions, Yeah, for me, I think her really heightened strategic ability for me is what lands her here number 12. Now, number 11, we're moving on to another player that has a very heightened strategic acumen in the game, and that person is obviously Vanessa Russo from BB17. And again, Vanessa, in my opinion, for her game has largely stayed the same over time. I think it's a very impressive game, one that has her making the correct strategic call throughout most of her season. I think she's obviously a very rational mind, a person who understands game theory and really utilizes that to her benefit. She's also very good at competitions, where, again, usually people talk about Vanessa as a strategic mastermind, but I think one of her bigger pros in her game is the fact that she was also able to win comps, even at points where people were targeting her, and that is kind of a fault in Vanessa's game, is I do think there are probably more points where people are targeting Vanessa than the likes of June or Drew, who we've already talked about, or really any of the people that we're about to be talking about through their more dominant games. But I think Vanessa is also, again, like, just very good physically, while, again, was able to get her way out of even these sticky situations. Again, she was backdoored, and like technically not really because she played in the veto, but still, like, she ends up surviving that. Now, to be fair, I mean, I think that was a lot more of the fault of Shelly than it was on Vanessa, but still, I think Vanessa didn't mess it up. And again, still a pretty impressive thing to recover from, as again, from that point forward, she really regroups with the Oz twins, and they really end up just steamrolling a lot of the game following that, only for it to eventually flip on the Oz twins, which I do think is obviously the optimal move, which I do think her flip on Austin in particular is a very impressive move there, one that does put her in a much better spot for the end game, to where, I mean, I think that is kind of an issue for me, though, is the fact that I do think she was never going to be in that good of a position in the end game. She was always this person that was going to struggle finding herself in a perfect end game scenario where both people were going to take her, because you always had the likes of Steve and Johnny Mac, who recognized the threat that Vanessa was and was going to take her out of the game at 3. You had the likes of Austin, Liz, and Julia, who all had other options, other people that were more loyal to her. Again, if anything, I'll say that's probably my biggest flaw of Vanessa's game, the fact that she wasn't able to build up this undying loyalty from people to guarantee herself a position at the end of the game, but she was still guaranteed to win the game had she made it to the end. Sure, that's impressive as well. Though, again, like, Vanessa is a very, very impressive player, one of the best strategic players we've ever seen, also very good physically, to where, again, for me, it is enough to put her here number 11. And now we're at the top 10, which, I mean, straight up, my top 10 has not really changed that much since the last time I did a top 10 player ranking. I feel like there's only like one major change. Everything else is around the same, but we'll still talk through it anyway. And really, we're going to be wrapping up the non-winners at the beginning of the top 10 here, but we're going to be starting that off with, obviously, a legend of the game from Big Brother 3. We do have Danielle Reyes. And Danielle Reyes, I think, plays a very, very impressive BB3 game. Her BB3 game is one where she just dominates for most of that season. Again, creates the Secret Alliance, a concept that really ends up pushing the evolution of Big Brother strategy and ends up, again, being perfectly positioned in the game by the end. The problem is win equity, where really I feel like the only person she actually beats is Amy. She obviously loses to Lisa, and I think she definitely loses to Jason, which sadly is the final 3 situation she wanted to go to. So I think that's something to definitely criticize from Danielle, especially is the fact that she fought so hard to get to the end of the game in a position where she was actively going to lose. Again, like, knowing she would lose against Jason, like, having a good idea she would lose against Lisa, but still went to the end with them anyway. But still, again, her navigation through the game is very impressive. Again, the fact that she was able to build these really strong bonds with the likes of Marcellus and with Kiara, and even Jerry thought he had a good relationship with her, to where she ends up taking them all out, obviously. And obviously her move against Marcellus is one of the most savage moves in the game, though, again, one that I don't think is necessarily in her best interest, against a move that she does to save Jason. While Marcellus was someone that was loyal to her, Marcellus was someone that was seemingly loyal to her, even though, to be fair, he did talk about potentially going for her at points. And like, I think Danielle's BB3 game is very impressive. There's obviously holes to pick, especially considering the fact that, again, she also knew that people were going to be watching from home, so her trashing people in the diary rooms was a pretty terrible move just from a game perspective. But then she comes back for BB7, which, I mean, to be fair, her BB7 game is not nearly as good, but I do think it shows us repeatability. It shows us that she was able to make it far into the game once again, despite having a massive target on her back from the very beginning. And while, again, I think there definitely are things to criticize from that game, the fact that she was a bit too loyal to the Legion of Doom, the fact that she was unsuccessful in getting Erica, her closest ally, to keep her in the game, the fact that early on she was not really that well positioned in the game and struggled to really gain any traction in the game until midway through. Again, like, those are definitely criticisms to be had, but I do feel like Danielle still, again, plays a solid game to where I think she would have gotten to the end somehow from the final 6 on. I think she probably wins the game. I mean, at least if she's not at the end against Will or maybe Boogie, but yeah, I do think she's a very likely winner of that season. if she somehow got to the end. And when adding in reindeer games, it's a bit of a mixed bag here. It's one where I think there's very impressive aspects of her game there, where she was pretty much in the middle of the house from the beginning of the game. Again, aligned with the likes of Britney, but also having the Josh, Taylor, Xavier alliance as well. She had people that actively wanted to protect her in the game, though I think something to definitely fault her for is the fact that she gets caught playing both sides, and Britney does target her, despite the fact that she was fully loyal to Britney. And again, that is bad, to where, again, I think her reindeer games game is a bit of a mixed bag, though it's one that doesn't really affect her too much on this list. But either way, again, I do feel like Danielle Reyes is still an all-time great player here. She's someone that understood most aspects of the game from very early on. It's just a shame she didn't really understand the jury management portion of the game. To where obviously she is a legend of the game, really one of the founders of Big Brother strategy, and because of that, for me, she's here number 10. Now, number 9, we're moving on to a player that I've always debated between this person and the next person we'll be talking about. Both two-time players, both playing two pretty solid games, even though flawed, though one of them is certainly much better than the other. But at number 9, I'm going to go with Paul. Obviously from BB 18 and 19, to where Paul's 19 game is one of the most dominant games in the history of the show. I mean, they play a game where they're really on top for really the entire season. I mean, even the week 1, while they were targeted by Cody, and would have been in a precarious spot had it not been for dependent protection. Even then, he would have survived. I mean, the votes would have been exactly the same as what happened with Christmas. To where beyond that, they're in this really dominant position from that point forward, really holding control of the game for really the rest of their run, where Paul pretty much gets everything they want across that season, facing almost no adversity throughout that entire season, to where even though there is the Jessica HOH, probably the only point where they face any true adversity, they're still able to avoid the block somehow and get them to put up Ramses and have him as an easy scapegoat there. Their running of the end game is very impressive, to where Paul whittles down all the pairings in the game in a very impressive way, to where he even gains the trust of Crispin and Josh to the point where both of them were going to take them to the end over each other by the end. And all that is, again, very impressive gameplay. The issue is jury management. Their jury management on BB19 is terrible, and a lot of that comes from the fact that they didn't know the game particularly well. They didn't take the time to research the game, and again, that's their own fault, but I do feel like had they just been somewhat better at jury management, they would have won the game. And even then, again, it's still a 5-4 vote, extremely close there, and really, I think Paul probably still has other winning scenarios. Mind you, I think they're pretty far back and probably getting to the end against like Raven and Matt, or even potentially against Jason and Alex, that obviously takes away a vote that was against him on the jury and puts on Josh, would vote for them. So, I mean, like, there were winning scenarios, and to be fair, I mean, the Alex and Jason one would have been one that would have been very difficult to actually assess, but still, it's a very, very impressive BB19 game. Their BB18 game, not as much. I think Paul's BB18 game is pretty mediocre, to be honest. I mean, it's one where they're on the bottom for early portion of the season. They're able to recover from that through their relationship with Paulie, and we're very much benefited from the return of Victor, though even then they make a move against Paulie, and they were the one to take the fall immediately following that, though it ends up winning specific competitions at the right time. That really allows them to navigate through the end of the game. And to be fair, I mean, they end up building a bond with like Nicole and Cory by the end of the game, but even then they end up turning on them, to where, again, like Paul's game on BB18, not particularly good, one where they're on the bottom for most of it and doesn't have much control over that game, and it's simply just squeaking on by through comp wins, and also makes a fatal mistake at the end by taking Nicole instead of James, who they would have easily beat. So again, like Paul's game in 18, not particularly good, but their 19 game is one that is, again, truly elite. So that's obviously what puts them so high on this list here at number 9. Now, number 8, we're moving on to a player that I look at kind of similarly to Paul, at least on paper, of having one extremely dominant game, while another not as much, but still okay game. And that person is obviously Tyler Crispin from BB's 20 and 22. And again, Tyler's 20 game is one of the best games ever played, especially for a non-winning game. I mean, it's a very, very impressive game where very early on, he joins the level 6 alliance and is able to really navigate them through the game in a very impressive way. Again, he's able to flip Caitlyn over to really to control the numbers, while also manipulates Caitlyn into taking out the leader of her own alliance the following week, which is insane. And then following that, despite not being in power, he's still able to have leverage over the vote, to where, while it's really a choice between two of his allies, he does keep the better of those allies for him in Brett. And then obviously he gets nominated by the hacker, though even then, even if he went out there, it would have been due to a twist, but even then obviously survives there. No too fair, the hacker did benefit him the following week, where Angela or Cassi would have probably gone there, but he's able to save them with the veto. But obviously they're able able to get Rockstar out instead. But following that, again, he's pretty much on cruise control. He's in this position where he doesn't need to do anything. He already has the game fully set up for him. It's where he has a final 2 with Cassi. He has Angela wanting to take him to the end due to their romantic relationship. He has a final 2 with Brett. He has a final 2 with Sam. He has a final 2 with JC. He essentially gets to the final 6 in a position where he's guaranteed final 2 by that point and has numerous winning scenarios. Again, I do think he probably beats Sam. I think he definitely beats Angela, and I think he probably beats Brett as well, to where he beats the majority of the people he was in the end game with. The insane part is that he actually gets to the final 3 of the 2 people he won't win against, which is obviously an issue there. But again, even then against Cassi, he almost does win. He pulls over Haley's vote the last second, and had he had more time, I do think he could have pulled over another. Now again, there is definitely flaws to be had in his end game. Again, the fact that he didn't fight more for Angela, the fact that he didn't try to win the veto at final 4 to cut Cassi from the game, and even then, like, never was even considering cutting Cassi, which is definitely a flaw there. But still, I think his BB20 game is one of the most impressive I've ever seen. I mean, an extremely dominant game. However, his 22 game is not as much. And again, that is a game where I do think you do have to factor in a couple things. Obviously, the fact that there was a massive target on his back. Obviously, he was looked at as one of the best players coming into that season, and through that, I do think that did elevate the target on his back. That made some people not want to work with him, particularly Janelle and Kaser. That, again, is a detriment to their game, but also was a detriment to Tyler's game, as it kind of forced him to work with the committee, a position that he wasn't as secure in. But even beyond that, I do feel like you have to consider the fact that he didn't even want to be there. And despite him wanting to quit the game and telling people to vote him out, he still doesn't get taken out and still actually makes it all the way to final 6 with still win equity by that point, which is actually pretty insane. That even in a game where he was even trying and didn't even want to be there, he still makes it to final 6. Now, even like taking that out, there still is sloppy play from him on that season, and he still does get outplayed by Cody, but I still think as a whole, his game is still not entirely bad there. But again, his placement on this list is largely backing off his very, very impressive BB20 appearance. Or for me, again, it's enough to put him here at number 8. Now, number 7, we're moving on to a player that I definitely think you can argue should be lower on this list, probably around the spot that someone like a Drew is, as I do think as players, they are very similar. However, I think this person's winning game is a little bit better. So that's why at number 7, I do have Hayden Moss. And again, Hayden is a player that, again, like Drew, is a very well-rounded player. He's a player that I think is very good physically, obviously wins a lot of competitions. He is pretty good socially. Most people liked him, and also had a strategic mind. However, I do think he had more of a strategic mind than Drew, where Drew, I think he had to kind of like lean on a lot of other people to do the strategy for him and made some misguided plays at points. I feel like Hayden is a decent strategic player. I mean, obviously, he did lean on Matt Hoffman to really lead the brigade in their strategy, but beyond that, again, like, he does lead the charge against Matt. At the final 7, he really does take control of the game from that point forward, to where, again, I think Hayden's game as a whole is, again, I think Hayden definitely has more of a killer instinct than the likes of Drew, to where that is the reason he's higher on this list, along with the fact that he was in a dominant alliance from the very beginning. I mean, Hayden is essentially as if like Drew was in the Four Horsemen. The Four Horsemen ran things from beginning to end. However, obviously Hayden is in the brigade, which obviously does run things and does it in a very impressive way. Again, a very innovative way for the time, and having all these separate parachute alliances. And despite being the first HOH and targeting Brandon and Rachel, they for some reason don't target him back, which is pure insanity there. And like, really as a whole, I do think Hayden is a very, very impressive player. And to be fair, we've also backed this up by seeing him on Survivor, to where, well, again, I definitely have more qualms with his Survivor game than his Big Brother game. It still does show a level of consistency in him being able to do, again, pretty much the same thing again, where, again, if Hayden were to play again, I think he would do extremely well. So a qualm that we had is the fact that he, again, only wins in a 4-3 vote, though to be fair, supposedly the Brandon and Rachel votes were due to a misunderstanding, but still, I mean, like, not the optimal play. He should have taken Enzo. Again, I think he would have beaten Enzo even easier there, but still, I do think Hayden is a very impressive player as a whole, very well-rounded player, and because of that, for me, he's here number 7. Now, number 6, we're moving on to a person I've actually moved down on this list, and it's someone that I'm sure so many people are going to be upset at this person being as low as he is, but screw it, I'm doing it anyway. At number 6, I do have Dr. Will, BB2 and BB7, who, again, Dr. Will, I think is a bit overrated in the grand scheme of things. While I do think he is a very savvy player for sure, I still have a lot of issues with his games. I mean, his BB2 game in particular, I don't think is even that good. I think it's one where, while it is obviously like a very innovative game, it is one where, again, it's the first winning game of the social strategy game of Big Brother. He still is playing a game that is very reliant on that specific format. It's one that isn't very adaptable to the modern day. And while, again, at the end of the day, he plays the game that he was handed, I do think when in comparison to the players that did play in the modern day and play very well in the modern day, I think there is something to take into consideration. And even considering that he's still someone that's on the bottom for a lot of that season, again, due to his own poor play of him acting super cocky early on that made him a massive target on the board, and he gets very lucked out in the fact that Shannon makes herself an even bigger target by the time that she goes home, where he was the target coming into that week. Also getting fortunate that Krista wins the week 2 HOH to where she was playing the middle. And to fair, again, I do think he does good things to lessen his threat level. I do think he starts to throw comps towards the middle of the game. I do think he starts to make these deals that he never planned on going through with. And again, I think that is a very impressive play by that point, but even then, he never has much power over the game. He's simply being dragged along by Hardy and Nicole, and while again, you could say that, oh, it's because he's doing really good work with them, which, I mean, he is, but it's also because he just actually isn't that big of a threat anyway. He's not winning these comps. He never wins a comp. We're literally the only competition he ever wins in all of Big Brother is the comp to make it to part 3 of the final HOH, which he then proceeds to lose also. And again, yes, he was throwing comps, but I don't think he actually is that big of a comp threat to begin with. And again, even his win on BB2, though, is one where, again, he wins because he goes to the end against Nicole. However, I think he loses if he goes to the end against Monica. I think he loses against a lot of other people on that season because, again, people didn't like him throughout most of the season, and people seemed to only like him when they saw him after the show, which, again, I do think a lot of his jury management was reliant on people watching him on the show, which is obviously something that people aren't able to do anymore. However, then he comes back for BB7, where, again, I think he plays a more impressive game. He is in a more dominant spot for more of that game, but even then, I think there's some issues. Again, the fact that by the time the final 4, they are both pretty much just openly telling Janelle and Erica the exact same thing that allows them to compare notes and take them out, that's really dumb. Again, there's many points in that season where he tells people to nominate him, with him being genuine about that, which I think is ridiculous. Like, really, I just feel like Will plays the game like a bit too cute. I feel like he obviously is a showman and really plays into that aspect of the show, I think to his detriment at points, but still is a massive jury threat on that season. Where, I mean, if he gets to the end of that season, he is a lock win against pretty much anybody on the cast, so where that is something to definitely prop him up there. So again, while Dr. Will is obviously still a great player, he is still a flawed player, and one that I just do not have any faith in him in the modern game of Big Brother, to where mixing down the fact that I do just find holes in his game, even from the old school days of Big Brother, I do have to have Will here at number 6. Now number 5, and we're at the top 5 of this list finally. Moving on to the only change of my top 10 here, where again, I think every other placement is exactly the same. However, I do actually have a player that has leapfrogged Dr. Will on my list here. Someone that I'm sure there'll be definitely people that are upset that Dr. Will is lower than this person, but I do think this person has really proved himself over and over and over again at this point. That person is Nicole Franzel. And again, I just feel like Nicole is kind of an expert at just navigating through the game, kind of lessening her threat level and not being targeted by the majority of the house. And again, despite having massive targets on her back, the 2 times she's returned to the game, she both of those times was able to navigate to the end of the game. And then we see on reindeer games where she's once again able to just find herself in the middle of the house in a position where people actively wanted to take her to the end, and she ended up repairing numerous relationships over the course of that season. While again, you could definitely qualm with her like not really owning her game and probably being a bit too loyal to her closest ally, again, the fact that she was able to play 3 times now, make deep runs on all 3 of those seasons, and her last 2 seasons in particular being very impressive games, I think is definitely something to give her a lot of credit for. I mean, her first game, again, is a bit rocky. She's not really in the main power structure, but even beyond that, I mean, like, she is playing, like, fine for someone that isn't in that majority group. So again, there was a point where her and Hayden had convinced Derek and Cody to side with them over the likes of Frankie and Christine, which is pretty good play there, though, again, it doesn't follow through. Obviously 22, again, she does lose at the end. Again, I think she's too loyal to Cody throughout all that season. But again, it's still a very impressive game where she's in the committee alliance. She's in this alliance that dominates the game from beginning to end. All while being, again, a former winner and someone that had a massive target on their back coming into the season. Where, again, I think the way that Nicole is able to navigate that season is very impressive. And then we get her 18 game, which I think is actually very, very good. So while she does lose control in the middle when Paulie goes home, really the rest of her game is very impressive. Again, being well positioned early on, being really in the center of most alliances there. Well, then after Paulie goes, again, I think she does very impressive work in getting the likes of James, Natalie, Michelle to turn on Paul, while keeping James in line to end up taking out Victor over Cory. And then following that, again, she pretty much rides the middle pretty well. Now, I do think there are points where she is tempted to stay loyal to Paul and Victor in a spot where Cory has to convince her out of that. But still, I do think the way they play that portion of the game is very impressive, playing the sides against each other. And even then, at the final 4, again, she is looked at as less of a target than Cory, to where Cory gets taken out over her. And then she's somehow able to get Paul to take her to the end in a position where she beats beats him, which is all very impressive as well. Where, and like, I think her BB18 game is a very, very good one, and considering her BB22 game is also a pretty decent one as well. One where, again, she could have potentially won had she gotten to the end against anybody but Cody in that end game. I think those are two pretty good games. And I think there is a lot to like about Nicole Franzel's game. Sure, again, the more and more time goes on, the higher and higher I get on Nicole, where, again, I actually debated on putting her potentially at number 4 on this list. However, I just feel like none of her games have been as strong as the person I do have at number 4, but still, Nicole plays a seemingly consistent game of survival every single time she plays, has won a season of Big Brother, gotten 3rd place, won reindeer games, while also her first run on the game being one that in itself still made a somewhat deep run. So again, I think Nicole Franzel has obviously an incredible track record, and that's why she's here at number 5. Now, number 4, we're moving on to a player that I think my estimations of this person goes up and up over time, to where there was even a point in making this list I debated putting this person all the way at number 2. But for me, the main sticking point of this person is the fact that they've only played once, and we really haven't seen their strategy be enacted a second time around, where I do think because of that there's a little bit of worry in terms of this person's consistency, and that person is Andy. And again, for me, I think Andy plays one of the most impressive games ever played on Big Brother. It is a game that is perfectly suited to Big Brother, this game where you have to be good with everyone, and through that, I think he plays a near flawless game, one that he is good with everyone throughout that entire season, is never targeted throughout the entire season, is only nominated once on that season, and even then, again, wasn't the target during that time, and even then, that was a spot where he was nominated after the veto. So I think Andy plays an extremely impressive game of him really just expertly navigating through the game and building these really good relationships with pretty much everyone in the house, having multiple alliances that are keeping him safe, again, being tied to the Helen and Alyssa side of things, him being connected to the Amanda and McCrae side of things, and realizing that he needs to cut both of those sides by the end, where he forms the Exterminators towards the end of the game and ends up running the back portion of the game, and even then was a major decision maker even before that, to where, again, he was a major reason why Nick ends up going home. He was a major influence in why Judd has a target on his back. Or again, I think Andy does play a very, very impressive BB15 game. However, we've only seen him play once. And for me, that is probably the biggest qualm with putting him higher on the list, is the fact that I do feel like his strategy is one that is a bit untested. I feel like I would probably need to see him play again and be able to do the same thing again to really give him a higher spot on this list, though I think he's someone that is in contention to be the best player of all time in my mind if he were to play again and do a very similar thing again and get to the end of the game again, where I don't think it's impossible for someone to overtake my number 1 spot on this list. I feel like it is one where if we have another impressive winner come back to the game and play another very impressive game, I think there's definitely a shot that they overtake the number 1 spot. So again, I think Andy is someone that, if that were to ever happen, which again probably won't, but if it were to ever happen, I think he could be the number 1 player of all time. But for me, it's just because, again, he's only played once, his game's a bit untested, he never really had to play from the bottom. It's a bit tough to put him much higher here than number 4. Now, number 3, we're moving on to a player that definitely went up a lot after his latest season, where, to be fair, I never looked at him as that bad of a player, even though, again, some people called him the dumbest player of all time. You know, I think he played a very impressive first game, but his second game is obviously truly elite, and that person is Cody Calafiore from BB 16 and 22, where, again, his 22 game is one of the most dominant games ever played, where despite the fact that he was being targeted at points, he was never really in any danger until the final 4 round, where he could have been sniped out of the game. But outside of that, again, was in a very strong, dominant position for most of the game. Though, again, like, I do think he has the same issue as, like, an Andy, in the fact that we never got to see him play from the bottom. He never faced any true adversity through that season, with the committee just winning comp after comp after comp, and through that, again, like, he was just in a very good position throughout the entirety of it, while, again, getting people to do what he wanted them to do, again, building the strong connection with, like, Nicole and Enzo, and had them work together to get the final 3, where he was guaranteed final 2, and essentially guaranteed the win. He also had really good relations with the likes of Danny and Tyler and Memphis that had them wanting to keep him around. He just plays an extremely dominant game on 22, while on 16, again, his game is also, like, not that bad, where, again, if he just had a bit more of a killer instinct and been willing to cut Derek at the end, again, he wins that game. Even without that, I think he plays a very impressive game, where his navigation through the game alongside Derek is really impressive, where, again, like, I do think there are the issues, the fact that Derek does undercut him along the way, and Derek is the bigger jury threat by the end of it, but Cody, again, was not a slouch either. Again, Cody did participate in the decision making, he did do some of the legwork. Now, at the end of the day, again, Derek was better positioned. Again, that's why Cody is on the block multiple times, that's why Cody doesn't go on to win the game. But I do think Cody is someone that played a pretty impressive BB16 game as well, until he made the one bad decision at the very again. Now, obviously, he was on reindeer games. It didn't go particularly great, though at the same time, I don't really fault him too much for how that run went, where, again, he was obviously looked at as a massive challenge threat coming into it, and again, him being the consensus target for most of the house makes a lot of sense considering his legacy in the show, to where, even despite that, I don't feel like he necessarily plays poorly, even though he was on the bottom the entire time. But for me, it doesn't really change that much of how I really view his game, especially considering I do feel like most of the times he plays Big Brother, he is on the top most of the time just due to his inherent strategy of getting all the big comp threats together and making them stick together in a solid alliance, as he's done 2 times now. Again, considering his BB22 game, which is extremely dominant, and the fact that he is just such a great all-around player, again, very good at all aspects of the game, again, very competent strategically. So again, he's one of the few players that I remember listening to his deep dive, and just being pretty surprised at the fact that he was as methodical in the game as he was, while again, being extremely dominant in challenges, and again, being very good socially, to where again, for me, Cody is a very great all-around player, but is not higher simply because we didn't see him face adversity, and also saw him lost to a certain other person who's above him, to where because that for me, he is here number 3. Now number 2, and again, the top 2 should be kind of obvious, along with the actual placements of them as well. At number 2, I do have Derek. And Derek for me is, again, a little bit tough to rank here in the sense that he is a one-time player, never faced any adversity, which again is my qualm with the likes of Andy. And again, on paper, you'd think Cody would be above him because he's a 2-time player that did it twice. However, for me, Derek is above Cody for a couple of reasons. Obviously, the fact that he does beat Cody on their initial season, that's obviously a major reason. But really, I think a bigger reason for me is that I think Derek really changed the meta of the game. I think he is this person that kind of broke the game. He recognized the optimal strat for Big Brother and building this alliance that has all of the comp competitors, to where if that alliance ends up sticking together, you should be able to just easily steamroll the game. And he was able to do that while also building really strong relationships with everyone in that alliance, to where he was extremely safe in the game while also probably beating everybody at the end of the game. So again, his dominance on that season is pretty unprecedented. Now, I think there are some qualms to have with his game, and the fact that I do think he gets lucked out by certain situations. Again, the Battle of the Block is a twist that very much benefits him in the game. The Team America twist is one that also makes it more likely for the likes of Frankie and Donnie to not consider backstabbing him. Also, the Rewind week is one where it allows him to take out Frankie at the final 5, which is very beneficial to him. Or again, I think Frankie was still going to take him towards the end of the game, but it would have put him in a much more precarious spot. And again, like, definitely Derek does luck out at certain situations, but again, still the pure dominance of his game is nearly unprecedented. And considering, again, his massive win equity at the end, his lack of being targeted, also, like, again, him manipulating Victoria into doing whatever he wanted, him getting Cody to take him to the end, him having the likes of Beast Mode Cowboy wanting to take him to the end, Frankie wanted to take him to at least the final 3. I mean, again, like, so many people were taking Derek so far in the game, despite the fact that he had such massive win equity. Considering how much control he had throughout really the entirety of the game, for me, again, Derek is a really great player that lands here at number 2. Now, number 1, the best player of all time, again, shouldn't have to be explained here. It is Dan Giesling. And Dan is a player that I, again, have very little issues with Dan as a player. I mean, with his specific games, again, there's things to call out. Obviously, BB10, he is on the outs at the very beginning because Brian Hart gets blindsided and he has to recover from that. But again, he does recover from that and does so very well. Now, I do think his, like, replacement nominee roulette was probably a bit cute, where I get the point of it, but it also probably was unnecessary. But even then, I think his final 5 round, I think you could qualm with as well, where had it not been for him or Memphis winning the veto, I think there's a good chance that Dan goes home there. But I mean, really, the rest of his game, again, is very impressive. The way he navigates through the game is very impressive. The way he's able to lessen his threat level and build social capital is very impressive. The way he manages the jury is extremely impressive, with him being a master at jury management on BB10, which is funny what happens at BB14, but still, his BB14 game as well is also very impressive. I mean, to be fair, again, early on, he is obviously a coach, and obviously through that has some wonky circumstances early on, but still should have been this massive target in the game. Again, and yeah, despite that, again, no one really came for Dan for most of the season. It was until Frank won HOH at Final 8 that someone finally comes from him. But even then, obviously, we have Dan's funeral and him convincing Frank to blindside Britney instead, which is all a pretty insane move. But again, his navigation of the endgame is very impressive, where again, he faces so much adversity, where the comps go completely all wrong for him over and over and over again, where while he is able to get Frank out, he then targets Ian wins the veto. He then wants to take out Shane, which, to be fair, he he backs out on. And again, you could definitely qualm with that. But at Final 5, Ian wins HOH, Shane wins Veto. Again, he can't take them out once again, and is forced to take out Jen, probably one of his few potential winning scenarios. But at 4, he obviously pulls off the insane move of taking out Shane, and again, somehow still gets both Danielle and Ian to throw the final HOH part 1 to him, and makes it to the final 2 again, only to then lose that time. Though, again, I don't really fault him that much for that loss, as, again, he was someone that they weren't going to vote for coming into the season, where they were openly talking about at the very beginning of the season how they weren't going to allow a winner to win again. And while, yeah, I think you could definitely qualm with how he handled some of the jury members, I don't really fault him that much for that loss. And really, Dan's a player that has shown that he can play from the top and bottom. He has played from a dominant position at points in both of his seasons, while also playing from the bottom on both of his seasons, facing a lot of adversity and overcoming that both times. Again, winning in a very dominant fashion on BB10, while also being a runner-up, also in a dominant fashion in BB14. Again, Dan has demonstrated pretty much all the skills you would want from a Big Brother player, but again, I don't think he's unbeatable. Again, I do think if someone played 2 very impressive games, at least one of them being a winning game, while also showing them face a lot of adversity, again, I do think there are ways that Dan can be beaten in this list, but as of right now, his spot is pretty secure, with him really showing all the skills that you would want from a Big Brother player, while also having a pretty insane track record as well. So because of that, for me, he is here number 1. But there we go. That is my ranking of all 312 players of Big Brother US. This was ridiculous. This is definitely a ranking that went on for even longer than I even anticipated, to where this is obviously a massive one marked off the list, to where, again, I thought this was the perfect timing after BB25 and also the 5-year anniversary of the channel, where, again, thank you to everybody that's still watching my channel. I don't know how this channel even got any traction to begin with, but again, just insanity that I've been doing this for 5 years, to where as of right now, I still plan on continuing on. Again, I very much doubt that this can go on forever, but I still don't have plans on stopping just yet, along with the fact that, again, I'll be doing bigger rankings like this for the years to come as well, where I already have plans to do one next year for Australian Survivor, and I will be doing one for Survivor US after Survivor 50, which has been the plan for literally years now, and it's one that I just don't even know how I'm going to do that, considering how massive this ranking is, and that list will have over double the amount of people, but we'll get to that when that eventually comes. But with that, I've now officially ranked every player that played the social strategy game of Big Brother US. For obviously down the road, expect more of the same type of videos you can expect from the channel, more bigger rankings, more reality TV content, some video game content. Just expect more of the same sort of stuff you're seeing on the channel. But for now, that is the video. Thank you for watching. Alright guys, BLM here, back with a new video, and in this video I'm back with another Big Brother ranking, where last year I did a ranking that I thought was pretty fun in ranking every first HOH in the history of the show. However, here we're going to take that one step forward and do a second HOH ranking, which, I mean, initially does seem like a random concept, as obviously who has ever thought through ranking the second HOHs of Big Brother? I mean, I never did until making this video, but I think it is actually kind of an interesting thing to do, especially considering the fact that there is this trend with Big Brother US, where the second HOH has never won the game in Big Brother US, and usually technically second HOHs don't go particularly well. So I thought it would be fun to do this exercise and rank them all. Now again, I will only be including the mainline seasons here. Obviously the seasons with HOHs, which obviously naturally you would think that's 24 people. However, there are actually 25 people on this list because there were technically 2 HOHs in BB9. So again, we do have 25 players to rank here. Again, this will be a ranking purely based on how they played their HOH week, not based on how they were as players. I feel like that is a radically different list. But with that, let's get into it. Let's start the ranking at number 25. The worst second HOH in the history of the show, to me, is sadly Hisam from Big Brother 25, which, again, sucks to say considering I love Hisam. I thought he was great TV, but I mean, this is a pretty astronomically bad HOH, where again, there are a lot of bad second HOHs. However, I feel like this is the only one where Hisam actually came into this in a pretty good position, being part of the majority alliance, only for his alliance to completely turn on him by the end of the week and have the entire house on board with backdooring him the following week. Like, that is an astronomically bad HOH. Again, there are many that we're about to be talking about where people come into the HOH in a bad spot and leave in an even worse spot. But Hisam's a situation where he came in a good spot and then lost all of that, only to be the number one target the following week. And it is really, really bad. And a lot of it does come down to his gameplay. I mean, a lot of it does come down to the way that he talked to people, the way that he didn't really allow them to give their say, the way he was trying to make deals with the other side, which made his side sketched out. Like, again, it is due to his gameplay. I will say, I do think one of the things he does probably wouldn't have been as detrimental against the more normal cast that wasn't so willing to flip-flop constantly. But still, Hisam definitely played a really bad HOH week, and that is why he's here number 25. Number 24, we're moving on to, again, Hisam's HOH, but just coming in a worse spot. And here we do have Devin Shepard from BB16. Again, I also really love Devin as a character, but obviously terrible HOH here. Now, again, I think the one redeeming factor is not even really a redeeming factor, but is the fact that he came into this the number one target anyway, where coming into this HOH, he was going to be the main target for most of the house, and he really saved himself through this HOH, unbeknownst to him, though he obviously doesn't do anything to benefit himself through this HOH, and really ends up really turning even more people against him, where he obviously gets massive HOH-itis during this week, thinking he could completely run every little minutia of what's happening, especially with the battle block happening, and promising people that they're safe, only to not follow through with that. He also ends up targeting one of his own alliance members in Zach, only for Zach to not even go home. And having this added aspect of not even getting his own target out of the house, which is why I would actually slightly debate this with Hisam, where at least Hisam did get his target out, though even then, barely. But again, I do think it is the aspect of Hisam's fall was much more than Devin's, where Devin's fall already kind of happened at this point and was just kind of still steadily going on a decline. That makes it like not as bad to me, even though, again, like, he is still social pariah after this week, the number one target. Almost everyone actively wants to backdoor him after this. So again, like, it is a bad spot, but I do think he had less room to fall, which is why he's here at number 24. At number 23, and here we're moving on to a batch of HOHs where they're in the minority and also end up failing to even get their target out, kind of in line with Devin, though their social capital didn't plummet as much as the last two we talked about. At number 23, we're starting it off with Aaron from BB15. And Aaron, again, is another one of these people that comes into this HOH in a pretty bad spot. Now, she's not the number one target coming into this week. However, she is in the minority. Again, David just got blindsided in the first week, and through that, she's completely left out of the loop on things. However, she's also, again, like, not really this big social pariah in the way that Devin was, and doesn't really even leave this HOH in that spot either. Now, again, she's not in a good spot, where, again, she enters this week in the minority, she leaves this week in the minority, probably in a worse spot, and she entered it considering she obviously loses the fact that the moving company wanted to keep her around as a number, but also becomes less of a primary target through the fact that obviously, like, the likes of Jeremy becomes a bigger target. But again, it is a complete failure of an HOH. Like, she wants to get Alyssa out, fails in doing so. Nick gets blindsided out of the game. One of her quote-unquote allies, now realistically, not really, Nick had other loyalties, but at least someone that was kind of on her side and one that kind of wanted to keep her around. Again, it is a bad position there. However, it's a bad position due to a twist. Again, it was due to the MVP twist that she gets screwed over in this instance. But overall, again, like, she doesn't really do much to really benefit her game through this HOH. She loses an ally. She loses some people that are willing to actively protect her. And again, while she's not directly targeted after this, she's still in a really bad spot. However, I feel like it is the fact that she's not directly targeted after this that does have her above the likes of Devin and Hisam, and why she's here at number 23. Number 22, another really bad HOH, one that comes from an all-time great character, but at 22, we do have Jen Johnson from BB8. And Jen is another one here, comes to the HOH in the minority, was the number one target for the majority of the house coming into week 2, and she leaves the week also in that same spot. She is still pretty much the number one target for most of the house, though continues to not leave due to other extenuating circumstances. But and she tries to target Dick and Danielle this week. She fails at doing so due to Danielle winning the veto, and then Joe getting taken out over Dick. Now, I will say, I don't think she really cared that much about Joe going, which is like a slight benefit in the fact that it's not as much of a failure, considering she also didn't trust Joe and was okay with him going too. So it's like, at least it isn't this complete disaster of an HOH to where she didn't get anything she wanted. Mind you, I don't know why she wanted Joe gone, as I feel like there were definitely better targets for her. But again, it's just a similar HOH in the fact that she enters in the minority, she exits in the minority. She doesn't do anything to benefit her game, doesn't really get her target out, and because of that, again, pretty bad, she's here at number 22. Number 21, another really bad HOH. though one that I do think was massively screwed over by a twist, just fundamentally. And at number 21, we do have G from BB4. And again, G's another one. Comes in the minority, leaves in the minority, even in a worse spot, with him having wasted his HOH and getting out Michelle, someone that was a number for him. Though he does also leave this HOH, again, not the number one target, and really not anywhere close to it, which I think is kind of why it's better than Jen and Aaron, where, again, there were probably routes where Aaron went home if certain things happened the following week. Jen obviously probably would have gone home had she not won the veto. G was pretty safe. I mean, it would take a pretty freak situation for him to go home the following week of, for some reason, Justin and Robert not being put on the block together and then one using the veto on the other to screw over G. And even then, I don't even think they would do that. So again, like, G does come out of this in a much better spot, but it's still an HOH that is bad. He loses an ally. Pawn goes home. However, again, I do also think that he was screwed over by the X Factor twist, just fundamentally in the game, where coming into it, he just was automatically put in the minority because he entered the game late as an X. Now, I will also say it's idiotic for him to not realize this fact and that the others have an alliance against him, but still, it's like, I do feel like he's still screwed over by a twist and does have some minor positives that leave him here at 21. Now, number 20, we're moving on to an HOH that I think is really bad, where this person comes in a pretty good spot, leaves in a pretty bad spot. This is one of the bigger falls. However, at least gets their way through the week and still has some allies. And at number 20, we do have Ronnie from BB11. And again, Ronnie came into this week in a pretty good spot. He was in the center of the house. Both sides thought that they had him, though obviously he just betrayed one side by voting out Brayden. And coming into this week, he obviously gets caught with Laura fully figuring out that he's the one to play both sides. Though even then, it doesn't really matter that much, as he is targeting Laura. At a point, he does put up Laura and Jeff. Jeff wins the veto, and Laura ends up going home. And it is exactly what he wanted. The problem with this HOH is the fact that he wanted to, at one point, backdoor Russell, which I think is a move that you can kind of argue for his game. However, the fact that he openly tells numerous people about this plan and then just simply doesn't go through with it, obviously making it so that Russell finds out about this plan and then starts to directly target him and obviously antagonizes him for most of the week. It's, again, pretty poor play there, and it does ruin his position. We're coming out of this, a lot of the house is targeting him. Obviously, the side that he betrayed in week 1 is targeting him, but even beyond that, now Russell is also targeting him. And even the likes of Kevin and Lydia were willing to let him go. Now, again, he did still have allies in the fact that Jesse, Natalie, and Shima still wanted to keep him around, but it is a bad HOH. It definitely is one where he completely sunk his entire game. But again, I still feel like it's an HOH where he does still technically get his way and he does still have allies, which is why it's here. Number 20. Number 19, another really bad HOH. But one that, again, like, she comes out of it not the number one target for most people. And at number 19, we have Caitlyn Herman from BB20. And again, this is terrible. I mean, she takes out the leader of her core alliance because she's manipulated by Tyler into doing so, burning a lot of her relationships with her original alliance in the process. Now, I will say again, like, she isn't the immediate target following this. While she does burn some relationships, and there certainly is talk about taking out Caitlyn, I do still feel like the likes of Brett and Winston were bigger targets over her, to where most of the other side would have gone for them first, where obviously the level 6 side of things wouldn't have gone for Caitlyn either. Again, like, despite this being a pretty terrible play and her really sinking her own position in the game, she's still not dead to rights following this. Now, she is probably, in terms of winning the game, as I don't know who's going to vote for her to win, but in terms of longevity, like, she still had a decent amount of longevity at this point, and, like, again, technically gets her way. She didn't want Swaggy gone. So again, it is those minor pauses that leaves you here at number 19. Now, number 18, we're moving on to another really bad HOH. Who would have guessed? But again, one where she technically got her way. But at number 18, we have Rachel Riley from BB12. Again, this is another situation where Rachel's on the bottom coming into the HOH. She's on the bottom coming out of the HOH. Nothing really changes, which is bad, as obviously you would want her to change things. But again, like, at least she gets her way. She does get Monet out, who is her target from the very beginning. And also, Monet isn't as bad of a target for her as someone like Swaggy was for Caitlyn. Now, I will say there were definitely better targets, and I do feel like a lot of the reason why she wanted Monet out were for personal reasons, not for game reasons. But again, like, Monet is still a decent target. Monet is someone that was going to come after Rachel. Now, again, were there better targets in the likes of the Brigade? Yes, but she still technically gets her way. She still technically gets rid of someone that isn't bad for her game. So there's enough minor pauses there to leave her here at number 18. 18. Now, number 17, we're moving on to an HOH that kind of feels in a similar vein as someone that got their target out, but doesn't really do much to really better their position throughout all of it. And at number 17, we do have Marvin from BB5. And Marvin is kind of this interesting case here where, again, I think he's certainly above the last few we talked about, where he's an HOH that does get rid of his target. His target is Lori, and he gets her out, weakening the other side of the house, the side that he's not working as closely with, as he did have alliance with the Four Horsemen at this point. However, he's also on the bottom of the Four Horsemen, which I think is an issue. The fact that he is taking this shot for this alliance that he's not really even that integral to, but also it's like, I don't know what the better move would have been. I don't think there really is that much of a better move here, to where, like, that's why I don't really fault him too much for the actual decision to target Lori, but he doesn't really do anything to better his position through this week. Again, he gets rid of his target, but is still on the bottom of his side of things despite that, and is also in a spot where he's being targeted by the other side more than some of the people in the actual alliance, where like so Drew and Cowboy are much safer in the game than someone like Marvin at this point. Now, I will also state something else a bit strange about his HOH is the fact that he does nominate Holly initially, which feels misguided. It just feels like a move that potentially burns trust to the likes of Jace and Scott, and considering that was like Marvin's main alliance at this point in the game, I do feel like that's also a strange move. So again, definitely things I don't love about this HOH reign, but again, he at least gets his target out. He's not in immediate danger. So again, that's why he's here at number 17. Now, number 16, moving on to another HOH where they come into it in a bad spot and they leave it in a pretty bad spot, but again, at least get their way. And at 16, we do have Marcellus from BB3. And again, Marcellus comes into this HOH on the bottom. He was almost out week 1 had Jerry not used the veto on him, and coming into this week, he does end up doing some decent work. He does end up making deals with the likes of Josh and ends up securing his spot in the game a little bit, but it doesn't end up mattering though, which is a bit of an issue. While I don't think he necessarily plays this HOH the worst, where he does end up putting up Josh because most people expect him to, but then ends up targeting Tanya instead, who is probably a better target here to kind of cause a fracture between the men and the women of the opposite side of things. However, at the same time, I don't know if he purposely did it that way. It does feel like he targeted Tanya more so as a personal move, as he just didn't like her, but it does actually end up being a pretty decent move strategically, but one that, again, he doesn't really see the dividends of. Where despite this move being one that could have easily fractured the majority alliance, they don't really, and Roddy wins the following HOH just to put him and Amy up anyway, to where, again, he could have potentially gone home the following week. And again, it's just kind of a weird HOH where I don't think he necessarily plays it terribly, but he doesn't really gain anything from it. Well, again, I just feel like it's a bit of a strange HOH where he comes into it in a pretty bad spot, he comes out of it in a slightly better spot, but is still being talked about as a target for numerous people in the house. And again, it's the fact that he does gain some social capital through this week, that he is higher than all the people we talked about so far, but it is also the fact that he proceeds to be on the block the following week that makes it tough to put him much higher here than number 6.
Good morning. 200 viewers is hilarious. Their powers, waking up to that news, upsetting. I mean, we knew some of it last night, or at least I knew some of it last night, but I did not know about Mickey's power. We're good to go. Was I ranked as the best player of all time? Can you help me out? You can live watch the Terran update. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think that's how that's supposed to work. I do need a power change, like one of the boys to win that HOH or something, because it's kind of lame. Zay was cool. He was actually a good player. He was just screwed. I don't know if he was a good player, but I think he's a lot better than a lot of other first boots. Okay, wait, so there's something I want to look at. All right, let's watch this. One sec. Kelly, Keanu, Adrian. Did I clock or did I clock? I feel like I've been on top of this season. You fear for the men? They'll be all right, kinematics. I wouldn't worry. Ava, renum option. I mean, good for Will getting out of that. Is Will lying? It's week 2. I think it's harder to predict in week 2 than it is later. Earlier weeks, there's more options.
Before the feeds went down before the eviction yesterday, you had sort of told Vince, if I'm up on the block after that blockbuster, I'm gone. But obviously, in the sort of in-between period before the votes happened, there was a lot of, chaotic chatter with you, with a lot of the other house guests. So what did you think your chances were of staying in that period of time? And did that at all fuel this eviction speech you put out?
Yeah, I think it was probably pretty 40-60. Like, I think 60% chance I go home, 40% I stay. And from my perspective, I didn't realize that, people like Riley were, going to get rid of me. I like to think that, I think I pretty much convinced Ashley. I'm not exactly sure how she voted, but if she didn't vote to keep me, she was at least considering it heavily, which is, somebody that was obviously one of Amy's closer allies. And so I think I had pretty close to the numbers. But obviously, I think a couple people flipped last second. I think there were a couple people that, were kind of deceiving me a little bit. And so I obviously didn't have the numbers. I was, too short, 2 votes that flopped short of a tiebreaker. And I know I would have the tiebreaker with Vinny.
Hi. It's a good answer. He's right. He basically almost got Ashley, and he was close.
Well, Ashley did vote to evict you, just to clarify
Okay,
everything.
yeah.
Well, let's rewind to the beginning of this tumultuous 10-day period for you, because I'm sure you did not expect the spotlight to be shown on you on that very first night when, you are accused of being the accomplice. Riley said it's like, I saw he was red in the face and he was looking around. What was your reaction to that?
I mean, honestly, I thought it was kind of funny. I don't know. I feel like I try to have fun in it every moment. And I went in the house and, people are talking about this accomplice.
Keanu's gameplay is so good, he might use his power right away. What, does Keanu have a power? I thought there were 3 powers, my understanding. Was like, Mickey has like a coup d'etat, basically. Will has something, and Kelly has a veto.
And I knew that I knew I wasn't. And so when people, like, I think Ashley at one point had asked me.
I'm not worried about a Mountain Doofus. People can funnel in.
Are you the accomplice? I was kind of joking, like, oh, maybe, and I obviously
Keanu gives him an advantage in the veto.
I would lie, and so I kind of didn't think people would take it seriously, but then they started spreading it around. Like, he literally said he was the accomplice.
Zay pulled the Cory, joking about something you should not be joking about. He said, "LOL, what if I was the accomplice?" And then everyone, obviously looking for any reason, was like, "I've heard enough." He bobbed the drag queen.
And so that wasn't probably not my best move, and I was like, wow, I really gotta watch what I say with the jokes because it might put me in hot water. And so I did get a couple votes. They didn't fully accuse, like, I wasn't the one to that was honestly, I kind of wish I was the one that had all the votes because then they would have known it wasn't me. But I think it blew over pretty fast. I think people at this point don't think there's an accomplice, even though now we know it's Amy, which kind of makes sense, because Rachel is the one that came in, and she's a second mom figure kind of. But at this point in the house, people don't really think there is an accomplice, as far as I know.
All right. Well, you mentioned Rachel. We'd be remiss.
Well, I assume they would think there's an accomplice. They just wouldn't. They think it would be over, so it doesn't matter. Mickey overtaken HOH with interrogation. Keanu double veto. Chance. Kelly separate comp to win veto. Yeah, so let's talk about this for just a second. Mickey's power is so fucking ridiculous. Like, what the fuck? Why do they keep doing this? They're so desperate and thirsty for this twist to work. It's so annoying. Basically, she gets to overthrow the HOH and put up 2 different nominations, but the HOH gets to call out 3 people and interrogate them to try to determine who is the one who took over, and if she guesses correctly, I think something happens. I don't know if it's just their noms don't go through, or if then they can make new nominations or something. Like, that's what they should do. If they guess correctly, that person's on the block. You know what I mean? So it really incentivizes you to make it unclear with your noms, or don't use the power. Mickey probably won't even need to use it. Probably not on herself, but she can use it on other people. Wait, more? Who knows about the power? Who knows about Mickey's power? She told Morgan. That's interesting. Did we think she was like super? I knew Morgan and them were close, but I didn't think this was like number 1 and 2. I don't know if my jokes flew. I don't think I got away with my jokes, to be honest. I think my jokes got me in a lot of trouble. With his lead to Zach knowing? Maybe. They have a final 2? Okay. Well, good for Morgan. That's huge for her position.
Not to get into the conflict that the two of you had that carry forward through your eviction speech. Talk to me about your intentions here. You know, it's obvious that you felt that she was, doing certain things to hopefully lead to you going specifically over Amy. What was your thinking behind deciding to like pseudo confront her about this stuff?
Yeah, 100%. Obviously Amy was their closest ally, and Amy wasn't really in there playing necessarily a game. She was kind of just on Rachel's leash. And so Rachel essentially has 2 votes right now, and she's the player that has the most experience in the game.
Come on, Zay.
And so I figured that, if I get evicted, there's a decent chance because people view me as a threat, which obviously I can't be that much of a threat because I lost all the challenges that I was in. But
I always like people when they say that. Because it always feels so silly telling yourself or talking about yourself, saying how big of a threat you are. It's like people, like I said that a lot. Like people perceive me as a threat. I don't know why, but
I mean, they're called. But
him calling him challenges, correcting the competitions is funny.
But I thought that if I could kind of take the threat and make me look as less of a threat and Rachel's more of a threat because people were already kind of scared of her for whatever reason, then it could help me stay in the game, especially if I come up and I say that I will target her. I thought people would maybe view that as kind of, okay, we can use him until he gets rid of Rachel for us because no one else wants to do it, and then we can evict him. And that's kind of what I was going for, and then obviously in that time I would hopefully make strategies to stay in longer after I get out Rachel. But that was kind of my goal going into it, is I want to make her look like a bigger target. Amy's with her, and so if I can play that card, then maybe it'll downplay the target that I am, and then maybe they won't evict me.
Okay. I mean, it's fine. He's right. In a way. He didn't do a good job doing it. Let me thank up Bez for the $10 51 minutes ago. Kenny, $100 an hour ago. I appreciate you, Kenny. Anonymous with the 10 2 hours ago. Anonymous with the 25 7 hours ago. Kelly with the 10. And then Anonymous and Wake Me Up already and Entertain Me for the $1 each. I appreciate it. Thank you all. We are at $5,200. Anything we get from now on, that's just bonus.
Mention on feeds that you had asked ChatGPT for some strategic advice before going into Big Brother. What do you think is the biggest advice that was given to you, and how do you think it ended up playing into the fate of your game?
Honestly, ChatGPT, it didn't give me the best advice. Like, it gave me pretty generic advice for the most part. I love ChatGPT. Don't get me wrong. But I don't think that there is a specific strategy or anything that it could give me, because there isn't one, And so my conversations with ChatGPT led me to come to the conclusion that I just need to go in and
he's answering honestly to the answer. You know what I mean?
Be open to any strategy. I'm not going to come in, I'm going to kind of go with the flow.
I mean, he's answering correctly, but it's such a joke question. He's taking it very seriously.
And come with the strategies while I'm in the house. But it did give me, just very generic tips of what.
Maybe it's code for Cory. It is funny listening to this question and just swapping out my name for ChatGPT. It's so shady.
Do in this situation, in alliances and things like that in general. But honestly, it was nothing like I expected going to the house. Talking game, doing all this stuff was nothing like I expected. But I feel like I kind of caught on to it pretty fast, maybe a little bit too late, which was maybe my downfall. But I do think I caught on pretty fast, and I kind of understood, and I honestly forgot.
So you want to name drop you? I doubt it.
That's all.
So you had mentioned that had you stayed and had you won HOH, you were going to nominate 3 women, and you had mentioned that, you felt like one of the major reasons you had gone is because you were a guy. Talk to me a bit about that thinking, and how do you look back on it now that, you're 12 hours removed from the house?
Yeah, honestly, I know I mentioned that at one point, but honestly, I actually think I would have probably put up Rachel and probably Jimmy as well, and then one of the girls that was working with Rachel closely. That was what I decided by the end of it, just because I knew Jimmy was kind of hedging his bets. He was playing both sides. He was telling me he was going to keep me in. I knew he was lying. But I didn't want to call him out just in the off chance that he was going to keep me in. I don't want to screw.
I don't think we should overstate the importance of his ChatGPT advice. I don't think it played a single role in anything. It is funny, the idea that it did.
That up, you know? And so that was actually my plan. Like, I kind of mentioned a couple different plans if I won HOH. Obviously, I didn't get to.
Yeah, I'm sure Zay remembers
kinda,
me.
You know, my plan going into it is obviously Rachel's my clear enemy. I want to take shots at the people that are closest to her and her if I win HOH, and it makes it, you know, power in my hands where I know I can get out one of her allies at least that week.
Now, look, I would be remiss if I did not mention that a few nights ago, we heard you on the feeds while playing chess with Keanu say the R word, which a lot of fans, very understandably, took a lot of umbrage with. Now that you're out of the house, I just wanted to give you the opportunity to speak on that, if you'd like.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, I apologize. It was not my intention to offend anybody. I know those were offensive and words that nobody should say. I tried to correct myself as soon as I could and move on from it, and hopefully people don't look at me as less or a bad person because of the things that I said. But I do apologize to anyone affected or offended by that.
I mean, what else is he supposed to say? That was fine.
Thank you for that. Well, let's finish on a fun note here, Zay. We're going to play a game with...
You know, like, his chest was like... Kinematics, you're one message away from being hella banned. Like, from his heart just sinking, you know, when he asked that question. Kind of like you see Jackson Mickey's face during whatever.
It's a little bit of a word association. So I'm going to give you the name of one of the people left in the house, and you're going to give me the first word or few words that come to mind for that person.
Just like any word or?
Any word.
Do you think production prepped him at all? I don't think so. I think maybe in the DR they told him, like, hey, careful. But I don't think they, like, prepped him post-game.
What do you like? First thing that comes to your mind.
Okay, let's do it.
Well, let's start with Adrian.
Adrian, I would say trustworthy. If he gives me my word, I trust Adrian.
It's funny. The word associations are supposed to be like one or two words, like a phrase. Zay's about to have 5 sentences for everyone.
He will go through with it.
Amy,
I would say very loving. You know, I don't think she's there playing a very strategic game, but she's like a very nice, wholesome person.
Ashley.
I mean, it's like Amy. I'm waiting for Amy to entertain me, by the way. Just saying. Same with Adrian.
I would say Ashley's calculated. You know, she
That's a funny take. I mean, she is calculated. She just doesn't. Her calculations don't work.
She's playing strategic game, and I think she knows when to make moves and when not to make moves.
Ava,
I think Ava is very unique. She's super funny. And she has a very like awesome like personality, very different than mine. But like it was super cool to like hang out with her, get to chat with her. But she is very unique.
You talked to him a bit ago, but how about Jimmy?
I don't think it's what you should ideally be doing week 1, Giesling traders. I think that's generous. I don't think he's doing terribly, but
Jimmy, I think he's very witty. He's very quick and witty, and I think he's a great guy. And extremely smart, knows the game very well. Catherine, I think Catherine is she's kind of laying low a little bit, and she's playing a smart game. She's not making herself a target, and she's has good relationships with everyone in the house.
Yeah, I don't think Zay understands this exercise. I guess Mike kind of changed up his question. Usually he says like word associations.
Kelly, I think Kelly is very smart, but I think she's kind of put herself a little bit on the outs, and kind of played a little
Seems
bit
generous
too early.
in a game context, of course.
Decently soon.
How about Keanu?
Keanu's just fun is my word for him. Like he's a fun guy. Like I love hanging out with him.
Yeah, but he's going to be put on the block now, Giesling. What do you mean?
He's one of my boys, and he's.
I think Adrian could go home this week super easily. There's way too many people with powers, and he's going to be on that block. Like
big too. He's super big and big as hell. There we go.
Lauren,
I would say more reserved. I think she's a little bit scared to make decisions. She waited until right before eviction to make her decision.
It's a good read.
Who she was going to keep in the house. Which could play to a con for her, but I think that if she can end up choosing a side and not be wishy-washy every week, then she can make a good run at this game.
How about Mickey?
Mickey, hilarious. Mickey's super funny. She's quick with jokes, and I think she's like just a super hilarious and fun person.
Morgan.
I would say smart. People don't realize she's very calculated. You know, when I was playing chess with her, she barely knew like the strategies, but I could see her putting it together really easily.
All right. I'm sure you got some words to describe Rachel.
Rachel, I mean, honestly, I like as a person, like Rachel's a great person. She's a great wife, great mom. I think that I mean, obviously, like we didn't have the best relationship. I do think that she thinks very highly of herself, and she was talking about herself a lot. Not obviously my favorite person in the house, but I do think that she's a great person at heart, and she has good intentions.
He's giving fine answers, y'all. You know.
Riley.
Riley is hilarious, and he's country boy at heart, and I love that guy to death, and I think he's
Damage control is insane. I just think it's like, what do you want? Do you know what I mean? I think this is always a pet peeve of mine. When people said this about Jared, and it's not like I gotta defend Jared with all my heart, but like, if they don't apologize, that's fucked up, of course. If they do apologize, they're PR trained. Mike, 1 second. Do you know what I mean? Like, what's the only time I've ever seen someone apologize and people are okay with it is if they actually didn't care. Like, they wanted to forgive the person. You know what I mean? Like, Jenna Marbles apologized and everyone wanted to forgive Jenna Marbles because, she was worthy of forgiveness. And people were happy. But if they didn't like her and she made the same exact video, people would hate her, Like, I'm not saying you have to forgive anyone or what. Like, it's up to you. I just think, like, the substance of what he's saying and the apology, like, it's fine. And if you want to forgive him, you'll forgive him. And if you don't, you don't.
like the funniest guy ever.
How about Vince?
Calculated. He's playing slow. He is playing calculated. I think he knows when to make moves and when not to make moves. I think he knows who he can trust and who he can't trust. Will, he's I think he's a little bit easily convincible. Like, he was jumping back and forth, even though we had an alliance, he was jumping back and forth just because he didn't want to be on the wrong side of the boat. I think it could come back to bite him, but at the same time, he could be used as a number until towards the end. But he's a great guy. He loves his family a lot, and he's the most wholesome dude.
Last but certainly not least, Zach.
Zach, he's my boy. He's super handsome, jacked. He's smart. He's fun. Like, he's just my type of vibe. Like, he's like was probably my closest friend in the house, even though I love everybody in there. But I think very highly of Zach in every way, and so I hope he does really well in this, and hopefully that if he's on the block, they don't just look at him as a target and throw him out.
Well, Zach, thank you so much for.
Is that real, Mountain Doofus, or is that guy trolling? Which one is it? Let me pull up the feeds. Jimmy said it. It is very corny, just how big of a fan. I mean, you can be a fan of Tucker. There's no shame in that. It's just, you're also a player. Like, act like you've been here before, But maybe I'm just mean. I'm a bummer. Yeah, everyone's passed out.